Howdy, gamers, and welcome to the Regional Championships in Portland, brought to you by Star City Games. I'm Carmen Klemperens, that's Mason Clark, and we've got some Modern to bring to you.
Yeah, I'm so excited for today. I mean, the Modern format had a dramatic shakeup about 2 months ago. We've seen a little bit of results, but this is one of the biggest tournaments so far. I mean, 1,030 players here today competing. I'm so excited to see what they bring and sort of how the metagame's going to be pushing forward. And just awesome Magic Ring to watch. I mean, what a blessing.
Right, and we've seen the Modern metagame develop a lot in the last few weeks, right? We've seen 3 regional championships all over the world with slightly different metagames. I know Boros Energy or Red-White X Energy, some splashes for taste here and there, has kind of ebbed and flowed in how popular, how successful it's been, and it looks like we have a weekend where it might not be the top dog.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see sort of how it goes, and we'll go over that later in the weekend with our metagame breakdown. But, decks like Breach and Eldrazi are making great strides, and we're seeing this black-white flicker deck really hop onto the metagame. It's a really exciting weekend for sure when it comes to Modern. I think this is going to set the ground floor for the next 6 months.
Right, and even the flicker deck, I think, is such an awesome case study in what's great about an Eternal format, like Modern, right, where this is something where someone went, okay, you know what, I'm going to run this through a challenge on Magic Online just for funsies, wins the challenge, and now that deck, last I looked at the numbers, it was almost 10% of the metagame, a month later?
Yeah, and I mean, and also, too, it's one of those things where the player, Theo Jung, someone we see a lot on these events, said, like in the thing, hey, I kind of did this for the lulz with my friends. I'm not a super big believer in this. Then wins the next challenge, and people are kind of like, all right, is Theo joking with us? And people started playing it, and they haven't stopped winning.
Right, exactly. It's one of those things where it ends up having sort of a very high floor, right? Its average card quality is pretty reasonable. I think Modern's in a very high synergy place right now where it rewards knowing how all of your interlocking cards work. So having something that's just a bunch of creatures means that it's going to be okay to pick it up closer to the event. But if you get the reps in and know how to pilot it through all the different kinds of matchups that people are bringing to the table in Modern, you could really be rewarded.
Yeah, there's a lot of nuance, a lot of weird things that you can do with this deck. I mean, if you've played Magic for a long time, you know the Flicker Wisp things, right? Like, there's a lot of tricky things you can do with that. And then Felia adds a whole nother layer to that from MH3. And I'm really excited to see sort of that deck in the future match era, because I think, like you mentioned, a lot of people can pick that deck up and play it to a high competency level, but if you put time in, you can do some really wild things with that.
I know, and we've even seen some splashes coming out of our LCQs that were yesterday. These are players who were just on the outside looking in that were able to end up playing this weekend because they won another event right here in the event hall. Yeah,
exactly. It's super cool. I mean, one of the big ones we're seeing is Signed to Memory, another big player from MH3, and something you can expect a lot of this weekend in our feature match area probably. But that's a card that, it's good against Eldrazi, right? That's sort of what it was designed to do. It also works with your Felia, right? Like, the Felia has a return trigger.
Yes.
So let's say Carmen here has some card I hate, let's say Flage. I flicker it out. Boom, I can sign it. It doesn't come back. That's this little thing that you're not really playing that card to do, but knowing that small interaction speaks so much to what you're saying about it. Like, you can play the baseline really well, but you can also sometimes look for those wild spots to really go super over the top.
Right, and here in a second, for anyone just tuning in, we are going to go over what is Modern, right? This is something that it's a little bit older. It's basically everything from 2003 forward. So Mirrodin was the first, what we'll call tentpole set. 8th edition came right before that. It is legal, but it's all the way up to Aether Drift, which is not quite legal for this event because decklist submission fell right before the legality of those cards. But we do have stuff all the way up through Duskmourn and Foundations that I think is seeing play today. I know Overlord of the Baelmerk is making a splash.
Yeah, we've seen a bunch of those cards. And then in addition to that, we have some direct to Modern sets. So Modern Horizons 2, Modern Horizons 3, as you might expect, all in Modern, as the name would say. And then we have Lord of the Rings and Assassin's Creed. These are rounding out our sets that didn't straight go to Standard, but are a part of the Modern format. And so anything in between there is fair game, barring, I think 30 cards on the ban list. And besides that, you can do anything, and that's what makes Modern so awesome. There are so many cards, so many interactions, and so many weird things you would never expect that get to come up once you have that amazingly large card pool. It's just so much fun.
Right, and it's the sort of thing where internally we'll frequently define formats. Internally at Wizards of the Coast, we'll end up defining formats by just, all right, this is 60 cards, this is 20 life, this is kind of the rule book version of Magic the Gathering that Richard Garfield came up with, and you alluded to this before. It is a very rich history. This is something where there are a ton of cards that are still legal, and you are able to find those gems, like a ton that you'll see in the Orzhov Blink deck this weekend.
Yeah, I think, not to harp on this deck too much. I know we both really love it. But it is the deck that I think most encompasses what is Modern and the whole history of Modern. When I think about all the decks that people are playing this weekend, it's the one to me that I think hits every era and has the most fundamental stuff to that. And so I think that's also why players are so drawn to it. Not only is it good, but it feels like this is rich history. And there's so many different things and cards I can play. It's just so exciting. I know. I love it.
Yeah.
I can't get enough.
No, a lot of the buzz online is I'm playing Flicker Wisp this weekend. Shadowmoor 2008, I think, is when that was printed. And I'm trying to win a Pro Tour invite. And what else are they trying to win? Right? We've got a bunch of sweet prizes coming up this weekend. And I'm so stoked to see basically how the chips fall.
Yeah, it's so much on the line, and I just cannot wait to see sort of what the players brought and how they're going to navigate their way to our finals this weekend. It's going to be a big game.
I know, and Temur Breach is another one of those decks that also kind of just touches on a lot of different points in Magic's history, right? I know Mox Opal is something that just got unbanned that you were really excited about.
Yeah, I mean, the Temur Breach deck was sort of a deck that was a good deck in Modern for a long time, right? It varied like how high up in the metagame tier was it, right? But Mox Opal really supercharges the deck and allows you to actually beat some things you're a little weak to before. Before, I would joke that this deck is really good, but it's, weak to graveyard hate, creature hate, enchantment hate, artifact hate, stack base hate, counterspells, shrimp gumbo. It was weak to a couple things. And so, but the Mox Opal actually, while still making you maybe a little worse to artifact hate, made it so the creature part didn't matter. And that was huge when going for your combo. Sometimes you would go for it before, your opponent would be like, bolt your creature, and you'd be like, my Mox doesn't work. And now my Mox works, and I just combo, and we're seeing players this weekend go to that deck in droves, because not only do you get to be the only deck in the format that plays 8 Mox in, but you're also just super resilient. You get to play a control game and a turn 2 kill game.
Right, and, we've talked a little bit about how these decks are built. How are they playing? What's the tournament look like? Just diving into this weekend, we've got 2 days of competition. This is day 1 that you've tuned into right now. This is 9 rounds of Swiss, and anyone with 18 match points, that's going to be 5 wins and 3 draws, or 6 wins and 3 losses is going to make it to day 2.
Yep, and then in day 2, we're going to have coverage starting once again at 9 a.m. So if you're around the world right about now is when we're starting tomorrow. We're going to have 6 rounds of Swiss, and then we're going to have our top 8 players advance to a single elimination playoff where we will see who is going to be our SCGCON Portland champion here for the regional championship. It's going to be so exciting. I can't wait to see it.
I know, and there's a ton on the line. We've got a bunch of Pro Tour invites. That's sort of what a lot of players are thinking about. We've also got World Championship 2025 invites on the line.
Along with $20,000 to first place. $20,000 prize pool, $10,000 to first place here. I mean, it's just so good. And then 3rd and 4th for $5,000. There's just so much on the line. Along with those invites you talked about, a lot of players are really looking for the big invite this weekend. So.
Right, and in a lot of ways, it was in small text there at the bottom. You saw finalist also gets that World Championship invite. I think for a lot of players, that just represents a ton of validation into the effort that these players put into being the best at something. This is something where it is not easy to even walk into this event, but to also succeed at this level and validate that effort with a World Championship berth means everything.
I mean, I know for me, when I first started competing in competitive Magic, I'll be honest, the Worlds was the thing that I thought was like, it was going to be a gravy on top. I was like, winning a Pro Tour would be the pinnacle of Magic for me, right? It would be like the hardest thing to do. It'd be and so impossible. And you know what? If you do, you get to go play Worlds. But now there are so many more different ways to get to Worlds, and it's so exciting to see that is a path that someone can get to. And we're going to find, it's going to be a dream that comes true for someone this weekend. And I can't wait to see who it is and how excited they're going to be when they play in the Worlds at the end of the year.
I know, it's so great, right? There are so many things where it's like, if you go to your family who doesn't know that much about Magic, and you say, oh, right, I played a regional championship or a Pro Tour or something, that's a little obscure. But if you say, I played the World Championship, a lot of people know what Magic the Gathering is, and they know what a World Championship is. So it's just something that you can really talk about the things that you've been able to accomplish. Yeah,
I mean, listen, I'm a regional champion is something that I think someone would kind of get, even if they don't play games, right? But if you tell someone, I'm the world champion of something, they understand,
They're just like, okay, right.
Yeah, grandma, the guy at the grocery store, they both understand world champ is impressive, all right? And that is what, it's going on the line here along with everything else. That's obviously what we're talking about, the end of the year. That's in the future. But it is something that's on the eyes for a lot of players. I know some people are already queued for this Pro Tour that we're talking about this weekend who are coming for their shot just to play Worlds. That's how much this means to these players and the drive they have.
And reining it back in a little bit to the decks, right? We've talked a little bit about Temur Breach, a little bit about Orzhov Blink, and we've talked about Boros energy variants existing, but what's the deal with that? Why are other decks showing up?
Yeah, so I mean, Energy is just such a lean, mean fighting machine deck. All its creatures are like so efficient, so fast onto the board, and then you could splash to really cover some problems, right? So the Boros deck proper, really good in sort of the mirror, right? And then if you play blue, you get things like Consignment Memory. That really helps with Eldrazi decks and things of that nature. You can play black to have these discard spells and Bowmasters, which come up in different spots. We've even seen players splash them green in various points. A little rarer than the other two, to be fair.
Yeah,
but it's something you see, and we even see some players go deeper than what I just talked about, right? So like, oh, I have blue for Consign. Well, maybe I want Mockingbird. That's a really strong card from Bloomberg we saw, and copying my Ocelot Pride is one of the best things I can do.
Right. You know what? I put 4 Ocelot Prides on my deck for a reason. Why wouldn't I want 5 or 6 of them?
Yeah, or my opponent has theirs. I didn't draw mine. Mine.
Yoink.
My pride. my flesh. Give me that. So, yeah, I mean, we're seeing like a lot of innovation, too, just in that regard, which seems so silly, too. And it goes deep. I could talk to you about how some players have expressive iteration, right? There's a lot you can still do with these shells, and players are still really figuring out how far can I push things without it all falling apart. And that's a very interesting part and storyline to this weekend.
And something that's really cool is we're seeing Overlord of the Baelmerk, we're seeing Mockingbird. These are cards from Standard that are still hitting in Modern, but there are some more insular decks from Modern Horizons 3 in the Eldrazi ramp deck that we're seeing a bunch of players bring this weekend.
Yeah, and speaking of deck lists, I think we just got our round 1 deck list. All right.
All right, so we have Hayden Iski on Boros Energy. Kind of what we would expect, as well as Jake Hayden on Boros Energy. So we're starting off with a Boros Energy Mirror. This is one of the top dogs of the format.
Yeah, it's very exciting. We're going to have to sort of see how this all plays out, but I'm pretty interested to look at both lists. Can I see the other one over there, too? Can you hook
definitely.
me up? I got these glasses, but I can't see
them.
I was going to say, yeah, it's Patrick Sullivan is the other person in our feature match area. And, I mean...
Patrick, okay, you know what? Would it be a production put on by Star City Games if Patrick Sullivan didn't find himself somehow involved in round 1?
That's right. You know, listen, I've done a lot of watching Patrick Sullivan talk about Magic, and now the shoe's on the other foot.
Yeah, no, this is a real just like, okay, be cool, be cool, be cool.
Yeah, no, it's cool, it's cool. He's going to watch. He's not going to have any bad feedback. It's all going to be good. But no, I mean, if you haven't seen Patrick Sullivan's deck list, he posted a little bit on social media.
Yes.
This is a very... formerly mainstay of Modern.
Yes.
That's a little unconventional now. And he's playing Is It Murktide with a couple like little flayers to the deck. And this is a deck that we've seen people sort of shy away from a bit because of this energy matchup. The big thing is Ragavan is not what it used to be because there are so many more low-to-the-ground creatures that can battle, and that's going to be a big hill for Peaceful to go over this weekend. He does have a bunch of Pyroclasms sitting in the sideboard. I don't want to get ahead of us, but I'm really excited to see how he navigates this because we saw him talking a little earlier about his deck and everything, and he feels pretty good for this weekend, and he came prepared for this matchup.
Yeah, it's something where I do think the Is It Murktide decks have fallen out a bit in favor, right? Where this is something where the Modern Horizons 3 cards are maybe have a higher floor, but Is It Murktide has always really favored players who have a deep understanding of the game and a plan on how to navigate matchups. The 4 Pyroclasms you alluded to in the sideboard, only 4 of I'm seeing in the sideboard, very loud that's part of the plan here.
Yeah, I mean, very clearly, Patrick plans to side out these Ragavans, side in these Pyroclasms, and just be like, you going to leave and suffer my Ragavan or not? What's the plan? How are you going to kill me?
Yes.
And I'm very excited. And someone like Patrick, who has such deep knowledge in the game, does deep history, he's able to navigate these games, I think, incredibly well. I'm going to be excited to see how he does it. And I think a lot of people also think of Patrick as someone who just plays red decks, right?
Yes.
At Basic Mountain, right? Like, he has his history, But Patrick in Legacy plays a ton of decks like this. He loves playing Blue-Red Delver. So this isn't something where Patrick, just is like, I'm going to be figuring it out on the fly. He has a lot of history with these style of decks, despite maybe not being known for that.
And ironically, to personalize it a little bit, we both worked on Modern Horizons 3, and this is a matchup we played a lot internally, and I frequently would end up being the boogeyman, right, on the Is It Murktide deck, and I would always just say Dragon's Rage Channeler is the best Goblin Guide, right?
Yeah.
As long as you're just attacking your opponent, applying pressure, you're generally going to be okay. So I do think that at least the way that he likes to approach Magic, I'm excited to see what Patrick ends up doing here.
I am as well. It's going to be a really fun and exciting feature match. Now, I mean, Isaac Hayden here, looking at our other feature match player, it looks like it's brought a very solid build of the Boros Energy deck this weekend. True Ranger Captain of Eos might be the thing that if you haven't followed Modern since the BNRs, with the banning of Energy, Raptor, and the One Ring. That's kind of the newish thing, and it's a great sort of like, this is a card, it gives me a little bit of card advantage, and helps me a bit with combo. And going into this weekend, I think a lot of players are eyeing the Breach deck and making sure, hey, I'm not going to lose to this, or if I am, it's going to be really hard for you. And, doing that instead of things like Seasoned Pyromancer, like Fable the Mirror Breaker, it's a big, departure, but one that I think is really smart and a lot easier on your mana.
And looking at Hayden's deck, something that sticks out to me is this is a very creature-forward build of Boros Energy, which I think Patrick is going to end up struggling against. I know Patrick has a bunch of stuff in the space of Spell Pierce, and those Seasoned Pyromancers you alluded to in Hayden's deck, Hayden is the full 4. He's not playing something like Fable of the Mirror Breaker that might fall victim to Spell Pierce. He's very low on targets for counter magic.
Yeah, and to that regard, too, everything you just mentioned is a 2/2 creature that, Hayden's not playing this weekend.
Right.
Well, what did we talk about Patrick brought, everybody? It's Pyroclasm, and that's why they put me in the booth. 2 doesn't deal 3. That's right. So these Ranger Captains are going to be pretty big.
Yeah,
in
Ranger
fact,
Captain's
one bigger.
Really... God, you've always been such an arithmetician. That's just...
I don't know what that word means.
Me either. I made it up.
Yeah, I thought you did. I just had to bring it down and cover you. Yeah, but I know. I mean, like looking over this deck list as well, it looks like there's a lot of respect for the Eldrazi decks too from Hayden this weekend, which is something that's another huge player we didn't talk too much about. But Modern Horizons 3 had a lot of support for Eldrazi, and players have been really digging deep and figuring out, okay, am I supposed to be Temur? Am I supposed to be red-green? Do I go even beyond that or even lower? It's really interesting to see that. But it looks like Hayden has brought a lot of cards to beat up on that deck. So, I like both these deck lists for various different reasons, and I'm just excited to see sort of how it all plays out.
Yeah, both of these players, it looks like they are going to be taking a more aggressive posture, and I'm interested in how Flage is going to impact the dynamic of this matchup. I'm seeing 3 copies of Arena of Glory in Hayden's deck, and those are just going to make him so good at turning the corner.
Yeah, Flage is this really hard thing for a lot of decks to beat, where I think, if Boros Energy didn't have Flage, it probably wouldn't even exist in the way we know it, because it leans on that card a lot for if the game goes super long, this is my card advantage engine, right? This is my way to sort of push over the top, in addition with things like Fable and Season Pyro. But that's why you see only 2 or 3 of those cards in decks typically, and you see the full 4 Flage, because Flage is that advantage, and it gets your opponent dead, which is what this deck wants to do. It doesn't want to play, a long, grindy control game. It wants to kill him quick.
Right, it's just going to win on the back of a lot of mana advantages, which unfortunately is also the game that Izzet Murktide's trying to play.
Yeah, it is unfortunate there for Patrick, and it's really good against counterspells too, right? Obviously, they have to have a lot of cards in graveyard, but like we just talked about, the games do go kind of long sometimes, and that's when Flage shines. So it getting counterspelled, you're not happy about it, but often it's not the end of the world. You're back on that next turn.
Yeah, and I think something on Patrick's side that he's really going to be looking for is having high-impact copies of Murktide Region. This is something that actually isn't going to care that there are a bunch of ground creatures that can chump block.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be huge. And also, he's playing 1 Subtlety, 1 Snapcaster Mage in the main deck. Both those cards are huge. I just talked about how, hey, the game goes long, you have another 5 cards, I'll go again. Well, Patrick's goes, well, the original go again, Snapcaster, buddy.
Yeah.
Snapcaster counterspell. And then now we get the, or Subtlety, you can make your extra graveyard cards. Subtlety, the Flage will go back. It'll probably kill it later, but that's a lot better than getting Arena of Glory, right? And getting hit for that huge 12 life swing that we see matters so much in these go long games. So I think there's going to be a lot of posturing going on in this game, and I'm really excited to see how we navigate that, because that's the kind of thing when I think of Patrick, that's what I think he excels at, is sort of those games, right? The classic match versus Ross Merriam, where he sort of, lures him in, and then boom, 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 you're dead. So I can't wait to see it.
All right, well, it sounds like our players are ready to go, so you don't have to wait anymore. Let's head on down to the feature match. Welcome, everybody, to Round 1 of the Regional Championships in Portland. This is Modern. I'm Carmen Klemperens, joined by Mason Clark. We've got Patrick Sullivan on Izzet Murktide against Hayden Iske on Boros Energy. Oh, Battle of the Titans here. This is one of the matchups on the weekend.
Yep. And I mean, listen, you come to battle this weekend, there's 2 decks you're going to play against at least twice, most likely. That's Energy, that's Breach. And that's what Patrick here is playing round 1. He's put himself to the test, and we get to see it on coverage. I can't wait.
Right, so he kicks things off with a Mishra's Bauble and doesn't like the top card of his deck, grabs a Steam Vents.
Yeah, and this is something you see players do a lot, is they'll Mishra's Bauble themselves in order to be like, hey, do I need this card, do I not? And in some matchups, you would forego even playing Ragavan in order to get a card that you really need, right? Like if you're playing against a combo deck, you see your Spell Snare or something like that, you're going to want it here. But we're seeing Patrick just develop the Ragavan and pass the turn, and remember the Mishra's Bauble trigger type play. And
leading off on this Ragavan is something that I really like that Patrick gets the opportunity to do here, because he does get to play this sort of develop my punishing threat and then hopefully proverbially hold Hayden's head under with just interacting with each of his turns while accruing advantage with Ragavan. But Galv Blast puts a stop to that.
Yeah, it puts the Ragavan down. I was going to say, this is a moment, too, where the play draw matters a lot, where Patrick on the draw, there might be a 1-drop in play here for Hayden, and then it would be a position where it's a little awkward maybe get a hit like this, and this gave Patrick a chance where, listen, if Hayden just kept a hand with Ocelot Pride, we might have bolted it down and got in with Ragavan, which would have been a huge swing.
And one of the things that this energy deck does is it accrues small bits of value over and over with. We see 2 energy being netted on Galvanic Discharge for Hayden to use later.
Yeah, and that's a big upside. I mean, your removal spell is sort of generating you like 2/3 of a card with Guide of Souls. It's going to come up as Preordain comes down.
Oh, couple threats on top for Patrick. This is something where they're both evasive, which I do like, but he might be digging for lands?
Yeah, I can't quite make out Patrick's hand here, but this is a spot where he's thinking on, and like we talked about, Murktide's probably a card that matters a lot in this matchup, just outsizes a lot of the removal, kills your opponent very quickly, something that, he's clearly tanking on, so it might be like you're saying there where we really need a land or a specific type of card. I got to say, the irony's not lost on me. You know, for years, Patrick talked about cantrips, and now here I am, first round the booth at Star City Games, and I watch Patrick Sullivan cantrip.
All right, Foot and Strand, Steven's preordained. How's it going, buddy?
Yeah, I don't know, it's never meet your heroes moment, as we just see on Misty Rainforest.
Oh, but he doesn't develop the Dragon's Rage channeler. That's pretty loud if you're in the booth.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get to see exactly what it was. He potentially put it on bottom, but, you know, Patrick does have a lot of 1-mana interaction in this deck, so including 1 Spell Snare. So that could be something here where this, you know, energy deck plays a ton of high-impact 2s, and he's really hoping to get him there.
Yeah, part of me is wondering if it might just be he has to hold up Spell Pierce if he has it, right? This is something where there are not many good targets for it, but this is, you know, developing an early Goblin Bombardment could be huge.
Yeah, and from Hayden's side, that wouldn't be the end of the world, too, right? This is something where you don't have a lot of good chances to get that card down if the game goes super late when you want to. We're going to see a Johnny developed instead, and then looks like Patrick is going to respond.
Is it developed?
Well,
is it developed?
It's not the one of Spell Snare. Bam! Deck building.
Got him.
Yes.
Look, we even see a 4-legged friend being snared in the art for that.
You do see it's not. We got to get the cat version of that. Get the
I know.
team
We've
on
got the Watch Wolf one.
Mm-hmm.
Now we need to get the Ajani one.
That's right. Well, you know, the Secret Lair team, that one was on the house, as we are going to see the deck get shuffled there. But you're seeing, too, like, this is something that's a little hard to play against from Hayden's side. It's like, listen, the deck lists are open. I know Peace only has 1 Spell Snare, but I kind of got to play into this here and gets got by Patrick, who very easily could have just been representing Lightning Bolt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Probably just bolts the Ajani is a very common timeline we're in. But instead, this is a huge get here for Patrick, as he does develop that Dragon Rage channel you talked about.
All right. Follows it up with another cantrip and Preordain. Triggers the DRC. Steam Vents to Yard. And then a Scry.
Yep. Seeing Lightning Bolt and Snapcaster Mage.
Ooh, the original throwback, you're calling it.
Yeah. And it looks like we just left him on top.
Oh, that's if you're sitting across from someone who tops with Preordain, you just feel cooked.
Yeah. I see, but my brain, I think card advantage didn't scry bottom.
Oh, they didn't get their full value.
They didn't full value it. It was just perfect for them.
All right. Well, Spire Bluff Canal means that Patrick gets to keep having mana up on Hayden's turn. I think this is a play-draw dynamic that comes up a lot in red decks in the format.
Yeah, this is something you're just going to see happen a lot during this future match of, you know, I'm going to leave up some mana, I'm going to try and get you on some small interactions, and then close the door out pretty quickly. And this DRC is dangerously close to Delirium, I believe. I think we are – oh, no, actually, sorry, we do have Delirium now because thanks to the Spell Snare. So, I mean, this is a 3-3, which also means, like, we can't get in there with the Ragavans, which we didn't talk too much about, but Hayden has 3 main deck Ragavans.
Right. There's almost this sort of emblem effect where you just get to have, okay, I have this card that's not exactly hidden in my hand, but it's 2 mana – poke you, maybe draw a card, definitely get a treasure. Yeah,
and Patrick has a lot of cards he'd be happy to draw. Speaking of drawing, Hayden's going to play Seasoned Pyromancer, discard 2, and draw some. We'll see how many tokens get made.
And this is where we're really going to see flying be so important for Patrick, where he might even be happy that Ragavan ended up eating a Galvanic Discharge because its utility drops off very quickly.
Yep, and it looks like Hayden got rid of some lands there, so no tokens, unfortunately, but did get to turn 2 lands into 2 new ones as the DRC attacks for 3.
And where does that fall on your value meter when they discard lands?
Through the roof. I'm in shambles. I was like, oh, no, they cycled twice.
Oh, all right. Little draw go from the blue deck. Welcome to Modern.
How unlucky. No cards to play with Patrick.
I know. 4 mana and a green fetch land? What could this signal?
Nothing to do. As we are going to see Hayden size up the hand, got a bunch of new tools here, gets to think about what's going on, and like we mentioned, has to think about what's going on for Patrick. Now, we know Patrick got Snapcaster Mage in hand, which means that's first Spell Snare coming back.
Yes, right. This is the spot where knowing he has these high-impact one-ofs, like Subtlety, like Snapcaster Mage, you're almost priced into figuring out what you can actually afford to play around versus what you just have to jam and cross your fingers against.
Yep, and we're seeing Hayden try to figure that out right now. And, you know, I think the Subtlety is a great call-out. This would be, you know, a great turn for Patrick to be able to develop that if he has it in hand. Also of note, you know, we mentioned Patrick has Snap, Spell Snare, and has a fetch land. Hasn't used the Surveil land in the deck yet. Patrick has 1, and that would be, you know, a great way to set up the next draw if we're a little low on the resources. It does look like Patrick's going to play Snapcaster Mage. My heart be still.
Yes, we've seen Hayden cast an Ajani, cross his fingers. The one of Snapcaster giving a sort of second copy of the one of Spell Snare.
Yep, and then another Surveil happens in the DRC. I'm learning Patrick more of a dog person than a cat person.
Oh, that's true. He actually just got a dog recently.
Oh, how quaint.
Not that, we text from time to time. It's fine.
First the WotC staff, now this.
I know. A surveil from Hayden off of an elegant parlor. Looking for a flage off something like that would be so choice.
Yeah, and the fact that it took a second to go to the graveyard, while I didn't see it, I know it wasn't flage.
Right. You almost windmill that.
Yeah. Now, you talk about the value scale. Through the roof.
Off the charts.
Yeah,
Off
unbelievable.
The charts.
Yeah.
And this is interesting. Hayden just passes back, thinking maybe it was Static Prison versus Galvanic Discharge, or Threat versus Discharge.
Yeah, and I think this is also a great spot here where Hayden, does want to get Patrick dead and could even up the life totals, but the 2 damage matters more for Hayden losing it than gaining it, right? And so this is a spot where some players might be like, oh, I don't want to lose my Season Pyro. Patrick's like, you're going to lose 2 life, bud. Mm-hmm. So doesn't want to lose that. So great play there as we do see the Surveil fetched up.
And this is one of those dynamics that we're going to see emerge in this sort of matchup because Hayden has a ton of inevitability in Flage. He's very interested in shrinking the battlefield.
Yep. Speaking of dynamics that come up a lot this weekend is the Surveil lands.
Yes, right. We're seeing a fetch and a Thundering Falls from Patrick Sullivan. Leave it on top. Value through the floor.
Through the floor down.
Oh, we've now seen the hand, the bolt, and the subtlety. The one-ofs out of Sullivan's deck, not bad.
Yeah, and I think this is telling, too. Patrick's clearly like, okay, I could develop my 4 mana. I know that's really important to do, and I get this big flying threat, but I want to use my Snapcaster Mage because I don't actually have much more interaction that's going to line up super well. So great moment there for Patrick. I think a lot of players should be like, 4 mana, spend 4 mana. Get him. Make him draw that card again. And then next turn I can snap Spell Snare. But instead it's trying to line up a bit better and doesn't want the game to be about this Ajani and maybe get behind the 8-ball a little bit.
Right, and this is a spot where the Izzet Murktide deck is not very good at slamming the door shut unless the card Murktide Regent is involved. So when there's a lot of game left to be played, finding those micro-optimizations for selection is huge.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of optimizations, Dragon Rage Channeler attacks for 3 because it must.
Can't mess that one up.
Mm-hmm. That's a rule.
That's one of my favorite parts of the card. It tells you what to do.
Hold your hand a little.
Yeah,
it's like, hey, you know what, friend? You should attack. It's
right.
3.
We won through a field of daisies. Mm-hmm. Knock our opponent for 3 past the turn.
There's Arena of Glory for Hayden. That's going to be huge with the Flage if it ever gets drawn. Also just big sometimes with casting things like a Johnny or Ranger Captain of EOS, which we're seeing coming down here.
This is not a bad one. I think we generally see this one show up more with Mockingbird, but it looks like it might not show up at all as we see Patrick slam a subtlety on the table.
Yeah, Ranger Captain, is great at the Mockingbird. You sort of chain it off, right? Value City, as we've been talking about here. But also, it's not that bad to go get an Ocelot Pride, Guide of Souls. I mean, I'd kill for a Guide of Souls right now, you know? So we are going to see that subtlety developed, and looks like we maybe have something we can respond with here. The shields are down. Hayden knows that Patrick doesn't have any cards that he can cast from this point here, so.
It's possible that Hayden's considering if it goes on top or bottom. Top
sure.
It is.
Top it is. Okay, yeah, and, we'll run it back on the next turn. But Patrick is getting dangerously close to closing the door here. I mean, we have 6 in the air and a bolt in hand. And when against Patrick Sullivan, there's a bolt always hanging around somewhere.
All right, well, there's a Static Prison having Patrick's Clock in the air, going after Dragon's Rage Channeler. Is it scary to put subtlety under it?
It's a little scary to put subtlety under it.
It also does hurt Patrick's carded selection, right?
Yeah.
Not getting surveils off all the spells is a really big deal.
Yeah. It also, I think, gives Patrick a chance to maybe not attack, which is kind of what you want. Can't go wrong on Dragon Rage, makes you attack. Subtlety doesn't.
That's true. There is a point where you go, okay, I really, really hope this subtlety holds back to block. I'm kind of running out of life.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it is something that comes up, and I actually love this attack from Patrick here. Even though the Season Pyro can now get value by, exiling itself from the graveyard for 5 mana, if Hayden did that, Patrick would be over the moon.
Right, that would be Hayden just committing basically his entire turn's worth of mana to creatures on the ground that don't do anything. And we see the main phase 1 paying energy on Static Prison. The Ranger Captain. The Counterspell. That's an alpha counterspell.
Giddy up.
Alpha counterspell. 2 bolts. 2 burn spells. Patrick Sullivan. Oh, that's...
Well, I mean, that's how he's going to win. Yeah. Right? Like, we told him it's not a burn deck. We set everyone up it's not going to be a burn deck. Obviously, he wants like a burn deck. Yeah. Oh, can we get the Alpha Lightning Bolt? I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah,
I mean, look at that.
Those were 2 Alpha Bolts. But I think things could end up changing a lot in the post-sideboard games.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick, did a little bit of a deck tech with Nick Miller. We're going to see later in the weekend. I got to watch some of that, and he talked about he has plans for this matchup that are very thorough, and he's gone in depth on.
Right, this is something where, look, we can see both players. This is an open deck list event saying, right, this is what I've got access to. Hayden's got to have that stuff in front of mind as he adapts his own sideboarding. Do we think that there's anything that he can do to adapt to all of these pyroclasms that Patrick has?
Yeah, so I mean, Showdown the Scalds is a card that's going to be a little hard to get underneath the actual card counter spell, but that is something that can help fight through Wrath and fight through these value games. So I imagine we'll see something along that lines come in. We have some Ghost Vacuums, which can help turn the Dragon Rage channel off. I mean, you saw it must attack, and one of the classic plays is they attack, you get rid of the thing that gives Delirium. Uh-oh, I'm on the ground. Kitty jumps in front, big gameplay there. So I could see that easily being something. And then, you could make some argument for some other things like Deafening Silence forcing one spell. I think that's not really where you want to play the game.
Yeah.
It's you have some cards that you see these 4 Pyroclasms you want to take out, but one of the big advantages to Patrick's deck this weekend is people aren't super prepared for this style of Murktide. Blue-black Murktide's really the bigger gamer when it comes to the Murktide decks. And so there might be some, hands like, okay, I've played Modern a lot. I'm used to playing against this deck, but not with this energy deck.
Right. We're seeing a lot of the sort of Psychic Frog, Haboran Oculus, very graveyard-reliant styles of Murktide. This is something that's able to just play more of a heads-up game. What do you think you're actually taking out if you're in Patrick's seat?
Yeah, so from Patrick's side, I think, we have these 4 Pyroclasms we want to bring in, and we're going to cut our 4 Ragavans. I got that one from him. He just said it on the mic, so I know that's going to be there. And then after that, I think there's a couple cards that you can easily want to bring in. Surgical Extraction is a big one. It's not something you typically bring in against a deck that looks like energy, but the card Flage is such a big part of the game, so catching that's huge. And sometimes, you surgical somebody after you subtlety them, and you get a little value on their draw step, right?
Sure.
So it's not like why you play the card, but things like that do come up.
Yeah.
Dismember is something I could easily imagine Patrick bringing in here. We had one in our main deck. I could see that coming in as well. And then depending on sort of, the sideboard cards here, you might see the 1 Force Negation come in as a way to sort of tap out and not be dead to Showdown the Scalds. It's something that you don't see a ton of, but sometimes you do want to protect your Murktides from cards like Static Prison and like these catch-up cards like Showdown. And with it only being 1 Force, it's a lot more reasonable, right? Often people would have a bunch of forces in their Blue-Black Frog deck and go down to 1 or 0. So I'm interested to see if Patrick wants to have the first one or not.
And back on Hayden's side, this Boros Energy deck just feels like a pile of good cards. What's the least good card?
That is always the hardest question in a deck like this. So, I think since it's open deck list, Ragavan is the thing I'd want to take out. If this was closed, my first thought would be I want my Ragavans just to maybe even block Patrick's, right? Or just play that low mana advantage game and really tax him for playing Counterspell. Teach him what year it is. Hey, it's 2025, man. But when I see my opponent has 4 Pyroclasms, Ragavan goes really down for me. And honestly, I could easily imagine Ocelot Pride going down a little bit too, or maybe Guide of Souls since you're going down on your ones as well. A little mixture there. Even though Guy can get you out of Pyroclasm range, you do need to play into Pyroclasm to do that a little bit.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, it's really interesting where it feels like both players kind of have their own idea of how they want to play a more controlling game, but this isn't the only Modern Regional Championship that we're going to be covering in the next couple of weeks. We're also going to be in Charlotte. This is sort of a hometown regional championship for me.
Yeah, I mean, you grew up in North Carolina. We're going to be there March 7th through the 9th. It's my birthday on the 9th. I'm very excited to get to cover this event. We'll be there, and I can't wait to see sort of how the metagame evolves from here. So if you want to come on out and play in that event or any of the side events, you can do that March 7th through the 9th in Charlotte.
Right. You can find more information over at starcitygames.com/SCGCON. We've got a bunch of these coming up over the next few months.
Yeah, I cannot wait. I'm going to try and make it out to some of them from not in the booth. Being in the booth even round 1, I'm like, oh, I want to be playing this weekend.
I know, it's so tough. I'll be walking around the event hall and just go, oh, hey, no, I want to bird this match. And then I'll go, oh, God, I have a call time in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't bring a deck for this weekend because I'm commentating. Next time I'm bringing a deck. I got to jam some games.
I know. I brought a cube, but a cube takes so long. I just need to have something I can pull out of my backpack and sit down and shuffle up.
Well, luckily, I think I have most of Patrick's decks sleeved up from back in the MH2 metagame, so maybe I'll just bring that next time.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But yeah, it looks like these players are getting ready here, finishing their shuffling up for game number 2 here. And I think one thing that we talked a little bit about that is going to be big here is this play draw dynamic. And Patrick winning game 1 here with being on the play means he's guaranteed at least the play for game 3, and that is so huge. Just getting a chance to develop and get to your counterspell mana without being so far behind when it comes to board presence matters a ton.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways that last game showcased how much mana dynamics really dictate the pace of these games. We saw Patrick able to get out ahead, develop first, and then knock Hayden on the back foot, who had, I would say that he drew the chunkier half of his deck, a lot of 2 and 3 mana cards and not a lot of 1 mana cards, and that made the difference. As Ragavan is how Hayden kicks things off this game.
Yeah, I mean, Ragavan's coming down on the play. This card can really take over the game, and Hayden being like, listen, I know you got these 4 Pyroclasms.
I like leaving it on the play. You don't have to commit it, right?
Yeah.
And it does have that dash ability we were talking about game 1.
Yeah, and that's a huge part of it here. And I mean, even if it gets answered, right, as long as it connects one time, that might be enough.
I mean, it's one of the ways that you can actually charge up a Guide of Souls without having to commit too hard into a Pyroclasm. So I see a lot of upside here, especially on the play.
Makes a ton of sense there. Maybe the Ocelot Prides are what left instead if we're trying to play around that. Is we do just see a Spire Bluff and a passing of the turn.
Right, and now that Patrick went second, he doesn't really have the ability to just play out a Dragon's Rage Channeler and block. He needs to start answering what's on the table as Unholy Heat takes Ragavan out.
Yep. And, I mean, we saw a bit of Patrick's hand, a lot of Preordains up in there as well. So we're going to be able to sculpt it. It's just a matter of giving us a little bit of time to sculpt the game plan we want to play.
And one of the hard things is that Ragavan actually can cast a lot of cards out of Patrick's deck in a useful way. In a lot of games, I think Hayden's going to play against Breach or something, and it's going to hit Imri. And
Grinding Station.
I don't know about this. Or hit the opponent's Imrical out of Eldrazi and go, all right, well, I got a treasure, I suppose. But Patrick just has a lot of okay cards.
That's true. One of my goals is to Ragavan, hit an Imrical to Promise It, and cast it. I haven't got there yet, but it's a goal.
Well, I think Hayden hit one of his personal goals in resolving an Ajani this game. That was something that he had a hard time with game 1, but now brings his brother with him.
Yep, yeah, a lore moment could occur in this game, but don't
say that. Lore, it's a canon event.
A canon event. Excuse me. Yes. If you don't know, Ajani Spark ignites, becoming a planeswalker when his brother dies, and that's why Ajani transforms when a cat dies. A little bit of flavor and storytelling. And Patrick loved my joke, as you can see him laughing here. They can't actually hear us there, but yeah, I mean, this is a moment where Pyroclasm would clean this up nicely, but also it's a 1-for-1. Even though 2 cards are getting got, the amount of committed resources isn't that. And so Patrick might need to do this too, because a big thing that happens with these Ajanis is, well, the other player never taps out fully, and then you can never kill the Ajani because you kill the cat and then flip it in response. So this is sort of the one window Patrick might get the whole game to actually get rid of Ajani.
And I think that this really showcases the urgency behind answering all of these cards. I think Boros Energy does have a good bit of threat diversification, despite looking like it's just a pile of creatures. It's able to make Planeswalkers, Goblin Bombardments, and Enchantment that's hard to answer. And Patrick really just has to make sure that he's not giving Hayden an inch of room.
Yep. As we do see the Dragon Rage channels developed, Unholy Heat, Surveil, Patrick taking a look at it, seems a little stressed by it. I mean, the hand looks to just be preordained land, and a card I can't quite. I think another land.
Is that Dismember? Oh, it's Surgical Extraction.
Oh, it is.
It's the Surgical Extraction. And Murktide windmilled into the graveyard. Patrick really showing that he's valuing being reactive here.
Yeah, and I like this as well because it puts our DRC on Delirium if we cast the Preordain next turn. We have instant, we have land, we have creature now. And so, yeah, even though this is a card we've highlighted as something that you really want to close the game out quickly, Patrick wants to get this DRC going to do sort of a similar thing and knows that not going to have a chance to commit to the Murktide, or at least not a big one.
And there's even a world where I think Patrick could be putting Hayden to the test here and say, if you have a Flage, you might want to answer Dragon's Rage Channeler right now, as Hayden actually just dashes a Ragavan.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a moment where, yeah, you see Patrick sort of being like, yeah, I got to trade this off here. I can't let this connect.
That's really interesting. I think there's maybe, if it were a Surgical, it might not be. I might have expected going after the one in the graveyard during the instep, but he really does not want to give Hayden a treasure if it looks like he's missing on land drops.
Yeah, I think it's also just kind of not what it's about in Patrick's mind, right?
Sure.
Like, I think that what you're saying makes a lot of sense. And if Hayden was on a card, I could see that being the line.
Definitely.
But Patrick really weak to Flage right now. Doesn't have a lot of answers. And even though Flage is going to get its sort of upfront value, making sure we answer that is something I think is first and foremost on Patrick's mind.
I want to see players verifying life totals really quick. Always good to communicate.
Yep. Very easy just to not count the fetch, when like your opponent's fetching and you're surveilling or whatever off your DRC and they're doing a response. This comes up. As it does look like Hayden did have the third land. I was curious if we were stuck on 2 and maybe even has a 1-drop to play.
A little bit of a fetch shock action. This is one of the most iconic things in all of Modern, right? There's nowhere else this comes up this much. Ocelot Pride on the instep without a life gain trigger.
Unfortunate. We'll just have to settle for our Ocelot Pride.
Listen, that's one of the crazy parts of this card is you can just pass.
Yeah.
It's like, it's supercharged if you immediately get it, but this is fine.
Yeah, I mean, Ocelot Pride, fail rate 1-1, first strike, going to make some friends later. It's going to get in. We'll have to see how that goes. It looks like Patrick's draw for the turn was Mishra's Bauble. Taking a little look over there. Has to take a little read.
Oh!
That's Flage.
Oh!
Different art.
Yeah, that's the... You can see the smirk from Hayden. Sometimes you have one cool card in your deck, and your opponent has to double-check what it is, and you just know.
Yeah, my Fib rates are my only card that are kind of nice in my black-white dog deck.
There's the Surgical.
Oh.
Okay, not a Surgical in hand.
That's maybe it was the Bauble?
I take it back.
Yeah, and it looks like we do see a preordained. It looks like Surgical was put in the hand. It's going to be the draw there. So Flage covered.
I mean, if he doesn't have a counterspell, he does need to have a way to check it. So this is one where he's probably not stoked to be leaving it on top, but you got to do what you got to do, man.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it's sort of what matters in these games, and this is going to be a developing turn either way. Patrick really wants to answer to Pride as he finds both Pride and Murktide Regent. Put him back on top.
Okay, yeah, no, there it is, very fast on top. That's exactly what he was looking for. Answer to Ocelot, Pride, and the Bolt, and Threat all rolled up for next turn.
Yep. And draw from the Bauble there. And a lot of this, too, is Hayden might plan this next turn around Flage, right? Like, okay, this turn I played Flage, and maybe I even slow roll my Arena of Glory in hand. And then Patrick is going to go for that Flage if that is the case, which could be this huge catch-up turn we need because we just spent our last turn trying to sort of get back in this game.
Cool. Okay, so a serve with the cat token. Hayden kind of thinking about how he wants to navigate these next couple of turns. Count of the graveyard.
Yeah, I've got enough to Flage. And this is a huge turn. Like we mentioned, committing your turn to sort of Lightning Helixing your opponent here, it's not the end of the world, but it's not great.
It's not what you came here to do.
Yeah, and it's something where, it looks like Hayden's even going to just develop this Ocelot Pride first.
And pass back. This is super disciplined. Okay, so he didn't have a fourth land, which I think makes a lot of sense on the Flage front because it means that Patrick might say Ghost Vacuum or something like that.
Yeah, I like this a lot here. And get this down, and especially if you have maybe some sort of interaction in hand, right?
Yes.
Maybe you're like a Galvanic Discharge, just something that can maybe tag a DRC, clean it up, and then get in with your cats later.
And so frequently, whenever you have a threat like Ocelot Pride, it does feel like you're supposed to develop it earlier just to get as much value over the turns of the game as possible. As Murktide Regent hits the stack for Patrick, exiling a few cards. We'll learn how many of them are Ancients and Sorceries soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, on the Pride turn, too, you mentioned before, came down no life gain. Well, Flage gained 3.
Oh, my God. That's what it do.
Yeah, and you know what cat do? Make cat.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so 4 instants and or sorceries getting exiled on this delve, it looks like. Patrick kind of making sure that the sizing is worth it.
Yeah, I think there's some amount to like, okay, what should 1 be in my graveyard? For potential stuff. And 2, maybe I want this to be a 6/6 and have more card types in case I draw, an Unholy Heat, but decides to just go for this 7/7 Murktide, big enough to survive 2 Galvanic Discharge.
Exactly. It also is a 2-turn clock.
Giddy up.
Hayden thinking a little bit. Tough spot at this point. Is it Murktide namesake? Not something you ever really want to face down. He's not just windmilling something like a static prison.
Yeah, I mean, this is a card that really takes over the games. And it's part of why I think so many players are drawn to a deck like this is there's a lot of, interesting plays and agency you get when you're playing this sort of deck. But also the Murktide card's just so strong that sometimes like you're in a bad matchup and you just turn 3 this thing and it goes the distance when backed up with some counterspells. And it's really impressive.
Right, it's really nice. And here, with the 2 extra lands that Patrick has back, he is kind of representing Counterspell at the very least. And this turn's so bad if you just play a Flage and it gets Counterspelled and Surgical.
Yeah, it's awful. Even
if it doesn't get Surgical, if you don't have the 4th land, it's not like it's doing much.
Even if it doesn't get Counterspelled, it's like, okay, I have 1 more turn. As we see Seasoned Pyromancers developed, I love this. It sort of looks like, Patrick's low on cards. Maybe he won't use a Counterspell on it, and then we get the Flage in the graveyard via the discard. As you see it and Ocelot Pride hit, that means we're going to get some 1/1s as well, and more looks at those lands.
Hayden really, really looking for an Arena of Glory at this point. That's one of the ways you can kind of shoot down a Murktide Regent almost.
Yeah, at least make it awkward to for it to get into combat and block. As we did find the 4th land, and we're going to see Patrick fetch here into turn. But I really like this play. I think low resources, it's something that maybe wants to get countered, but it kind of makes sure that you're going to get this Flage going, and it's your highest value play that doesn't look like it a lot of the time.
As we see an in-step Surveil land fetched up for Patrick.
I love this, by the way. I think players are so quick to turn one, get my Surveil land, get into play, get my little scry. These get so much stronger when the game goes on. We're in a low-resource game now. Patrick knows I have the Flage covered. What am I looking for? Patrick looks at the top of his deck, sees a bolt, knows that might be exactly what he's looking for, knows it might not be given on the context of his hand. Well, on turn 2 or turn 1, he doesn't have that same context here. So great play here from Patrick. And
no. Here we were going late in the game. It's so easy. Right as he gets a tough one, we can't quite see it. I'm stoked to see what is causing this level of agony.
I think it's Murktide number 2. That's because you see him looking at his graveyard, and it grows it by 1. And if he surgicals, right? Okay, it's Counterspell.
Holy! I don't have.
That's a show.
Yeah, that was a. Ooh, flipped it so fast. Okay, the other card in hand's Dismember.
Okay.
We can see it.
All right, so that one, we know there's at least one in the main deck, so there was one on the sideboard. Maybe it came in. As we see, a land was one of the cards. And
just a pass. Very interesting. I mean, his life total is not very high here.
Yeah, it's not. And, I wonder if maybe we got tricked by that Phyrexian mana, and maybe there wasn't a surgical. Obviously, if you read a surgical, it'd be the draw step.
Maybe he bottomed it.
That's true. Yeah, maybe he did, and he just did some sleight of hand magic on us. We thought we were following him.
Okay.
Peace Holy's been, he's doing the coverage commentary stuff more than us. He's trying to keep us on our toes, make sure.
Oh, he's definitely the type of guy who knows how he's holding his cards. Okay.
This would be the spot.
Hayden mills a card, draws for turn. Draw step surgical. Okay, here it is.
All right.
Patrick down to 10.
Goblin Bombardment is the last card in hand for Hayden. It's a big one. And, I mean, this is a spot, too, where if Patrick had attacked with the Murktide and been like, all right, you're dead next turn, Patrick would be dead here if this Goblin Bombardment hit.
All right, and now Patrick also gets to see how Hayden sideboards.
That's true, and that is huge. Obviously that can change play and draw, but just knowing oh, you didn't bring this in, or oh, you left all of these in.
Oh, great, my opponent thinks Thraben Charm isn't good enough here. That's not something I need to play around. It's just so huge when you're playing at this level.
Yeah.
All right, here's the bombardment. It resolves.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
And I watched Patrick look over at his counterspell there. I wonder if he was digging for the Pyroclasm last turn in particular, and that's what the tough part became. As we do have the City's Blessing now. Assuming this resolves. I guess it technically could be on the stack, but it looks like it was a situation where it landed.
And all of a sudden, it's math time.
Yeah, and I mean, the math is not great. If you block the biggest thing here, you're going to take 5, take 1 from the creature you're blocking thrown. And so I believe Patrick would be at 1, which means this Floodstrand's turned off.
Yeah, it looks to me like Hayden's about to put the crunch in the numbers.
That was pretty good.
Was it?
Yeah, I would have called Hayden the Captain Crunch, but...
It's pretty good.
Pretty good. We're seeing Patrick. I wonder if Patrick has a removal spell, and that's what's in the hand. Is we know one of them is Dismember.
It's Dismember, right?
So it might be a situation where I can kill this Pride now. I go to 6. I block, and I do believe you are dead if you do that. And so I think Patrick's just double-checking there's not a way okay, that's if I killed the Pride. What if I killed the Pyro instead? What if I killed this Cat token? Just sort of lining everything up here because, we are sort of all open information. Yeah, and Patrick just knows I can't win from here. He's going to pick it up in a game that was looking dangerously close to turning the corner there for Patrick.
That was a sick game.
Yeah.
It was really back and forth where the whole time we went, oh, God, okay, I think Patrick's turning the corner. Okay, I think Hayden's having a tough turn, but it looks like he's pulling ahead a bit, and it was very dynamic.
Yeah, and great play there from Hayden, too. I mean, I called out the Season Pyro turn as being this sneaky, flashy play. I think the turn prior, just playing the Ocelot Pride, holding the Flage is a play that, I don't know if I have the guts to do in a lot of situations. It's I know, but they have Surgical, but I got to spend my 3 mana, right? And just getting that on board actually had pretty big implications for the rest of the game.
I think something that I've been really impressed by on Hayden's side this whole game is kind of picking his spots for what to play against. Game 1, he naturally struggled a little bit against some one-ofs, but the range of everything that he was able to sort of navigate around in Game 2 was huge.
Yeah, just great play there from Hayden. Very tight. I had a lot of respect for that. And just the way we navigated things and kind of putting Patrick to the counterspell test a lot of points there of like, hey, I'm going to make you sort of use this on something you don't want to maybe use it on. And if you don't, it's not going to be that bad for me.
And you know we're playing against a wide range of cards really is great for you. It's in Limited, which you can play at SCGCON Spotlight Series in Denver coming up in just a couple of months. It's going to be Tarkir Dragonstorm, and it's actually going to be the return of super competitive Limited.
Yeah, I mean, this is Limited at the highest level. It's going to be April 11th through the 13th in Denver with that new set like you just mentioned. What was its name? I was going to say, you've worked on it.
Tarkir Dragonstorm.
Tarkir Dragonstorm. I mean, those are all things I like. I like Tarkir. That was one of my favorite sets. I like dragons, so they've got some of those.
We talk about liking storms all the time.
Yeah. Oh, I love storms. I love the weather, and I love storming off, too. And so, I mean, these are all things I'm interested in. And I got to say, also, Uggin's looking great in this graphic.
I can't spoil anything, of course. Mm-hmm. Uggin's so cool.
Ugin. Oh, wow. Ugin.
Look at the art. Look at that. That's the guy. That's the guy.
That's the dragon.
That's the no. It's the storm.
It's the spirit dragon.
It's the
Yeah, I was gonna say careful water here. No, but I can't wait to see you all out there. I'm gonna be at this event. It's gonna be a really fun time. I mean, this is a hometown event for Patrick as well. Maybe we'll see Patrick once again. And Limited is so much fun to play. I can't wait to try this. I mean, I think a lot of people look back on the original Tarkir as one of the greatest Limited sets of all time. And I mean, let's giddy up. Let's get in the.
I know. It's one where even internally, the game design set lead for the back half of it was Adam Prozac. The first set that he worked on was Dragons of Tarkir, so he really wanted to make sure that it was a love letter to the original, and we're going to see a lot of that ripple through in a lot of the concepts and designs and so on.
Dang. All right. Well, I love Adam-led sets. I can't wait to play that one. But looks like Patrick's going to lead off with the Shock Steam events. Oh, looks like, sorry, maybe they were waiting for us on coverage. Shoes on the other foot now, Patrick.
Hold your horses.
Yep.
All right, he's thinking. Oh, it was Mulligan Resolution. Tap Steam Vents, Bobble Pass.
Yeah, very interesting here, you know. Clearly, Patrick does have a one-drop, or at least wants to feign. I don't have a one-drop of any kind, right? Like, you would probably shock in order to leave in some interaction for a creature, but preserving life total and everything, as we see Ragavan comes back
I thought we were going to see trading shock tapped lands on turn 1, and just that would have been incredible.
It would have been nice. As it does look like Patrick's going to bobble. Hayden here, get a little bit of information.
Was that Ragavan number 2?
It was definitely a red thing. It might have been a Pyro, but it could have been a Ragavan.
Sure.
Patrick back into the tank.
And this can be some of the hardest part of playing this, or one of the hardest parts of playing this deck, is knowing when you're supposed to cantrip.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very powerful effect, but one that gets better the kind of more you know about things, and also the more things are ahead for you, right? When you're behind a little bit under the gun for this Ragavan, it could be a little scary to maybe, tap out for this instead of holding something else up.
All right, so he just has a Scalding Tarn and a passing of the turn. Hayden gets to untap with Ragavan, but if there's one on top, you don't want to kill it on your turn.
That's true. Yeah, and we're seeing Patrick's going to fetch in response and then just Unholy Heat down this Ragavan.
Have to do it in combat to get around that dash ability. So now Patrick knows if he draws the Surgical again, the Cabal Therapy mode is online.
That's true. Yeah, and I mean that's big. I mean, like I it's very real. Like, it came up, and had we done that last game, I mean, the way the game played out, it would have been pretty good. So now you want to obviously manage in each situation for its own merits, of course.
No, definitely, of course.
But also, maybe I should do it. Maybe I should run it back. Why shouldn't I?
Why shouldn't I?
That's right. As Patrick, 4 cards in graveyard, Delirium had.
All right, so we see a fetch in that Ghost Vacuum we talked about between games 1 and 2, and Ragavan number 2 getting out under the Cabal Therapy mode.
Yep. Ragavan down, Delirium gone. Everything's going bad quickly.
Yeah, this one's pretty tough. Ghost Vacuum is one of the cards that Patrick doesn't have a ton of real answers to in his deck. It looks like most of his artifact removal is just Meltdown, which is more going wide and so targeted. I don't think he could afford to bring it in here. I think this is going to be a real problem as this game progresses.
Agreed. Looks like it was land Unholy Heat, Murktide here for this expressive iteration. And also you're seeing why players are moving away from Unlicensed Hearse, a card that was one of the premium sort of Ghost Vacuum slots just a year ago. This 1 mana nature of this card, even though it hits 1 less card, allowed for us to double spell, and that was huge here for Hayden.
An expressive iteration, putting the Unholy Heat face up. Just going ahead, tell Hayden what's up.
Yeah, and we're going to see that in Holy Heat. And, this is what Patrick wants to do, right? Like, we want to interact. We want to make sure the board's clear and then stick that Murktide and get to that combat step. That's just the missing piece from last game. We didn't get that chance to start swinging.
And he's being very, very loud about the fact that he wants to fill his graveyard at this point. He really needs to get a Murktide down sooner rather than later because the door on when he's going to be able to do that is going to close.
Yep. Overloading the graveyard is a great way to do that. And, we mentioned you want a big Murktide. With our opponent at 17, they're probably going to fetch again. If you get a 6/6 Murktide, that's a 3-turn clock. Right?
No, it's not bad.
So even though that you have an 8/8, obviously, right? But it's going to be enough to get the door down here. So we're going to see if Patrick can get there. I didn't see, we saw Unholy Heat was one of the expressive iterated cards. I'm not sure if the land was what Patrick kept, maybe needing it, or the Murktide. We'll see as the game develops.
Right. I think this is a game where Patrick's pretty firmly in the aggro seat.
Yep. We need to be the one closing the game out. Even though from Hayden's side you might feel like, oh, I've got to get stuff on the board and stick something. He keeps killing everything. Patrick knows if it goes long, I can't quite keep up with you unless I get running iterations and you get a little unlucky. Yeah,
I think last game we saw that Hayden has the ability to really turn the corner. I know Arena of Glory and Flage is kind of the thing that a lot of people expect, but the rate that Goblin Bombardment can just surprise your opponent with 6 damage out of nowhere is colossal.
I like this a lot from Hayden. Thraben Charm, exile the graveyard. Just the way Patrick plays, like you're saying, clearly trying to overlord the graveyard, trying to fight through this Ghost Vacuum.
Wow.
This is the backup mode on this card, but it's good.
I'm so impressed. That is so good. Oh, my God. You can tell Hayden has played a lot of Modern.
Yeah, really heads-up play there and someone who's getting what's happening here. Not a free one for Patrick round 1. He's having to earn it here as Bobble was taken off the expressive iteration.
It's a free one, right? It's on the house.
Yeah, you don't even have to use it now. You can wait.
Right. One of the really nice things about this Bobble in particular is it doesn't mean you have to use your expressive iterations on lands, which I know you hate having to do.
It's the fail mode. Listen, I want my EI to be spell.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
Right. And this is really giving him the chance to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think this Ghost Vacuum, I cannot emphasize enough what a big problem this is going to be. I think Patrick won game 1 on the back of Snapcaster Mage and some flashy stuff with Dragon's Rage Channeler. And those are both things that Ghost Vacuum is just so good at stopping.
Yep. Good play here from Patrick. Make sure to wait till the Surveil's done. Pop it now so if we draw a counterspell, we'll have that up and live. You've seen Patrick sometimes do it on the other times just to sort of wait and have a little bit more information about what was coming down for fetching and things like that. But getting it here where counterspell is so big, the board's empty. We don't want Hayden to go Seasoned Pyromancer, discard 2 things, get some bodies, let alone if there's a Flage among them. Obviously, that would be disastrous. Saucelot Pride gets cast.
All right. Are we going to see a way to gain life right now? No, just passing the turn. I really love that even in the world where Ocelot Pride isn't immediately getting value, it lets Hayden do 2 things. It let him stay in position, having mana available, and it also forces Patrick to commit mana to answer it.
It's very huge here. And something that could easily eat, a Pyroclasm by its own merit.
Yes, yes, exactly. In-step Surveil land from Patrick. Both players kind of get into the small game selection part of things.
Yeah, you're seeing Patrick immediately bend, and he's saying pass. And this is a spot where I like this from Hayden. Let me just get rid of this right now because you could play a Murktide. Looks like there's maybe a little communication error, but we got that taken care of.
I think he was like, I'll just exile a card. Oh, wait, I couldn't see the bobble behind your deck. I want to go after the artifact for delirium reasons.
Yeah.
Makes
also,
sense.
maybe was pointing to it. Patrick thought was pointing to a land. Who cares? Who cares? But good
I
play
really
there.
appreciate at this level. There's sort of these players. It's a real respect the game thing. Where it's like, okay, yeah, no, that's obviously what you meant. That's cool. Let's just fix it and move on instead of it being a whole judge call.
Yeah, we saw the Static Prison in the first game too. Patrick reminded Hayden, right? He did it in the main phase. Very easily missed the trigger.
Yep.
But Patrick's like, it's clear, man. I know what you're trying to do. That's all good.
Ooh.
Oh, if you see, this is why you got to watch your opponent's eyes. Patrick looks over at your graveyard. I know Surgical's up top. I'm ready. You can't catch me. As Murktide goes to the bottom, Patrick knows it's going to be a little hard to develop that.
Right. It's one where you're not really in the business of casting 7-mana 3/3s.
Oh, well, at least the second one. Even though you typically do want to cast your second Murktide.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Patrick's probably played in an era where that was a deal.
Yeah. Yeah, Patrick just plays with these cards. He just tells us, he's like, dang, these are so much better than these 3/3s with downside I used to play with.
Have you seen this thing?
Yeah, it's incredible. I wish I had a better Patrick impression. I don't have a good Patrick.
Listen, we can work on it later, but right now, Patrick's working on a Murktide Regent for 3-mana impression. That's a relief if you're in his seat.
Yeah, I mean, getting this 5/5 down is big. And, if Hayden ever fetches again, it turns into a 3-turn clock, and we have this pressure. And also, we saw with Bolts, this is going to end the game very quickly.
Oh, my God. Okay, and land number 5 being fetched very fast from Hayden. I don't see a Seasoned Pyromancer. It's just an Elegant Parlor. What if? What if?
I mean, if we bend the Flash here and bring it back with Arena of Glory, that's going to be all she wrote. It would not shock me if Patrick Sullivan concedes.
I am literally...
Please.
I am tensing up in my seat. You can see the laugh.
See, if I'm Hayden, I tank,
Please.
Flash.
Listen, Patrick, I got a lot of love for you, buddy. God, that would be so sick.
All right, I'll say this. If we are doing it for the flair of tanking on the Flash, it's a little too long now.
No, it's not.
It's too long.
No, it's not.
It's too long.
Okay, he left it on top.
All right,
he left it on top. It's not God, I was so ready.
I'll tell you this, though. We do have Showdown the Scald mana. If that came in, this would be a great spot to develop. But we talked about it in sideboarding. They developed the Murktide. Maybe you develop the Showdown. Try and find that Static Prison. Try and find that Galv Discharge. Sort of take over the game. This is Hayden's probably one last chance to cleanly get it down if it's in hand. Now, I don't know what's in Hayden's hand, but...
Oh, just a pass of the turn with 4 mana up. I'm looking over the deck list. I think this is just... The path looks like it might be clear for Murktide Regent.
Yeah, one thing we haven't talked about is Ghost Vacuum does have an activated ability. But if you can get rid of it for 6 mana, you get 1/1 ghost versions of the creatures with have flying. So that is a way to chump block this Murktide for a couple turns. So we might see Hayden actually go after my own Ragavan, go after my own Ocelot Pride type cards in the graveyard, and just pop that and buy us 1 or 2 turns.
I mean... That's pretty nice, especially whenever they help you hit the City's Blessing. They're good with Goblin Bombardment. There's a lot of ways for Hayden to use that.
Yeah, and they still have their text. It's still Ragavan, right? So if Patrick attacks, you just be like, all right, block with the Pride one, gain a life, attack with the Ragavan one, boom.
Okay. Well, all right. Murktide gets in while the getting's good on Patrick's side. Hayden down to 10, I believe.
And you're also seeing one of the things that happens when you bring in a lot of cards to fight over these graveyards with these decks that need them but don't need them, if that makes sense. You use cards like Ghost Vacuum, like Thraben Charm, that have other modes that can't come up, but it just put Hayden down some cards. And these EIs from Patrick in the mid-game here are really paying off now as we have a chance to sort of still have a bunch of cards in hand, a bunch of things to do.
Okay, and we see Hayden building up some energy with Galvanic Discharge on this Dragon's Rage Channeler. Surveil triggers on the stack from a Mishra's Bauble, but Hayden's going to net that couple energy.
Yeah, and I think Hayden might be going Discharge into... Okay, I thought there was a second there where Hayden was lining up another Discharge.
Patrick driving home that this Bauble's on the stack. It's targeting Hayden. Looks at a card. Liked what he left on top with the Surveil. Pyroclasm. Okay, this is a spot where Patrick knows what he's going to draw, and he just wants to use his mana while he can.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe it's like a Murktide on top, and that's like, hey, I'm trying to overload this Ghost Vacuum, play this land, and just guarantee that like I try to get like an X's 1 on my extra Murktide, because other cards exiled will grow the Murktide that's in play, so
oh, and look at this from Hayden. He targeted his own Ocelot Pride with Ghost Vacuum, just like you said.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hayden, very heads up, knows that that's a way that we can maybe get across the finish line here. DRC also in Patrick's graveyard. That's another thing we can put underneath here and keep us off Delirium. So pretty big plays coming out here. See Hayden sort of lining things up. Patrick knows that there's no discharges here from Hayden. He tapped up. Yeah, and I like this here, main phase 2. Just get rid of that. No chance for Delirium. Also no chance for the Murktide to come down and be more mana free-ish. You know what I mean?
And I almost wonder if Patrick left a Pyroclasm on top.
Yeah, that would make sense. Just like play the Pyro, be like, okay, dog,
yeah,
you know.
2 mana removal spell's fine.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, expressive iteration.
Sure.
Yeah, that's why would you only take the second card if you could take the second, third, and fourth card?
Okay, so look at this. Patrick actually has a Ragavan in that EI pile, changing up how he's playing in the tournament. You see this so often from players. We have plans that we adapt to how our opponent plays, and I love this from Patrick. He came in with a pretty clean boom cut, which you'll see in the deck tech later on this weekend with Nick Miller. But it's like, hey, things have changed. I'm on the play. The way my opponent played, I'm going to bring in another Ragavan.
And something that sticks out to me is that despite hitting a lot of lands, those expressive iterations mean that Patrick does just have a ton of gas going into the late game.
Totally. And I mean, and this is one of those things where, you know, if we were talking about this a year and a half ago, players would be like, yeah, obviously EI is good. Yeah, like it's the best card advantage card in Modern. Yeah. But since the release of the One Ring, a lot has changed in Modern, and EI is a good card, but not sort of the end-all, be-all. It used to be, you know, if my opponent top deck an EI, I'd be like, oh, no, how do I ever catch up if they don't hit, like, triple land?
Right. This format has become so much more about these incremental advantages rather than about a 4-mana draw 10.
Yep. Unless it's the One Ring. Then I'm all about 4-mana draw 10s.
Well, no, it's not anymore. We, you know, aside from the unpleasantness, that's something that isn't going to be legal anymore in Modern. Okay, so there's a fetch for a basic island from Patrick. Maybe growing another Murktide region?
Maybe another expressive iteration? Oh, it is a Pyro.
Trigger on the Dragon's Rage Channeler with the Ghost Vacuum tapped.
Yeah, the Ghost Vacuum's down.
Oh!
But I don't. Do we have? Oh, we do have Delirium.
Yes.
Okay, with the land, nice.
Oh my!
That's huge.
Come on.
Yeah, and I'm just double checking. Yep, we have Delirium here.
Oh
no. So we don't because there's
they're
no
all sorceries.
They're all sorceries.
They're all sorceries. You're
okay.
totally correct.
Okay. I still got it. Dash Ragavan, though, that's who still has it as an attack for 7.
Okay, and that's huge. Hayden's all of a sudden in bolt range.
And you know what Patrick loves.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Patrick, no nonsense, would have bolted already. But a Johnny, now that's some nonsense Patrick might get into.
Oh, no. This is one where, depending on how it's worded, if it's worded like Origins Walkers, very much not something you want to cast, because if the cat token dies, Hayden would get the Planeswalker back.
That is how it works. You know, I thought we might see it just because, right? Like, we kill the Johnny, well, then Murktide's in play. But it looks like Patrick maybe has stuff he'd rather do with his mana. He's going to let that happen.
I mean, Hayden's under the gun. He has to do something right now immediately to stop this Murktide Regent from killing him.
And Hayden's taking a think.
Oh, Ghost Vacuum.
Yep, and now these are 1/1 flying ghosts. The DRC might actually be a 3/3 because of Delirium.
I see instant creature, artifact, land. Yeah, I see 4.
All right, well, we got those. Not something Hayden's deck's really built to do, but can do.
Yeah, look, any port in a storm.
Yep, that's true.
Oh, they have flying counters.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
yeah,
I'm saying it might be a 3/3 back to normal.
Oh,
Snap.
Snapcaster through the Ghost Vacuum on the Pyroclasm.
Yeah, but Hayden's 3/3 DRC matters so much here.
Oh, my God.
Looks like there's going to be a slight pause in the match real quick here.
Okay.
We're going to double check on that in a second here. But, yeah, I mean, that was great
Oh
sort of
my God.
moment here. This little things come up, and this is why Magic is one of the best games of all time. Hayden never built his deck with DRC, Delirium in mind against the blue-red Murktide deck, and here he is in round 1 of the regional championship having to do it. I mean, this is so exciting.
The intricacy of playing all of these cards is not lost on me. Right, there's something where there are so many cards on turn, 2? We were going, is Patrick even going to be able to use these?
Definitely. And that I think there might be something to the Murktide region supposed to get bigger. I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but that should get a counter.
Oh. Okay, yeah, all right. So it looks like it's just a mistrigger. Ragavan gets developed. Patrick passes the turn back.
Yep.
And now Hayden's once again in a rough spot.
Yep. And you see Patrick didn't attack there, Carmen, of course, because 2 damage marked on the on the Murktide and then 3 from the DRC because of Delirium. Would have been a very easy spot to just lose the game, especially after making a little misstep there. You know, good headspace there from Patrick.
Okay, and it looks like we're just catching up on, we're talking with the judge for a second, catching up with the game. It's really easy to miss that stuff. Damage being marked is one of the things that you don't really physically represent in a lot of tabletop Magic like you would on Arena or Magic Online or something like that. So I think that was really impressive to remember that.
Yep. I mean, especially, too, we're talking about right now, it's very easy just to make a mistake and be like, whatever, I plan to attack with this thing for lethal, and then you do it still, right? Because I got to kill the DRC.
Your flow gets interrupted. These are two players where it's round one. They are locked in.
Mm-hmm. And they've had a long match. I mean, you can see in the corner, it's a minute left in the round. Now, there's a time extension here because we're having a judge ruling, so we're going to have a little bit more time when we're done here. But still, this has been about 50 minutes of slobber knocking back and forth. It's crazy.
No, you're totally right, and that's something that comes up with a lot of grindy decks, especially whenever you're playing blue, Expressive Iteration, Snapcaster Mage. Patrick's got a long day ahead of him, and he needs to be playing at this level.
Yep. I mean, especially, too, let's talk, we've been talking about it, right? Is it Murktide? It's not a deck that's super popular here this weekend. Patrick is sort of saying, hey, I'm playing these cards because I think I can play them well, and I'm comfortable with them, I'm used to them. I think it's maybe a little underappreciated, too, so.
And I think it's so interesting how well Hayden has navigated in the face of unknown information. In a lot of cases, we've seen him more or less just saying, okay, I think this is what sort of most of your cards do. It might be most of your cards that I think you could have here that make sense are removal spells. So I'm going to really respect Pyroclasm, for example. We've seen him only develop 1, maybe 2 threats at a time in the post-board games, and it's paid off in a big way. These Pyroclasms from Patrick have not been the most impactful.
Yeah. And I think it's been really good on Hayden's part to make sure they haven't been, right? Hayden has sort of played the game in such a way where Pyroclasm could have been backbreaking in a lot of spots, right? But has just not developed multiple threats. It's just been like, here's one, is that good enough for you? Here's one, is that good enough for you? And just they haven't been as backbreaking as they might have been in maybe a closed deckless environment.
Yeah, it looks like Guide of Souls was the first thing that he reached for when sideboarding, and I really do like that sort of posturing where even outside of the games with Pyroclasm, which very obviously can punish something like the way that Guide of Souls tells you to play, it's not good whenever your resources are getting picked apart. It gives Patrick a lot of opportunity to just say, okay, sure, you have a Soul Warden variant. I'm going to pick off your next creature or two, and you have gained 2 life. Congratulations.
Yeah, and especially looking at the way, too, that Hayden sideboarded and wants to play the games, having the higher impact solo threats definitely makes a lot of sense.
All right, and it looks like the players are picking their cards up with a counterspell on the table. I'm feeling like that might be Match Sullivan.
I mean, it's hard to know exactly, but Patrick did have lethal in play with a counterspell on the table. So, you know what? I'm going to take a risk. I'm going to give it to Patrick Sullivan. He won this round.
Yeah, that one was really tight. We'd see the players sideboarding at the table. That was such a sick game. What a way to kick off the regional championships, right?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't ask for a better round one. What a great time. I mean, all these little nuance mattered. It was huge.
All right, and you know what? I think we should hear a little bit more from Patrick about how his deck was built. We have a deck tech from him and Nick Miller in the sideboard. We'll see you soon.
Hello, welcome back to the sideboard here at the Regional Championship, part of SCGCON Portland. I'm Nick Miller alongside famed commentator and hashtag content creator now, Patrick Sullivan. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well.
You're on the floor battling this weekend, a change of pace. You won a RCQ with the Wizards deck that you're fond of playing, and now you're here in the modern format.
Yeah, so the story there was I basically played in an RCQ to spite my family. Their behavior was not great, and I canceled a plan that we had on Saturday and decided to spend the morning instead playing an RCQ. So I picked up my trusty Pioneer Wizards deck. They had printed Slickshot Show Off. That card's nice. So drove around to an RCQ right outside of Denver, about 30 people, and won that. So now I'm here.
And you're not playing a burn deck or Goblin Guides in this format. Mm-hmm. You are playing almost a flash from the past here, a blue-red mid-range deck, Murktide Regent, Ragavan, Dragon's Range Channeler. Why is this speaking to you?
Well, I didn't really have the time or inclination to test very much. And so in that spot, I'm going to just play something that's in my wheelhouse or in my comfort zone. I know that I have a resume or reputation with burn, but in Legacy, I typically play Delver strategies, and this is pretty much the closest thing. I also thought it was a decent metagame call in some abstract sense because all the best decks play with creatures, and most of the best decks have some vulnerability to counterspells. They're trying to resolve something big. And so in a metagame where your creature removal is live and your counterspells are likely to be, better than what they look like, I think a deck like this is reasonable.
Now, I know originally on the unbanning announcement, Twin was here, Mox Opal, all that stuff. You were toying with playing Twin. That didn't shake out. How come?
The big thing here, I think, is open deck lists. I think it would be a different conversation if people didn't know ahead of time. You could talk about playing a little bit of Twin in your main deck, or maybe even sideboarding it as far as a transformation package. But with open deck lists, the fact that because people are playing so many creatures, creature removal is kind of in all the decks. It just didn't quite work the right way. I'd rather just play better cards on raw rate than mess around trying to do some sort of Exarch Twin thing.
Okay, let's take us through the suite here. We've got Alpha counter spells, Alpha lightning bolts, and then we have some of the newer cards here. Expressive Iteration, this was all the rage, a few years ago. I almost forgot the card was in the format. Full four of these, and explain why.
Well, you have a lot of interaction, and that has a habit of slowing the game down. And once the game is slowed down, this card's really, really powerful. It does underperform in the extreme matchups because you just don't have the time, and you really want to wait until you have 3 mana or you're at your third turn so you can just play a land as part of the selection suite. So a combination of, I expect the games to be kind of on a slower tenor than they usually are in Modern, with you have a lot of cheap interaction. Some of your interaction, in fact, costs 0. And so that's a really good way of getting the game into a spot where iteration can really shine.
Creature Suite, Murktide Regent, Dragon Rage Channeler, Ragavan here. You've, of course, got a Snapcaster Mage and a Subtlety hanging out. You're looking to play a game where you control the board, accrue a little advantage, and then close the door with something like with a Murktide, I assume?
Yes. And Murktide avoids a lot of the removal in the format, particularly in the black matchups where Fatal Push doesn't operate. It's also just pretty awesome on rate, and you have some backdoor ways to exile more stuff to kind of surprise people in combat.
One, the Snapcaster Mage is part of your 4 one-ofs. Talk through each of these and why you included them.
So remember open deck lists, so opponent knows about these one-ofs. Also with Iteration, with Dragon's Rage Channeler, Preordained, Mishra's Bauble plus a shuffle effect, you have a lot of selection. Your one-ofs are not fake, like they do come up in the games. So some of it is, I kind of want 1 copy of this card, meets I want my opponent to be aware that there is 1 copy of this card in my deck and have to play around it accordingly. Subtlety is probably the top of the list in terms of even if I'm tapped out, it's possible that I have interaction that can blow up whatever you're trying to do. And the Snapcaster Mage, I think, is a powerful option to have. You pass with all your mana up, and now your range is not just the one-ofs, but one-ofs you've already played that Snapcaster Mage can potentially get back. Spell Snare has the added advantage of being especially good in a lot of the combo matchups as an answer specifically to Breach and a couple other cards as well. And so I want my opponent to have to play around these high leverage one-ofs. And also, because of all of the selection, you have some way of sculpting them in the matchups where they're good versus the matchups where they're bad.
As a player that is known to turn some creatures sideways, I wanted to ask you, how come you didn't consider some of the other decks in the format? We see Boros Energy or the energy decks in general, one of the top dogs in the format, something you did not really consider.
I don't want to look at, the part of this is I just want to look at the cards in my hand and like them. I actually didn't play Consign because I thought it was in Lord of the Rings. I don't want to look at that. So I think the energy deck is strong, and I would expect it to be the most played deck in the tournament, and a lot of my sideboard is dedicated to picking up some percentage points there. But at the end of the day, if I'm going to get on an airplane and play in a big tournament, which I haven't done in 8 years or something like that, and not test also, I want to know the cards that I am playing with, and I want to like looking at them when they are in my hand. So that just excluded energy out of the gate.
All right. How do you feel positionally with this deck? Because you know what the top dogs are.
Yes.
Where are your weaknesses? Where are your strengths, you feel?
I'm short on Eldrazi. I mean, that's, I think, just true, and I don't think that Consign would even really clean it up sufficiently to have a good matchup. I do think that's a place where people often over sideboard is if your game 1 is so bad, bringing in 4 or 6 cards doesn't necessarily move the needle enough to have a positive matchup in the aggregate. And so I'd rather just devote the resources to Energy and Breach, which I think are going to be, both are extremely good decks and likely to be, 2 of the top 3 decks in terms of representation.
Speaking of the sideboard, full 4 Pyroclasms, assuming this is for Energy.
Yeah, I mean, largely for Energy. There is a nice element here in terms of sideboarding where The matchups where you want Pyroclasm are often matchups where Ragavan is very bad because they just have cheap creatures they're good at blocking. And so you get an easy 4/4 swap, and then you're leaning very heavily on Dragon's Rage Channeler and Murktide Regent, which are immune to Pyroclasm.
Yeah. We've got Meltdowns for all the artifact decks. There's Mox Opals running amok.
Yes. Yeah, it's basically the Mox Opal, Mox Amber, Tamiyo suite of decks. Grinding Station Breach is like kind of the top of the list, but there's other decks out there that lean on those 12 cards.
Yeah. And Annul, of course, cleaner answers for stuff like Breach, all the pieces in Breach.
Specifically the card Breach. I think that people overestimate their ability to keep that card from resolving with soft counters. And my hope here is that I have a suite of creatures that can kind of constrain the timeline of the game. They do lean on Emery and Tamiyo, so your bolts do work as far as disruption goes. And then if the game goes in a place where it's kind of slowed down, they can play around Spell Pierce, they have some backdoor way of resolving it. Annul is a much more reliable answer than some of the soft counters.
Yeah, just know for sure it's not resolving.
Right.
One-ofs, we got Blood Moon, Dismember, another one from the main, Surgical Extraction, Grafdigger's Cage, Dispel, and Force of Negation. Anything in particular you're targeting here, or just you want the most utility you can get?
It is a lot of, they're high leverage one-ofs where the second copy is often bad, and there is a spread or an overlap with them where, again, with open deck lists, people have to play around both. Dispel and Force of Negation have a lot of overlap, but they are good in different spots, and I also, again, want my opponent to have to be playing around both of them at the same time, or know that they're taking a risk if they're ignoring one of them in a particular spot.
How we feeling coming into the day, getting ready to battle?
The deck's washed, but I'm not.
Not gonna have anything better to say than that. Patrick, good luck. Stay tuned for all the action here in Portland.
Howdy, gamers, and welcome back to the Regional Championships in Portland at SCGCON. I'm Carmen Klemperens. I'm with Mason Clark. Man, oh God, Modern is back in full force, man.
It really is. I mean, that round one with Patrick Sullivan was so good.
I know.
It was an amazing one. I can't wait to see who we have in the future match here for round number 2. It's going to be a great day.
I know, and for anyone who was there for the end of round 1, just to kind of fill in the blanks a little bit, there was a bit of a miscommunication on Ghost Vacuum versus Dragon's Rage Channeler actually being a 3-3 in the face of a Pyroclasm. And at the end of the day, the Dragon's Rage Channeler had to make a bad attack, a forced attack into a Murktide region, and Patrick did end up closing that one out, but the game was unbelievable.
Yeah, it was a really great first match. I'm really glad we got to cover that one. I mean, Patrick Sullivan, obviously one of the legendary commentators. Great to commentate one of his games, but also just a good game, you know? There's always the fear. You get someone like Patrick in the future match here or whatever, we're really excited, and he just falls over. You know? And we had a great round 1.
It was 49 minutes of magic, right? Like, normally it's like, okay, well, you know, we're going to go to one match, we're going to jump to another, and we're going to get bits and pieces, but we got a whole story there. We saw players sideboarding reactively, just taking every single inch and flipping things on their head, where I think we would have called both of the sideboard games wrong on turn 2, where we saw an early Ghost Vacuum come down, and we go, well, that's, I don't want to call it, but, and then Patrick showed us why we shouldn't call it.
Yeah, and did a great job navigating around that. And really, you know, a good lesson on, like, hey, if there's something in your way, like, hey, especially that Thraben Charm backing up the Ghost Vacuum to fight over the graveyard.
Hayden navigated that stuff flawlessly.
Yeah,
I
did really well.
love the way that he positioned his cards in the face of the, kind of an old mainstay of the format, or old guard? It's not a mainstay anymore, and is it Murktide?
Yeah, a midday former guard of the format. I don't know. We're gonna workshop that one.
Yeah, no, we'll work on it. But now we have a bunch of people who have been doing a bunch of awesome work compiling a metagame breakdown for us. So let's see how the chips have fallen. This is as 2 top decks as there possibly could be. Exactly the same numbers on Teamer Breach variants and energy variants. So that's going to be Boris usually seasoning to taste with a couple of other cards, but this is a diverse metagame.
Yeah, I mean, this is really diverse. I mean, I think there's a couple things that jump out to me. The big one is, and going kind of out of the weekends and this event, is everyone sort of said, Carmen, well, energy is going to be the one that's the most played. Like, Breach might be better than energy. You know, some people think that's the case, but Breach is a lot harder to play. The energy cards are a lot more straightforward, and it's not like the energy cards are bad, right? They're still very strong cards. So there's some amount of like, well, a lot of players will do that. Well, players came out this weekend, you know, 203 said, hey, I can do it with Breach. 203 said I can do it with these energy variants. And they make up, you know, just under 20% of the metagame. But the metagame is rich as we go down the ramp here. I mean, we see Eldrazi ramp second place there, you know, with sort of the only other deck that is above a 10% representation of the metagame. But then we see Orzhov Blink, a deck that has been very popular, coming in at number 4. You know, we talked earlier in the day about how that deck was one that players were really excited about, but some were a little maybe cautious to pick up. But at the event here, you know, just under 10% of the room decided, hey, this is the deck I want to try to go to the Pro Tour with.
And we're seeing a bunch of the recent bans and unbans impacting this a lot. I know we just talked a little bit about the energy decks kind of falling a bit more out of favor with Amped Raptor hitting the ban list most recently. Is a light ding to the deck, but it can still hang, obviously. A lot of players feeling good about it this weekend. But we see unbans doing a bunch of work. I know we've talked a little bit about the Teamer Breach variants being propped up by Mox Opal, but we see Amulet Titan. You can see Yawgmoth about halfway down the page there, making use of Green Sun Zenith. Not that much Faithless Looting.
Yeah, Faithless Looting is the one that I think people were really excited about, and it's something that we see. You know, some people did bring this weekend. We saw some variations of it, but they didn't come in full force here. And I think that's one that, you know, maybe the current metagame just isn't quite breaking out on, because it is one of these stronger cards that was unbanned. You know, it's a very efficient card. So I'm curious to see long-term how looting fits itself into the format. You know, we see Reanimator here with Esper and Grixis. Obviously, the Grixis one is able to looting in that shell and sort of does quite often. So it's going to be cool to see with time how it works, sort of weasels its way back to the top, because I think a thing that's important to remember, Carmen, is sometimes decks take a little bit to break in. I think if you talked to me about 5 or 6 weeks ago, we would have talked about a lot of these decks that are the 5 of the 4 here at the top. That's not Orzhov Blink. And we're like, those are the top decks of the metagame. And then Blink came in and made big waves. Sometimes it just takes the players figuring those little things out to really sort of have the ripples in the format. And these older formats with these large card pools take a lot of time and practice to really figure and smooth and iron things out. So So with time, I think Faithless Looting will eventually become a really big part of the format.
Yeah, and I think there's even some almost onus of proof that falls on a lot of decks, where the Eldrazi ramp decks are something that I think really made a name for themselves in Prague most recently, where we saw a really nice showing and a lot of awesome covered matches of that deck being able to show that it can hang against the top decks of the format, and now it's the third most played deck.
Yeah, these things have huge effects. And, Aether Drift is just now coming out this weekend. There's pre-releases going on. And there are cards in that set that kind of work pretty well with Faithless Looting. And some of the cards that Faithless Looting historically has been a big fan of, like Hollow One, for example. So I'm interested to see, as the format goes on, is maybe that what the Faithless Looting needed?
I know. There's so many other things in the space of Marauding Mako that I'm really excited to see what those end up doing with Faithless Looting in the coming weeks.
Yeah, one of my favorite cards and favorite art from the new set.
I know.
Well, actually, let's take a look at the standings when it comes to our players and see how they're all doing, as some of your favorites might be up here.
Ooh, a lot of old SCG pros here. You can see David Inglis is someone who actually did great in the online era of SCG. Tangrams, for anyone who's played against him on Magic Online, won a bunch with Jund Food back in the day. Doing well with another sort of graveyardy combo deck in Grinding Breach, off to a good start.
Yeah, and I mean, a bunch of the names you're going to see on here. We have Sean Beardsley, Jake Beardsley, our Pro Tour champion of Lord of the Rings, brother. 1-0. Boris Energy was talking to him before the event. Has some spice in the sideboard. We got Molten Rain, blowing up some lands. No Charmaws over here. Pop, take 2.
And something that's really interesting is you've seen some people on things like Molten Rain. You've even seen Stone Rain show up out of the Eldrazi decks because Ugin's Labyrinth can cast it so quickly.
Yeah, honestly, I was surprised, that Patrick didn't have Alpha Stone Rains in his sideboard. I was expecting to look it up and see that after all the nice Alpha cards. Maybe a deck building error or something we can improve upon for Charlotte.
I know. Is Stone Rain in Alpha?
I think it is. Maybe it's not. I thought it was an Alpha card.
I'm actually not positive. Please don't
tweet at SCG so that we know all about it.
I know Sinkhole is, which is what gives me pause.
Oh, well, we'll have to find out. We'll do some research in our off rounds about that.
So, on the note of the metagame developing and some decks coming into favor, some have fallen out of favor. I know Dimir Oculus is something that did not really do so hot in Canada.
Yeah, I mean, this was a deck that, I think going into things, people thought had a much better matchup versus both Breach and Eldrazi. And I think that is sort of where it all kind of started to fall apart a bit, is their matchups aren't terrible. It's not like I'm upset to play those matchups as the Oculus' deck. But they're not as good as I think a lot of players thought they would be. And that is sort of why we're seeing that deck fall off. And we're seeing some great innovations. I mean, players are putting Pest Control and Splashing White in order to have some of their tools there, so that's super exciting. And they're also having things like Stony Silencified over Breach.
And we have our featured players for this round. So we've got Orzhov Blink and Eldrazi Ramp. We have Ray Zhang playing Eldrazi Ramp. And this is someone, if you've played very much online, you've almost certainly played against CFT Sock on Magic Online. CFT SOC, combo for the sake of combo. For anyone who doesn't know, this is someone who did a lot to popularize big mana combo decks in Standard with the Aftermath Analyst decks in Murders of Karlov manner.
I mean, let's be honest, this has done a lot to innovate Magic in the last year. CFT has been one of the people who's just breaking decks constantly. Yes. I mean, the Slogurk deck is also a deck that, they helped iterate on a lot, and it's just a very popular deck builder and strong player. We've seen, perform at the highest level recently very well, and I'm very excited to see, its take on this deck.
And I'm really excited seeing Hunter Ovington. This is someone who is on Orzhov Blink. These feel like the new decks of the weekend, right? I know Eldrazi Ramp is one that it's more that it's rising and it still kind of needs to prove that it's that it is going to stand the test of time. Orzhov Blink needs to prove that it can hang at a tournament.
Yeah, it's interesting, too, because the Canadian RC, it lost in the finals.
Yes.
Right? So it's put up one good finish. But for a lot of people, one good finish doesn't make a house, right? We have to sort of prove consistently. And this is the first big chance since then to really do it, It was there somewhere in Europe, but in Europe they had a lot of, differing decks. Like, they really liked Affinity. That was one of the big things that was going on over there that we haven't seen as much of, that maybe Aether Drift will change up a little bit here. But yeah, I'm really excited to see how this goes. And, there's a couple things I'm looking out for, like main deck White Orchid Phantoms. We have 2 here for Hunter. That's a big thing to have.
That is literally just how we drew it up.
Yeah, and then here's the other thing. So, we talked about this being black-white. We've got some consigns. We're technically Esper, legally speaking. We have 4 consigned to memories in the sideboard, Carmen. That is for this matchup, for the Eldrazi. We're ready. And it looks like both players are ready, so let's head on down.
All right, let's take it on down to the feature match area. This is round 2 of the regional championships in Portland. Ray Zhang at the top with Eldrazi Ramp against Hunter Ovington, Orzhov Blink. Really excited for this. Reijing CFT Sock has some counter spells in the main deck. This is interesting. These are spell snares.
Yeah, and this makes a lot of sense. Having a little bit of interaction, even in your ramp deck, is pretty good. And Spell Snare is in such a great place in Modern right now.
All right, we see Hunter starting things off with an Aether Vial, old signature of Modern that has fallen off until recently.
Yeah, we haven't seen it in a long time, but we finally have a good enough creature deck to really want to incentivize that. It also really needs the mana. Threats have trended down in mana cost recently, so you haven't maybe needed his Vial as much, but this deck has a lot of 3s.
And on the other side, Ray just Utopia Sprawl, Divination mode on Null Drifter, accruing some mana and some cards, Overlord of the Baelmerk. Another permanent with counters for Hunter that is just saying, okay, I think I want to play a lot of turns, but against Eldrazi, I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the nice things about Overlord is it's your card advantage engine, but you can also just sort of turn it into a 5/5 very quickly, right?
Yep.
Sort of the fastest draw Hunter here has is Felia, end of turn 2, into impin this Overlord, attack Flicker, but you can also see Flicker Wisp on 3, which is the same speed, right?
Picking up Aven Interrupter off of Overlord of the Baelmerk, having that card face up is going to create some sub-games.
It really is, and it's going to sort of force the hand here as we do see another Utopia Sprawl coming down. I love this from Ray. You don't want to go all in on one land because of cards like Flicker Wisp.
Yep, and look at this. Another Evoked Null Drifter. Is Ray going to miss a land drop?
Maybe. It's a little hard to make it out. I can definitely tell the Kozilek's commands in hand.
Okay, they're thinking, which has me thinking it's either a fetch land or something like that.
Yeah, and it looks like it is a Misty, so we are going to be doing some fetching here. Right down to 17 seems, so we are going to be doing some shocking as well. And to Ancient Stirrings.
This is one that it is not a given in the Eldrazi decks right now, which is a huge surprise to me. How do you not play Ancient Stirrings all the time?
Yeah, I know. For some people like you who played a lot of Magic back, in the 2016s, there was talk from players like this card needs to be banned in Modern.
Look,
it's too
I'm going to
good.
pop my teeth in and really tell y'all a story about Ancient Stirrings.
But yeah, we haven't seen as much because players have been wanting more higher impact cards. And one of the things that, we didn't really mention because, it's such a thing that players always do is there's no Devourer of Destinies here for Ray. That is how we made room for these Ancient Stirrings is, listen, I think this is a better card selection card.
Sure, that makes a lot of sense to me. And Ancient Stirrings picks up a Talisman of Curiosity. Ray is just ramping the good old-fashioned way.
Yeah, and this is, something that's really powerful that this deck gets to do and matters a lot in post-board games. This isn't going to come up here, but against cards like Obsidian and Charmaw, big parts of the format, that's why they can be liabilities, and you're seeing players move to things like Molten Rain.
And I think something that sticks out to me is it doesn't look like Ray is very interested in using something like Ugin's Labyrinth in the face of Flicker Wisp or that Ghost of the White Orchid. Or Phantom of the White Orchid, rather. These are cards that are a huge liability, or if you put 2 cards into one land.
Mm-hmm. We are going to see, looks like Hunter is going to actually, instead of Flicker Wisp and the Overlord, it's going to go after the land, getting that Utopia Sprawl gone. Looks like we're just making sure, I think the Utopia Sprawls are on different named colors, so we want to make sure we're getting the one that we wanted to get.
Yeah, that makes some sense. And a lot of this is going to be Hunter having to weigh pressure versus disruption.
Yep. And it makes a lot of sense, too. We're getting Danger close to 7 mana. That's where things really start to get out of hand for these Eldrazi decks.
Okay, sure. So Talisman of Curiosity comes down. That's mana number 5. Another Talisman, 6.
Knocking on the door, but no land for turn.
Oh, that's really tough, especially in the face of that Aven Interrupter.
Yeah. Now, it looks like Ray has Emrakul the Promised End, Emrakul the Promised Hand, Kozilek's Command as some of the cards in hand.
Oh, Kozilek's Command? Really tough if it gets plotted.
Really tough. That is not the one you want over there. Emrakul the Promised End, really tough to plot as well for different reasons.
I mean, that one doesn't sound so bad to plot.
Well, they get a cast trigger, and then you cast it again when you plot.
Yes, of course.
And so, if you're Ray, that sounds not bad to get plotted at all.
All right, Hunter does have an Instep Emperor of Bones off the Aether Vial. Just trying to find more opportunities to push damage. That could start going after Null Drifter, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's like a pretty good thing to get back. All these things are mana sources right now. And we talked about the Promised End. People, I think, disrespect my good friend, the Emperor Bones, a little bit when it comes to the graveyard interruption. When you need specific types, it's good at picking those apart. So right here, we're seeing a massive damage swing, a blowing up of a land in a way with Utopia Sprawl, and just now also the Emrakul the Promised Land is going to be a little harder to cast if the game goes much longer.
Good Lord, that's 11 damage.
Yep. That's a lot quick.
That's a lot of damage. And we do have the Aether Vial on 3, which is going to be even Interrupter mana. Ray has to find something real high impact, real right now.
Yeah, and it's tough. I mean, I think Ray's hand, the last card was Karn, the Great Creator, one of the Secret Lair old border Karns. And that's going to give us access to some cards, but these decks aren't like the Karn decks of old. They don't have this wide 15-card sideboard plan. We have a very lean, mean Fighting Machine sideboard when it comes to Ray this weekend.
Yeah, and this is something that I think we've seen a lot of higher-level players do, is rather than going for a huge spread of checking for every possible situation with Karn the Great Creator, they have some very committed Karn plans, so they still get to have a sideboard in a format like Modern, where making sure that you have haymakers for the right matchups can completely swing a game.
It looks like the other Overlord came down and we're grabbing another Emperor Bones, which means we could null it Drifter again with that other one.
Oh my god. Okay. The Overlords tick down on instep. Null Drifter back to the graveyard. Ray counting their mana.
I think Null Drifter is supposed to be exiled due to the finality counter, but we'll take that in a second.
All right, so here's that Kozilek's command.
I love
Just
this.
cycling it. Just cycling it.
Yeah, you can do 0 on Kozilek's command, and the base mode is you scry X, then you always draw a card. So Ray's saying, hey, target X cards in graveyard 0, scry X. I just need to draw a card because I need to get out of this spot. You know, it's a hard play to do sometimes, but it's the right play a lot of the times.
I mean, it's a Kindred instant in Yard for Emrakul, so it's not like it isn't advancing their game plan.
Ancient Tomb.
Of sorts, but it is not going to be enough as Ray picks them up, and we go ahead and are going to a game 2. Is this the nightmare matchup for Eldrazi?
It's interesting. You know, I've heard from some players they are not bothered at all by this matchup, and the other
but
ones
like in
are
a real way or like a cope way?
But like in a very real way, I've heard some really good arguments, but that's also both directions. That's the thing.
Right, yeah.
Both players, I've seen them be like, this isn't a huge world. And I think what I've heard that makes the most sense to me is that the Orzhov deck has games like this.
Yes.
Right, where I can get on the board quickly, I have a low fail rate, and I can interact enough to sort of keep you at bay and get across the finish line.
Okay, so it feels to me like Ray is the one who really needs to find a way to adapt to what it is that Hunter is doing. Talk to me about their sideboard. Is there anything here that is actually going to help them that much? It looks like a lot of this is pointed towards the mirror.
Yeah, a lot of it's pointed towards the mirror. Unholy Heat, a great way to interact with some of these creatures.
Sure.
We're able to actually get Delirium online pretty easily in this deck, so it's going to be 6. What's one of the interesting things about sort of playing against the black-white deck is there aren't a ton of things you really want to Unholy Heat that aren't, you know, Felia or the Overlord most of the time.
Oh,
because
right,
a lot of the creatures already got their value. So it's like, yeah, I want to kill the Flicker Wisp, I want to get the Recruiter off the board or the Solitude.
That's not what you're bringing in removal for.
Exactly, yeah. And we see here that, you know, Hunter at least wants to know what Keen-Eyed Curator does. And as you see, that card got passed across the table to one another by the player there. That's something that
That's a Bloomburrow special.
Yeah, and, you know, it's a body that can get on the board, but really the big thing about this is, you know, it's kind of like the sequel to Scavenging Ooze for these decks that are green, but only technically so, right? When you think about it, Ray's deck is sort of like a 3-color, or 4-color deck, pardon me. We're kind of Teamer with the colorless, and that's really hard in these sort of things. So I imagine with that, and then Engineered Explosive is something that Ray can get on 3 and, you know, can clean up the battlefield very cleanly. Same for 2, which is another big mana value we see in this matchup. So I can imagine both those things. I'd be curious if Ray wants consign, because you can consign those return triggers off of Felia and Flicker Wisp, which means if we go for our synergies, it could be a way to sort of get a little cheeky thing, a cheeky moment happening. And if you don't have a lot of cards you want in the matchup because your main deck has a bunch of clunkers, then that could be a way to go.
Yeah, it's really interesting where it can even go after some of the like activated abilities of something like a crucial Aether Vial turn or something like that. That sticks out to me as possible. I also think Keen-Eyed Curator against Emperor Bones, which we saw do so much work in that last game. And looking over on the other side, does Hunter even need to sideboard? I mean, even Interruptor is fine.
Yeah, well, we have, 4 consigned memories, which are there for the Eldrazi matchup, like we mentioned at the beginning of the round. So those are obviously going to come in. That is 4 here. I would be surprised if Hunter doesn't bring all 4 in. And then after that, we have some cards you could theoretically bring in. Aven Interrupter, like you mentioned, is pretty nice. That's something that can come in. White Orchid Phantom, you probably want, blows up the double lands. I don't know how much you even really need it once you have like these 4 consigns, but if it's here, it's probably coming in. You can make room or whatever. You have plenty of cards that are sort of situational in these Orzhov Blink decks. Or I guess in this case, Esper Blink, pardon me. And it's going to be something that you're going to want to bring in, but not the end of the world if you don't draw it.
Yeah, my suspicion, having 4 consigned to memory is a pretty loud signal that Hunter doesn't think it's the buy. Maybe his line just lined up, his draw rather, just lined up really well against the half of the deck that Ray drew. But he does feel like he needs a lot of help against them. And I feel like there are a lot of cards he wants to get out of his deck as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that, there are plenty of things you can make the argument for, right? But you kind of just want to trim down a lot and have access to some of these. The one big one is like Skyclave Apparition. It's something it's situationally pretty good, but isn't the greatest when the games go long. I imagine that one's probably going to get the axe, at least the first one, But a lot of these other things I'm imagining trimming on, and including probably Aether Vial. We don't want to get caught with that as our only mana source versus Karn, especially on the draw.
Yeah.
On the play, I imagine it could very easily come back in. It might be a situation, too, where the Aether Vials just stay because they are so powerful. But it is a way to sort of lose a game that, can often be quite good.
And there's a bunch of stuff like Fatal Push where it's just like, what are we actually doing here?
Yeah, those cards just go in and out for sure. So,
all right. Well, if you want to learn more about upcoming Magic events and flash sales, you really want to sign up for the Star City Games newsletter.
Yeah, it's going to have all the information on the upcoming events, set releases, and so much more.
Right. Sometimes they're very fast news updates. There's all kinds of sales where you can save a bunch of money whenever you're picking up Magic products. If you want to learn more information about this, go to starcitygames.com/newsletter.
Yep. And it's on the screen there as well. We'll see you all in Charlotte, March 7th to the 9th.
Ooh, could not be more excited for that one.
RC Part 2.
I know. Oh, yes. Yes, we've got the graphic for it. March 7th to March 9th. Your birthday.
That's right. I'll be there. No better birthday present than good Magic. So that's all I ask y'all to bring.
Right. It's right in my backyard, too. And really, we've seen the format Modern change so much over the last few weeks that it's very easy for me to envision a world where this tournament looks so different from this one, but it's still diverse and awesome.
Yeah, I think this format's going to inform a lot, and with the release of Aether Drift, like we talked about, there's a lot of cards that players were pretty interested to try out this weekend that, they're going to be hitting the streets testing on, and we might have breakout weekends there. So you have to join us there, and if you can't join us in person, make sure to tune in here for coverage.
And looking at Ray's opening hand, we see Hunter take a quick mulligan. It looks like Ray is taking a more conservative approach to ramping and really just wanting to make sure that they have a ton of resources going into this game with a couple of Malevolent Rumbles and some lands.
Yep, and, that's kind of what you're looking for, right? I just want to make my mana, progress forward, and then stick, a big thing or two and call it a day.
Okay, Hunter has one on the bottom, says he's ready to play, and we have a quick commercial district from Ray.
Got a little surveilling going on.
I think
Talisman.
That's a talisman?
Yeah.
It's interesting, right? Whenever you have Imrikul in your deck, Artifact in Yard is not a given.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. Malevolent Rumble does a lot of the work in that regard. So getting that here also to me is a signal that Ray has stuff we're going to do with our 2-mana burst the next couple of turns. Because, Rumble gives you a mana and sets up, double spelling pretty easily. So pretty telling. If I was Hunter in this spot, I'd be like, okay, there's some other accelerant in hand.
Right, yeah.
This
is
is
like, okay, what are you planning on doing for 2 mana if not that?
And nothing for turn 1 here for Hunter. The deck doesn't have many 1-drops besides Vial, Ephemerate, and Fatal Push. Like we mentioned, Fatal Push almost assuredly gone. Ephemerate, not the best thing on turn 1. So this is a pretty common thing you'll see from these Blink decks. And part of why they do play Vial is just to have a 1-drop thing to play. And this is just one of the best 1-drops of all time. Right.
We see Malevolent Rumble from Ray flipping over. All right, at least 1 land and a Null Drifter.
Okay, so Commercial District, Ugin's Labyrinth, and Null Drifter, all pretty reasonable options here. It looks like we're going to go for the Null Drifter and just keep on keeping on.
Yeah, and this is Ray being very loud in that they just are prioritizing quantity of resources. Whenever Hunter is trying to break apart any sort of synergy that Ray might have, Ray is saying, fine, what if I just have 11 lands or ways to tap for mana? What are you going to do against that?
Yep. We're seeing here Ray really tanking on what they want. Looks like they're going to go with the Null Drifter. get the spawn.
Quick fetch from Hunter, and like you said, not anything on turn 1, and a lot of that is because this deck is just trying to win on the back of card quality. All the cards are fine or better, but they generally, for fine or better, you need to spend 2 or 3 mana.
Yep. And you're seeing Hunter here get the Meticulous Archive. That's that blue for Consign. Open deck list, so, Ray knows this is something that's definitely they're going to have to fight through. But that means, hey, when the time comes, we're going to have Consign mana.
Ooh, is that a very fast top or just a very fast think about it?
I think it's a very fast think about it. I'm a little interested, too, to think about something that we hadn't talked too much about, which is you need a good number of blue sources against cards like Sowing Myco Spawn. That's a card that can really mess up these blue lands. Listen, if you're all in on like one Archive or one Hallowed Fountain, which players sometimes do in these kind of matchups, like we'll see from the energy decks maybe later this weekend when it comes to Jeskai. But it looks like we have a couple blues, so we're not totally dead to a Sowing Myco Spawn.
Okay. And Hunter liked the card he saw, Shocks in a Godless Shrine, and is going to kick off playing to the board with Overlord of the Baelmerk impending.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a standout card here in Modern from Duskmourn, and it hasn't seen a ton of standard play just yet, but, I mean, what an impressive card we've seen here. I'm sure players are looking a little closer now in Standard. They're like, okay, maybe I overlooked this Overlord a bit.
And that was a very fast grab of Skyclave Apparition over Boggart Trawler. I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, this might be just we have enough land type stuff, and while Boggart is good, I want to have an out in case a Karn comes down.
Oh, yeah. No, that makes a ton of sense. Yep, totally. All right, Sowing Myco Spawn from Ray getting a second copy of Eldrazi Temple. All of a sudden, they're knocking on the door of hard casting Null Drifters.
Yeah, and that's when things get really tough really fast. And there's a White Orchid Phantom going after the Temple. We saw in Game 1, Ray has a bunch of basics. 3 is the total count.
This
so
is definitely a deck, if you're going to play something like this, you have to know what's coming.
Ooh, and Ephemerate, one of my favorite Magic cards, coming down on the White Orchid Phantom.
Oh, sickos. Sickos.
I like Flicker.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Yes, you do, and that is your right as an American.
Trigger.
You're telling me. All right, Ray gets those first couple of forests, and despite having a bunch of basics and paying some respect to this, they're getting low on them.
Yeah, I mean, having 3 basics is big. I mean, lots of Modern decks just can't do that when they're more than one color, or 2 colors, pardon me. And Ray is like technically 4, you could argue. So it's a big sign that there's a lot of respect going on in that regard. And, the Ephemerate's going to come off rebound here in a second. That's going to blow up another one of the lands. It's going to be a tough spot.
All right, so it doesn't look like Ray is interested in casting a big spell this turn or jumping up in mana with Ugin's Labyrinth, so they're just going to lead on a Malevolent Rebel to give them a second Eldrazi Spawn.
I'm going to have to correct you. Ray would love to cast a big spell.
Well,
Ray
just
can't.
it's complicated, okay?
Yeah. Listen, we're all working through these hard times as Ray just gets another land.
All right, so that's Malevolent Rumble gets an Eldrazi Temple, though. And if they don't play it out, it does have the mode where you can sort of burst mana with it, right? Where you just play it and immediately tap for 2.
Yep. Now, we are able to have 6 mana when it comes to Eldrazi, which means Sowing Myco Spawn could be kicked here.
It's not bad. Hunter does have 2 blue sources, only 1 black source.
Yeah, I mean, we could go over that and fight there. And also just, that's a good way that you get a double land into play, search another double land.
Yeah.
I'm kind of working through it a little bit here. But I think Ray maybe just has, like, Null Drifters and the Emrakul's in hand.
Might see the really interesting cast an play Ugin's Labyrinth and print something under it in order to sort of say, all right, Hunter, this is what you should target.
Oh, I like this a lot. We're just playing the Labyrinth as a land.
Sure.
And Null Driftering, drawing 2 cards, and attacking with Sowing Myco Spawn for 3. Get in there.
No, this is great. I really like this. This is Ray just, again, committing to that plan of trying to have a glut of resources. As we see the White Orchid Phantom get blinked again, Commercial District, the next victim, as Ray gets their 3rd and final basic.
Yeah, and I like this here. We talked about Unholy Heat from the sideboard. It's, even though we know Null Drifter is like a card that Ray has a lot of, and there's more of it, Unholy Heat's a card that we're caring more about right now.
Uh-oh. We're starting to get to Avalanche Riders territory, right? Okay, no, Flicker was going after an Eldrazi Spawn instead of the White Orchid Phantom.
Yeah, I think this makes a decent amount of sense. Like, it's a kind of the similar thing, and, it's a blocker-ish on the battlefield, and your Overlord's coming down in just a turn or two.
Yeah.
And so, it's going to deny mana.
Yeah, that makes some sense. Just a pass back of the turn, and this is something that Flicker Wisp is able to do almost in a Snapcaster Mage-esque way, where it says, great, I have found my one high-impact card, and I am just going to use it over and over and over and over.
Looks like Ray.
Right.
Looks like there's some questions about this impending trigger.
Yep, and you can just see, all right, does this get put on the stack? The read I'm getting is it looks like it might just happen, but we'll see. Whenever you're playing a competitive RDL, it can be really hard to judge.
Yep. Yeah,
in the literal sense, not. I mean, being a judge is hard work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. And I was gonna say, from Ray's body language, it seems like they're like, just take your card down.
It's fine.
It's also one of those things where it might have been a player says something like, Overlord down or whatever, but doesn't actually move it because they're moving cards around.
Yep.
These sort of things happen all the time, and we just can't know because we can't hear the players.
Yep. Big turn coming up for Ray, though, where this is going to be the first turn where they can comfortably cast a big 7-mana Eldrazi if they want to. And I can see we're starting to knock on the door of Emrakul, the Promised End. I think we're one short.
Yeah, counting the double land from hand, I think we're one short. I could be mistaken. It's a little hard to make out every card in the graveyard, but I think we have 4 card types right now. I mean, Emrakul's at 9.
Ooh.
And we have 5 lands, 6. So I guess we're 2 short if that's the case. Maybe I miscounted here, but we're going to play a fetch land.
Okay, yeah, and this is exactly what we were talking about before, where Ray is prioritizing holding that Eldrazi Temple for the Emrakul turn.
Yep, and I want to note something in the hand of Ray. Ray brought in the Nature's Claims post-board. I really like this. Overload the Balemork's one of the ways you lose the game. We talked about, very quickly pressuring you. And we talked about how maybe Aether Vial will stay in, maybe it won't, who really knows. It's also one of the things where if your opponent keeps, a 1-lander or Vial hand, you can sometimes just get a win.
Oh, yeah.
I like this for Ray. Looks like Ray's probably done a decent amount of deep planning for matchups like this and is trying to get every piece of the Buffalo, which we see them do a lot to a lot of success.
Right, all right. So we see the attack for 3 with the Sowing Mycospawn. Ray thinking in their second main phase. Oh, no, Hunter actually blocking, trading Flicker Wisp. Very loud about the kind of game that Hunter wants to play here.
Very, yeah. It might also just be trying to set up the Overlord in a turn 2 to get that sort of value back and coming. But Hunter's going to play a long game.
Yep. Okay, so we see White Orchid Phantom serve for 2, rate of 14.
Now, this is one of the issues when you don't have your Aether Vial draws. It's harder to deploy your whole hand. We talked about a lot of 2- and 3-mana cards here in the deck for Hunter. Combine that with only being on 4 lands, it's just going to be hard to double spell.
Right, this is a spot where your cards are good, but as you hit the mid-game, you do want to be double spelling. You want to be able to develop some amount of pressure, which the Overlord is moving towards, so it's not like this is atrocious for Hunter. But you want to deploy some pressure as well as interact with what your opponent is doing. And look at this. We see Instep Ephemerate after Ray fetches a tapped Stomping Ground.
Okay, this will flicker the White Orchid Phantom. We're out of basics.
All right, some thinking to be done.
I'm curious. You might go after the colorless land. Might go after the red. It's only a single mana land here, but
maybe Kozilek's Command in response?
Yeah, popping the Scion.
Yeah, something that you kind of take for a given a lot of the time in Constructed is an Eldrazi deck having access to colorless mana. Ray just has a bunch of green at the moment.
Yeah, and cards like Utopia Sprawl, you demand that you sort of have a lot of these colored sources, and we're really happy to have a lot of these basics the way this game's played, right? But it isn't free, like you're saying.
Okay, well, here is that Kozilek's Command. Ray saying, actually, I don't even need Stomping Ground. Go after it. I'm going to make a bunch of Eldrazi spawn, scry a bunch, draw 1, and keep it moving.
Yeah, and probably at the hard casting point. I'm curious here. We mentioned this earlier. Hunter grabbed the Skyclave Apparition instead of the Boggart Trawler, right? So that also means Hunter values that Skyclave very highly, and the Boggart Trawler would have been pretty reasonable as the game went on here. I thought it might have been a reason where we just had, other things in hand that did that, but It's looking like, you know,
Oh,
this Emrakul.
consigned a memory on the Kozilek's command.
I love this. Do not let
my
Ray sculpt.
God.
Do not get pressure on me. Look, you're on 5 lands. You're going to have 7. You're going to get one big thing here, but I have plenty of solitudes and ways to answer those big creatures. So,
Ray's starting to get shallow on resources on the table.
yeah, I mean, these ramp decks, you know, you spend a lot of resources on trying to get out something big, and if you can put them in top deck situations, they have good ones, but, you know, there's a lot of disparity between good and average here.
Okay, so we're counting out, that's 6 types. We have Kindred, Instant, Land, Creature, Sorcery, Artifact in the graveyard at the moment.
Yep, and then in play, we have 5 lands that make 1 amount of mana and 2 for Eldrazi. And I believe that's Emrakul the Promised End mana, cast trigger. We're just going to double check real quick.
Yep.
Very easy to forget the Kindred on Kozilek's command.
Look, Ray promises.
Yeah.
This is the end.
As we are going to see Solitude come down, answer to Emrakul the Promised End. Now, that means that won't be on the board anymore, but Ray does gain 13 life. And with only 2 pressure right now when it comes to Hunter, it's going to take a bit, and Overlord's going to have to do a lot of work.
Yeah, this is super interesting, where this also means that Hunter ran out of cards.
I love this from Ray saying, hey,
Wait, on your upkeep button.
yeah, I'm going to blow up one of your blue lands, and then you're going to, sorry, your black land, and then you're going to fail to find.
Yeah.
A weird play from Hunter, but Hunter's navigated this game pretty well so far. I'm not sure, you know. No, but Ray here, I mean, getting the good value there.
Right, so right now, Ray is actually in control of Hunter's turn because of that trigger from Emrakul the Promised End. Hunter got rid of the rest of his hand to use Solitude to exile the Emrakul, gain Ray a ton of life, and then on upkeep there was that Ephemerate hanging out, which targeted the White Orchid Phantom, which forced Hunter to destroy his own black source. And on the end step, Overlord of the Baelmerk unlocks, becomes a creature, and we go to Hunter's quote-unquote unpossessed turn.
Yes, and Hunter drew Overlord of the Baelmerk on Ray's turn, so nothing that Ray could do in that regard. That also means his Boggart Trawler is a black land we're able to grab if we want to get that, but we got a White Orchid Phantom instead.
Oh, this is unbelievable. And that extra turn might have actually just been good for Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't a whole lot Ray can do, and this is one of the problems sometimes. Emrakul the Promised End, incredibly strong in these kind of matchups, but if it gets answered and they don't have a lot of resources for you to really work with, well, you know, you get a lot of life, you do your thing, you move on.
Okay, Ray's back down to 20 because of all that life gain from Solitude, and does have that Nature's Claim we've been talking about to go after the Overlord of the Baelmerk, and Hunter doesn't have a lot back.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a tough spot.
At this point, Ray's really just wanting to hit land drops, it feels like.
Yeah, and Ray has Kozilek's Return in hand. How many red sources
Oh,
does...
yeah, no, you caught me looking at the deck list.
Yeah, I don't think
Not
there's...
more. No more.
So it's just Utopia Sprawl.
Yes.
That's our out. Okay.
Utopia Sprawl is the out. I'm checking the artifacts.
We
There's
have one
talisman of Impulse.
Okay.
Okay, so I believe, depending on if they had to leave in Utopia Sprawl's post board. Also not a given to me.
True. Yeah, definitely could see that's something that you could theoretically cut.
There's also a Kozilek's command in Ray's hand and only one colorless source on the table.
Yep. And it looks like Hunter decided to leave in the vials. We talked about, like, maybe that's something that Hunter might do to make space for all of these cards.
All right, 4 of them. Ray falls to 12.
3 turns left in this game at the current pace. Ray drew a Cavern of Souls.
That's colorless.
Yeah,
that's colorless.
That's colorless. That's huge. Also, blue for Null Drifter if we draw that.
Ooh,
you might want to invoke
okay.
it, you know. That's a little cheeky, but all right, Kozilek's command will be for 4 here when it comes down. The question is, does Hunter have something like Aven Interrupter to mess it up? Which Enchanter comes down as a land?
Disenchanter. I'm sorry. I promised myself I would ruin the vibes with that. All right. 4 comes in. Ray to 8. Kozilek's command for 4. Hunter letting it resolve?
Yeah, Hunter's taking a think. I just don't know if this is a how did this happen to me think or I have interaction think.
Yeah, this is the spot where if you have something like Aven Interrupter, you don't feel good if Null Drifter comes down, but he does have Consigned to Memory, a sight for sore eyes if you're a Hunter fan.
Yeah, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on Ray for this draw step to be good. And yeah, I think Ray just has a bunch of cards in hand before that weren't it. Did we draw something that wasn't it? Sowing Myco Spawn. Okay.
That's a way to keep something moving. Witch Enchanter, the thing that gets exiled. No Flicker with shenanigans. Eldrazi Temple number 4 coming out of the deck.
Okay, this is big for Ray. Kozilek's Command got a lot better. Emrakul, our Promised Ends are easier to cast. Null Drifting into double spelling could all happen. But it's all got to happen in this 2-turn cycle because Hunter is attacking you down to 4 here.
All right. Ray, you've got to show us. What is it? What do you got?
Combo for the sake of combo would be really good right now. As I think Kozilek's Command was the draw. I mean, we can do this for a lot. One of the nice things about this card is you can sink all your mana into the spawn mode and you're only down 2. We're going to leave up some blue. Oh, it's Emrakul the Promised
How about the Promised End mode number 2? It's like we're a Pro Tour.
Oh, but is this a
Eldritch Moon
consign?
again.
Wait, I think if we have consign, we can replicate it.
Oh, nope.
No,
I'm
it looks
seeing
like
some stuff get untapped.
Oh, okay. So I see. We thought about casting Felia, but we
Right.
didn't want the Felia to die to the Emrakul in the micro spawn.
Of
So we
course.
decided to keep it.
And Ray, unfortunately, misses the Aether Vial trigger while
Tough.
controlling Hunter's turn.
Yeah, and I like this line a lot because you would maybe want to normally take it up, but there's an Overlord of the Bailmark ×2 in hand. So going up to 4 is actually letting Hunter get there, as Hunter's probably going to take this Vial up to 5 this game.
All right, and with a White Orchid Phantom in that field we've been talking about in hand, Ray can't actually afford to cast any of these spells without leaving themselves dead on the table.
Yeah, but here's the downside to all this. Emrakul the Promised End is still in play, and Hunter's at 12. So the moment it connects, it is game over.
All right, here's White Orchid Phantom. Goes after the Eldrazi Temple, the 4th one.
Yeah, and I think you're seeing why Hunter wants the, Consign of Memories in the sideboard.
Yep.
This matchup is just not free, and I think I really like this play from Hunter. Hunter's considering Aether Viring and Flicker Wisp to get rid of the Emrakul.
This is such a tough right, you can either use Vial, put it in on your turn, and White Orchid Phantom can blow up another land, perhaps raise only blue spell source in something like Breeding Pool, maybe the second colorless source on a Cavern of Souls, or you can do it on Raise Instep so you clear the way for your flying creatures to get through this Emrakul.
Okay.
Upkeep. This looks like an upkeep Flicker Wisp.
Yeah.
Worthy of note, Hunter at 12. We haven't been talking about that very much, but this Emrakul is lethal.
It's very much lethal. I mean, the card has Trample too, right? Like this Emrakul does, I believe.
At the very least, it can kill Hunter if it connects.
Sure,
That's what we know.
Well, the Sowing Microspawn plays a big part of this. If it has Trample, then Sowing Microspawn needs to get blocked as well.
Sure, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, and we see Ray on the upkeep with that Kozilek's Command that we had talked about them building towards, thinking about how to use it at this point.
And we're going to have a lot of cards here.
Okay, a lot of draws towards something good.
I think it's important to remember, too, if Ray can't attack this turn,
Yes.
Ephemerate on the Flicker Wisp, end of turn, that Emrakul is gone, and we're in the air for lethal. So there's a lot of good draw steps here.
Okay, so we see Ray, they've left themselves 1 mana. They're scrying with the Kozilek's Command.
Yeah, this maybe was Scry destroy a creature? I'm not exactly sure what the backup
2 on top. 2 on top. Okay.
Okay. Oh, I think this was all in response to targeting the Emrakul.
I agree.
Oh, but I'm... Looks like there's maybe some confusion about where we're at exactly in the game, and we're just double-checking. Easy to happen, especially with so many things just happen, right?
Players just trying to figure out or communicating about where the game is at this point. Crucial turn. In so many ways, it feels like it really does come down to this.
All right. Looks like the Emrakul is going to be returning at the end of turn. It was spawns. What's the other mode? Okay, I wasn't sure if maybe we had, wanted to kill the Flicker Wisp or something like that. But I like this from Ray. Just get the mana. It gives you a lot of things you can potentially do.
And at the very least, each mana you spend for X is kind of free because you can refund it so easily. paying a life for Talisman of Curiosity to make colored mana for the Utopia Sprawl.
And that's Kozilek's return. That's going to clean up the
Oh
board.
my god! Oh my god!
An attack from 3 from Hunter. Ray, I mean, we know the hand is double Overlord.
Oh my god!
I mean, this is a Game 3 situation. I've never seen one. Hunter has Overlord in hand, and, you know, Lethal staring down. This is a tough spot to be.
Oh my god! The swings!
Yeah.
Picking him up game 3!
Yeah, and Hunter had a lot of good sideboard cards, had a lot of good interaction. Wasn't enough to stop the Eldrazi.
And something I really, really want to emphasize is how much it paid off that Ray just cared so much about every single resource they had access to. They had exactly enough mana to set up that sequence on the final turn where if they were 1 mana or creature shorter, none of that would have worked. They would have lost, and they would be at 1-1. But instead, we have a deciding game.
Yeah, we do. And we're going to take a look at our sideboards here. Take a look at Hunter. You know, we can maybe change something up here on the play or the draw. You have a couple cards that, you know, are, once again, reasonable-ish things to bring in. But I think we're going to probably see Hunter kind of maintain the status quo. We do see Eldrazi Mother Machines. It's important to remember a lot of these are cast triggers when it comes to the Eldrazi, so it doesn't really work there. In the Battle of Eldrazi versus Phyrexians, Eldrazi are winning. When it comes to Ray, though, you know, we saw Nature's Claim come in. We saw Unholy Heat as a card that could reasonably come in. And I think the Keen-Eyed Curator, seeing how those games played, actually might be kind of big just because it's a 3/3.
It's so interesting on the Unholy Heat front, where a lot of times you think you do want your removal more often on the draw because you're going to be playing a more reactive game. After watching how Hunter went after the red sources, playing around Kozilek's command, understandably, that sounds like it could be a huge liability to just have these Unholy Heats stranded in your hand.
That is true. It's a good point to bring up. I think another thing to bring up here, too, is like a lot of players are doing 3 Kozilek's command in their sideboard. I'm sorry, 3 in the main and 1 in the sideboard. Ray just has all 4 in the main deck.
Oh, I mean, it's one of the best cards, right? I feel like in so many matchups, you're going, okay, well, if they don't have Kozilek's command, then that's going to be it.
Yep.
One place you can join us, though, is SCGCON Hartford in May. This is going to be the regional championships, the standard round. And, you know, I'm on the play design team at Wizards of the Coast, so it's going to sound like I have to say this. Standard's been awesome lately.
Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun playing Standard, and hopefully we can all have a lot of fun with you at SG Hartford May 16th through the 18th. You can check out StarCityGames.com for more info there, and make sure to follow wherever you're watching here to see coverage and stuff.
Yeah, a lot of people are qualifying for that one right now. A lot of awesome Magic being played all over the world.
Yep, can't wait. As it looks like Hunter is having to think on this hand.
Oh, that is the look of someone going, okay, does my match ride on this? That's a keep against Ray saying, okay, well, my match doesn't ride on this hand. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm going down to 6. And, you know, this Eldrazi deck mulligans pretty well, all things considered. A lot of double lands means that, you know, even though you do need a lot of resources to typically ramp out big things like Emrakul to Promise In, you have a couple Soul Lands, Sowing Microspawn, a Malevolent Rumble, you're ready to rumble.
Yeah, so Null Drifter is a card that internally, while we were working on this deck, was something that we designed almost intentionally to make sure that the Eldrazi deck could mulligan and be a real contender. Like, we had a bunch of all-in versions with Haragast that haven't quite played out as, you know, they could have, but some of that's because they are not as forgiving when you do have to go down to 6 or even 5 cards. But having Null Drifter to kind of give you an ability to get more resources is what makes you able to play this deck in something that's going to be, 15 rounds of Swiss?
Yeah, especially in combine that with Kozilek's command, like Null Drifter as a 3-mana way to return the Kozilek's command back half. It's huge against these aggressive decks like Energy we've been seeing.
All right, so players starting things off a little bit more tamely. No 1-drop from Hunter again, while Ray has one of his Ancient Stirrings.
Yeah, and Ancient Stirring's really impressive card. I mean, Sowing Microspawn looks green here, but it's the void, not green.
Right, exactly. And this is really one of the places where not having Devourer of Destiny, it feels like it's paying off for Ray, where they get to sculpt their game in a kind of more traditional way.
Yeah, and their hands don't get, clogged up with 7s as much, right?
Yes.
It means you have a little bit less access for Ugin's Labyrinth, but in exchange, you get to kind of smooth your draw out and have less fail-state games, which is going to be a big problem for these ramp decks.
Yeah, and it feels like it's really paying off in the post-sideboard games where we're seeing Ray able to kind of play a little bit of a slower game and play the inevitability role rather than trying to burst out a huge Eldrazi on turn 3.
Shadowy Backstreet, Hunter looking for the goods.
So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with Shadowy Backstreet?
Yeah, there's something like that.
Yeah.
I like Hunter's pin, by the way.
It's really nice, actually.
It's really green.
It's that's the type of thing, you know, in a not open decklist environment, you get the chance to just roll up with your forest playmat, your green sleeves, your green pen, black-white.
Esper Dog.
Yeah.
Speaking of Esper, we just put the Meticulous Archive in the yard.
Ooh, sounds like Hunter has a land-heavy hand and is really looking for something reactive.
Yeah, and we talked about before, 2 blue sources makes it hard for Ray to sowing Microspawn to have the blue not be a huge factor. Well, now you're down to 1.
All right, well, Overlord of the Bailmark getting impended on turn 2. Hunter really thinking about Solitude versus Aven Interrupter. What are the worlds where this is a hard choice?
Yeah, I mean, Aven Interrupter is just a card that is very powerful at interacting, but it looks like Hunter maybe is valuing the interaction of permanently answering something off the board, getting that Solitude. Maybe not expecting to ever get to Bailmark again and wants to make sure a quick Emrakul to Promise End doesn't end the game.
Yeah, no, and that totally makes sense. This could be a game where we see Hunter doesn't actually get to do White Orchid Phantom 100 times, and we haven't seen that yet.
Yep. We also haven't seen, Hunter cheat this Overlord out. Every game it's just been, 5 turns later, that's when it's coming off.
Yeah, this could just be one of the games where Hunter's leaning a lot more on pressure rather than disruption, as Ray not really playing a very fast game, just a lot of selection and Malevolent Rumble on 2. Picking up a Utopia Sprawl, it looks like.
Yeah, leaving that Emrakul to Promise in the graveyard, but notably also Kozilek's Return hit the yard, so if we cast a 7-mana Eldrazi, it is going to potentially do 5 damage to the board.
Really big deal.
Yeah, and that matters a ton. That kills everything in Hunter's deck, and that's part of the reason why you're seeing this deck also succeed, is just it gets to play sort of the best Wrath conditionally right now.
Right, and it's something where you don't even have to commit it every time. Sometimes you just get to say, okay, here's Kozilek's command, and then they do the protective thing, and you go, okay, but I won't cast it.
Yeah, hee hee.
Yay, hee hee hee.
Trigger.
All right, so it goes back to Hunter. He's untapped, and he's really thinking about this next play. He fetches with a Flooded Strand. Doesn't fetch with a Flooded Strand. He's thinking about fetching with a Flooded Strand.
Taking a little think.
All right, he fetches with a Flooded Strand. No takebacks.
That's right.
Library's in his hand.
And it looks like Hunter, I think, is trying to figure out about getting a blue land.
I mean, at this point, you have to, right?
Yeah, I guess.
You see Consign is still in the deck. There's one in the graveyard.
Yeah, but there's a sowing Microspawn in hand for Ray. Which obviously, we're only halfway on the casting it for that moment. And, this Flicker Wisp onto the Overlord is a lot of pressure. So like you mentioned, that might be it. And it might just be we don't have the Consign. And we were thinking about what happens if we lose, our black land too. But there we go. We pick up the Aven Interrupter now, and we have a real clock on the board. Ray needs to answer this.
Okay, and so now a lot of the Aven Interrupter choice makes a lot more sense, right? Because we saw Nature's Claim out of Ray in Game 2, which meant that if the Overlord gets Flicker Wisped, Nature's Claimed, and Hunter doesn't have that fast clock, he is preparing for how things go wrong. But in the world that doesn't happen, he gets to Flicker Wisp and still have the Aven Interrupter for later. I think that long-term planning is really paying off for him here.
Force coming down.
Oh, you hate to draw those whenever your opponent has White Orchid Phantom. You're like, no, stay in my library, please.
Definitely. And I think we're seeing a little sprawling on there into probably spawning. We'll have to see exactly what Ray wants to do. Might just have bigger hopes for the spawn when it comes to, getting rid of a land. Looks like we're rumbling.
Mumble, umble, umble.
One of the best green cards in Modern right now. Ray did bring in the Consign.
And we saw how much it's not just Ray's ability that leans really hard on triggered abilities. Hunter is also making use of them.
Yep, and then we're going to evoke that Null Drifter, which triggers the Kozilek's return. That's going to wipe the board.
Ooh.
And so while Ray doesn't have anything on the board, neither does Hunter, and Hunter seemed to be very much in on that Overlord of the Baelmerk closing the game out.
Yeah, this is really tough. All of a sudden, it's the ramp deck with a mana advantage and maybe a similar number of cards in hand against a creature deck with no creatures in play. I know which side I have the advantage meter on.
It's tough. It's a tough spot to be. I mean, Hunter has some cards that can line up pretty well. You know, we could see Aven Interrupter do a pretty good job, but once again, a lot of these cards are cast triggers, right? You get a Sowing Micro Spawn with an Aven Interrupter, they're still going to get the land, and when they play it on the next turn for 2, they're going to get a land. So it's a little awkward as Boggart Trawler is going to be the Boggart Bog on the backside here. Oh!
Emperor of Bones?
Is there an Emrakul in the graveyard?
Oh!
There's an Emrakul from earlier in the game.
Wait.
That's 13. All right, Ray needed to hit that last turn or was going to lose the game. Okay.
Oh, my God. Okay, Ray down to 2. What a swing.
That was a huge – and that'd be a moment for Hunter. Hunter's like, dang, maybe I should have put that card in my deck this weekend. That was really good.
Okay. Talk to me.
And Ray is like, I thought I couldn't lose. Now I think it's a little tough.
Yeah, now I don't know if I can win.
Yeah, as Sowing Myco Spawn, I mean, it can come down, it can block, it can grab land, but no, that Emrakul is gone with its finality counter. There is a Null Drifter in the yard, which is important to note, too, for other Emperor Bones.
Yeah, definitely. This is something where Ray's also just trying to keep count of what creatures are in the yard for the sake of the Emrakul, the Promised Ends. They might want to, I don't want to say use more wholesomely, because I kind of think Emrakul's always the bad guy. You know, can't canonically, of course. Canonically, of course.
Nah.
Nah.
Nah, she it.
That's true. It's a whole thing, I guess. But making sure later that Ray has the ability to cast the card is something that's front of mind for them.
Yeah, and you're seeing the tank here as we are, going deep into this round. There's 5 minutes left here. These players have been playing a long game with a lot of decisions and a lot of tight choices that need to be made.
Drawing the forest, not so bad anymore when you're at 2.
Yeah, suddenly I'm more happy about the forest.
All right, how about the Sowing Myco Spawn? How do you feel about that one?
How do I feel about that card is a great question, but it's pretty okay here. It can block.
All right, it fetches up an Eldrazi Temp. I take it back.
Yeah, this might be a spot where Ray wants to be like, okay, while this is maybe my land that makes the most mana, yeah, maybe wanted to grab something different, like could have got Bajuka Bog to get rid of the old Null Drifter from the yard. That's a little loose. You could also get something like a Commercial District, but it looks like we're actually just going to try to cast this Talisman here.
Yeah, that makes sense. And, despite being a white deck or a white-based creature deck, I would say Hunter's deck is pretty good at actually applying those last few points of pressure with the likes of Flicker Wisp.
Definitely. Now Hunter has a 4/4 and compared to a 3/3, wins combat.
And, if Hunter even has another land, we know he has a Solitude.
Yeah, and I mean, you'll deal 1 essentially, right? Oh, sorry, they're gain 1. Pardon me, misspoke. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of good enough. We also know there's an Aven Interrupter in hand, and we talked about how it's a little awkward with Emrakul the Promised End, right? How they get the cast trigger again. But if you have lethal on board, yeah, if you make this a small game, then that's not going to be the case. I think Hunter doesn't have some sort of Flicker Wisp type card. We probably would have seen that played. Might also be a moment where it's like, okay, I've got it 1. All right, we are going to see the Emperor Bones attack. Oh, look, Emperor Bones exiles. We're going to get rid of this Kozilek's return. Huge. I talked about this before. Emperor Bones is a pretty real hate card. It's not the greatest card in the world, but it's not the worst.
Okay, we see White Orchid Phantom come down. Looks like it's going to go after Eldrazi Temple. Okay, CFT's third forest not in their hand.
Yep. And it looks like we were just confirming the Utopia Sprawl was on, whatever. Okay, yeah, I want to hit this one.
It wasn't on Eldrazi Temple, I'll tell you that.
It's true. All right, so we have 7 mana, which is the choke point when it comes to a lot of these Eldrazi. And when it comes to card and guard, from what I can tell from CFT's laying out, we have 4 card types, which means Emrakul is not quite online without a little bit of help.
And this is tough because Hunter also has 2 lethal threats.
Yeah.
And Aven Interrupter is huge here.
Aven Interrupter is huge, and notably, too, flying. If we had Kozilek's Command, we could maybe kill this White Orchid Phantom if it were somehow to resolve, make some spawns, chump block, get out of this game. But the Ava Interrupter in combination with that, which is all face up from back on turn 2, it's a big game.
And something I really, really want to commend is Hunter's long-term planning this game. This is something where I really felt like he had a committed plan that's very different from the first couple. So it's not that he's stumbling into these wins. It's that he's positioning his cards according to his plans for a matchup.
Definitely. And playing to the hand that's dealt, right?
Yes.
We saw earlier,
Yes.
it's like, okay, well, I have my blue land for my consign. I want my consign. Well, I don't have, maybe I don't even have it. Also, maybe I don't have time for it.
Yes.
Right? So, really great play here from Hunter. As Ray's trying to figure out how can my great play keep me in this game, as it's tricky, as I think Ray might be even needing to Kozilek's command here and find, a red spell, which means we need to not use all our mana. Like normally we talked about, you make a bunch of scions, you cast your spell still.
Can't actually cast Kozilek's command. Only one colorless source.
Oh,
so
pardon me, yeah.
Kozilek's return the get for now, and then
Do you have another one?
an evoked Mole Drifter.
Okay, but Ava Interruptor is still a 2/2 flying. Windrake wins limited.
Oh,
And yeah, Ray is like, okay. And we're going to see it from Hunter.
the goal mode, the Windrake,
Yes.
the W for Hunter Ovington advancing to 2-0 over Ray Zhang. What a sick match.
That was a great one, and you have to win matches like that.
Right, exactly. Like, game 1, in a lot of ways, just kind of felt like it was almost a given, right? A ton of Knight of the White Phantom, Phantom Orchids. But later on, those other games had so much back and forth. We thought Hunter was out of game 3, and Emperor Bones just flipped that on its head.
Yeah, I mean, Emperor Bones really showing, like, hey, I'm this value sort of graveyard hitty card, but also I end games. Right, games end on the spot with me sometimes, and really mattered, and great play there from both players. But Hunter really winning a match, and if you're going to make it to places like the top 8 of our RC this weekend, you're going to have to beat players like Ray Zhang in the Swiss, and Hunter had it early, but rose to the challenge.
Yeah, really building a case for himself. I was super impressed with the way, I think you put it a good way, where you said figuring out a way to play the cards he was dealt. Right, I think a lot of players can kind of fall into the trap of winning a game and then trying to replicate that shape of game over and over and over, but the adaptability of this Orzhov Blink deck that we've seen over the last few weeks is really impressed me, and I think that we just saw it on show there.
Yeah, the deck's really good, and I think one of the real hallmarks of someone who plays the deck well is doing that, because even though you have a lot of access to things with Recruiter of the Guard, well, we never saw that the whole match.
Yes.
It never came up, so it's sort of a situation where sometimes you do need to play the cards you're dealt very well, and Hunter did a great job of that.
Yeah, I think that's something where a lot of the times you can see a player basically just get caught in bad habits.
Definitely. Well, let's pull up our slide here for our next event, because we've had a lot of cool ones coming up, but we're going to be in Minneapolis May 2nd through the 4th, Carmen.
Yeah, this is the second half of the regional championships that are going to be standard in the next round. I am so stoked about this. I know Minneapolis is a city that I personally think we don't visit enough, but there was a standard Pro Tour there pretty recently.
Yeah, that was great to watch and see, and we're going to see if we can get some more players to the Pro Tour that weekend. May 2nd, 4th, check out StarCityGames.com for more information on that event, and it will be all streamed here live, so make sure to follow the channel.
I know. I think in a lot of ways, Magic just has a bunch of wide open formats. I know this weekend we see, 5 decks or something at 10-ish% or more, and
only
Standard
3
does a lot too.
Only 3 decks at 10% or higher. Everything else is kind of nicely meshed up here when it comes to the format. So I think that's telling. I think it'd be very easy for it to be a huge imploding of one number, but the format's healthy and the games are fun, and I can't wait to see more of it.
All right. Well, speaking of seeing more, that's going to do it for round 2. We've got Corey Baumeister, Ailey Lani. We're going to be back here in a few rounds, but they're going to take you through rounds 3 and 4 shortly. Don't go anywhere. This Magic is sick.
hello, and welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Portland. I'm Ailey Loney, alongside Corey Baumeister, bringing you all of the modern magic we have for you here this weekend. Corey, what are you most excited to see this weekend?
God, I just absolutely love regional championships in general. I love seeing players, accomplish that initial dream, getting to the Pro Tour, couple players going to the World Championship. There's nothing like seeing those dreams come true and then follow their success to the Pro Tour a little bit later on. So really excited for this one.
Well, this is round 3, so still plenty of magic to play. All of our gamers, I think there's just over 1,000 players sitting here with their favorite decks. Maybe not their favorite decks because it's just the best deck to be playing. Pretty sure I know which one you would say is the best.
Who's to say? Who knows, really? It could be any deck.
Could be. Does it rhyme with teach?
I believe it does, yes. Yeah. I'd be breaching left and right for sure if I wasn't in the booth next to you. And I did qualify for both of these events, so I'm not going to lie. It was close. I almost, went out there and did some gaming.
I mean, you could multitask.
God, I wish. If I could double queue, play some Magic, and then get in the booth here, come on. I mean, that's my dream come true right there.
Pretty sick, yeah. It would just be a regional championship Corey Baumeister, kind of like Pro Tour Reduke,
I've always wanted to commentate over my own match, so that would be sweet.
Plenty on the line here this weekend to play for, though. As Corey mentioned, spots in the Pro Tour, spots in the World Championship for our champion and our runner-up. And also, a nice chunk of change on the line as well for these players, Corey.
Yeah, always a lot of money these players are playing for. It's always really awesome. But let's check out the schedule that we're going to be seeing today. This is, of course, the Regional Championship. We are playing Modern today, not Standard. Day 1 is 9 rounds, and then 18 points or more will advance to day number 2, 6-3 record, basically, as long as you don't do any kind of a bunch of draw scenario. 6-3 is going to be the cutoff there. And then day 2 will be starting at the same time we did today. And then we'll be doing 6 rounds of Swiss and then cutting to our top 8, Ailey.
Yes, indeedy. So that is what the players have to get through to. And here is the prize pool, like we mentioned. First place, $20,000 dues, a World Championship invitation, as well as a bunch of other cool things to go along with. A pretty sweet little trophy as well, hey?
Yeah, absolutely. All these trophies look really awesome, and the players are really going to be just thinking from the beginning of this event, if I can lock in top 32, that is what they would go for. That is where you get that Pro Tour invite, plus you get that minimum $1,000, and you can start, really getting a ton of cash here at the top end.
So that's a look at our prizes. Now let's take a look at our metagame. Corey, any surprises here?
I think it is just surprising to me that we have exactly 19.7% at exactly 203 players for both Energy and Breach. But I think the big surprise is that Breach even came close to matching Energy. Basically every other tournament we have seen so far, Energy has just been far and away the most popular deck. So the fact that Breach caught up is really impressive, and Eldrazi got a bump from what we have seen at the previous regional championships in Europe and Canada. I think that kind of sets the precedent for what we're going to see, and we definitely saw a lot of the Frog decks.
Yeah.
Didn't have that great of a performance at the last one, and the Eldrazi did, as well as Breach had a pretty good tournament as well, so we see the uptick in those numbers.
Well, we are going to be checking out our feature match very shortly, friends. And it's going to be a pretty sweet one, too. Something that, we've seen in Modern for quite a while now. Something that we're pretty familiar with, and that is Amulet Titan.
Yep.
So
Amulet Titan is a deck that's just always been one of those decks that's very close to being one of the best decks. Maybe it's always Tier 1, maybe not quite at certain times, but if anyone's going to make Amulet Titan look good, it's going to be Jack Potter. You might, of course, recognize him as he is a great player. He's been making it onto the Pro Tour. But House of Mana online for anyone who has lost to him over and over and over again like I have.
I believe you said he was cracked. And for those of us who aren't cool with the lingo of the kids these days, that means very, very good.
Very good.
At this Amulet Titan archetype. On the other side of things, we've got Jason Ergang playing a Hollow One. So tell us what we expect to see in this matchup here, Corey.
Well, Hollow One is a deck that is trying to be extremely aggressive. So the goal is you have the Hollow One there in hand. You want to draw a bunch of cards, cycle some Street Race, stuff like that. Play Hollow 1 or multiple on turn 1 or 2 or something like that, and try to get Jack dead as fast as possible. The thing about this matchup, though, Jack's deck is also extremely fast, so I would think Joseph is going to have to do some interacting, which there's not a ton of it that interacts profitably against Jack. So I would think Mr. Potter here is pretty advantaged.
I do love this dice here for the Nethergoyf as that comes down on turn 1. Arboreal Grazer 2 hitting the battlefield for Jack Potter, so getting the ramp going here as quickly as possible. So in my preparation for this, I'm very new to Modern, so this is all like, woo, what's happening here? It's all shiny and bright. But, Amulet Titan, the most important thing is to have ramp in your opening hand.
Yeah, being able to have elements to get your lands down as fast as possible and have the namesake card Amulet, definitely what it's all about. And, Amulet is a deck that I think is actually quite well positioned in the metagame. I think it has a pretty strong matchup against Breach. It's very close there. And, it does pretty well against the energy decks since they've been trimming on Blood Moons and stuff. So I actually think Amulet is at a pretty solid place right now.
Follow-up here is going to be Spelunking. It's a fun card to say, or a name to say, and it also gets you some extra lands down on the battlefield here. So ramp aplenty here for Jack Potter. Turn passes back. Hollow 1 and Nethergoyf growing. And we're going to take care of that Arboreal Grazer, though. Just get the blockers out the way and start dealing a big old chunk of damage. Yep,
this is a huge hit, and there is easily a way where Joseph can piece together a lethal attack next turn. So buckle up. This is the turn for Jack. Spelunking is kind of Amulet of Titan 5 through 8, and we'll be able to do a lot of good work here if Jack has the tools available.
There's a Saga, land for turn. What's the follow-up here going to be for Jack? Because if we get one more spell in the bin, then, that's pretty much lights out for him.
Yep, here is Scapeshift. So Scapeshift getting rid of all of these lands. And, we're going to see, I assume, some Lotus Fields. Any kind of amount of lands that piece together 6 mana to then start doing your Amulet things. Jack's also moving very fast. He's the type of player that once he has it, he knows what to do, to say the least.
Got a breeding pool there. Teleria West, I believe.
Yep.
Lotus Field, Lotus Field.
So they're all coming into play untapped thanks to Spelunking. So already has 6, 7, 8, 9 mana available. So no matter what, you're able to pick up the Teleria West, transmute it for a Summoner's Pact, play Primetime with just what Jack has on the battlefield.
Primetime, for those of us who are new to the format, Primeval Titan.
There you go. There you go.
And then Primetime goes and fetches something that gives it haste, something along those lines, or is he not worried about that right now?
No, definitely will be trying to win the game here. That being said, the Handwear Battlement is in the graveyard, but I have no real question in my mind that Jack will still find a way to win this game.
See the judges just getting a mana pool sorted out here. So 7 green floating now for Jack with all those lands that came into play off of the Scapeshift. So going to go digging again, finding some more lands. And let's see where he goes from here.
Yeah, could easily be Summoner's Pacting for the Aftermath Analyst to then mill some more lands over, get them into play. Then when you get Teleria West the second time, then you go for Titan. Then you have the battlements in play. Plenty of things that Jack can do here.
All right, well, doing it like you draw it up. Aftermath Analyst going to hit the battlefield now. 5 green mana floating. Mill some stuff, could bring back all those lands. That's gross.
It's so gross. It's so gross. And these Hollow 1 decks, while they are very fast, while they are very aggressive, the only piece of interactions is just damage-based removal. And that's just not it when it comes to game 1. So we're going to be looking to the sideboard to be able to bring in things like Thoughtseize. The best kind of cards are Blood Moon style of effects.
Yeah.
But Joseph just doesn't have those. So it is going to be a tough matchup for him to win.
Yeah, it's feeling like that. I mean, he has plenty of power on the board right now. Jack's down to 9, but, you know, Jack is basically playing solitaire at this point.
100%.
Just going through the motions, getting as much mana floated as he possibly can. And now what else is in hand here for him to finish this game out?
Yeah, there's a reason he calls himself House of Mana Online. He is definitely, his house is full of mana constantly here.
Oh, yeah.
His mana pool, his house, it's all full.
Tappy, tappy, tapping.
And Jack has played this deck basically through every iteration of Amulet Titan. Played it when there was the One Ring, played it before that, and is just kind of explaining, this is what I'm going to do. I can go through it if you want, but, you know, it's always good to have your opponent go through this, especially at least once.
At least once, just to, you know, represent that they know what they're doing. There's no doubt that Jack knows what he's doing here, but...
Exactly, but you want to see exactly how your opponent's going to kill you, so then how you can interact with it post-board.
Yeah. Kudos to Joseph for not scooping here, because every time I try to play this deck on MTGO, people just scoop. It's like, no, come back.
Come back, we're
I
having fun.
I want to see what I'm doing. Come on.
Exactly.
There we go. There's prime time. Primeval Titan hits the board. We're going to go find some more lands. Dump those on the battlefield.
And with the way it works here, you know, Jack won't settle with just one Primeval Titan. It'll be kind of the scenario where there's the mirror pool. You'll be able to get another Primeval Titan. It wouldn't shock me is to assemble a scenario where Jack's like, I will attack you with infinite Primeval Titans, and I will deal you infinite damage, even though, of course,
Wait,
that's
hang on.
that's
How do we go
extreme.
infinite?
With the mirror pool, being able to
okay.
copy Primeval Titan, then you use the Shifting Woodlands, target the Aftermath Atlas in the graveyard, sacrifice it, then the Shifting Woodland goes to the yard, comes back, the Aftermath Atlas is in the yard, copy it again, keep going and keep going, and you will just have as many Primeval Titans as you want.
Good grief.
Even though we really don't need that many here. And here's how you. I think I just mouth read the words "infinite Titans."
That is silly. I love this. I mean, I don't want to be sitting across from it. That's for sure. So, Joseph, I feel you, man. But okay, so Joseph is happy with this explanation. Lots of big Titans, lots of big deadness happening over here. Sideboard, though, you mentioned he doesn't have that much to do here. So, what on earth does he have to draw to get this game done before we see that again?
Yeah, Joseph really needs a much faster start than just another go. If you really want to have those hollow ones, ideally a couple of them right away would be ideal. The Meltdowns are okay, the Thought Seizes are okay, but outside of that, this is not really the matchup that I would say Joseph is super prepared for. And to be fair, Amulet Titan does get that advantage with the fact that it's not expected to be the number 1, 2, or 3 most played deck, but the diehard Amulet gamers will, of course, still bring this, and it still does pretty well here and there. Dom Harvey just top-8'd his U.S. or his Canadian Regional Championship with Amulet as well.
Not surprised.
Not surprised at all. He's a master of the deck as well. So.
What about this Magebane Lizard? That's cute.
That is cute, but yeah, I don't think that is going to do anything here. That is a card that is primarily for Breach. It's a very tough card for Breach to deal with it. And then from Jack's side, always interesting how they sideboard here. I would think the Seals seem pretty good if you want to just bounce some hollow ones. Force of Vigors probably are pretty strong if you want to just slow down the hollow one itself. I think basically Jack's just going to be looking at Joseph's deck list and thinking, how do I lose? And I would think come to the same conclusion that hollow ones, you know, 2 of them on turn 1 is probably the biggest way that he would lose. So we're going to see him probably prepare for that.
All right. Well, while the players get their sideboarding sorted out, just a reminder, friends, that we have a brand new set. It is pre-release weekend this weekend. Aether Drift is available now to order from starcitygames.com/MTG/Aether Drift. Join the Daredevil races from across the multiverse as they compete to claim the Aether Spark. 3 planes, 1 explosive set. Experience all the high-speed action in Magic's first racing-themed set.
I love it. I love it. I'm excited to draft with this, I must say. Start playing some Standard with it. Look forward to the Pro Tour here in a couple weeks with that. Should be really exciting. And, yeah, I believe is available to be played next week.
Yeah.
Next week already. So
I think
yeah.
the 13th is the actual release, but yeah.
Yeah.
Pre-release is this weekend, so if you are out and about and you want to head to a local game store, be sure to go and get some games in with it, get some reps. Yeah.
Or if you're in Portland, I mean, I've been walking around. I've been seeing a lot of Aether Drift, sealed deck, a lot of limited going on here at these events.
Yeah.
Always something fun to be doing at these SCGCons, especially over pre-release weekend. It's always exciting. I might try to sneak in a draft here in between some of our booth shifts.
Yeah, let's do that. Seeing some of the special treatments as well. The bright yellow cards for Aether Drift.
Yeah.
It's just like, okay, I could see the appeal there.
Yeah, it is really cool. I'm a big fan. And we see for Joseph there, he just has those ley lines like face up.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's trying to like get in the mind of Jack or if it's hiding behind that deck box and he can't see. But, I mean, it is reasonable to bring those in.
Yeah.
You did just see Jack beat you with the graveyard, So something like Leyline is reasonable. But the one thing about this Amulet Titan deck is you don't really need the graveyard to win. There's just certain draws. And the Aftermath Analyst is just a one of. So it's an option. So, that the Amulet Titan decks gain that kind of advantage against people sideboarding against them because they can win in two different ways, similar to Breach, where, you can win with the graveyard, but you can also, just cast Titans and attack and win the game as well.
I mean, like, it kind of feels like a toolbox deck, like, what method of attack or what avenue should I take for this opponent, for this matchup?
Yeah.
That sort of thing. So, it's never like a clear cut, okay, they are absolutely all in on their graveyard, like Team of Breach, for example.
Yeah.
So, it is pretty sweet.
It is a great deck, and the people that know how to play Amulet, are absolute masters of it, and I would think Jack Potter is at the very top of that. And, of course, this is still a deck that can just win on turn 2. You can go turn 1 Amulet, turn 2 Amulet, and just absolutely go off from there. So the deck has the speed, it has the resiliency, and its really biggest enemy was all the Harbingers and all the Blood Moons of the world. And to be honest, I really like this deck choice as I'm kind of thinking about where the metagame is right now. Since Mox Opal got printed, Blood Moon and Harbinger used to be amazing against Breach, but it's way less exciting now when you can just have a mana of any color off your Opal for free.
Yeah.
So the Blood Moon effects just are nowhere near as good. You see lists that play like 1 or 2 in Boros Energy at the very most. So Amulet, looking to be in a good spot.
I bet Jack is very happy about that, sitting at 2-0 here this weekend. Joseph Ergang also sitting at 2-0. So off to the ideal start here this weekend.
Definitely.
At, the regional championship in Portland.
And looking at Joseph's hand, kept on the play 3 lands, Bauble, DRC, Orcish Bowmaster, and a Thoughtseize. So a good mixture of some aggression with a timely Thoughtseize that can really help out, take a Titan right before it's that time from Jack. So not going to be that explosive Hollow One draw that we have seen in the past, but still a very solid draw and has some interaction for the combo this time around.
Arid Mesa to kick things off. Going to go and find either Mountain or Plains. Blood Crypt. Whacking himself for 2. Thoughtseize?
I would think you want to get your threat down, your DRC into Bauble first. But, there is some argument. If Jack does have the Amulet, that is really the one card you wish that you could interact with right away.
Yeah.
But it's hard to deny the value that you get from the free Surveil with Bauble.
That was sweet. Free spells. They're pretty good. Who'd have thunk it?
Yeah, gotta love it. Free value, good. So we'll see if Jack has the namesake start of Amulet. Once Amulet's in play, there's a couple meltdowns in the board from Joseph. But outside of that, can't really do too much. But just the Saga to fetch it up here in 2 turns.
Yep. Arboreal Grazer. Going to be able to get in the way of this Dragon's Rage Channeler when it eventually starts flying. 3 card types in the graveyard so far.
Yep, looks like it. Double Street Race cycled, so now Hollow One does only cost 1 if we're able to find one. There's a Leyline top deck. You never really want that.
Thoughtseize, now we're going to get a Surveil from the Dragon Rage Channeler. DRC, it's much easier to say that. So.
Yep. And that will be Delirium, so at least the pressure has begun. And I believe we saw a Nethergoyf as well from Joseph. So Joseph has a nice start.
Yeah.
You know, has cleared off any real threat so far. The only Primeval Titan out of the hand. So, you know, if Jack were to never draw another way to get a Titan into play, it is going to be tough for Jack to win.
Yeah. I love these dice. They're so handy.
Yep, Tarmo dice.
Yeah,
You need 'em.
Tarmo dice. Jack Potter, though, we saw the hand there. Doesn't have much going on. We had the prime time, but it's now in the graveyard, so has to start figuring out how to win with just lands. Now, we do know that Urza Saga can start spitting out little card constructs.
Yeah.
Is that enough?
Not a great plan from the Amulet side, as they are never that large. You know, these constructs end up being the play pattern you'll see if Jack's hand is bad is, you know, make one on turn 3, make one on turn 4, get an Amulet. There are a couple of 3/3s. They're pretty much blockers, but Urza Saga just fetches up the namesake card of Amulet.
Now we see Fear of Missing Out. Going to get rid of some of these Leyline of the Voids. And just get swinging.
Okay, this is a huge attack.
That is. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, looks like the Arena of Glory is exerted. I think they're
nice.
just representing that. So that did give the Nethergoyf the ability to attack again with Delirium here. So, yeah, the pressure's on.
Yeah, that's a big chunk of damage there.
But all that being said, Jack can still just win the game if he draws one of the 3 other Titans, any of the packs, maybe the Teleria West would be enough depending on what we find, as I know there was a Lotus Field from Jack's side. So a big tell that you'll see here is if Jack makes a construct, didn't draw what we needed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like I can put this in the way of the 5/6 and cross my fingers and hope, but
yeah. And the problem is you can put it in front of the way of the 5/6 once, but it would get to tap again.
Yep.
If I see that being tapped, I am not feeling great. As Jack has something to do, and Jack's deck kind of does one thing. Put some Titans into play.
Yeah. Get some Titans, get some lanes.
Looks like the map, though, so
Okay.
probably doesn't have Titan just completely ready to go right now.
So then Expedition map can go and fetch Teleria West. That can fetch the Summoners pack. That can fetch the Titan.
Exactly.
Is that how that works? Yeah.
That is how that works, but I don't think the clock really allows that. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. But Jukabog to just not die.
Ah, cool.
Shrinks the Nethergoyf down to nothing. Gives,
And the DRC.
Yeah, and DRC, and makes Fear of Missing Out not able to have that ability. So, yeah, excellent play there from Jack. Will buy him a good chunk of time. But all that being said, Jack still, of course, does have to find Primeval Titan here at some point.
Yeah. Not much else to win the game outright without the big critter there. So spelunking aplenty on the board now for Jack Potter. Gonna get to ramping and hopefully find the Primeval Titan.
Looks like a meltdown off the top there from Joseph. Not exactly what's needed. So looks like this was Arena of Gloried as well. So just an extra 1 piece of damage here via haste. But when you got the extra mana lying around, why not?
And there's our Orc army. It'll grow so long as the Orcish Bowmaster sticks around. But, you know, extra point of damage could matter.
Yep. And, you know, the Bowmaster is not very good against Amulet, but it would have been nice last turn with the double spelunking.
Yeah.
Where Jack really just can't not play his cards. You know, he has to just play into it. So would have dealt a couple extra damage, but the Fear of Missing Out was way too powerful last turn.
Speaking of damage, I think Joseph's done most of the damage to himself here.
Yeah.
Down to 11 and 9 is Jack.
Really reminiscent of kind of the old Death Shadow days.
Yeah.
Gotta love this. Burning Inquiry, could be anything. You know, Jack's probably fine with this at this point, as, you know, wants to find some cards. The one thing is Bowmaster does get those triggers here, which is real nice.
Is that enough now?
That might be enough, yeah.
Because what's that, 3 to face, and then the Orc army grows to a 4/4.
Yeah. Oh, definitely enough. So I don't really know much that Jack can have here as far as an instant speed way to interact. Maybe like an Otawara to bounce the Orc army, something like that. But, of course, it's all random, too, whatever the last card's left in his hand. So, yeah, this should be heading to a game 3.
All right, sweet. Cool. So Joseph found a way to stave off the damage there from the Titan. That Thoughtseize coming in pretty clutch there.
Definitely.
Because then Jack was kind of floundering, trying to find a way through this matchup. But we are going to go to a game 3. Corey, what's the plan here?
Yeah, absolutely. And you said it right. The Thoughtseize was so key. If that Thoughtseize didn't hit Amulet Titan there, it was just over. You know, it's just over pretty aggressively when that Saga came out. But that is kind of the recipe to beat these combo decks that we're seeing in Modern right now. Pressure mixed with timely disruption.
Yeah.
And that can usually get it going. Outside of that, I'll be interested to see if Joseph keeps in the ley lines. You know, like I don't think they're that great in this matchup, but if you really just need to get some other stuff out of your deck, totally fine. Hollow One is also extremely good at discarding, you know, cards that are not so great in your hand in the late game with all the Faithless Looting, Burning Inquiries. So maybe just the high risk, high reward aspect of having it in your opening hand is enough. But wouldn't expect too many changes from Jack's side either.
It's kind of funny. Game 3, you just almost go back to your game 1 game plan. It's just like, I just need to win this now. Got a couple extra pieces to help me here, but, you know, proactive play might be the better option. And the proactive thing for you to do, friends, is to go and check out the flash sale this weekend. It ends on Monday. Go and get your free shipping on all singles over $50. So go find all those nice fancy cards you've been wanting. Go pick up some new things from the latest set from Aether Drift. And, yeah, go chuck some new shinies into your lists.
Yeah, I have the huge advantage of whenever these flash sales are going on, I am stationed out of Roanoke, where SCG is as well. So I get to just pick them up in store when I go into film, Commander Versa. It's perfect. They always have a lot of great sales going on pretty much every week. So, yeah, check them out for sure.
Yeah. Go get your store credit because you get extra value if you sell them your singles.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
Absolutely.
The regional championship here in Portland would not be possible without the help of our sponsors, Beckett and Dragon Shield. So if you're looking to get your cards graded and protected, be sure to check out Beckett and go pick up some sleeves to keep your cards protected.
Yeah, gotta love it. Two of the best in the biz here sponsoring Live Magic. So huge shout out to our two sponsors as, you know, sponsoring and helping out Live Magic, Live Paper Magic. There's nothing better in this world.
Hell yeah. Both players having a good chat here while they're shuffling up and getting ready for game number 3.
Yep, I would think this is the game that heavily favors Jack. You know, I think Joseph will really have to, I would say, aggressively mulligan to that extremely fast Hollow One draw, or just have like multiple Thoughtseizes, maybe a Meltdown, maybe a Leyline, like multiple pieces of interaction, or try to get those multiple Hollow Ones as fast as possible. I do see 2 Hollow Ones and a Faithless Looting. Now that isn't enough on its own. So what I mean, I don't think Joseph can mulligan this. Like that's just too good. But being able to cast turn 1 Faithless Looting, you are just praying. Come on, Street Wraith, one time, as that will make it so you can play both those Hollow Ones straight away on turn number 1.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, it looks like Jack's taking a mulligan as well. That's another thing that I think Joseph would just be hoping for is, all right, mulligan to Oblivion on the other side.
Yeah.
As I do think this is still a bit of a rough matchup, even though Hollow One can be extremely fast.
Mulligan to 6 here for Jack. Let's see if he's more of a fan of this hand. So we can get a sneaky peeky there as he just flashes the cards at us, and looks like he is happy with that. So
I saw Land Amulet, so it's got to be, you know, the rest of your hand has to be pretty bad to not keep it.
Yeah.
And the one thing that Jack can always hope for is if his hand is not so great, you can always just hope your opponent Burning Inquiries and fixes your hand. Ooh, Joseph didn't go for the Faithless Looting here. Wanted to guarantee playing a Hollow One.
Nice.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Oh, we
There's
hope
a
it's
risk to it.
nice.
There's a risk to it for sure.
Cruel Turf in after the amulet, bouncing the land. Now we get to explore and get another land into play, also untapped. And a card drawn here now for Jack.
So this is guaranteeing Joseph gets to put at least one 4/4 into play next turn, but also giving him a higher likelihood to find a Street Wraith and really be able to put a bunch of Hollow Ones into play. You also get your Ruckus Theater here, so you can try to help out your draw a little bit.
These Surveil lands were so sweet.
Yeah, they were. I was a bit of a skeptic right when they got printed for Modern, and I was immediately proven wrong the first deck I put them in. I'm like, okay, I'm adding a second. I'm adding a third. They have been incredible.
Whenever I can, I pick up one because it's like, I just want these in all of my commander decks.
There you go.
Faithless Looting now. Let's take a look at some extra cards here. Almost got Delirium online.
So now Joseph can have either Street Wraith, another Faithless Looting, Burning Inquiry if you want to gamble a little bit, all the ways to really put some Hollow Ones into play.
Wow.
Discards one.
Hollow one in the bin.
That's shocking to me.
Who's taking the 2 damage?
Huh?
Oh, it's shocking to you. You would take 2 damage.
I'm just personally shocked. Wow, playing this really, really conservatively here.
What? Look. Look at those grazers. What are y'all doing in there, buds?
Pretty bad hand here
That's
from
not
Jack.
great,
That's
yeah.
for sure.
All right.
But something like a bounce land or something, and Jack is really online once again. And there it is, bounce land right away. So, I mean, yeah, we might be already doing it this turn.
Yeah. Okay, let's see how we get things going here. Start things off with our Boreal Grazer, Summoner's Pact. Let's go find our big chunky friend.
And it is already prime time, and that's the
Yeehaw.
big problem. I mean, Jack's hand was not great, but if you find one bounce land, you are online. But if Jack were to just sit there for a couple turns without one, you're in a lot of trouble. But as it stands now, basically GG.
That land's like a Soul Ring land. It's so cool. There's the Battlements, giving this guy haste. He's attacking again, so we got to find more lands. What's it now? Time for Lotus Field, maybe?
Probably Bajuka Bog.
Oh, yeah, Bog.
To interact, and then probably a way to have blue mana so that Teleria West that Jack returned can get another Primeval Titan if there's any removal for the first one. But
Gotcha.
Jack's going to know in this list, like, there is just no way for Joseph to kill Primeval Titan outside of 2 bolts, and there's only 2 bolts in the 75. So Joseph's deck is not great at killing a Titan once it's on the battlefield. So
No.
I would think you got to be a heavy, heavy favorite
Oh, for sure.
here from House of Mana side.
You just see the side there from Joseph. Gets bogged. Faithless Looting. Going to do its best here to try and get something going for the Hollow One player.
Yeah, and Thoughtsy's no more real value to that one.
Wow, and Bowmasters. Yeah, get out of there, man. Arid Mesa. Going to go crack and fetch a mountain or plains. Down to 10 now, so he's taking a bunch of damage. This prime time plus another one potentially is just GG.
Yep, absolutely. Looks like Jack had another land in hand, that Vestige, plus the West to transmute for another Titan next turn. We'll have to pay for the Summoner's Pack, so probably won't be able to muster up a pre-combat prime time. But, these are just blockers.
Yeah.
And the string of Titans really never stops once they begin. So it's going to be a tough game for sure for Joseph.
This deck is silly, man.
It really is.
I'm just trying to play good, honest Magic down here with my free 4/4s.
Yeah, not really good, honest Magic on the Amulet Titan side, that's for sure.
I can see why you like this format, though.
Yeah, it's great. It is great.
Like you mentioned, the Hollow One's just going to be blocking here up against this Titan. Titan number 1. Was there a second Titan in the bin at the moment? Yeah.
Yeah, another one in the bin, and we have the Teleria West, but if we don't have a Pact or a Titan, pre-combat playing one of these Titans, giving it haste is probably off the table. But, being able to Titan up a bounce land or 2 should be able to at least play one post-combat. At the very least, could see House of Mana doing much more here.
Swinging in again. Attack trigger, Boseiju, and the Simic Growth Chamber will hit the board.
This is spicy. This,
Yeah.
if there's going to be a double block, that Boseiju that was just picked up can do that. But yeah, correct block there. Joseph had to block with the whole
Everything,
team.
yeah. Definitely keeping an eye on that. So just one creature would die there still, right? Oh, never mind.
And the one of Otawara for just the max blowout here.
Okay, so, wow. What an
Unreal.
exchange here for Jack, coming out on top in every single way possible. Joseph loses 2 creatures, 3 creatures, and this is looking like it's going to be Jack Potter's match.
Yeah, absolutely. The Titan Master looking like he's going to advance to 3-0
Good grief.
and definitely be the start he wants here.
Flashing back, Faithless Looting, dig, 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 help, help, he says, but there's only one more hollow one in the deck right now, and nothing else to deal with this massive Titan on the board.
Yeah, and now the problem is there was the Summoner's Pact holding Jack back a little bit for this last turn. That restriction is gone. Now you're able to just, for sure, transmute Teleria West, play another Titan, give that one haste, attack with 2 Titans, and should be all wrapped up here.
Goodness me. So, see, there was a hollow one in hand there. Joseph's just doing some math.
Yeah, has the meltdown as well to just deal with the amulet. You know,
Does that even matter at this
all
point?
fine and good. If anything, somehow maybe it'll keep him alive next turn. Maybe, you know,
Yeah.
the battlement could still sway this. But anything that Joseph does here is a Band-Aid.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Band-Aid on a knife wound at this point.
Pretty much, yep.
There goes the amulets. But look how much mana he still has available to him. What's that? 2, 4, 6, 8.
Just 10
10?
mana available so
Yeah.
far.
Not too shabby.
There,
Cool.
There's the transmute. Make sure to get the other Primeval Titan. Maybe you get one of your other cheeky creatures.
Cheeky
You can
creatures.
get Lumra.
Oh,
as,
yeah, the big bear. I
yeah,
love that guy.
exactly.
That bear is sick. And it's going to be huge, too.
Exactly. But when
Boo.
Primeval Titan, always a fine go-to creature here, as you can get
Yeah.
Crumbling Vestige, give it haste, attack,
Good
and win the game.
Lord. Okay, that is pretty dumb.
Yep.
It's kind of just like mono green Stumpy,
Yeah, I mean,
just with a couple extra fidgets in the way.
yeah, it's an incredible combo deck. You know, it's the masters that play this deck. Every time a new set comes out, there's one extra, layer of development the deck gets. And, the most recent one, it's definitely Aftermath Analyst.
Yeah.
Lotus Field in this deck makes it so you can just do some absurd things like we saw game 1. Game 2, the Thoughtseize was able to interact and give Joseph that game. And then game 3, just the traditional amulet kill like we've seen for the last, 5-10 years.
So making it look easy there is our winner, but we do have a backup match for you, friends. So let's jump on down to that and go and see who we have in the feature match area. It is Nate Marrall versus Mickey Cushing. We've got Neobrand in mono green Tron. So speak of mono green, here's true mono green. Corey, what do we expect in this matchup?
Nonsense. That's what we're
Nonsense.
going to see. We're going
Hell
to see
yeah.
a lot of nonsense here. 2 decks that have very much fallen off. Mono Green Tron, we'll still see a lot of Eldrazi, but you don't really see Urza's Tower, Urza's Mine, Urza's Power Plant anymore, like we are seeing here from our bottom player. And then Neobrand up top. So blink and you could miss this one, as Neobrand is a deck that you can win as early as turn 1. But it's a deck that has an extremely high fail rate, you know? So it'll be interesting to see these 2 battle it out.
Expedition map, one way to find one of the Urza lands, as you mentioned. Why is there a calculator on the board?
I was wondering the same as well, for some advanced math, I suppose.
Yeah, just, some trigonometry or logarithmics, as you wish.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've done math, so I don't know what I'm talking about.
Sure. Yeah, it is interesting to have that, especially since there's not a lot of math that goes into, the Neoform deck, besides counting down from 7.
Yeah.
As you go get Gristlebrand here, that is kind of the go-to thing to be doing. from this deck, start drawing cards, and then once you think like, oh, eventually you're going to run out of life. No, not in this deck. You get Nourishing Shoal to be able to cast it for free. Exile a card like your Gigantic Worm, which is what, 17 life that you gain.
What?
And so you can keep going through your deck, drawing a bunch of cards, and eventually winning with Thassa's Oracle. People will do anything besides just playing Breach and winning with Oracle there, let me tell you.
What on earth? Okay. So this is, jeez, all right.
So not only does Neoform have some struggles with actually getting to this point in the game, once you get to this point, you're going to win a large majority of the time, but you can still have games where your Nourishing Shoals are on the bottom 20 cards of your deck and you still don't do that much, but it's very unlikely. From this point, Nate would have to have something go very wrong to not win from here.
Oh,
Here's the
that's
calculator in action.
What are we using it for? Just math?
I just mathing.
Okay, cool. I mean,
mathing
there's
it out.
nothing in the Magic rules that say you can't have a calculator, right?
I don't think so, no.
Yeah.
I'll-
Take that, all our teachers who said we won't be walking around with calculators in our pockets.
I don't know if he's putting this calculator in his pocket, though. All right, we're getting word that it's for library size.
Gotcha.
Okay, I love
Okay.
it. I love it.
Cool.
So here's a Summoner Pact for our Giant Worm. We won't be seeing this on the battlefield or anything. This is just to exile the Nourishing Shoal to give yourself 15 more life and then be able to draw that many more cards and keep it going.
15? Oh yeah, it's just a 9/14 convoke.
Yep, no big deal.
Oh wow, I can't even say that. Autochthon worm.
Yeah,
that
I'm
one?
I'm not sure, but either way, this is nonsense, and I'm here for it.
Yep, auto worm. Assemble. Alrighty. So, on the other side of things, does the Tron player just have to like sit here and
just see it in action, because, you know, like I was saying, there is some kind of fail rate, but I'm looking at this Tron list. There really is no way to interact at all with just 2 colorless mana. You know, no Warping Whale or anything like that. So, yeah, this is just seeing the deck in action because, once again, you know, Mickey probably did not play against the Neoform deck in practice. And this is one of the frustrating decks to play against in Modern is Neobrand because, like, of course, it's not maybe the most popular deck, so number one, you're not used to playing it, but the ceiling on the deck is through the roof. Like, you know, the ceiling on the deck is it kills you on turn 1. Some matches it looks unbeatable, and then the floor is it doesn't really play Magic, and it loses really badly. So if you can handle the swings in your tournament, Neoform could be for you, not for me personally.
how many cards does he have in hand? He's like 28 cards or something, 21?
I would assume it's just his whole library at this point.
Good grief. Yeah, I guess. Sculptor? Oh my goodness.
And just going through the motions, eventually we'll see a good old Oracle coming into play. And we'll get it going on to the next game. Gotta love Modern, where anything can happen.
Yeah. Turn Timber Symbiosis. Good grief.
Just gaining more life.
Another Neoform.
Yeah.
Endurance.
Endurancing, just shuffling more cards from yourself, you know, putting your graveyard here. Give yourself some more cards.
Wow. All right, so. Summoner's Pact now. Gonna go and find another green creature. Allosaurus Shepherd again.
You gotta love it. I love watching this deck finally go off here in its full form.
I need to pick my jaw up off the floor because this is just crazy. Yeah, this deck I assume would fall into the other category of the archetypes.
You
here
would
this
be
weekend.
correct. Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely is in the other category.
Now what do we fetch? What's the next big idiot we bring out?
We're just getting all the riders into play. Why not? Get them going. gain some more life with your Zurin Orb.
Good grief. Yeah, Zurin Orb able to just chew on lands you're not using, because apparently lands aren't needed in Magic anymore.
You know, so far we have looked and seen a lot of busted combo decks that, you know, make your lands not as important. But, you know, I mean, this is what Modern can be. You know, it's not the most controlling Modern I've ever seen. It is very much about proactive combo decks, big Eldrazi's, and hyper-aggressive decks when it comes to, like, energy. So I think the black-white deck, Aether Vial deck, is probably the slowest and the closest deck resembling a control deck here.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, everyone's just kind of doing their thing, and if you don't have a way to disrupt what they're doing, well, GG's.
Exactly. That's why decks like Tron, you know, definitely don't have that many tools, especially game one, to be able to beat this combo deck. But, you know, in the post board, you're going to be able to bring in some stuff that interacts, maybe the Stone Brain if you can get that going fast enough, Tormod's Crypt if you want to be interacting with the graveyard here. But overall, I would assume Mickey is not in a great matchup here. An over-aggressive combo deck versus a deck that's trying to get out of Karn on turn 3 and start controlling the battlefield from there.
Goodness me. So, is he going to win this turn?
You definitely have to win this turn because there's all these pack triggers coming off that kill you the next turn. So, absolutely you have to win. Now, what you end up doing is getting enough creatures here into play where you then Court of Calling for an Oracle. Oh, wait, no, you cannot. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can Court of Calling for your Oracle. And then you just put that into play, win the game.
Okay.
So, like, you get all these Allosaur Riders. Now we see Endurance with the Evoke trigger on the stack. We're going to see all these creatures turn sideways to convoke an Oracle, and then you win the game like that.
Okay. Cool. Combat. Who needs it?
Yeah. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. And, I mean, yeah, I believe one of the other Allosaur Riders was exiled early on, so normally you would just get all 4 riders and then do this, but the Endurance, the couple copies of Endurance allow you to evoke this as well. And there we go. The math equation has been solved. Calculator gets cleared, and we go to game 2.
Well then.
That was awesome.
That was a thing that happened. Crikey. All right. Let's take a look at the sideboard then and see what on earth Mickey can do against this here, Corey.
Yeah, so with Mickey's side, it is a little brutal because Mickey is playing the Karn the Great Creator version. So you see a lot of one-ofs. You want these one-ofs to really, you know, stay in your sideboard so that you can down-tick Karn to be able to find any of these Silver Bullet-style toolbox effects. Now there's 4 Stonebrain, as this is definitely a card that's great against Breach. Pretty good against, you know, maybe the Eldrazi Mirror if you wanna hit something there. That seems to me the only card that you would really side in from this. So I imagine we'll see that. You can hit Neoform. You can hit the Gristlebrand. You can hit one of many cards against Neobrand and stop them from being able to win. So then from Nate's side, Nate will, of course, know that information that this is a face-up tournament. And then it'll be, okay, how can you interact with the Stonebrain? And I would think, first and foremost, Nace is just like, well, if you can't stop a turn 2 combo. So if you can combo on turn 2, it should be no problem.
Yeah.
Has the Nature's Claims to be able to deal with the Stonebrain. We might see those come in.
Boseiju as well.
Yeah, Boseiju is pretty decent. But more than likely, this is just Nate's going to try to combo as fast as possible like we just saw in game 1.
Goodness me. All right, so that was game 1. I mean, you said blink and you'll miss it. I was just trying to figure out what the heck was going on there. But, yeah, friends, if you enjoyed what you saw there, why not go and sell your cards to buy a new deck that does exactly what you just saw Nate do? Sell your cards at Star City Games. Sellyourcards.starcitygames.com. Turn all your old bulk into cash and go pick up some new cards.
Get rid of your tier 1 modern decks. Go get Neobrand.
Yeah, do that.
Add it to cart. and start comboing off and really being the villain.
Yeah.
You know, there's nobody that sits down against Neoform and they're like, yes, I can't wait to play against this deck. Everyone sits down against it and they're like, oh no, I could die before I get to play Magic whatsoever.
Yep.
And you see a calculator right away, you know, so you already know that this is going to be some high-level mathematics coming at you.
Intimidation tactics, I tell you.
Exactly.
No one likes to count.
I remember there used to be a gamer on the Star City Tour back in the day that would bring like coloring pads, a coloring book for when they're storming off.
Right.
Would be like, here, just in case you want something to do,
Yeah.
you know, gives your opponent a coloring book.
That's very
and,
considerate.
It really is, you know?
Yeah.
You want everyone to be having fun in your match, not
yeah.
just you. So I think Nate should look into that.
Yeah.
You know?
I would recommend
Some,
it, yeah.
some activities for your opponents to do while you start doing long division.
It's like the parents that get on board with their tiny baby and hand out, you know, earplugs and snacks and things and be like, sorry, they're going to cry. Deal with it.
Exactly. Now it's giving something to your opponent. Be
Yeah,
like, sorry, you're gonna cry.
Uh-huh.
But here is some fun at least on the way out. So
my.
looks like Nate took a mulligan here. Now this is a deck that mulligans very aggressively. You
Yeah.
need a specific amount of hands. There's no mid-range draw that you can have that gets you there. You need to have your Allosaur Rider. You need to have 2 green cards. You need to have 2 lands, and you need to have your Neoform. Now there's some other
Jeez.
things that you can have. Having a Chancellor in your hand. Chancellor of the Tangle is probably one of the most important cards for this Neoform deck because it acts as a land, you know, so you have, it will add a green mana if it's in your opener,
Sure.
and you can exile it to the Allosaur Rider. So that is
that's
kind of the
cool.
best card, allowing you to win on turn 1.
Like turn 1?
It's possible.
Good
yeah.
grief.
I mean, yeah, if you have Chancellor, that's already adding you a green mana.
Yeah.
Let's say you have
Then you
that
get the
plus
Shepherd.
Botanical Sanctum,
Oh, yeah.
Neoform, Allosaur Rider, 1 other green card. That's only 5 cards you need to just win right away.
Holy guacamole.
Yep, so we see another mulligan, but this is also a deck where, you know, if you have a piece of napkin as interaction, you can break up this combo from Neoform, and then it's going to buy you so much time. So, like, if Spell Snare, Spell Pierce, any of those kind of counter spells are prevalent in the metagame, this is a tough deck to play.
Yeah.
Not only do you counter the spell, but it's an additional cost. You have to sack the creature. So, like, 1 Spell Snare on a Neoform kind of
Ew,
counters, like,
ouchie.
4 cards, you know?
Certainly does. Does Nate like the look of this hand? Seems like it. So 5 cards. Now you listed a lot of cards that he needed in his opening hand. So he's
Yeah.
going to hope the top of the library plays nice. We see the Zerain Orb Boseiju on top of his deck there, on top of the hand, I should say.
Yeah, and the Zerain Orb is 1 card where you basically never want to draw it. It's,
Yeah.
It's, you know, one of those combo pieces like you'll see in Breach. You never really want to draw Grinding Station. It's just kind of there. But doesn't look like we have any of the explosive draws here from Nate.
No turn 1 win.
But could easily be turn 2, depending on what we see here. Ooh, okay. Torpor Orb comes down.
Orb. That's a fun card.
So that does shut off the actual win con. This shuts off the Oracle itself. Now, when Nate's kind of going off, it doesn't really shut off the things that matter. You know, it doesn't shut off Gristlebrand's ability.
No.
It doesn't shut off, you know, playing the Allosaur Rider.
Yeah.
So
It's just-
not the most important card, I would say.
It's just no ETB effects for you, or
Yeah.
enters effects now.
Yeah, but Neobrand will draw a bunch of cards. We see a bunch of Boseijus
Yeah.
in the list. You know, there's Nature's Claim.
too, yeah.
Plenty of ways to be able to get around that.
Hey, at least Mickey got to get 3 lands down.
Yes, yes.
That's an improvement from the last game.
And I would think this is the big turn. If Nate is able to, you know,
Ooh.
not do anything this turn, now big advantage to Mickey. Now we have a lot of mana. You know, now you're able to start casting some of your gigantic
Nice.
cards.
Oh.
And there's Karn. You're able to search something up. And I can't imagine there's not going to be something that's going to be devastating to Nate's plan to try to win the game.
Karn gonna go and fish in the sideboard. Finds a liquid metal torque.
Yeah. the liquid metal coating here to be able to play it.
Liquid metal coating.
To be able to play it, and at the upkeep of Nate, turn one of those lands into an artifact land so it'll shut off. So now Nate will still need the combo, which he clearly doesn't already have, but will also need another land. So you would think the way Nate has played this game so far that it will be impossible for him to combo next turn because it just wouldn't make sense. You know, he clearly doesn't have a land, would have played it last turn, and clearly doesn't have the combo or would have played it. So,
yeah, I mean, how much more time and energy do you commit to this matchup then?
Yeah,
from Nate's side.
I think this is over basically. That being said, if there is a Nature's Claim here at end step to deal with the coding, then there's the possibility Nate could win. But if Mickey gets to untap with coding and Karn and starts coding a land and then ticking up Karn and, you know, stone raining every turn, we'd be all done here. But there is the Nature's Claim, so Nate is still live.
Hey, all right. So that'll resolves, gets rid of the pesky liquid metal coating, as you mentioned, and gains him some life. Or gains Mickey some life, I should say.
Yep. Life totals basically irrelevant from both sides for this matchup.
There's no combat damage in this matchup.
Yeah, no. These life totals will remain at 20, but they will still be a winner of the game.
That's so silly.
So that was the big turn for Nate. Now Karn can just go get another piece of hate here. You know,
what's next on his menu?
We'll see if there's any of the Stone Brain still in the sideboard. If that's the case, I would think you just Stone Brain Neoform, and I would be shocked to think of a way that Nate could win through that. But that could have been one of the cards that you side in all four. That looks like a Trinisphere. That should do some good damage as well. And this style of Tron that we're seeing from Mickey isn't the big ramp to Ulamog style of Tron. There is one Emrakul, but this is kind of what you look at as this kind of prison Tron, where you're trying to really lock down what your opponent's doing, and you win the game through Mystic Forge, drawing a bunch of artifacts off the top, and just, you know, tightening your grip around your opponent until you win with a Ballista for $1 million out of your sideboard, that kind of thing. So really neither of these decks are trying to gain friends throughout these RCs, you know?
Definitely not.
Yeah, I think Mickey and Nate both came into this event being like, I'm not going to make any friends with my opponent, but hopefully I'm going to win a lot of games.
Hopefully indeed. So Mickey deploying his game plan here, as didn't get to do all that much in the previous one. No. Gonna start pinging some things, destroying some stuff.
Yep. Karn played off the top here, doesn't have mana to cast anything else with the Karn, but has the Crypt for Graveyard, has the Trinisphere to make Neoform at least cost a little bit more. Okay, had the Trinisphere. So, yeah, with the Tormod's Crypt and with only having Toper Orb, it looks somewhat possible here that Nate, never mind.
I think Nate's like, yeah, okay, fine. You have all the answers. He had some hope there, glimmer of hope with the Boseiju and the Nature's Claim. But, yeah, Mickey able to pick up that win.
Absolutely. So, looking forward to some of our events here. May is going to be a really exciting month here for Star City Games, as there's a lot of different events going on here. But this is the Spotlight Series here, where we have Magic Spotlight Secret Lair. That is going to be May 30th through June 1st here. If you are interested in checking out this event in Indianapolis, go to starcitygames.com/SCGCON. We did one of the Spotlight Series
that was sweet.
so far. There's there's going to be another one in Denver that's going to be limited. Really cool stuff with these new Spotlight Series events.
Yeah, so come and join us then. Go take a look on the Star City Games website for all the other events that they are hosting. As we get game number 3 underway here.
And that one will be modern as well, so, you know, pack your Neoforms.
No, please don't.
No.
Oh, boy.
So once again, the Zurin Orb in the opener here, not ideal from Nate, but we'll see if that explosiveness is ready to go for turn number 2 for Nate.
Yeah.
Didn't have the Chancellor as the way to do it on turn 1 once again. Looks like we're resolving the Devourer ability here from Mickey. And this should be the turn if the fireworks are going to happen. And if Nate kept a 7-card hand, you would think this is game time.
Two gemstone mines now on the battlefield for Nate, so Stonebrain makes an appearance here for Mickey.
Okay, so this is the turn where Nate either has to have one of the Nature's Claims or Besages to deal with that, or to start comboing off, because as I'm seeing, you know, maybe the big brains of Neoform gamers can find a way to win without Neoform, but I am not necessarily seeing it. I guess there is Eldritch Evolution, so yeah, you can still combo off with the 3-drop. But I guess if you just name Gristlebrand, I can't imagine there's a way to win through it. No real way to get a card out of exile. I guess you can just start.
You could just play creatures and combat. You know, it's not illegal.
Yep. Yeah, you can just play Galta. I mean, just play a 12/12 and attack. I guess that's the plan B. But outside of that, I don't see any ways to get your creature out of the exile zone. Rift Sweeper or something silly like that.
What does it say? Land drop still
available.
Available. Ah, okay.
Nate brought his own cards here.
Yeah, little reminder text for him.
It's kind of like when you're playing against Storm, you never want to see them bring out the mana symbols.
Oh, boy.
And I guess against Neoform, you don't want to see them bring out their graphing calculator.
Yeah. Whoa, both Nature's Claims going bye-bye
to
the Allosaurus Rider. That's going to get shoot on, and Grizzlebrand time?
It looks to be a good old Gristlebrand time.
Nom, 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 nom.
Everyone's favorite gigantic flying lifelinker. And I love that Nate has foiled out this Neobrand deck as well.
You can tell he's into this one.
Yes,
committed.
Exactly. Has been neoforming people for many, many years, it seems like.
Yeah.
I'm here for it.
It's pretty cool. Like, but good grief. How some of these combos are so convoluted.
Yes. And this has got to be one of the more complicated ones. You know, Breach is a A+B combo deck. You assemble Breach and Grinding Station, you kind of get it done. But this one, you got to do A plus B plus C plus D divided by 4. You know, like, I mean, there's a lot of math going into this one.
Also, he's not going to have any lands at the end of this because the gemstone mines are going to sacrifice themselves, right? Chew on them once the counters go off?
Yeah, when they would be used again, but I have a feeling there's not going to be a next turn.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we're just, we're going to win right here. And that is the nice part of having these gemstone lands. Like, you think, okay, yeah, I only get 3 uses out of them. Nate's not in the market of playing 4 turns, so.
Yeah, this Nourishing Shoal is pretty disgusting.
Yeah, really, really is.
Considering the mana value of some of these spells in here. The massive worm, you've got actually 2 ginormous worms in there. You've got Galta too.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
Needless to say, any Demir Mill players playing against Neoform, Tasha's Hideous Laughter does not go well. You know, does not. You may flip over 1, 2, 3 cards tops. It's not great against them,
That's
I must say.
Really funny. It's like, haha, I'm going to get you for 13 at least. No, 1.
Oh, 1 card, yeah. So now we see we are down to that 7 life. So normally you'd think, okay, can't activate Gristlebrand, but even on the battlefield, you can at least sacrifice 1 land to this Zern Orb. Then you can draw 7 more. But, you know, this is not completely over here from the Neobrand deck. Like, you do need to find a good combination of card. And with a Preordain here, you got to kind of think maybe it's not all wrapped up.
Oh.
That wasn't it. So
look like what, another Neoform?
I think that was a Preordain. But yeah, it doesn't look like it is all good to go here. So yeah, here's the sign that we don't have it. Go to 9, down to 2, draw 7 more. And by the way, Nate is drawing his cards and stuff. I would gain from that he does not fully have it yet, unless he just found it.
It wasn't a happy look on his face.
Not really.
He kind of looked at the library as if to say, "Why have you betrayed me?"
Yeah.
Huh. Man. To have a green shock right now, huh?
Yeah, right?
There is a Zernal anyway, but it'll
Now,
be fun.
now, the one thing I'll say is I don't think there was a Summoner's Pact played this turn, so worst case, Nate would just say go, could attack with Gristlebrand next turn,
Yeah.
and kind of still play a normal game here if he doesn't have it all wrapped up, but we shall see.
Okay. There goes a Neoform. Allosaurus Rider ×2.
Okay. And I mean,
Eldritch Evolution also taken out.
and they are just decently strong creatures, you know. These are
Yeah.
4-power creatures with the 2 lands, and if you play a land next turn, you know, you're attacking for 12 plus 8. You're attacking for 20 next turn. So if Nate can't piece it together this turn, still presenting lethal for next turn, but giving these Eldrazi decks more time is always scary.
Endurance now on the board. I do love how it's just basically like, haha, look how many things I can cast for free.
Yes, yes.
Good grief.
And looks like the evoke triggers on the stack.
Uh-huh.
Could Court of Calling for like 1 here for a wild canter if that helps. If you need to add 1 mana for like a preordain, like basically I need something here, I have nothing else. That is one option. And
Wow.
just conceded. I guess there must have been a Summoner's Pact cast.
Jeez,
Wow.
all right. That was not how I was expecting that one to end.
Yep. Wow. Looks like the wild canter was in hand, so even if there was
got
a
you.
Court of Calling, I thought I saw a preordain get drawn, so was maybe looking to Court of Calling for 1 for the wild canter, sacrifice it preordain to try to find another Nourishing Shoal was probably the thing.
Yeah.
But remember that fail rate I was talking about from the Neobrand deck? Well, you saw it.
Yeah, we sure did. That's a rough beat there indeed for
Yeah.
our near-brand gamers, but
Yeah.
I bet that's a relief for Mono Green Tron.
Yeah. That was probably, you know, one of the weirder games that Mickey won. Just like, okay, I just played some setup cards and I win.
Yeah?
Cool. 3-0.
Thanks. Yeah, it's like quit hitting yourself, quit hitting yourself, quit hitting
Yes,
yourself.
yes.
Anyway, friends, we have a deck tech coming up for you now, so enjoy, and we'll see you directly afterwards.
Hello, welcome back to the sideboard here at the Regional Championship, part of SCGCON Portland. I'm Nick Miller, alongside Theo Jung, playing Orzhov Blink, a deck you have helped put on the map. What started out as a joke has now become a real player in the format.
Yeah, how it started was I was in the mood to play a modern challenge. It was me and a couple buddies in the call, and I found this like Taxes looking deck, and I played a lot of this style deck in Legacy. Always love like casting Aether Vials, so I'm like, you know, I'm gonna have some fun and play this deck in the challenge. And obviously my friends were just laughing at me when this wasn't a known quantity. It's like, you're gonna play Aether Vial in like 2025? It's like, are you stupid? And then I'm just like, okay, well, if I win this challenge, I'll go to Portland, and
you did.
play this deck, and I did. So, and then I won another challenge online after that. So, yeah, I think this deck's pretty real. Feels pretty decent. So
Now, a lot of your friends
Yeah.
will say you would have won these challenges with any deck, but
yeah,
would you say the deck overperformed, or was this kind of pilot power?
I don't think it's pilot power really. I think that deck genuinely does some powerful things. I think Overlord of the Baelmerk is a very good card. Lots of ways to blink it. It's like formerly these types of decks would be very anemic without the presence of like Aether Vial in your opener, but you have another set of draws that actually give you like a pretty great start. It's like Velia plus Overlord or Flickerwisp plus Overlord, like can give you these like sort of cheating on mana starts that you wouldn't otherwise have.
All right, so take us through the deck here. We have the core, we have the blink components, which are Aether Vial and Ephemerate, which allow you to get this value and kind of be tricky. You touched on the Overlord, but also we have Emperor of Bones, and this is the card that really stood out to me when I see this card doing things. You, however, have trimmed this week to a couple of copies.
So I'm playing 2 Emperor Bones, and a large part of that is because I think it's largely a non-card in the Breach matchup, which I expected to be pretty popular. I board it out there, and I don't think it's a very good like play on turn 2. It's like sometimes against Energy you have Emperor Bones in your hand on 2. It's like, and you can't really run it out. but you kind of want to play something on turn 2. So yeah, it's like, I think it has like diminishing returns if you play too many copies, and when it just becomes like Grizzly Bears, it's not really a card you want to have in your deck.
We've got Orcish Bowmasters is just all-star card in the format. But then the real engine here, we've got Philia, and we got Recruiter of the Guard, we have Flicker Wisp, and then you can take us through all these tutor targets and then the utility cards that you're really generating the value from.
Yeah, so I have 2 Bowmasters this weekend. I think that's like more of a concession to energy than anything else. I saw data from last week's set of RCs and saw that Black-White Blink was only winning 46% against Boros Energy, which, you know, I thought was a good matchup. A lot of people have been cutting Bowmasters, and I think, like, it's reflected in that. It's like, if you don't have push, you're forced to, like, use a Solitude on, like, an Ocelot Pride or maybe a Ragavan, and having Orcish Bowmasters in your opener sort of mitigates that need. So, yeah, and I can talk a little bit about the core of the deck, which is like 3 Recruiter, 3 Flicker Wisp, 4 Felio, 4 Overlord. Yeah, that's like your core engine, and it like gives you a lot of selection, a lot of maneuverability to tutor your key cards in a lot of specific matchups.
And what we've got, you know, some graveyard hate with the Bogart Trawler. We've got, you know, a disenchant creature, land, and then you have your targets as well. Take us through, you know, the Aven Interrupter, the Skyclave Apparition, and so on.
Yeah, Aven Interrupter, all-star against Breach and Storm. Largely, its relevant part of text is that spells your opponent casts from graveyards or exile cost 2 more to cast until end of turn. So against those decks, in addition to like having the ETB, it's also just like a hate piece, so which has been great. White Orchid Phantom against big mana decks, it's a Ghost Quarter effect on a stick. Skyclave Apparition, I've debated cutting, but also there's specific permanents that are like pretty popular right now that this deck has a hard time answering without it. So for instance, it's like Flip the Johnny, for example. Like, you can't answer it with Witch Enchanter. If it's already flipped, you can't Solitude it or push it. So the only option you really have to answer that cleanly is like tutoring Skyclave off Recruiter.
Right.
So I found like those sorts of things like come up. It's like, you know, it's like the areas where you're missing coverage, Skyclave sort of fills the holes. And Tide Hollow Sculler, it's, you know, it's a favorite card of mine. I like to call it the mascot of the deck. A lot of people have cut it, but I've like tutored for it enough times, like when I have a Violon 2 and I have like a Recruiter, that I think it's like worth the slot. It's not like horrendous to draw either, especially in conjunction with Ephemerate. So, yeah.
And after the last round of RCs, you know, we saw the deck take second place in Canada, I believe. Yeah. How do you feel its position going in now that people know it's a real deck and they're adjusting for you as well?
Yeah, I think it definitely gets a little tougher for you if you're like a known quantity, because it's like people can have like specific answers to Overlord, and as people get more reps in against the deck, like they'll know how to play against it better. So for example, like during the early times when I was playing this deck, people would board in Graveyard Hate against you because they would see Overlord, but that's actually not like an ideal thing to do, because Overlord like selects from the 4 milled among them to return to your hand. So as this deck is played more, I assume we'll see like less of people doing that and more like hate cards like Torpor Orb. I know some people have Elish Norn in their sideboard for the mirror in this deck. So yeah.
Speaking of sideboards, we've got some Thoughtseizes, we got some Wrath of the Skies, additional tutor targets. Anything you want to call out here that's super important?
No, I feel like it's pretty standard. I wanted the third Thoughtseize is like the change I made to have more coverage against like Eldrazi. I don't think I wanted like another card for maybe like Breach or Storm or any other like Titan or any other combo deck, but I also wanted like another sideboard card against Eldrazi when I was mapping out the sideboard. So yeah, the third Thoughtseize seemed like the best hedge.
Orum's Chant, a card that has gained a lot of popularity. Another card that kind of goes alongside Aether Violin I haven't seen in forever.
Yeah, Orum's Chant's a fun one. It's largely for Breach. I like playing it over Surgical. It's basically just like counterspell for Underworld Breach, and when you're just playing these long games, like I have it over Surgical, and a Breach player can like maneuver around Surgical at the point of the game where they're trying to combo off against Black-White a lot of the time is what I found. So having Orum's Chant as sort of like a hard counter to Breach, like I found to be pretty helpful.
Well, you're off to a 2-0 start here in Portland.
Yeah.
Have you told your friends anything that's going to happen if you win this tournament? Do you have to play the deck somewhere else, or?
I assume if I win this tournament, regardless of any bet, I keep playing it. So, yeah.
All right, we're
Yeah.
off to a great start. Thanks for
All
joining
right.
me here in the sideboard.
Of course.
Stay tuned to Star City Games all week long for the action here in Portland.
What's cracking, everybody? Hello and welcome back to the Regional Championship here in Portland. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister, and we have seen 3 pretty crazy rounds of Modern so far, Corey.
Yes, absolutely. Everything you know about Modern, yeah, sure, the big 3 decks, are a good 50% of the metagame, but there is a lot of other stuff going on, and Modern never disappoints.
Woo-wee! It's been crazy. I mean, there's some stuff I haven't even seen before. So this is going to be an interesting day for everyone involved indeed. But our players are, of course, looking to lock up as many wins as they possibly can to secure their spots for tomorrow. I believe we might have standings that we can take a look at. So let's jump in and see who is undefeated. Corey, any big names here?
Absolutely. This is still very early in the tournament, but, so these pages are going to go pretty far for the undefeated players, but I'm seeing a lot of grinding breach there. I'm impressed with that. All these players off to that perfect start. Maybe we can take a look at the next page here. But, yeah, these 15 players to start with, we're going to have 3-0s probably down to, you know, a solid 200, 300 players or so. So a lot of players still undefeated and a lot of Modern to be played.
And as our players remain undefeated and people start picking up losses, we'll be focusing in more on those players who are just absolutely crushing it, who called it, who had the right prep this weekend. Any big surprise, are you expecting to see any decks really come out of the woodwork here and just surprise everyone?
You know, I think it's going to be interesting. I'm going to be a little biased here as I am a huge Breach fan, and I've thought it's been the best deck here for a while.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting now that that's becoming a bit more, you know, widely known by players, a little bit more expected. If people can bring answers to deal with the deck, or if the deck still continues on the trajectory and still kind of increases its results, wins this RC, that kind of thing. Also to see if Boros Energy can kind of bounce back. You know, it had about a 50% win rate here from the first round of regional championships. Nothing exciting. It seemed like that is the deck where if you come prepared with that, you know, a bunch of Pyroclasms, a bunch of Wrath of the Skies, ways to destroy the initial assault from that deck, it's proving that you kind of can beat it. So I'll be interested to see those two storylines for sure, where that goes, because we're at exactly the amount of decks, the same amount of decks, 203 players from both Breach decks and the Energy decks. So kind of see which one of those decks got it right.
Breach versus Energy, who will come out on top?
Yes.
Well, I can tell you that our feature match, we'll give you a little bit of a preview here, is going to feature neither of those decks. Because we are still looking at all of the other category a little bit. Jeskai Control might not be in the other, but I still think it is, up against Azorius Hammer.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is kind of two masters of their craft. We have Travis Brown on Hammer, who's, you know, another person like we saw from Jack Potter. Just the people that play their deck know it well, continue to play it, whether or not it's the best deck or, you know, not the best deck at the time. They just know it, they play it, they realize they're going to be better off by sticking to what they know instead of switching to a deck. That's Travis Brown and Hammer, and also Patrick Wu, who made the top 8 of our last regional championship on, you guessed it, Control. He's very much a Control master, and this is a spicy one. This is Jeskai Control with Orum's Chant, which is a card that's extremely good against Breach right now. And then just a good old Control deck with Wrath of the Skies, Flame of Anor, being able to control the creatures that are put into Modern, all the aggressive stuff from Boros Energy, as well as all the permanents that are put into play from Team of Breach. So looking at this deck list, this is Patrick Wu's wheelhouse, something he always plays, but it seems like it has a good matchup against the big two decks right now. So, yeah, really cool deck. Also, you don't see Isochron Scepter and Orum's Chant too often.
I know. The last time I saw an Isochron Scepter, there was some dumb stuff happening with a completely different deck list in Commander. So
Sure. Yeah, Isochron Scepter is a card that is, you know, extremely powerful, extremely good, but it's for sure fallen off. It's fallen off. It is not really a normal card to be played these days, but can really do some damage if you're not prepared to deal with that artifact. Isochron Scepter with Orum's Chant at your opponent's upkeep, you can't play spells forever.
Oh boy.
Is going to be pretty devastating for a lot of decks.
Yeah, Control sounds like Death and Taxes kind of styles.
Yeah, and I will say Patrick Wu's deck maybe, of course, isn't prepared for Azorius Hammer. Azorius Hammer is a deck that kind of fell off a little bit as well here in recent years. But I think the main cards that we're going to be looking for from Patrick's side is the Wrath of the Skies. Those are going to be huge.
He's dual-wielding axes, Corey.
Yes, love it.
Leyline axe, able to hit the board before anything even happens in the game. And this is a pretty cool card that was printed in Foundations.
Yep, absolutely. Nice card that we saw make some waves in Standard. Not necessarily a card I've seen in Modern, but it is a card that helps supercharge the newly unbanned card, Mox Opal.
We just chucked a 0 cost. Oh wait, no, it is. Is that a land?
Yeah,
that is a land. Oh, it's Inkmoth
Inkmoth,
Nexus. I was about to say, yeah, just 0 cost creature, no land. No, it's a land. It's fine.
And I believe we did see like 1 or 2 Mox Opals in Travis's hand. So being able to have an explosive turn here, see if we can pair it with kind of the go-to thing that these decks have been doing is trying to play Sigarda's Aid and then Colossal Hammer. Now, as I look over the list, I'm not sure I even see any Sigarda's Aid, which is
Who needs
wild.
Forge anew. I think Battlefield Improvisation has kind of taken over that spot.
Yeah,
just being able to get something attached to it for free.
And then you have Paladin, the Pure Steel Paladin, to be able to equip your hammer that way, but looks like this version has gone away from the Aid.
Forge anew. Pretty cool card as well from Lord of the Rings. Enters, return an equipment from graveyard. Not really relevant at that point, but the second bit of text. As long as it's your turn, you can activate equip abilities anytime you cast an instant and pay 0 rather than the equip cost the first time you do it. So yeah, we could start seeing some pretty souped up little blink moths.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We could see the poison start flowing here. Activate one of these creature lands, equip an axe already. You know, that is a solid 4 poison. Makes for a pretty quick game. And yeah, we might even see it here. Just animate both of these lands, equip one of them for free, and kind of go from there. Patrick Wu, definitely, his deck is very good at destroying stuff at sorcery speed. At instant speed, there's Flame of Anor and Galvanic Discharge, but with only 1 mana, just a discharge available here.
Oh man, this is so gross. Like you're able to just equip at instant speed.
Yeah, really unfair. So Patrick kind of just thinking about the timing on this, if he indeed does have a Galvanic Discharge. Plus there's, plenty of other things that you can have to protect your creature. Surge of Salvation being the first one that I see.
Battlefield Improvisation as well, giving it +2/+2. So, you could do that and then equip the axe. So that's kind of neat.
Looks like Patrick was waiting for this. That way, if,
nice.
The improvisation. Well, this is great because I believe you
can put both on, yeah.
Yeah. So
boom, boom.
3, 4, 5. Is that just lethal?
10, yeah.
Okay. Impressive.
Look at his face. Yeah, I'm with you, man. That was sick.
That was sick. I don't think there was a better time that Patrick could have done this. I guess the only thing that oh wait, maybe this was not lethal.
Not
clearly.
lethal? So wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? It was a 5/5 double striker though.
I would think so as well. I guess I'm missing something on that.
Because it's a 1/1. It gets +1 from the axe twice.
Oh, okay, yeah, here we go. Of course, it was the tune, the narrative still had enough energy to be able to kill
to
the
pump
land.
it up.
Yeah,
Gotcha. Okay.
It got pumped up to 4 power before the second axe was equipped.
Right, gotcha.
But then still, you get rid of your energy and you're able to deal with it pretty cleanly here.
Boo! I wanted to see a cool double striking 5/5. That would have been sick.
So realistically, that was just a bit of a misstep here from Travis, kind of throwing away that, just forgetting about the extra 2 energy there.
Yeah. Huh. Sweet. Alrighty, we'll turn passes back. There is another Inkmoth Nexus there, if he wants to give us another go.
So goes for the chant right away, so no...
no, you're doing nothing this turn.
Yeah, can still attack, though.
Yep. No spells being cast. Actually, that doesn't really hurt him too much, does it?
Yeah, not so bad. You'd still get to chip in here a little bit, but it kind of says Patrick just won't win the game on the spot here.
Yeah.
Or Travis won't win the game on the spot here, excuse me.
This is 4 poison there for Patrick. Didn't take his vitamin C this morning,
I guess so.
Tisk, tisk.
Yeah, and didn't have the ability to kick this Orum's Chant. Otherwise, I'm sure Patrick would have done that. But a good way to just prevent yourself from dying while you do a little bit more setup here.
Soon the narrative again, getting some more energy.
Now, this is definitely the turn where Patrick would like to have Wrath the Sky. You have this extra energy already in reserve. You can just deal with everything besides the 3 lands on Travis's side.
Yeah. That would pretty much shut the door on Travis, you'd think.
You would think so, yeah. Yeah, Wrath of the Skies is a card that did a number to this deck for sure.
It's very cool. You know, energy is an interesting mechanic in Magic.
Yeah, it's always been so powerful. You know,
Yeah.
we've seen it as far back as the Aetherworks Marvel, you know, just the kind of Rogue Refiner value, and now, you know, energy making its splash here in the Modern Horizon set
Yeah.
to kind of supercharge it. You know, Galvanic Discharge is one of the best pieces of removal spells paired with other bits of energy. I love energy. I'm a big fan of it.
Yeah. I mean, Galvanic Discharge is giving you 3 energy when you cast it. Like, that's
Yep.
gross. You could kill all the things.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh, Arms Chant yet again. This is very pretty printing there,
Yeah,
Bob,
no
I will
kidding.
say. Nice.
When we see people that are masters of their craft, their deck is usually the most gorgeous deck you've ever seen, and Patrick's is no exception here, as he plays some kind of blue-white control deck in basically every format. You know, Pioneer, we've seen him play the Lotus Field version of blue-white, where every other kind of one was like the Yorion version.
Oh, yeah.
You know, just really kind of is a master with this style of deck.
Fable the Mirrorbreaker is also on the board there. Speaking of incredibly powerful cards
Definitely.
from the way back when. Actually, it wasn't even that long ago, but still very, very good indeed.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what, was it last year where it won every Pro Tour? Or
Yeah.
Fable? Or was it the year
It
before,
was
maybe?
Pioneer and yeah.
Yeah.
And Standard, and it's got banned, but it's okay.
It had a good year, we'll say that.
Yeah, too good. In comes the little Goblin Shaman for 2. So we'll get some treasure now for Patrick Wu. What's the follow-up play here going to be?
Yeah, and it's definitely just got to be something to control this Nexus axe draw. And there's Isochron Scepter with the chant. So now every turn, Travis is not
Gross.
able to play spells, but
Yeah.
he does still have the win locked up right now on the battlefield. So this one treasure does have to interact with this land here.
Yeah, it's going to be a Galvanic Discharge or something to that effect.
Yep.
Or, yeah, because you can't kick it under
You
Isochron.
can't kick it off the scepter, I'm pretty sure there. I guess I could be wrong on this. Believe it or not, that's not an interaction that I have seen in Modern here, basically at all.
Reflection of Kikijiki hits the board now. In for another attack. Goes and gets more damage in, another treasure down. And things looking really good here for Patrick. Just able to stifle everything that Travis is trying to get done. He has stuff on board to be able to kill Patrick, but is, making it very difficult for him here.
Yep, absolutely. And I do love when these kind of decks are having success, something that, you know, I would assume is the other category. And, yeah, I guess Patrick did tap 3 mana there.
Wow, okay.
Maybe you can kick that off of that. You learn something new every day.
Yeah. Well, let's hope that's how it works.
Either way, that's gross. That is
That
really
is gross, yeah, because you're essentially shutting your opponent out. It's like, yeah, you don't get a turn. I'm just going to take 5 extra turns after this one, essentially.
Yeah, no kidding. And I mean, there's a lot of interaction that you can have for the Scepter when it comes to just on your opponent's turn. You know, Flame of Anor is one of the kind of go-to cards that's being played right now that you can interact with. But, man, if you just get to do that every single turn, I can't imagine a way that this Hammer deck can really come back from it.
I think it's just now a case of, oh, well, let's see. Maybe you'll hit yourself, hopefully, question mark.
Yeah, kind of looking at...
Again, another sweet printing of Flage, Titan of Fire's Fury.
I guess the thing that we're drawing to here is one of these Surge of Salvations. That's why Travis is still playing.
Yeah.
Just upkeep with that Orum's Chant on the stack. You can Surge, and you gain Hexproof as well as your creatures, and then you can try to win the game that way. But the thing is, you run out of time very quickly, as eventually Patrick will find interaction. So when Travis finds that, then these lands get fired up, and you can just use your interaction to deal with it there.
Just 2 more poison counters needed.
So close, but so far.
Yeah. Well, he's going to be pretty dead pretty soon here, so let's see if Travis can find it and get the win, the cheeky win, with the little creature land and a big old leyline axe. Here comes Flage again.
And Flage gaining a little bit of life doesn't matter that much as far as you know, the way Travis wants to win the game here. So
yeah, it's more the damage that matters in this case, but that's going to do it for Travis. He's seen enough, didn't find the answer he was looking for. And that's gross.
Yeah, that is gross. You know, Modern's my favorite format. I have been playing a ton of Modern here, and I learned a new interaction here in this match here with being able to kick Orum's Chan off Isochron Scepter. So just shows you how amazing this format is. I absolutely love it.
There's just so much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? Let's take a look at the sideboards here, friend.
Nice. So looking from Travis Brown's side, I would think some cards you really want to bring in immediately are the Wear Tears, being able to interact with that Isochron Scepter thing. That combination there, I would think that's got to be kind of step one. But maybe at the same time, Travis just says, all right, I'll have my Surge of Salvations as a way to interact with that and just try to win the game that way.
There's also Pithing Needle.
Yeah, but Pithing Needle if you want to do that. But you also look at Patrick's deck, and there are only 2 Isochron Scepters, so that is a way to really close the door, but it's not Patrick's #1 game plan. So I would think Travis is going to attack this just the same as another control deck that he's sitting across the table from.
It's kind of funny looking at Patrick's list, you know. A good chunk of these cards you see in the most played deck here this weekend in you know, Timur Beach. Obviously not the same colors, but you know, the Flame of Anors, the Tamios, of you know, all the good cards from Modern, basically just making their way into various lists, finding homes.
Yep, absolutely. And then I think from the other side, the Wear Tears from Patrick looks great. The Solitudes look pretty nice. You can definitely think about the Consigns if you want to, you know, counter some of the colorless spells, but that doesn't look that great to me. And then Teferi. Teferi is actually a card that is not so bad against Hammer, as you can just interact without the consequences of Travis being able to pump your creature and kind of win out of nowhere there.
Yeah. Players taking a look at the their opponent's deck lists. And as they're looking through those cards, maybe you should have a look through some of these, as Star City Games is having a flash sale on this weekend, so go and check it out. Pick up some singles. If you have an order over $50, well, you get free shipping. So go do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe pick up your Isochron Scepters and Orum's Chants because, well, this looks awesome to me. It's something we haven't seen in a while. Gotta love it.
Taking a look at opening hands here are our players. Or just taking a look through their sideboards, seeing what they want to bring in this matchup. Now, we pretty much knew that coming into this, it was going to be a lot of Boros Energy. There was going to be a lot of Temur Breach. You know, what cards do you think are a nod to the fact that, oh yeah, there's a bunch of other decks that people could be bringing to?
You know, I think from Patrick's side, for sure, just like Wrath of the Skies, it's a good answer to everything, you know? And even though, you know, players are expecting a lot of Boros, they're expecting a lot of Temur and stuff, you got to expect that I would say at least 50% of the field is going to be not those big 3 decks. Yeah. So Patrick is definitely taking the approach of just, I'm going to play cards that are generically good against whatever you're going to be doing.
Yeah.
You know, so while this Azorius Hammer deck is not a, you know, a Boros Energy style deck, it falls to Wrath of the Skies in kind of the same way. There's a lot of these cheap 1 mana, 2 mana artifacts and enchantments, and you're able to still just absolutely clean them up with a well-rounded card like Wrath of the Skies or Flame of Anor with some of your wizards.
Patrick does not like that hand at all, so pretty quick mulligan there for him. On the other side of things, though, I think Travis is happy, question mark.
Looks good. Yep, we see a Stoneforge. I saw the Paladin as well as
an axe.
An axe and a hammer. So, I mean, this this can be kind of turbocharged here. Now, it does seem like you know, these style of Azorius Hammer decks, and I would say these style in the fact that Travis Brown is probably the only one playing Hammer. You know, he is a diehard, but this version doesn't seem as explosive without the Sigarda's aid that we've seen in previous iterations. So maybe a little bit more of a I'm trying to win on turn 3 instead of, you know, trying to really, you know, get some of the best draws you can get and win on turn 2. But with Mox Opal, it is possible.
Patrick, on the other hand, going to 5, I believe.
Looks like it's something the control deck definitely doesn't want to do.
Lands, tune the narrative. Okay, are we happy with this one, sir?
I would assume lands and tune the narrative is probably enough when you're already down to 5.
That's pretty much the best you're going to get at this point, I would say. So hopefully the top of the deck plays nicely for Patrick Wu and Jeskai Control fans. I want to see a Big Dumb Hammer do Big Dumb things.
There you go. There you go.
Go, Travis.
And it does make sense. Patrick is going to aggressively mulligan a little bit more here as, you know, being the control deck, you've got to have the right answers very quickly against Hammer. There's no have a turn 3 Flage and hope it's good enough as your first piece of interaction.
Hallowed Fountain on the board alongside the Colossus Hammer and the Leyline Axe. So the armory groweth for Travis Brown. Now he just needs something to put it on.
Yep, and I believe we saw Stoneforge and the Paladin.
Yeah, that's sweet.
Plus another land. So I think something that we could easily see is Stoneforge on 2, go get another hammer. Paladin on 3, equip everything to Stoneforge here and win the game.
Whee!
That is definitely a line that's available here to present lethal next turn.
Yeah, and there's also backup with the Moth, perhaps, if one of these creatures gets removed. Oh, Boots.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Going
for Boots.
And doesn't really have to get another hammer with the axe giving you double strike.
Yeah.
You know, that was something you had to do in previous iterations. You know, you would just have to make your 1-power creature get +20 to be able to win. But now it's just available right now if there's no way to interact from Patrick's side.
Yeah. Boots to protect if that's a concern. Like you mentioned, there is the Paladin in hand, we believe, so able to equip for 0, so long as there are 3 or more artifacts.
Yep. But Travis does kind of have to just show, hey, I'm going to do all of these because you do need to equip at sorcery speed, so we'll kind of have to put all the things on the table here.
Yeah. Whoops.
So now if this Paladin resolves, you get to start equipping stuff. Patrick grimaces.
Yeah, okay, fine. Yep, hella dead. Nice.
Amazing.
That was cool.
Amazing. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of those games when Travis wins, and a lot of the longer games here when Patrick wins for sure.
Alrighty, game 3 we get to see between these two decks. They've been a blast to see so far. Now what are we doing?
I wouldn't think we're going to see too many changes here from Patrick. You know, when you're playing a control deck, most of the time you have cards that need to come out, and you have cards that are going to for sure come in. So I don't think we're going to change too much. Play draw, I could see Teferi improving when you're on the play. Being able to go Teferi bounce whatever 2-drop Travis plays is a lot better when you're on the play than, you know, expecting that your Teferi on turn 3 is going to do anything when you're on the draw. So that would be my only consideration from Patrick's side. And, yeah, probably the same from Travis as well, just leaving the cards that are good against the control deck.
This hammer deck, this is my cup of tea.
Yes, yes, it is very awesome.
Just give the tiniest creature the biggest, dumbest things to hit. Friends, if you would like to sign up for the Star City Games newsletter, you can do so to find out all about the upcoming events, the upcoming sales like there's on this weekend, and the events and the latest sets too. I probably said that twice, but you know what? They're really cool, so you should go and check them out. Go get your Aether Drift, come and join us in Charlotte, and go check out the flash sale. So starcitygames.com/newsletter.
Always doing some cool stuff over here at Star City Games.
Yeah.
That's for sure. That's for sure.
They're kind of cool. I like these.
Yeah, yeah.
I like these friends. And a big thanks as well to the sponsors and everyone behind the scenes to bring coverage to everyone at home this weekend who's watching. So thank you to Beckett, and thank you to Dragon Shield as well. If you want to get your cards graded, check out Beckett. If you want to keep your shinies protected, Dragon Shield is the way to go.
Yeah, I feel like especially Patrick's deck, like you need to get those cards in some good sleeves, and you need to get them all graded and put in a museum if you were to win this one. You know,
maybe not a museum just yet, but seeing someone playing with like an entirely slabbed deck would be hilarious.
Yes.
How would you even shuffle that? Elegant Parlor to start things off here, and Surveil into the yard for Patrick. Another axe. Ooh, these axes are just everywhere.
All axes all the time. And I will say, this is another deck. You know, we kind of look at Mox Opal as being Breach's best friend. Mox Opal has always been a big affinity card back in the day, as well as Hammer, you know? So this is another deck that's like quietly getting a huge boost from Mox Opal here. It's just a little overshadowed, as Breach seems like the best thing to be doing with Opal so far.
Yeah. I'm curious to see if our newest set, Aether Drift, does anything in Modern with all the vehicles that are being printed.
Yeah.
You know, all the artifacts, all that nonsense. So
Absolutely.
Could be fun times ahead as Mem Knight hits the board here for Travis.
Now, I want to say I didn't see a land from Travis, though. I could be wrong at first glance there, but there were plethora of 2-drops, as well as a Paladin for sure to be able to strap up this little Mem Knight and, make it pack a little bit more of a punch if we were to find a land. But now, I mean, that's the strength of this Azorius Hammer deck.
Yeah.
Patrick has to be on guard from now on.
Yeah.
That at any point, a Paladin can just equip this Mem Knight and the game can end. So it's really brutal when you're a control deck. You can never have this kind of setup turn. Like, what are you going to play Isochron Scepter with Orm's Chant right now? I doubt it.
Unfortunately, not a thing that Patrick can be doing, so he's just going to Galvanic Discharge, get that creature off the board so that he is not at threat of dying just straight up here on turn 2.
Yeah, I don't know how many Mem Knights are getting Galvanic Discharged at this event so far, but
I would imagine it's a small percentage.
Yes.
Teeny tiny amount of the field.
So there is a Mox Opal. I'm not sure that was in hand before, otherwise we probably would have cast it, but Stoneforge now to be able to go find another artifact.
All right, now with dual wielding.
And no land says go, so there is a certain card that Travis is saying, please no Wrath of the Skies.
That would be brutal.
Oh, yeah. And looking in Travis's hand, there is basically nothing he can do if it's there. That would pretty much seal up this game here.
Ugh, backbreaking indeed.
Yep.
It's like when someone casts a Vandal Blast. You're just sad. You just sit there and, oh, okay, I guess you blew everything up.
Big sad, yeah, absolutely. We'll see if it's there. If not, the win is available for Travis. And the win actually would have been available there from Travis if that Galvanic Discharge didn't kill Mem Knight as well.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So well-timed Galvanic Discharge there from Patrick, not taking any chances as he looks to see where this turn will take him.
It's hard to see if it's there because, the traditional Wrath of Skies doesn't look to be there, but there could be some alternate version that Patrick's playing in this, really blinged out deck. But I would think you're slamming it if you have it. So.
Oh, yeah.
I would think we're trying to go to something else here. There was a Flame of Anor pulled to the front. So not as good if you don't have a wizard to pair with it, but being able to still kill one of these creatures, blow up one of these artifacts is still reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, at this rate, I think Patrick's just on, crowd control. Make sure none of these creatures are even able to think about picking up a piece of equipment.
Yeah, it's tough to think, though. Do you Flame of Anor the Mystic? Do you try to blow up the Axe, which turns off the Opal? It's definitely not as easy as just kill the creature.
No, yeah, absolutely.
I think if you destroy the artifact or anything, that is the greedy play where you can easily die. But if you kill the creature, you're not going to die the next turn, I guess, except if a Boots gives you haste. That would be the one way to still die.
Boots is 1, the equip is 1, so still a fair bit to do there at least.
Yeah, but if you would go Paladin, land, Boots, you would equip and still win through Flame of Anor here. So as far as I'm seeing, if this Flame of Anor doesn't kill the Mystic, the game's just over no matter what.
Yeah.
And if it does kill the Mystic, if Travis top decks a land, it's still over here.
All right, let's see. Land? Land?
Or
Land?
an opal. Or an opal.
Land!
I think this
Smack.
is GG.
Paladin. Equip. Smack.
Paladin into boots. I thought I saw the Paladin and boots in hand.
Whee! There we go.
Wow.
Gotta love it. That's sick. I love this deck. Travis, you're my hero. Keep going, man.
Absolutely. I played against Travis. I actually played him in the finals of one of these SCG events sometime last year, and I got absolutely destroyed, but I've never had a better time getting wrecked because Travis is one of the most entertaining opponents to play against and just always the nicest guy ever. So, yeah, really awesome stuff.
That was super, super cool. So, GG's, 2 big ol' hammers being thrown around, smacking people in the face. We love to see that, I will say. And Patrick Wu, unfortunately, picking up a loss, but a contender, not to say the least. So, we'll be seeing them a little later, no doubt.
I love that we saw Jeskai Control, which I didn't think we would see. Hammer, which I didn't think we would see. Neo Brand last round. Traditional mono green Tron. Like, you're getting everything here at this regional championship, that's for sure.
What it's telling me is the format's pretty cool, and you can basically play whatever you want.
Whatever you want,
I think Patrick Sullivan said in his interview with Nick Miller earlier, he didn't want to play any of the, the tier 1 decks, basically, or tier S decks, S tier decks, because he wanted to look at cards that he liked in his hand. And I feel that in my soul. It's like, I don't want to play this rubbish. No, just give me something big and stupid that I could throw at people,
Absolutely, absolutely. I do love the classic Murktide, which he was battling with. I know he didn't win round 2, but we'll be keeping an eye on Patrick for sure.
Alrighty, we got a backup for you, friends. So let's jump on down and see what action we have for you. It is Axel Eriksson on Mono Blue Belcher. This always tickles me every time I say the name of this deck. And I'm going to butcher your surname. I'm sorry, Josh. Josh Stopek on Grinding Breach. Hey, first time we've seen it, Corey.
There we go.
Here's your baby.
It is. The deck is here. This matchup is always pretty close to very, robust combo decks here kind of going at it. I would think game 1 Mono Blue Belcher is very strong. Post board, when you get to bring in a bunch of consigns and stuff like that, it gets to be a little more brutal, but both of these decks can win the game extremely fast. And, a lot of combo we've been seeing so far. Combo is kind of the name of the game here in Modern right now.
Going a little nuts, huh? So what is the game plan for the Blue Belcher deck?
So the main game plan here is, of course, you're trying to get Goblin Belcher into play, activate it, and then you will just be dealing all the damage as you don't have any land in your deck. You can win that way, and really the main course of action is doing that. You have a bunch of counter spells to back it up. You have Force of Negations, Disrupting Shoals, a bunch of things to interact there, as well as Tameshi with Lotus Bloom to be able to get a ton of mana there, and you can also win with that as well.
Sounds like fun time?
Fun time.
Can I call it that? Fun time? So yeah, making use of all the MDFCs, all of the spell lands, or splans as I like to call them.
There you go.
But if someone starts blowing up your lands, you're not going to be fetching any basics, that's for sure.
And there's the spawn getting in there. Gotta love it. Gotta love it.
Nice. All right, so Tamio, Haywire Might, and Spellbomb on the board here for Josh. Axel on the other side of things. What we got in response? Impulse.
Just an impulse here. The Haywire Might is not so bad against Belcher as you can Haywire Might the Lotus Bloom. Within the upkeep, still just deal with the mana there so you don't have it to get Belcher into play and activate it on the same turn. That's kind of how Lotus Bloom is kind of supposed to work with this Belcher deck. As if you already have Bloom in play, you play Belcher, you have 3 mana. Haywire Might's not going to interact with that at all, so you do got to kind of clean it up during your upkeep. But still plenty of other ways that Axel can find the win here.
Land for turn. These lands hurt a bunch.
Definitely.
Oh, holding up 3 mana.
Yeah, Belcher definitely takes a lot of damage based on the lands, but the price that you got to pay to be able to meet the prerequisite for Belcher to be able to win the game when it's activated.
Yeah. Next turn we could see some nonsense from Axel Eriksson.
Absolutely.
Lotus Bloom comes off.
And now this is definitely the turn where, Breach can kind of start looking at being able to win the game as well. Of course, Breach can win on turn 2. Turn 1 if we want to get real crazy, but it's very, very unlikely.
Oh, okay.
Got to have the absolute perfect hand. But turn 3, turn 4, definitely what more the average turns to be winning the game.
Nice. Malevolent Rumble.
But Belcher has a lot of interaction, so can definitely play both the aggressive combo avenue as well as the interactive aspect.
Malevolent Rumble hits 2 Underworld Breaches. Is it time? Do we get to start doing things yet?
So you can definitely be doing some breaching. Some other ways that you can win the game with Breach here is being able to get Breach into play, have 2 Mox Opals and Rumble. You can dig through a lot of your deck. You'll eventually have to find the grinding station, but some lists play 2, some play 3, and you can usually find it if you have a graveyard this size. But that's if you have the 2 Opals. I see 0 so far.
Yeah. So certainly looking for one of the recently unbanned cards. Mishra's Bauble, going to take a look on top of the library, gets to draw a card next upkeep.
Yep, be able to bobble yourself to be able to look to see if you want to keep that card.
Yeah.
Maybe you have a fetch land or something to shuffle it away if you would like.
Pretty handy indeed.
Now, this has got to be some pretty bad news here from Josh because, well, this Haywire Mite can deal with one of these Lotus Blooms.
Yeah.
You can deal with it right now, which I would think you kind of have to, but then Josh is tapped out. If Axel just has the Bloom, land 4, Belcher, we're all done here.
So it deals how much damage?
All of the
basically
damages.
Your library?
Yes.
So
enough to win.
So you just pick up your library and you smack your opponent with it,
exactly.
Right?
Yep.
If that were a thing that was allowed in Magic, which it's not, but it would be funny.
Exactly. So yeah, usually 40 damage or whatever, however many cards you have left in your library. Basically, you activate it here, you win.
Nice. Hey, boom. I like to imagine that it's just shoved full of goblins.
Yes.
You set it off and then
exactly. Yeah, absolutely. All right. So if you want to buy one of these awesome combo decks, which we've been seeing a lot of here at these regional championships, well, first you got to sell your cards. So go to sellyourcards.com or sellyourcards.starcitygames.com to then pick up whatever kind of modern deck that you really want to start playing. I sell my cards to SCG all the time. They give away some great rates.
Nice.
You can get extra bonuses on store credit if you want to just turn them into other cards right away or just take cold hard cash. I do it all the time whenever I need to restock.
All right. Let's take a look here at the sideboards. What do our players have to combat their opponents this round?
Okay, so we'll start with Josh here on the Breach side. I love bringing in Consigns. Consigns are usually very solid. Besaju's reasonable. Spell Pierce, definitely another reasonable card. And then the Pithing Needle is probably the most important card. This is one of the matchups where leading on turn 1 Saga to just hustle out this Pithing Needle really makes the game a lot tougher here for Axel. So you want those to come in. You have a lot of dead cards, like Unholy Heats, Spell Bombs, Lanterns are just okay. And the main thing, you want to be a pretty aggressive combo deck from the Breach side that can also back up with Consign. Consign ends up being really awesome as you can just replicate it on the Charbelcher. So even if Axel has something like Pact to Negation or something, the Replicate will still get it.
Nice.
And then on the other side, though, Harbinger is a card you can bring in. Surgical, definitely a card that's going to be good against Breach. Being able to nab an Underworld Breach aggressively will slow the deck down way, way too much. As well as just an island, if you want to bring it in for Besaju's.
Yeah.
If you want to go that avenue.
Just make sure you don't get got, by land disruption.
Exactly.
Okay, let's see. We've got an Emery in hand. I see a couple of Urza's Sagas. We've got Stomping Ground, Underworld Breach. I think might be a Tamiyo in the middle there. I'm not sure.
Yeah, not sure.
No, that's not a Tamiyo.
Looks like we're on a mulligan here, though.
Okay.
Not sure you see, like, the absolute explosive draw that
Yeah.
Breach can have. You know, the Mox Opal, 3 artifacts, play Emery and Tamiyo type thing. But
Have we seen a Mox Opal yet?
you know, I don't think we have. Yeah. And looks like a Rumble here right on time to be able to find something here. Rumble is really the glue that puts these, that holds this deck together. I imagine if we don't have any blue mana, we're going to see that Breeding Pool get picked up. But the main thing is Urza Saga being able to get Pithing Needle next turn is going to be a big deal.
Yeah. It's pretty well-rounded deck, this Breach.
It is very good, yep.
Just being able to find the tools you need at the right time. You know, Urza Saga is one hell of a card.
Yes. Yeah, and I would think this is definitely competing for best Urza Saga deck. I think Amulet uses it quite well as well.
Yeah.
Just going to fetch the namesake card Amulet, but the Sagas here in Breach I think leads this to be the best Urza Saga deck, as these constructs can be gigantic with baubles, 2 Moxes, you know, your grinding station, all this kind of thing. And there's the Needle, which I'm sure we'll all not be shocked to figure out that this is naming Goblin Charbelcher.
Oh, my.
So now Axel will have to find a way to deal with the Needle as well as get the Belcher on, while simultaneously trying to deal with the combo from Breach. So can be a tall order sometime.
Yeah. How does he even deal with that now?
Sink into Stupor, being able to bounce it is definitely good. Into the Flood Maw. They definitely have ways to deal with it.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, it's not easy. You know, there's no... There's no
like destruction.
Yeah, not really, not really. So you just got to find some of your spell lands that interact profitably with it.
Splans.
There you go. Excuse me.
Here comes the Lotus Bloom.
And there was the Shoal to deal with Emery here, which could have represented a good amount of card advantage if you find Bobble. And there is the Bobble to be able to draw 2 cards a turn, essentially, which will allow Josh to get really far ahead.
Getting a good look at a bunch of cards here now.
Yep, Impulse with the Emery on the stack here to see if we can interact at all with this, or if we just let it resolve and let the value begin with the Baubles. And that's the nice thing, is once you get that going, eventually you draw into more consigns, which interact with the combo profitably, or you find the combo. So Emery ends up being a really strong card in this matchup, as well as Tamiyo. Just trying to get one of those creatures into play this kind of Emery or Tamiyo control style deck, where you just react to your opponent until, oops, I found the combo.
Disrupting Shoal says no, thank you. So Emery, it's the bin. And Mishra's Bauble joins the graveyard there.
No mana for Josh, though. No additional land drops, so definitely struggling to find land drops here to pull himself ahead.
Yeah. It's got a little Eldrazi spawn, but that's about it. So we see the Misty Rainforest hit the board. Tamiyo now joining the fray too.
And there is our first Opal that me and you have seen at least.
There we go. I was beginning to think we were debated that it was unbanned. Like, no one's playing it, man.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Powerful card indeed. Impulse on end step once again from Axel. Digging deeper, 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 trying to find a way to deal with the Pithing Needle.
And we'll see if this card gets selected. But a good old classic Tezzeret the Seeker, a card I have not seen in quite a while as a one-of there.
Oh, yeah.
That was seen off that Impulse.
Untaps artifacts, searches for artifacts, and turns them into 5/5s, because
There
why
you go.
not? Why
Yep.
not?
Just a good secondary win condition.
Yeah.
If you get your Charbelchers dealt with type thing, so.
Yeah, if I can't use them, I'm going to hit you with them, you know?
Exactly, yeah.
Not a bad game plan.
Now Axel's still looking for land drops as well.
Finds it.
And I believe that is Sink into Stupor on the backside there. So
It might be the electric specimen.
okay, might be. But if it was the Sink into Stupor, you know, playing
you
that
don't know what
land
it
is kind of brutal.
Yeah. I think he just needs it at this point, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. You need your land drops and then find your ways to deal with the needle as well. And you got to do it in somewhat of a fast fashion, as the card advantage from Tamiyo is going to begin. And if you can ever flip Tamiyo in this matchup and start buying back
so gross.
consigns and
Yeah.
stuff like that, ends up being really, really strong as well.
Yeah, Tamio is a sweet card. Gonna get another clue. How many cards have we drawn this turn? Is she flipping? There's Emery for 1.
Yeah, I would imagine we're not going to try to flip it too aggressively, as you
Yeah.
really need to hold up mana. Although we did see a consign to the yard, so if you have the ease and the ability to flip it here, not the worst, as you can start ticking it up, bringing back consigns, but for the most part, you don't want to flip that one too aggressively, as it will give you a card every single turn.
I do love that Tamio attacking as a 0 power creature is just, you know, assert dominance.
Exactly, yep.
Yep.
Take your 0, please.
Yes.
Yeah, it is kind of the card that really threw this deck over the edge, as it really needed another 1-mana legend, as Ragavan was the other card that was being played a lot.
Fair
But
enough.
once Orcish Bowmaster came to be, Ragavan was not very good in this deck, so Tamiyo was the savior.
Oh,
for
poor little
sure.
monkey.
Yep.
Remember the days when we were like, man, Ragavan's busted.
Yeah, now hardly played.
Yeah.
Hardly played. It is making a comeback, though.
Yeah, he's trying.
As we see a lot less. You know, the one thing I will say about Modern, though, Modern does kind of ebb and flow. You know, it's kind of a self-correcting format, as like, yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Ragavans because, well, Orcish Bowmasters were everywhere in red-black mid-range with Fury and Grief and all that kind of stuff, and you couldn't really play that creature.
Yeah.
But, you know, now that that deck went away, the Frog deck's popularity with Orcish Bowmaster is less apparent these days. You see Ragavan coming back, so you'll see this kind of flow all the time in Modern, which is just
cool.
why it's my favorite format. It's awesome.
That is sweet. Because then, you know, you don't have to just go and sell your cards immediately. It's like, oh, this guy's not being played anymore because he might come back. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hang on to him.
Everybody who didn't get rid of their Mox Opals was pretty happy
Yeah,
as well.
I bet
'cause
you.
You never know what truly comes back.
So how much mana do we have to work with here? 3, 6, 9?
9 mana, so have a ton of things to do. Okay, and we're getting the mana out, so this could be this could be a big turn here.
Oh,
Okay.
nice.
So there
Tameshi
is
reality.
Tameshi.
Architect.
So you're able to add just a ton of mana here and return your land. So, you know, if
Nice.
one of these lands is that Sink into Stupor,
Yeah, it is.
it is okay for sure.
Yeah.
So you're able to bounce that, use that to bounce Pithing Needle, and if you have Belcher as well, you know,
Get
this,
belching.
this can go wild here, and Axel can win the game. Now, all this is to say Josh doesn't have ways to interact. Maybe an Unholy Heat for the Tameshi, consigns for the Belcher itself. Plenty that Josh can have as well, but you got to be very, very careful when you interact with a Tameshi plus Lotus Bloom on the battlefield.
Yeah, this is it's pretty nasty. Like, just seeing all the different interactions that Tameshi has with this deck and, you know,
Yep.
free stuff.
Yeah, and that's what makes Belcher a really, really awesome deck because, you know, Pithing Needle #1 kind of has to name Belcher.
Yeah.
But you kind of want a second one because Tameshi does some busted stuff as
Yeah.
well.
4 of in the deck, too, so
Definitely.
you know you are definitely banking on seeing that card.
For sure.
More so than the Tezzeret.
Yeah. That's the plan C.
Yeah.
That's the plan C for sure.
4 blue mana.
And we do see that spell land as the spell side. This is just shortcutting for the players. It, of course,
Yeah.
is a land right now.
Some more white mana here. Tameshi gonna start bringing things back. Man, can you just loop this?
You can
It's infinite.
as many land drops as you have, that's for sure.
Yeah,
so
true.
you get a ton of mana, and a land drop hasn't been played yet, so it looks like we'll be able to do it one more time here. But you know, you get yourself 12, 13, 14 mana or so.
Yeah,
It's
jeez.
usually plenty if you're going for it this turn. So this is basically kind of what we saw from Neoform last round. I'm going all in. If you have a lot of ways to interact with it, yeah, maybe I won't be able to win the game anymore.
Yeah, okay. I see. You have to have a land. You can't just do the return the artifact. That would be busted.
Yeah, yeah. So it looks like Josh is thinking when's the best time to interact with this in whatever form of interaction we have. So if there's a bunch of consigns, you know, being able to consign Belcher plus replicate it would be strong. And Axel still does have to have a bit of a specific hand to be able to win for sure. But
Yeah.
there's the Sink and the Stupor for the Needle.
Swan song.
Okay.
No, thank you.
And I believe that was a one of here in Josh's list, which is great.
Yeah.
You know, where Spell Pierce is another card that gets played. Spell Pierce would have looked terrible.
Yeah.
So Swan Song here, Josh is like, you can easily have a 2-2. And I mean, if Axel's whole plan was bounce the Needle, play Belcher, activate Belcher,
Win.
and now just has Belcher, like this whole plan is foiled.
Yeah. Jeez.
And the game wouldn't be over per se, but it would be tough for Axel to come back as you just have to find another Sink in the Stupor.
Yeah. Because if he doesn't have it, then, you know, he's just kind of spinning his wheels until something happens.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point as well, you know, we want to be a little mindful of the clock because a lot of game actions take a lot of time.
Yep, exactly. These are, you know, two extremely fast decks where if they go to time, you can see either player winning. It doesn't matter, like, what the battlefield looks like, so... There's a Harbinger, and this is screaming to me, it's time for Plan B.
Everything's an island.
And Harbinger is good against Breach. It used to be a lot better before Opal, as, you know, it does still do the same Blood Moon of effect of dealing with all the Urza Saga, that Stone Rain style of effect. But, you know, right now Josh has 3 islands and a Mox Opal, which can be any kind of mana, so you can still easily combo through that.
Looks like we're just going for the Merfolk beatdown plan here from Axel, just using his mana so it doesn't go bye-bye.
Yep. And just a phenomenal Swan Song
Yeah,
here.
that was very, very good indeed
Very
for Josh.
good.
Alrighty, where are we going? Mox Opal. Let's do some stuff.
So Josh made the conscious decision to not sack a clue there at end step, so wants to keep Metalcraft going.
Three lands available. We have a Emery who can start doing some graveyard stuff. Tamio, who can swing in, get another clue. And the Scion just hanging out waiting to be used. So first things first, Tamio is going to swing in. We'll get 2 clues.
Yep. And what this really translates to, you know, is with each of these blue creatures plus a draw step, you are just able to draw 3 cards a turn. And, you know, all that, well, Axel has to find specifically another Sink in the Stupor, another way to deal with Pithing Needle. But, you know, if Axel is able to find that, more than likely it'll work because that is the only Swan Song.
Yeah.
There's plenty consigns, so if consign is still good against Axel's plan, Josh can have other cards as well. But the time is running out as you get to draw a bunch of cards, and you'll just either find the combo or more counter spells from the Breach side.
Yeah. We haven't seen... oh, there's one Underworld Breach in the yard at the moment.
Yeah, one Breach. I believe Josh had the ability to take that Breach, but needed the blue mana pretty early. So, you know,
Yeah,
probably,
took the breeding pool instead.
probably doesn't have it wrapped up quite yet, but that could be red mana.
Hey!
There it is.
Speak of the devil. Underworld Breach hits the board. Now we get to do some dumb stuff.
Yeah, now here's the kind of weird aspect where you don't know if this Breach is a value Breach, a.k.a. bobble for every 3 cards you have in your graveyard and just draw a bunch of cards, or if you just have the win. So with second Mox Opal, this should just be the win.
'Kay.
Even without Grinding Station, we're going to see a Rumble come down. You're going to get rid of 3 cards, get your Scion. That gives you the colorless to recast it.
Sure.
Then you're going to cast Opal from the yard to then have the green mana. And if you don't like any of those cards, yes, very smart play by Josh, you don't even select a card.
Okay.
Because every time you do this loop, you bring back Mox and you rumble, you're -2 cards. So this is not a deterministic win yet. As, like I said, you are -2 cards here. But for every 2 cards, you mill over 4, and you'll eventually find a grinding station here, and you'll be able to win the game. So 99% of the time, this will be GG here this turn. And the one card I do pick up outside of grinding station here is just another Mox Opal.
Yep.
If you find another Mox Opal, then you don't have to exile the 3 cards, which makes it +1 card.
Nice.
So yeah, there are a lot of convoluted lines when it comes to winning the game without grinding station. But at the end of the day, Josh has this if Axel doesn't have any piece of interaction.
Yeah. So dig. Find our win con. Now, there's usually 2 different win cons for this deck.
Yeah, game 1, there's usually just one. Players will either choose between Thassa's Oracle or Grape Shot.
Yeah.
Post board, you almost always bring in a second one. If there's any way your opponent could exile the first one,
Yeah.
you know, a Spell Bomb, a Surgical, anything like that. And all these Breach players do have an extra advantage in this open deckless format where, you know, Breach gets to get even better. Is you get to see exactly what kind of hate your opponent has, and you get to sideboard accordingly. So we still haven't found the grinding station, so we're starting to get a little closer.
Where is it?
But this still should be fine, because one other thing that Josh has available is Emerying back a Mox Opal, where you don't have to escape the 3 cards. So there's still some extra gas in the tank, essentially.
It's kind of reminiscent of Kethis. Remember him for all of like 2 minutes in Standard?
Yep.
Kethis combo, playing with your food and cycling things back and forth between the graveyard. Hey, there it is.
There it is. Station is here. Now it will just be the scenario where Josh is going to look at Axel and be like, okay, how can you interact with this?
Yeah.
And one thing that Josh can do here is Emery back the Mox Opal. Play Mox Opal and then grinding station with a blue mana floating, and then have Swan Song available to interact.
Nice. So you just see Josh taking a moment here just to make sure he's got all his ducks in a row.
Yep.
All his scions aligned.
And we'll see if there's enough cards in the yard here to protect it. There might be a scenario where he is short 1 card to be able to put in another artifact plus have Swan Song backup. I think that's what Josh is trying to figure out right now. Or if he just has to go for the grinding station, which is probably safe anyways, realistically, because if there was a counter spell from Axel just would have countered the Breach.
Yeah. Here comes Emery. Gonna get one of these rocks back from the yard. Does Axel have anything there?
Yeah, let's see.
See if we can get a peek in his hand while he's flicking through his cards.
Now there is Surgicals. You know, maybe he has a Surgical and is looking for the opportune time to do that, but I think that time has passed.
Yeah.
And there is the grinding station. We'll see if there's a response. This is kind of the moment it has to be there.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we just use the grinding station, sack one of your 0 drops. Grinding station will untap. Then you play the 0 drop from your yard, add a mana each time, and then win with either Thassa's Oracle, Grape Shot, or Jace.
Yeah.
Any 3 of those win cons would get it done. But the one thing these players do have to keep an eye on is the amount of time left in the round.
Yeah. 15
as
minutes at the moment.
It's very likely we are going to a game 3 here.
Yeah. Based on what Axel's been showing, like I don't think he's got anything to interact with this. So just seeing the combo being played out, working towards a Thassa's Oracle or Grape Shots. I don't think he's running the Grape Shot variant, but that is fun. That's way more fun than Thassa's Oracle, just saying.
Yeah, I was always on the Grape Shot in the main and the Jace in the board, but it comes with a cost. You have to remember your Storm count triggers, which is just annoying. It's
Well,
it's annoying.
I think it's more than 17 at this point.
Exactly, but you still got to be precise.
Yeah,
you
you
know?
have to keep track.
You can't just say, hey, it's a lot.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. It's a dead amount of storm.
Exactly.
Goodness me, now you see the pace picked up here as we dig. Where is this Thassa's Oracle? There it is. And that should be game here to Josh.
Yep.
Tying things up at 1-1.
And if there is a surgical in Axel's hand, that would have been the time to do it. But there's a way that Josh can word it where you let the untap trigger resolve from grinding station. So then when you mill the cards over, there's actually no opportunity to surgical it.
Okay.
So then you can just play Oracle the turn you see it.
Okay. So consign.
Yep.
Stopping the Thassa's Oracle.
So if Josh wasn't careful about this, this can get him. The one thing that you kind of have to leave around is a way to kill your own Thassa's Oracle here. So then you can replay it.
Yeah.
But there could also just be a Jace as well. So while Consign looks like a card that's good against Breach, it's really not if you're careful, but you have to still have either a Spell Bomb in your deck, a way to remove it, or the secondary win con.
Well, now we're digging, because Thassa's Oracle was a bit of a whiff there for Josh.
Yep.
That's cheeky. Consign to memory.
Yep, and seeing some comments in the chat, why not just Swan Song it? It was replicated that Lotus Bloom was sacked, so the Consign did counter the Thassa's Oracle ability 3 times, so no one counter spell actually does anything there. So this would be a weird game if both players try to combo, go through their motions, and then just does not end up comboing. So
I mean, that's kind of what happened in the last round.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, I didn't have to do anything, but you're dead. Oh, cool.
And the way that Josh is paused here is leading me to believe that maybe the Jace is not in the deck.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Which, when you see surgicals from your opponent, you kind of have to bring in the other win con.
Yeah. Because, I mean, what if there was like a liquid metal coating or something to turn Thassa's Oracle into an artifact? You could chew that, but yeah. This ain't looking too hot right now.
Yeah, milling the last card, and says, I think I should have had something else. Oh, no.
Okay, no game 2. Well, no, I should say no game 3. Axel picking up the win there. He just had to sit there and let his opponent just...
Just combo off, yeah. And I mean, the one thing you had to do from the Breach side there, you had to have that secondary win con, or you had to have a way to kill your own Oracle.
Yeah.
And if not, Consign can get you, so brutal stuff there.
Gotta keep an eye out for those consigns,
I guess so.
Well, that was a sweet round indeed, Corey. We're going to jump out the booth and let Carmen and Mason take over for a couple of rounds, and we'll see you. Short break. We'll be right back.
guys, and welcome back. It's the Regional Championships at SCGCON. We're in Portland. I'm Carmen Klemperens. That's Mason Clark. It's been such a sick day of Modern. Come on, man.
It's been so sick. I got to watch some of the backup feature match from last round, round 4. That was really fun to see. It's just been really good. I can't wait to see what we're doing this round.
I know. Just 2 rounds ago, we were watching Travis Brown on Hammer. That was one where I know you all at home even got to see this. We were birding the match off to the side, just giddy about the hammer draw, the table banter. The energy in the room is peak right now.
It's a great time. I mean, that's what it's like here at these events. You know, everyone's wanting to compete. There's a lot of, serious, I want to make it to the Pro Tour, but also a lot of love and respect for the game, right? Like, you don't get here without having respect for how much work your opponents put into the grind to get here. And this makes, like, such a fun and chill environment.
Right. And speaking of the grind, we're getting into the rounds where players are really starting to creep towards win-ins. So we're going to take a look at our standings here in just a second, where we're going to see who it is that is just 1 or 2 match wins away from punching their ticket into day 2. Let's talk a little bit about Hammer, because I cannot get past this. I love a good Inkmoth Nexus. I know you know. I know the good people at home know. Hammer's one of these decks that's kind of flown under the radar for a little while now.
Yeah, I think, the One Ring really put a lot of pressure on Hammer, right? It sort of gave you enough cards to kind of run through them, and then you also couldn't die. And that was a really powerful combination. Now, when the new era, Wrath of Skies is the thing that scares players off. And while the Wrath of Skies is popular, we're not seeing pure, true control decks. Now, we saw Travis play that round. That is what happened, but it is overcomeable. There's a lot of speed and velocity to this deck, and you just kill your opponents while being able to go long thanks to Urza Saga. So, Hammer's a deck that I think players are a little hesitant on the whole, but I think a little overly so. I don't think it's the best deck in the metagame, but I think it's a totally reasonable one.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see a lot of rewarding of archetype specialists who really stuck to their archetype and are ideally going to be at the top of the standings when we take a look at them here in just a second.
Yeah, I'm really excited. We've seen some cool stuff so far.
All right, let's have a look at who is at the top of the board right now. A lot of familiar faces here and a lot of archetypes that I'm stoked to see. We see Travis Brown down at 11th, 4-0, pretty comfortable. All of these players only needing to win 2 more matches to get into day 2.
That's right. 2 more day 2. Still a long way to go. Be just about I guess right now is the third of the way, right? If you're trying to make top 8, this is just the first leg of the journey. A lot to go on, and these players are all having a great start right now. We're seeing a pretty interesting mix here. I'm catching a couple of Orzhov Blink decks, a couple of Eldrazi Ramp, a couple of grinding breaches going on here. Not as much energy as I think people would be surprised.
That's the thing that stuck out to me looking at this. I only see, 2 energy variants? Maybe Blink just sort of is the scissors to that deck's paper?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of that going on. I also just think, a lot of people came prepared to fight energy.
Yeah,
right. And we're seeing some of these decks, too, like, Grinding Breach, it's gotten harder, but historically was really good against energy. I think it's, caught up a little bit now. But, yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of things that are good there. Like Eldrazi is great against energy typically. We saw those Cosmic Return were so backbreaking before in round number 2. That's going to stay the same for every round.
Yeah, and in a lot of ways, I think round 1 we even saw Is It Murktide, bunch of Pyroclasms out of the sideboard in the hands of Patrick Sullivan. Everyone has a plan for this. There was a full play set of Pyroclasm there. It's very loud that if you want to hang at this level of event, you need to have a plan against energy.
For sure. And speaking of hanging, Carmen, we're going to be going to Denver soon here for SCGCON there. So
I heard you're going to be there, not in the booth, but actually playing?
I'll probably be in the streets. That's the plan. I love Tarkir, the original. And so, Dragons of Tarkir, I'm very excited for that.
Right, so this is the Magic Spotlight series for Tarkir Dragonstorm. The format's going to be limited. I know a bunch of diehard fans of Sealed and of Draft are going to be stoked to be able to come out and see us on April 11th through 13th. That's even got a hashtag, SCG Denver, and you can find out more at starcitygames.com/SCGCon.
Can't wait to see it. I love the original Tarkir. It's one of the first sets I really got to sink my teeth into. So going back, it's going to be awesome.
I know, it's great. And the set lead for this set, his first set that he worked on was the original Cons of Tarkir. So I know he was really stoked to get to have such a big hand in sculpting that set.
That's awesome. Well, I can't wait to see the work from that. It's going to be around the corner.
Yeah, I know. But this round, we have an awesome matchup, right? So we have Eldrazi on one side. This is something that we knew we were going to be seeing a good bit of this weekend. It was the 3rd most represented deck in the field, if memory serves, against Mill. This is one of these things that we've got some die-hard fans of this archetype. I know. How can you root against Hedron Crab?
You can't.
Really?
Yeah. Hedron and Ruin Crab. I mean, 8 crabs. What are you going to do? But yeah, no, I mean, this deck is pretty exciting. And I know a couple people who went to play Mill this weekend because positionally, it does have some things going for it, right? So, like, the Breach deck is something that it's a little awkward, but you can hit some of their cards in game one and just sort of win the game, right? Like, if I Surgical Extraction your Oracle, your Grape Shot, you probably can't play the fair game to beat me. And my Tasha's Hideous Laughter is so backbreaking there. Similar thing, actually, with Energy, too. Tasha's, if you can get to that card, you have a couple early Rune Crabs, well, the mana value of that deck is incredibly low.
Yes.
So, it's, I mean, I think I did the math once with somebody. It was like the average deck was like 50 or 45. I mean, that's like one Laughter is like half of it, and that's assuming they haven't drawn any spells.
And it also exiles all of them,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
One
exactly.
of the drawbacks of a bunch of mill cards and why historically they've had to lean really hard on cards like Surgical Extraction is if you put a bunch of Arclight Phoenixes or something in your opponent's graveyard back in the day, you're giving them a ton of value for free or less than free.
Yeah, and we see some of that with, like, the Oculus decks around here, but those are also very lean to the ground decks. And so it's actually kind of a very weird, interesting dance. And, Austin Clark has brought that deck this weekend, so we battle against Noah Walker, and it's going to be an interesting matchup.
So it looks like this is one of the matchups. I actually don't know how this goes. A lot of times I think you can go, oh, this is sort of one of these lean decks like you were talking about, or it's a very high synergy deck, something like Amulet Titan might struggle against Mill because you take their Primeval Titans out of their deck with Surgical Extraction. Despite being a very high synergy deck, this Eldrazi deck kind of has a bunch of redundancy and a bunch of different kinds of threats.
Yeah, it puts a lot of mana to play quickly and has enough things that can win the game. And with your actual Mill cards, Emrakul the Promised End comes out a lot quicker. We see these decks put a lot of ways to put their own cards in the graveyard. Well, if you're giving a little help, suddenly, it's like, oh, this Rumble, I can actually take this thing that maybe I would have put in the graveyard. We talked to the artifacts hard to get there normally. Well, my opponent's going to do a lot of that work for me. And, I mean, deep insight coming here. Eldrazi big, mini mana cost. Tasha Hideous Laughter, no get lots of cards.
Oh.
And that's why they put me in the booth.
My
That's
God.
why I'm here.
Okay. No. Yeah, no, it's all starting to click. I'm personally really excited to see how this ends up playing out. Just in particular, I think the Promised End dynamic that you're alluding to is something that's pretty loud for me, where I almost wonder how often we're going to see Austin Clark decide maybe they should be targeting themselves with their mill.
Yeah, I'm interested in that too. I'm also interested in how many of the mill cards are you have to target your opponent. I know, like, for example, Ruin Crab, you have to target your opponent, but Hedron Crab, you don't.
Correct.
So when you're taking the turn with Emrakul, being able to play that land and not get milled is a huge upside, because with those crabs, which we'll get into when the match starts, they're a lot like the Goblin Guides of old. They're how you get those last little points across from your, burn deck, and which is kind of how a lot of players view mill. They view themselves as counter burn. I have a lot of controlling elements, and I have a lot of things that deal damage that don't matter unless I literally win via that method.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get down to the match. We see Austin Clark there at the top on Demir Mill playing against Noah Blaisdell on Eldrazi Ramp. And this is just a red-green version. I'm not even seeing any copies of Consigned to Memory or anything out of the sideboard. Also, Devourer of Destiny in the main deck, kind of signaling that Noah is trying to play a more explosive game.
Yeah, we saw this really pop up in the European Regional Championship, this sort of red-green cutting blue, making your mana a little bit better. You're harder at returning Kozilek's Return from the graveyard. You don't have those Null Drifters to enable that, but you get a little bit of tech in the mirror, too, by being able to play 3 Stone Rains in the sideboard. Now, if you were here for us in round 1 or 2, we had a conversation, is from Alpha. So.
No, I knew you'd slip that in. All right. Noah, luckily, saving me from myself, shocking in a stomping ground, and kicking us off with a Utopia Sprawl.
And this is, what you want to be doing, getting this sort of double mana going really early. And this is, one of the strengths of this deck is how many things it has that can put 2 mana play on turn 2 to start slamming big things on turn 2.
And look at this. Austin, also the perfect 1-drop out of his deck. This is nice because, again, I have no idea how this matchup plays out. Seeing both decks firing on all cylinders with Clark having that turn 1 crab is going to be huge.
Yeah, and, a small thing to note, too, is that Austin probably has more fetches in hand, or at least if it has any lands, they're like swamps, right?
Yes.
You would want to save that fetch land for later. So Noah knows a lot of millings coming as another double land comes down, as did Kozilek's Command, immediately killing that crab.
Okay, and look at this. We see reaching for tokens off to the side. Noah is just ramping with this, not drawing cards. This matchup is not going to be defined. It's not grindy, right? It's not defined by cardboard. It's just defined by playing to the battlefield.
Yeah. Noah wants to get something down that can take over the game. As, speaking of something coming down, here's Rune Crab.
Oh, all right. The second crab. and with that other fetch land, just like you said.
Yeah, the second crab is huge. Imagine, if the first crab was still in play as well, we'd be milling 6 cards twice here. That would be a fifth of the deck.
All right, well, fetch shock. Austin has more where that came from.
Yeah, and it looks like we're already doing a little card type count. I think we have 4 already. So, Emrakul dangerously close. Also, things like Worldbreaker can get milled to the graveyard and then returned as well. So that's something that Austin needs to be keeping in mind.
All of a sudden, I think I'm starting to piece together who's favored.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think there's a lot of good things going for Noah to fight against this. But also, if you can't put the pressure on, that's perfect for Austin,
Okay.
right?
Well, here's Preordain. Top, bottom, found at least one card that Austin likes.
Yeah.
And a pass back. This is that crucial first 7 mana turn from Noah. This is something that we're going to see a lot from Eldrazi decks.
Of note, if you're a Mill fan at home, Austin Clark doesn't seem to have Extirpate in the main deck, a card that you commonly see go along with Surgical Extraction here, which means as we Surgical Extraction, we're not going to be having as much as this, where sometimes the Mill players can just sort of get you out of just threats in general, as Karn and Emrakul the Promised are the last cards in hand here for Noah.
Ooh, and it looks like that was an unsuccessful Cabal Therapy mode attempt.
Yeah, I think we were trying to get the lands out of there, but unfortunately, we'll just have to deal with, knowing everything and getting a couple cards out of deck.
Perfectly serviceable, if you ask me. Karn the Great Creator, one of the things that really makes this deck shine, despite not being an Eldrazi, it gives you a ton of versatility out of the sideboard that you normally couldn't afford to main deck.
Yeah, and even though you see players a little lower on it now, we're not seeing the full 15 from a lot of them, you still have a lot of options, especially in this red-green build. And one of the advantages is, there's less things vying for that competition in your sideboard. So you get to have more artifacts, which gives you a little bit more game in Game 1, which is huge. Randomly KOing a matchup because you have Disruptor Flute is something that, not a lot of decks get to do and they can lean on in the post-board games.
Right, being a bit more explosive, playing a bit more to the table, and in this case being more linear, we do see the extremely robust Karn board on Noah's side. This is something where there are 3 Stone Rains out of the board, 3 copies of the Stone Brain, and then boom, 9 different one-ofs to choose from. And you can see he picks up a sideboard and starts thinking about it.
Yeah, and Liquid Metal Coating is so tempting for me always. There it is. I also do, I just love to blow up a land, but, Liquid Metal Coating there from the Brothers War coming down, and that means we're going to be able to turn one of these lands into artifacts, so it won't be able to produce mana, and then the future turns we can start blowing them up.
Right, this is the spot where somehow Austin's the one under the gun, despite it not quite looking that way before.
Yeah, things turn fast here, especially with all this mana for Noah. We're on turn 3.
Right, part of what's so strong about this Eldrazi deck is it's able to just produce a ton of resources with something like Karn here to then turn the corner and convert that into an unwinnable board state.
All right, we're going to see a mill here for 6 as a crab into a basic island.
Uh-oh, there's that Worldbreaker.
Yeah, if we start flooding out for Noah, that's going to be a good one to have in the graveyard.
Thinking about his next play. There are a lot of instances in the deck, and there are cards like Drown in the Loch that Austin could be thinking about here.
Yeah, Noah, I think at about 34-ish cards in deck, so still a lot of cards to work through, but we're getting close.
34-ish, buddy.
34-ish. 34-ish. That's how many cards left in deck.
I need someone to clip this. I need someone to see how ish this 34 is.
When they check and they reverse the game state and someone puts it was 34, I'll know.
Oh, listen.
Emrakul the Promised End.
I want it as much as you do, but not as much as Noah wants to cast that Emrakul the Promised End.
Yeah, it's funny here, too. It's probably going to happen, but there is some amount of am I supposed to blow up the Watery Grave? Because there may be a black card hand I want to cast. Like a Fatal Push that's kind of dead in the matchup. Might kill this crab. It might be game ending here. So let's see if it resolves. Now, notably, Drown the Loch probably can answer this Emrakul.
Okay, here's Liquid Metal Coating going after the Watery Grave. Hits the graveyard. Wow, Austin might just be running on fumes.
And this sometimes happens with the mill deck. You have a lot of cards that are all about milling, right? And then we're interacting sort of interestingly. So it looks like Drown the Loch was not actually able to answer Emrakul, but wow. our hands a little awkward, and I'm really curious about how we're going to navigate this spot here.
Yeah, so there's a Field of Ruin, which looks like it could be a bunch of landfall triggers for Ruin Crab. Theoretically, we could even see Field of Ruin fail to find on Austin's side, but is that worth it?
Yeah, it's a real question because, I mean, you're also giving Austin a land back, and currently you have the Karn engine going. So, I don't know, like, you're getting that one mill trigger. Yeah, and it looks like you do have to mill with the crab, if I remember correctly. So, not worth the spot there.
Oh, so interesting. 'Cause Austin's going to get to play it either way.
Yeah, but you're committing Austin's turn to this, which I think is the big difference.
Sure.
If Austin's milling 6 for you, well, your Emrakul's attacking. And if we have something like a Walking Ballista in our sideboard, that would be lethal. Looks like we're a little light, but, Carmen, Liquid Metal Coating, you can make it a 2/2 creature. Get the attacks, and that's 15.
Oh.
Bam.
I want to see it. I'm going to be. That's one of the fun things with cards when it actually starts to become an aggressive card. I know we see this in Vintage sometimes, but it doesn't really come up in Modern.
Definitely. We will need a way to clear that, but with the Kozilek's command or return, you can definitely clean that stuff up.
All right, well, land in a mill and another crab.
And then Archive.
Archive Trap's nice.
That's a big one, 13 going down. And now there's another blocker in the way, too, so it's going to be a little hard. There's the Kozilek's return we talked about. There's 3 of the Kozilek's returns.
Okay, I mean, if Noah has another big creature, he can kill basically as much as possible here.
Yeah, and then turn the Liquid Metal Coating on for lethal. Let's get a little count.
All right, 34-ish.
Is 16. The answer's 16. I'm a professional. I counted my cards. I saw what happened there.
Of course, of course.
As it does look like Noah is going to tick down on the Karn, go for Engineered Explosives. That's a great way to clean up the 2. Yeah, I mean, we're going to lose our Utopia Sprawl, but our opponent, we know, did not have a ton left over.
In a lot of ways, this is just Noah basically dotting I's, crossing T's, making sure, okay, this is a game I feel like I should win. How do I just make sure to take Austin from being 5% to win to 0% to win?
Yeah, and this attack putting Austin to 1 also turns off any of the black cards, right, and all the fetch lands, which matters a fair bit. It's going to need something. Yeah, okay, there we go. Pick them up.
Going to game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I know it looks very one-sided, but very close. Another Archive Trap there, and it could have been game.
And in a lot of ways, I almost wonder if this is a spot where there are just cards that Austin wants to get out of his deck.
Yeah, I mean, Austin has some cards in the main deck that are not very good. Fatal Push barely has any targets. Sowing Micro Spawn and some spawns don't really count.
Right.
So we got to definitely want to get those out of our deck. And then there's some other things where it really depends on how you want to play your sideboarded games. I mean, we have 3 consigned memories. That's huge. I'm curious about, is Leyline the Void something we're going to bring in here as well? Now, we do have the 2 extra pates that I brought up earlier. Those are in the sideboard hanging out, so those could also come in. And with the amount of milling that Noah does, with Malevolent Rumble and stuff, you might catch something early or have that information to do what you love there and Cabal Therapy somebody.
Right. I mean, there's the degree in that game where I think Noah would have had a really hard time without that copy of Emrakul the Promised End. Probably would not have been able to close the game before running out of cards in deck. So in a lot of ways, if Austin can just find ways to make it so Noah can't apply any pressure, maybe we even see something like Ensnaring Bridge come into that end. I think that's the recipe that Austin's looking for.
Yeah, definitely could see something like that, especially because I think the first Tasha's is a pretty easy cut. I could see even cutting more because, like we talked about earlier, a lot of CMC 7 and plus cards here in Noah's deck.
Yes.
Your Tasha's sometimes could easily hit 10 cards like you want. Very also easily could hit 3 cards. And when you're committing that much mana when these games are this tight, I think the first one makes a lot of sense. I'm curious to see how Austin wants to play it. Looking over, though, at Noah's sideboard, one of the interesting with the card deck is how many of these things I want to bring in versus leave. And against Mill also, do I just maybe want to bring some cards in and that's all?
Yeah, this one's really tough where I don't actually know how much Noah wants to be changing their deck after that game. It looks like they mostly did what they came there to do. And nothing in the sideboard is really going to make that much better or worse. I could see a copy or 2 of the Stone Brain coming in.
Yeah, I wonder on the Stone idea, I wonder if we're just supposed to bring in a Stone Rain or 2 Just up. A lot of people put their deck to 61 or 62 against Mill. It's not the end of the world. Like the multiples of 3, getting a little higher can definitely matter. So, making it so basically after a mulligan, you have 55 cards left in deck can come up. So I could see just have a couple Stone Rains in, and you have a bunch of ways to make 2 mana on turn 1. So turn 2, you just blow up their land. So I'm interested to see how Noah. I do agree though. I could imagine a world where we just no changes.
Just resubmit. I mean, there's also a degree where if you think something like Ensnaring Bridge is coming, or if, say, it shows up in this game, then going into Game 3, the Stone Brain might just come in as a hammer against that. But what are these players playing for?
A lot this weekend.
Oh, yeah. World Championship invites, Pro Tour invites, Regional Championship invites du jour, and nice chunk of change.
Yeah, a lot of cash on the line along with those Pro Tour invites. You can see we've divided up here a little easier for you to see, but our top 32 this weekend will go to Pro Tours in 2025 along with the Regional Championship round 3. And then, you still get a lot for playing, and down to 128th that is.
Right, and both of the finalists are going to World Championship 2025. That's just the dream for so many competitive Magic players.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this earlier in the broadcast, but for a lot of people, it's something that seems so unattainable for so long. And to change the World Championship to be bigger, and in my opinion, a lot more like competitive in that way too, the larger field, right? You're able to get people in there who maybe, get their shot when they were just a little shy in the past. Having that is so amazing, and I can't wait to see who's going to get that spot this weekend.
Right, and for a lot of players, this is just one of the earlier steps, but it is a step in the process to getting there.
Yeah, it's a big thing. And, it's something that's so alluring. We see people who are already qualified for the Pro Tour coming out to battle this weekend just for their shot at making Worlds.
Right, all of a sudden, I think Ray Zhang is someone that we covered earlier that's already qualified for a Pro Tour or 2 after this, but playing in Worlds just validates so much effort.
And it would be amazing to see either of these players get to play and live out that dream. But we got to focus on round number 5 right now. Long way between here and the Pro Tour, especially if you're Noah.
Noah Blaisdell up a game.
Yep.
Really just needs to win this round and one more to be locked up for at least day 2.
Yep, and it's one of those things, too, where in those spots, you got to really keep your head in the moment, right? It's very easy to think about what you're talking about and be like, I'm about to wrap it up. Maybe I'll lose round 7. I'll get a little unlucky. I'll have some complaint equity for my friends. Run round 8, win round 9, go get a good dinner, come back tomorrow, make it to the Pro Tour. But you really got to keep your head in the zone, right? And be like, okay, I've got to play good Magic right now. There's still so many rounds left. We talked about this earlier, Carmen. One way to look at this is the third of the way mark. We're doing 15 rounds of Swiss, so if you're not in the top 8, you still have 10 rounds of Magic to play. That's a lot. That's double what you've played so far this weekend. That's just math.
Yep, I think it's arithmetic, but whatever it is, Austin Clark has the backside of Sink into Stupor into a crab. Not bad.
Sunken Pool.
I had a different playtest name. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was Deja Vu.
Yeah, well, the back wasn't.
Yeah, I don't remember what the back in the playtest was.
Yeah.
Because it didn't have a back.
Whoa! Yes, it did. Hold on now.
They're one-sided cards when we were playtesting, though.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Anyways, fetch.
It had a land on the back. It'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't know its name because it was Deja Vu the whole time I was playtesting it.
All right, Ruined Crab, Utopia Sprawl. Hold on. I've heard this one before.
Yeah, speaking of Deja Vu.
Oh, that was nice. That one was actually nice. Normally, I'm just being polite. That was really good.
Yeah, thanks. I really like this play as well. We saw in game 1, we sort of kind of had to put on a stomping ground, right?
Yes.
This game, getting the basic means something like Field of Ruin isn't going to keep us off our 2 mana.
Yep, exactly. Being able to sort of play around those things, find the little edges is going to be huge. And look at this. This is the 4 mana turn 2 on the back of Ugin's Labyrinth that this deck really wants to find, but no, it doesn't have a 4-drop.
Very interesting. It tells me there's probably something that we really like in our hand that we maybe, put in from our sideboard, or we're just, some big 7-drop we're trying to get down.
Is there a chance that they're playing around Drown in the Loch?
Totally possible. Looks like Kozilek's Command is what we were setting up.
That makes some sense for fetch and response from Austin. Going to be at least 3 more cards getting milled.
All right. A bunch of lands, essentially.
Yep. Well, they're not lands for Emrakul the Promised End.
Yeah,
not lands.
Notable. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, one of them, the green Ponder goes to the yard. Malevolent Rumble.
Okay, wow. Okay.
Drown in the lock. I now know what that one was. I didn't know that secret layer before.
Excellent.
It's a very nice piece of art.
It is really cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so the pass back, and now all of a sudden, Noah's doing this thing that's probably so horrifying if you're in Austin's seat, counting all the cards in the graveyard, where if you're Austin, you just have to go, hold on, how many could it really be?
I think it's definitely 5, and it might have been 6.
It's high.
It's high.
It's really high.
Yeah, I mean, with Emrakul the Promised End, that would be 8 on the mana value if it was only 5. And we have 5 mana with our land for turn here. We're very close when a lot of our lands count for 2 when it comes to Eldrazi. You get there so quickly.
There's got to be a sigh of relief in Austin's seat that it was Verdant Catacombs that came down to the land for turn and not one of the double lands.
Yeah. There is also, an interesting moment here where Austin has this fetch land, hasn't really used it, and could have used it maybe to snag something. So Noah's thinking, okay, maybe there's not a surgical. This might be my time to try and get a rumble down. But it could also just be because Austin has like another crab in hand.
Sure.
And these small little things of figuring out what's going on there really matter. You check your graveyard, you're like, okay, there's a Devourer, I have one in hand. Can I like put this underneath the land or something? How can I play around this potential situation? Because I, think this is the spot to go for it. And speaking of going for it, here comes the Talisman.
Is that one going for it?
Yeah, cast a spell.
All right, fair enough. Sowing Mycospawn. Another search. Austin Clark, do you have the Archive Trap?
Yeah, this would be the turn to do it, and multiples could be game ending. And you need to do it soon. Noah's going up to 8 mana when it comes to Eldrazi now. So that Emrakul, the Promised End, is online.
Definitely looming. I also like that art for Eldrazi to below that.
Yeah, it's nice.
Okay, here's that fetch off Polluted Delta. Ooh, is it Surveillance time?
Yeah, the Dismal Backwaters might be where we're going.
Undercity Sewers.
Gosh darn it. Well, what a great feature match we have, though, with that Surveilling 3.
It's gaining 1 Surveil, not gaining 1 life.
Stone Rain did come in here from Noah.
Okay. I mean, we saw last game, Noah got a ton of equity off of blanking Austin's 1 black source. I think it's reasonable to take that approach here, especially if you just want a couple more cards in your deck anyway.
Yeah, if you want a couple cards, you have a couple you're maybe not super happy with, totally reasonable. Just I don't have many good tools, but I don't know, maybe you keep a 2-lander and I blow up one of your lands.
Yeah.
Sounds like a reasonable thing that occurs.
Especially, and I think you touched on this a little bit, whenever you're on the play, just being able to have, say, the Utopia Sprawl or the Ugin's Labyrinth opening into Stone Rain your first land drop, you can end up stymieing so much development potential.
And there's Surgical Extraction on Emrakul, the Promised End.
Let's see.
And
oh!
Yeah.
Out of the hand, leaving Noah with just a Wooded Foils.
Yeah, we have a Sowing Mycospawn to try and close the door, but those big mill spells are going to do more than that. And now Austin also gets to see, okay, what's left in your deck? What threats do I have to beat? It looks like Devourer of Destiny was one of the few big ones left behind.
Okay, I mean, at this point, Austin does still need to beat things like Worldbreaker.
Yeah, and one of the nice things about Ugin's Labyrinth, even though it does mean you're maybe exposed to a Field of Ruin, is it's hiding over there. Can't get discarded, can't get surgical, and we can pop it into our hand later in this game.
Uh-oh.
All right, well, not if it gets Field of Ruin. One of the Karns get milled as well. That's another potential win condition.
Oh, my God. Okay, that was the Field of Ruin going after that Ugin's Labyrinth that kind of was hiding away a Worldbreaker for Noah. This was such an incredible turn for Austin.
Yeah, this was huge. And we're going to get another mill for 3 here because another land's entering the battlefield for Austin. I mean, Noah's lost a lot of game-ending tools this turn. Obviously, all the Emrakuls, we milled a Karn. It's a tough spot to be. Another Karn.
Yeah, at this point, Noah's running out of ways to actually kill their opponent. Glimpse the Unthinkable takes 10 more cards out of Noah's deck.
Yeah, and now it's time for a little counting.
All right, 34-ish?
17.
This is a nice, I'm glad we're friends in real life moment.
Yeah, we totally are. All right, as we are going to see a Noah untap. And we are doing a little counting. I mean, we still have a lot of mana, but
All right, it starts with an attack for 3 with Sowing Mycospawn. If you're going to win the game, it starts there. And Austin is at 8. He's done a lot of fetching this game.
Yeah, and here comes World Breaker.
Not a bad draw.
Yeah, I mean, that's lethal on board. If there's a Devourer of Destiny in hand for Noah and we're able to cast it next turn, that would remove the crab and we would have lethal.
Okay. This game's close.
It's very close.
It doesn't feel like it should be close, but it is. There's another crab, another land, Odawara the land. That kind of signals that the other card in Austin's hand is a spell.
And Fractured Sanity is going to mill 14.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 cards, game 3.
You'll notice 10 plus 6 plus 1 was 17. And now Austin's going to go up 1 game, and it's going to be 1-1 heading into game 3.
What is 34 if not 2 17s persevering?
So true when you really think about it. But no, I think you just saw a lot of like what's good about Austin's deck, right? If you aren't pressuring him to win, there's a lot of game to this, and you just get to kind of kill your opponents and fire an Axis they're not ready for. Like, Noah doesn't have cards for this matchup.
Right, and something that I love is just watching these game plans evolve game over game, and I'm stoked to see how decks are going to evolve as we go to the second regional championship in Charlotte just next month.
Yeah, March 7th through the 9th, we're going to be there for the second round of regional championships for this cycle. So it's going to be modern again. It's going to be a great time. We're going to be covering that as well, you and I, along with some others. And I can't wait to see sort of what happens this weekend that informs there. We saw already how a narrative was broken. Nobody really thought Energy was going to be superseded when it comes to the top dog. Now, to be fair, it's an exact tie. When 203 players for Energy and Breach, but players thought that's just not going to happen. Breach isn't going to pick up that much in popularity. People won't do it, and they did, and that has huge implications. If you're playing this event, we can't wait to see you there.
And in that vein, this Eldrazi ramp deck is something that has really started to prove itself over the course of the last few regional championships. It really made a name for itself at the regional championship in Prague recently. And now we're seeing a bunch of players bringing it, and it's our number 3 most represented deck in the field.
Yeah, I think players really overestimated how much Consigned to Memory was going to keep this deck in check.
Yep.
And it's good against them, don't get me wrong, but one counterspell is like not enough for what these decks are doing. And that is a big, big game. And these Eldrazi decks are doing very powerful things.
I'm really interested to see how the play draw dynamics end up shifting things from here, because I think it was really interesting how much it felt like Austin was hanging on by a thread at the end of that game, despite kind of having all the tools.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the only thing we were missing was sort of like one big mill spell before that point, right?
Yep.
Like, we didn't really have a ton that game. But it also shows, like, you know, if there isn't pressure, we don't really need that much, right? And the pressure came near the end, but a turn sooner and maybe a game over there for Austin.
Yeah, and I think in a lot of ways we saw Mill do its own sort of Delver impression, right? Where there are a bunch of things where your Hedron crabs are just insectal aberrations, right? They're chipping in for damage every turn, and it is basically the same amount of damage when you factor in something like fetch lands. And then we saw Drown in the Lock, we saw that Surgical Extraction, that Field of Ruin act as small, subtle, disruptive pieces that didn't hold Noah back from playing a whole game, but did keep him at arm's length until Austin was able to, quote-unquote, get them to 0 life.
Yep. And speaking of which, a little bit of a slow start this game. Noah just played a fetch land, is going to fetch for a Surveil land at the end of Austin's turn. Austin just with a preordain off a basic island in the passing.
Ooh, I wonder if this is just rattlesnaking for the Ugin's Labyrinth into Stone Rain.
Maybe it would be very sick if it was. Also, what about some, you know, potential archive traps here for Austin?
Ooh, all right, the mill.
Okay.
And the pass. You can see the very respectful. You got anything?
Yep. Yeah, I searched, you got anything? And, you know, so I've seen plenty of games end on the spot because, you know, you fetched early, archive trap hits you for 24, and you're down.
Yep. All right, Eldrazi Temple and pass. Slow draw from Noah so far.
Slow draw. Maybe a hand that could have potentially sort of gone off with the right hit, but has a lot of mana for Eldrazi and not a lot for the other things, as Ruin Crab comes on down.
All right, as well as a fetch land. Sight for Sore Eyes if you're a mill fan.
Yeah, there's that World Breaker, one of the better ones to get milled.
Okay. Kozilek's Command on the instep. This is such a nice card here.
Yeah, I mean, the card being Kindred, so it's an Eldrazi, means that Temple does tap for 2 there, and we're going to be able to actually get rid of this crab. We saw earlier in the tournament, Reizang just went for an X's 0 just to draw a card. Luckily, we get a little bit of extra value here for Noah.
All right, so very, very quick fetch shock from Austin. Going to mill a few more cards on Noah's side after we finish shuffling. I'm feeling a consign.
Yeah, that could definitely be it. I mean, these crabs are super important. It's important to think of this like a little bit like, oh, this is actually an extra pate. And we're going to go for the World Breaker there.
Oh, and I think this is with the crab trigger on the stack because
Correct.
Austin doesn't want to mill another World Breaker.
Exactly.
He wants to get the cards out of the deck first.
And gets one from the hand for Noah. Noah's rest of the hand is just, you know, an Ugin Sanctum, pardon me, 2 Karns and a Talisman. And now we're going to get these World Breakers out of the deck and then get 3 cards milled.
And this
Great
is,
play.
Okay, Karn the Great Creator, basically everything that Noah needs at this point and all he really has.
Yeah, I mean, Karn is good, but notably, once again, we don't have those big game enders. We don't even have the Cityscape Leveler that we see some players have this in their sideboards this weekend. I think the biggest thing we have is that Liquid Metal Coating, which we saw in Game 1.
It's fine.
It's huge, yeah. If you cut your opponent off mana and they can't cast their spells, they can't win.
It isn't fast. That's kind of the big problem here. It doesn't address the Ruin Crab on the battlefield or the cards in Austin's hand yet.
And Noah can't cast it right now. Now, I don't know the mode we did on the Kozilek's Command, but let's say we had, you know, announced the draw one instead of spawn. It could have been a card, though, right? I mean, like, it matters a ton on what was picked. I assume as well spawn is likely, but it doesn't seem unreasonable given Noah's hand a second ago to be like, yeah, I'll just, you know, go for a card and try and hit a double land and hide this World Breaker. So we'll see how it goes here. It's finally, this crab is going to resolve its trigger and soon leave the battlefield.
Okay, sowing Myco Spawn, another freshly minted K command in a forest. Hitting the basic could end up mattering. I'm now checking the deck list sheet. There are 3 basics.
Yeah, a lot of basics. Utopia Sprawl, White Orchid Phantom running around here. It was a spawn, so that is going to allow us to play Karn.
All right, Noah drawing for turn, thinking through their options. Sanctum, we already knew about that one.
Chalice of the Void in the sideboard.
I keep looking at that one and going, what do you even put it on?
1 for the crab.
I mean, at this point, maybe.
I mean, the crabs get played early, but there's 8 of them, and it's like one of the few things you can actually do that doesn't overlap with you outside of Utopia Sprawl, at least in the Game 1 configuration.
All right, here's Karn the Great Creator. Noah starts thumbing through their sideboard. Is there a world where you get Tormod's Crypt? Okay, no, it's just Liquid Metal Coating.
Tormod's Crypt's reasonable, though. That is something you can use on yourself to stop a Drown the Lock.
Right,
so, yeah. Definitely something that, you know, Noah needs to keep in the back pocket if we draw something kind of big.
All right, and Austin knows he's basically never going to have more than 3 lands in play for the rest of the game, and that's if he hits all of his land drops from here.
Yeah, and it's hard to do that and have all the lands you need. As Ensnaring Bridge comes down, that's a card you highlighted maybe wanting to use here. And traditionally, this actually wouldn't be that big of a deal for a Karn. You know, we talked about something like Cityscape Leveler, etc., but we don't have those. And the Sowing Myco Spawn, I'm sorry, the World Breakers have already been answered.
There's a Haywire Might.
Yeah, so it's Haywire Might and Bust. There's no Sages in this deck list. I mean, we have access to the Karn, so the Haywire Might can definitely come, but it's not going to be free.
All right, well, Black Source goes down for Austin as he takes a draw.
Oh, no.
No. Undercity Sewers. Oh, no. Mills a Swamp? Does that just mean he has more lands in hand?
It might. I could see the idea where Noah just doesn't have any black spells in hand, and it's like, I'm going to win. I just need to draw, like, Fractured Sanity over and over and over again.
Yeah, that makes sense. Really tough spot. And this is somewhere where if Austin can't cast spells, this Ensnaring Bridge won't even protect him.
Yeah, that's true. Theoretically, eventually our hand will get to the 7th spot you need. And Writhing Chrysalis, this is actually a great way to get under an Ensnaring Bridge, attack, pop all your Scions before damage, boom, hit you big.
It's definitely not bad. This is something that was the bane of MH3 Limited, and it's even starting to show up in Modern as of late, 'cause it's just fine.
Yeah, I mean, you know, 2/3 that gets you 2 Scions. Sort of plays like an explosive vegetation half the time, right? And then also is a body with reach that comes up pretty big.
All right, now we're starting to see basic lands fall on Austin's side.
Yeah, and it looks like Noah has a spell.
Okay, Writhing Chrysalis growing after some spawns. Hit the dust. Stone Rain.
That's huge there. I mean, now Austin can't cast most of the mill spells that matter.
Uh-oh.
A few too many cards in hand to go to combat, it seems, as we are going to Surgical before attackers are declared.
So something that's interesting is Austin did play out what looks to be a Flooded Strand, and that's really hard to go after with Karn the Great Creator. It is something that can give Austin at least a turn or two of breathing room if this game goes much longer.
Yeah. The only limiting factor really is sort of the lands we could fetch. We have enough right now that we could fetch anything and still cast. Like we have 2 more black sources left in the deck, so as long as they aren't in hand, that's fine. And we have a bunch of islands. So Austin Clark, if we could float a couple of fetch lands, maybe he gets to cast 1 more big spell this game. And if it's the right spell, we talked before, Tasha's isn't the greatest, but if it hits the right number of cards, it might be enough.
Okay, and here's Polluted Delta. I don't think this game's over. It looks like Noah's very far ahead, but I wouldn't call this a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, Austin definitely has game here. And like we were saying, if we can get 1 or 2 cards cast, this could be huge. And Austin, might even be able to get 1 cast, and then we do some searching for Noah, and then Archive Trap for free gets the game done.
Okay, also, hear me out. Karn could animate the Ensnaring Bridge, and Kozilek's Return could kill it.
That's true. That's I've done a lot of animate your bridge, cast my fury with Karn.
Yeah. Oh, Stone Rain. Again.
This is nice here from Noah. Activate the Liquid Metal Coating, forces the fetch, then you get the Stone Rain, and now use the Karn, develop your Haywire Might when this moment. You still interact with your opponent's mana on every turn, and this immediately, and yeah, you see Austin concedes, can't beat the Writhing Chrysalis with no lands.
Oh, or just
all
lands.
Yeah.
Either way, Noah advancing to 5-0. Bunch of consecutive win-ins for day 2 coming, and you can see why. This deck looks super redundant. It has a bunch of ways to kind of just change its game plan based on what the opponent is doing. I really thought that was an impressive showing.
It really was. And also, Austin Clark showing off a lot of what's good about this deck. Every deck's sort of going to draw 1 too many lands and sort of get got there. And I think a little unfortunate, honestly, when it comes to the pairings and everything. You're sort of hoping to dodge this part of the room. If you're going to do well in a tournament, you're going to hit a bad matchup once or twice. You got to beat them. But there's a lot of the room where it's just like cards like Tasha's Hideous Laughter KO somebody. And that's probably how, Austin got to 4-1.
And I think some of it is interesting where I don't even think all of the Eldrazi decks are going to be an atrocious matchup for Dimir Mill. It's this one emphasizing World Breaker over Null Drifter. For example, it's something that we saw Austin having to use Surgical Extraction on World Breaker when normally you don't really want to use it on something like that. But I have great news. It's in the form of more Magic. We've got a backup match. How's that sound, partner?
I can't wait to see it. Let's pull it up and let's see what's happening.
All right, here we are, backup round. It's round 5. We're in Portland, and this is Modern. We've got Noah Braun on Ruby Storm and Caleb Buck on Golgari Yawgmoth.
Yeah, Golgari Yawgmoth, a deck that was a big player in Modern, not so long ago. Only 15 copies here this weekend. This dropped a bit in representation, but a deck that people who play it love playing it and stick to it a lot.
I think we both fall in that camp. We don't necessarily stick to it all the time, but I know we certainly have paid 1 life, sacrificed a creature, and drawn a card our fair share of times.
Yeah, I'm a Yogger.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Yogg champion, if you will.
And speaking of decks that people love and stick to, Ruby Storm. Storm is a deck that was well loved in Modern for a long time and sort of came back with MH3, giving it some real support.
Okay, and look at this. Wall of Roots immediately makes mana for Haywire Might, one of the better cards to have against the namesake in Ruby Medallion.
Definitely.
Ooh, more Strike at Riches, but not more lands on Noah's side. That's going to give them some trouble.
Yeah. And we'll have to see how Caleb can capitalize on that time. Looks like we're going to use Wall of Roots plus some lands to play a Grist. This is, the thing I always tell people about the Yogg deck, in my mind, is that this deck has 2 good cards. It's got Grist and Yogg. Whole deck's built around making those 2 cards good.
Yep.
You got Agatha's Soul Cauldron, the secret 3rd good card. That is just more Grist and Yogg.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, you're totally right. You're totally right.
So having one of these, even though it's maybe a turn later than you would like ideally, it's still going to be something you kind of need, and having these extra resources matter a ton, especially when Caleb's hand is double Yogg. as well. So we have most of the tools we need. We've got a way to get extra resources. So now it's a matter of getting it done before Noah combos off on us.
Yeah, it looks like Caleb has been able to invest a ton of resources into development, which is nice, but they're missing pressure, which is something that you need against any sort of combo deck, where Noah, with this Ruby Storm deck, is going to win the game given enough time and resources. It's all on Caleb to close the door before that happens.
Got the last card there in Caleb's hand. It's a Dryad Arbor, as we see the Bowmaster get deployed into turn.
Okay, not bad. This is a way to start attacking.
Yeah, we got a little bit of pressure, and, you know, have a couple bodies, and doing this with Yogg very easily can find a chord, and, you know, game can end shortly thereafter.
Okay, let's see. Noah luckily did find the second land as well.
Insect being made. All right. It feels like a spot where Yogg's just going to come down, and it's just a matter of can we get there the rest of the way. Only a few green bodies right now. You have exactly enough to quarter calling.
Not bad.
And we have the land for turn, but it looks like we're just going to start by attacking.
All right, so we do have that Surf for 4 and a Dryad Arbor. Hey, I mean, that's another card with Yawgmoth.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real card. And noticeably a green body, too, for Chord, which is one of the best ways for sort of Caleb to get the combo put together.
Okay, and Noah fetches up their second Surveil land. There's obviously some piece of the puzzle that they're missing, or they just have Ruby Medallion, which is not really going to work anymore with Haywire Might on the table. I suspect they're digging so hard for a Ral.
Yeah, that would be the best way, but also with Yogg in play, it's going to be really hard. You're going to get a spell, right? And then sometimes that's enough to get enough going that maybe you can answer the Ral, but it won't be easy.
Totally correct. Milling over a land with the commercial district. Tanking over the hand. This is always one of the hard parts with Storm, is going, okay, I know this is close. Am I giga-brained enough to figure it out?
Yeah. Can I get here from this low starting point? Especially with a deck like the current Ruby Storms, they're not deterministic a lot of the time.
Right.
Right. It used to be you give gift packages. We get maybe a merchant scroll. We make it work, you know. Nowadays, we're kind of like, all right, well, I'm just going to try and runner some enough cards, and I'll just see so many things I will most likely get there. And that's why you're seeing, you know, some weird data from this deck, honestly. If you look at people like Frank Carson's metagame breakdowns, the confidence interval is through the roof. There's like, we're not sure, but it looks to be between 30 and 60% win rate, which, if you know Magic win rates, is like, 60 is very high.
Is it unplayable or pretty good?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, it'd be the highest win rate deck if it hits the 60%er, and that's why you're seeing some people like Noah play it this weekend.
Okay, it looks like it's go time. Manamorphose hits the stack, and in response, Caleb sacrifices the Orc army because this Orcish Bowmaster will unmass another creature. Caleb does want to go ahead and get that card, draws it. The amass happens. We've got our mana counter out. It is 2 red.
Green Sun Zenith, the draw as well, recently unbanned. Also means a copy of Young Wolf, essentially.
Ooh.
So that means it might be all engines go for Caleb if Noah doesn't win this turn.
Beautiful. 2 combo players, not a cell phone in sight. Just as Garfield intended.
As it looks like Noah's trying to figure out, like you mentioned, okay, how do I get through the Haywire Might? Or how do I get my Ral to be alive long enough with this Yogg in play? It's a tough spot to be in.
Right, this is the spot in Noah's seat where it does feel like Caleb has been able to assemble, 3 pseudo-hate pieces at the same time. The first or second, you can generally find a way through, but it looks like Noah just has an artist talent and maybe has to pass back from here.
Yeah, an artist talent typically...
Oh, nope. Treasures going to the graveyard.
Yeah, Strike It Rich cast earlier. This artist talent with the Bowmaster is a bit of a liability, as there's Manamorphose again, meaning that the Bowmaster is going to happen. And now we're going to see almost assuredly the same thing happen. Maybe Caleb wants to grow the army eventually, but for right now just wants to get the cards.
Yep. And that makes sense. There's a point, you mentioned it before, there are 3 untapped green creatures at this point, so it is possible that a surprise Court of Calling even throws more of Noah's plans off.
Yeah, and we're seeing Caleb actually take a second to think here. Potentially wants to maybe try and dig, find like another Bowmaster, get more triggers going. definitely on the table here as well. We do need to be a little careful as, there is a main deck grape shot here for Noah, and if we're able to chain just enough things to shoot, that could be a problem. Unlikely, we're at 18, but these sort of things do occur.
Okay, and look at this. We have a storm count and is that instant sorcery count?
Yes, for Ral.
Excellent. Okay, 2 red.
Looks like
Just double checking with the judge. Making sure everything's clear. Wooded Foothills. Normally I'd say that's not what a combo player is looking for at this point, but after their early stumbles, I could see Noah being kind of happy about Wooded Foothills.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of need the raw mana sources when your mana reducers are being attacked like this, right? So actually having the mana is quite nice. Now, we got a lot of pressure on us. This might be our last turn to use it, but it's better than nothing.
This is also the rough spot where this artist talent doesn't do a ton in the face of an Orcish Bowmasters.
Yep. I think Noah can tell the writing's on the wall. Like, hey, I have got to go for it. I've given Caleb enough cards in my attempt to set up that I think we are going to see Noah maybe start this turn with the intention of like, I might get the talent online, call it a day from there. And now we might just see, all right, I've got to do what I can do. Let's see if it's enough.
It's time. Right, 9 life. Let's see. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the table.
Okay.
Oh, and a Gristold available.
Yeah, I was going to say,
so this is a lot of lethal sizes of damage on Caleb's side of the battlefield.
Yep.
All right. Some red mana going into the artist talent.
Leveled it up.
Oop, and a pass back.
All right, and this might be the classic, I hope they don't see it, as Blood Artist was drawn there for Caleb.
Oh, that is even more damage.
Yeah. Caleb,
just in case -2 life wasn't enough. Here's the Blood Artist.
Yeah, and Caleb's like, we saw count the power toughness, is going to know very quickly this is lethal, especially with the Gristold. If you're at 20, you're dead.
Right, exactly. Okay. There it is. Down to 1. Sacks the army token, and Noah picks him up to go to game 2.
Yeah, impressive stuff there. The Yawgmoth deck having just enough interaction.
All right. And looking at the sideboard that Noah has, Wrath of the Skies is what immediately jumps out at me.
Yeah, Wrath of the Skies is a great thing. Prismatic Ending can also be something that, you probably want to leave in one to be able to wish for at least, but it's huge. And Brotherhood's End, a similar thing, can bring that in and clean up enough stuff some of the time. So that's going to be really appealing. And also one of the upsides of the open deck list is, Noah gets to double check that. Like, okay, does, Caleb have some card that maybe I want to definitely get? And something like Soulless Jailer might move the needle.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. And my intuition is that a lot of times Yawgmoth is not that excited to play against Ruby Storm.
Yeah, I think Caleb was probably sweating bullets. Okay, I got my feature match. It's Storm. I thought it was because I was the Yawg player I got the feature. And then it's like, okay. But then you get away with it in game 1. And this is something I always tell people about Yawg is no matter how bad your matchup is, you have creatures with low fail rate, but more importantly, you have your own combo kill.
Yeah.
Like, okay, your matchup's bad, whatever, I might kill you on turn 4.
That's always the thing that I've personally been enamored with creature combos. At the end of the day, you do have the mediocre beatdown plan, and they will run out of life.
Yeah, I mean, to win a tournament, you have to get lucky at some point. So my opponent mulliganing, stumbling a little bit, and I've got Young Wolf in the battlefield. Sounds like a good enough plan.
Fine.
Yeah, sure.
That's fine.
Why not? Let's game.
All right, and you touched on it a little bit. Noah has a sort of card-esque wish board, literal wish board. Is any of this coming in, or is it all just for wishing?
I mean, like you said, the Wrath, I think, is probably going to come in. I think looking at things, I'd probably want the Brotherhoods in to make sure that we sort of had that there. But besides that, I could imagine lots of things easily staying over there. But we'll have to see exactly how Noah wants to do this here. And you have to keep an idea on Caleb's sideboard as well. Things like Soulless Jailer are big, like Thoughtseize are big. Force of Vigor is a nice way to get in the medallion, but that's kind of all it does. So I'm interested to see sort of how we go over this, because that is a weird tension from Caleb's side. So.
All right. And this weekend is the Aether Drift pre-release, which if you want to pick up some Aether Drift cards, you can head over to starcitygames.com/MTG/AetherDrift to pick up your boxes, packs, and more today.
Yep, I'm very excited to play this set. I love doing commentary here in the booth, but I love getting to play with new Magic cards, and so I can't wait to play more with Aether Drift. And you can look at all this stuff online at starcitygames.com/MTG/Aether Drift.
And I know you're excited, speaking of creature combo, about Ketramos in this set.
Yeah, Ketramos is one of the cards I really like, and Marauding Mako, I believe, is the other. Those are two of my
loves.
loves.
I love the Shark Pirate.
But yeah, Ketramos, is the black-white god, draws a lot of cards, and I'm very interested to see across multiple formats. One, is there some weird combo-y type stuff we can do? I'm always interested in that. But two, I got a feeling it's just the One Ring at home kind of, right? Like it's
okay, but you're saying we have the One Ring.
Yeah, but, and obviously that card's a stark comparison to give to any card. But I think it might just draw a ton of cards.
Sure.
And just be this real value engine. And we're seeing from some of our last chance qualifiers where the set was legal, some black-white players had 3 of them in their deck and 5-0'd. So.
Yeah, no, it's definitely making a splash in Modern at this point. And you touched on Marauding Mako, maybe a way to give Faithless Looting some power. But speaking of unbans, we've got a Green Sun Zenith deck. Caleb keeping 6. Noah with a fast keep on 7 and kicking things off with Strike It Rich.
Strike It Rich is the red Green Sun for 0.
Okay. Very brave. You can just say that. No one will even arrest you.
I'll say what the people needed to hear. Looks like we're getting some treasures on the battlefield, just making sure the game stays clean as a Delighted Halfling is going to come down.
And this is one of the really nice pickups for the Yogg deck, just having a mana creature that can survive things like Orcish Bowmasters.
Yeah, I mean, Delighted Halfling has really proven to be, one of the best mana dorks in the current context of Modern, and also just across Magic. There are so many good legendary creatures these days in Planeswalkers that you can play with this card. It's really impressive how much it sort of just acts like a Birds of Paradise in these decks, even when there aren't a ton in the case of Caleb's.
All right, this has got to feel tough whenever you're in Caleb's seat, seeing Noah basically doing a bunch of math with their hand on turn 2.
Yeah, just tip, tap, tip, 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 tip.
All right, 2 mana, Desperate Ritual. What time is it?
It's storming time.
And it's not even something like cheesing out a Blood Moon whenever the storm counter comes out. Okay, Ruby Medallion down to 1 mana. Storm count is 2. Another Desperate Ritual, mana 3, Storm 3.
All right. And Noah, this is a spot where we see Realm Monsoon Mage come down. You don't do, like you're saying, all this unless you think you're going for the win this turn.
Oh, yeah.
Like we talked about, Ruby Storm, not deterministic in a lot of spots. You eventually do get there, but early on you kind of just don't really know most of the time. Now, players rolling a dice to use as a coin flip here for Ral.
All right, Rin's Resolves. I think there should be 1 less mana.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. It looks like the players are double-checking that right now. I mean, we went to 3 to 1. There we go. We're good.
All right, perfect. Figured it out. Flipped over.
Questing Druid and Reckless Impulse.
Yup.
More effects of that nature.
More ways to draw cards. This is, at the end of the day, this is a pretty good turn, too.
Yeah, we haven't played a land yet either. So even though Noah is low on lands here, we're getting really close, to just having a ton of cards, play the land here, and then maybe keep going and flip this Ral and even hit more cards.
I think that instant sorcery counter should be at 3 as well.
Yeah, I think.
And now 4.
I think so. Yeah, it looks like Noah caught it there.
Yep, there it is. All right,
yep.
4 storm count, 5, 6, 6.
6. Yep. Yeah, we didn't update it. We got a little confused with the mana.
Perfect.
Very easy to happen. All right, and it looks like evens are maybe. This wins the flip, as Noah didn't take damage before and we rolled a 6 again. Noah's got to do high roll before the match starts.
Yeah.
Not an even odds person.
All right, flipping 2 cards over. There is a ritual among them, but the land would enter tapped. It's Elegant Parlor.
And that was the only land that Noah had. That's massive. Now, we still have access to these cards for the next turn, but, you could have easily saw a win here from Noah, and Caleb picks up another land.
This is pretty tough. I guess you can play out an Agatha Soul Cauldron to knock Noah off balance if they go for Past in Flames.
Technically speaking.
We're talking legal plays out here.
Legal plays. Yeah, and I think Caleb kept a hand that was maybe a little, didn't have all the pieces, but had a Boseiju for a medallion.
Yeah.
and had a Yogg, had an Agatha's, and a Mana Dork, and was like, okay, it's not the greatest hand, but I hope that something like this will help it come together. And we're going to see Strike It Rich Cast immediately here from Noah. Heads up play, wants to do it while all the reducers are in play.
All right, takes a point from Rao. Rao not behaving as well this turn.
The Monsoon may jacks up sometimes.
Oh, that's true. Has not really become a Planeswalker yet. Just an upstart is it Mage. Trying to make his way in life. Manamorphose, the next spell.
Red, red.
All right, another Manamorphose, down to 1. Time to flip a coin. Mana's going to go up to 3. The Storm count to 3. Instants and sorceries at 3.
Yeah, 1, take another damage. Not the end of the world here for Noah. Enough life to give, and it looks to be casting enough cards this turn that won't be the huge factor, you know. We'll eventually get there, even though theoretically we can maybe never.
All right, here's that Desperate Ritual from Exile. Going to put us up to 5 mana, Storm up to 4, Instants and Sorceries up to 4.
All right. Going to make me there, and then we're going to Questing Druid.
Is this Seek the Beast with the spell on the stack so the Rao doesn't flip?
Nice. And then...
Super heads up Seek. This is why you're 4-0, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, this is really tight stuff here, along with the Valakut Awakening.
All right, so we have 3 Rao triggers on the stack, no mana in the pool, Storm count is 6, Instant and Sorcery 6.
Yeah, I mean, this is huge. And then here we go. We got the even. That means Rao's going to flip.
All right, so Rao
loyalty.
has 8 loyalty, just like you said. Valakut Awakening going ahead and resolving.
And Caleb now needs to hope that Noah hits the fail rate.
All right, a fetch and response. Okay, this Valakut Awakening is still on the stack.
Get to put back as many as you want and draw that many +1.
So is there a world where Caleb is trying to Underground Mortuary and spike an activated ability here?
I think so. I don't know what the ability would be, if I'm being totally honest. But by golly, we could do that. And I guess if do we have Walking Ballista? We do. Okay, we bend the Ballista. We shoot the Rao. It can't ult.
All right.
Wall of Roots. Now my Delighted Halfling can make 2 mana. So keep that in mind, Noah. That's a 2 mana dork right there. Anytime we want it.
Okay, just drawing 1 card off the Valakut Awakening. We got some die rolls from Rao's that are still on the stack.
Yeah, we do have to still resolve those triggers.
Okay, Questing Druid to exile on an adventure. But Seek the Beast, going to bring 2 cards with it, a Stomping Ground and a Glimpse of Madness.
Glimpse the Unthinkable.
No,
Yes.
that was our last match. Glimpse the Unthinkable is the blue-black card.
It's Glimpse the Impossible.
Glimpse
Pardon me.
the Impossible.
No, I'm sorry. That's my bad. Cross-eyed.
We're gonna get through this together. Okay, Desperate Ritual resolves. 3 red in the pool. Rao ults.
8 cards that can all be cast. Hey, that's a Glimpse the Impossible.
Okay, couple lands. In Exile Forever. Rao, Exile Forever. Snow-Covered Mountain. You guessed it.
Exiled forever. Now, here's the question on the Snow-Covered Mountain. Is that the plan to trick your opponent to bring in Break the Ice versus you? Or is it just because it's your favorite art?
It's your plan, not my plan. And it looks like Caleb's plan is
It's
going to be in Game 3.
Yeah, Caleb here knowing it's done. I mean, we talked about this before. A lot of times it's not deterministic early on into it all, and you sort of have to draw a bunch of cards like there. But from that point, Caleb knew, okay, hey, I've lost the game from this point. I'm just going to pick it up.
Yeah, and that sort of matchup can be really interesting. There are so many sort of micro-optimizations that you can have whenever, say, the Surveil play that we had talked about, where that Walking Ballista could have changed everything.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a spot where, okay, we don't get the 8 cards. I can't keep going. Oh, no, I guess I'll cast my Questing Beast go. Like, that's just not really a place you want to be. And so, big heads-up moment there, catching that line.
Right, and that was one where there was so much Magic left to play that it would have actually bled into the next round, and Caleb did end up winning that one.
Impressive stuff there. Yeah, I mean, like we said, Golgari Yawgmoth has some tools to fight it, has its own combo, can beat decks like Storm. Definitely not the matchup you want to be playing all the time, but congratulations to Caleb, and well played there from Noah. I think did a great job in the games we saw.
Yeah, I thought we got to see a lot of awesome Magic this round, and we've got a lot of awesome Magic coming up next round. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. gamers, and welcome back to the Regional Championships in Portland, brought to you by Star City Games. All weekend, I'm Carmen Clemperens. All weekend, I'm with Mason Clark, and all weekend, we've got great Modern.
Yeah, we've had a lot of great matches so far. We're into round number 6. We talked about this last round. This is where our players are going to punch their ticket into day 2 for sure.
A lot of pressure on these next few matches.
Yeah, 18 match points is the minimum you need to make day number 2, and all our players that we're featuring this round are 5-0, which means winners go in for sure.
And them being 5-0 means that they've been at the top of their game all day.
Yep, not slouching at all, and we have some really exciting and top decks for this round as well to talk about. So I'm really excited to see sort of how these players are going to navigate this matchup of Breach versus Oculus.
And this Oculus deck, it's not run-of-the-mill. This is something that's actually making a bunch of adjustments to try and compensate for the rest of the metagame, which is something that we've seen consistently throughout the format over the last few weeks.
Yeah, the Oculus players, when you're just blue-black, you don't have enough game, it seems, against some of the other decks. So Splashing White for Stony Silence for this matchup, and Pest Control for matchups like Energy, but also it does a little bit here as well versus the Breach deck.
Yeah, it's something where there are a lot of zero-mana artifacts and things like that this deck is trying to capitalize on what we'll call burst draws, right, where you just are able to develop a ton onto the battlefield and overload spot removal, so going to something like Pest Control makes a lot of sense to me.
Yep, it's a very smart pickup there, along with Picklock Prankster as one of the other ways to sort of fill your yard very quickly and find sort of the sideboard cards you're wanting. So, some really great stuff here, and David playing very well to be 5-0 so far. Yeah,
so this is David Chorus's Esper Oculus deck. I do really like a lot of the micro adjustments. You mentioned Picklock Prankster finding sideboard cards. This also plays to the Esper Oculus deck's main game plan, right? It kind of fills your graveyard for things like Murktide Regent and Psychic Frog, but it also digs you towards cards like Unearth.
Yep. Yeah, and it's going to play a big role that. I mean, we also have things like Thoughtseize and Counterspell we can find, especially the end-of-turn Picklock Prankster that players are used to, right? Oh, no, you sort of strangled my mana. You didn't cast anything with Counterspell. All right, well, I'll Picklock, free the Fae, find the thing I'm actually looking for, and now maybe you're just kind of locked out of the game.
And taking a look at our standings, these aren't the only players at the top of their game. We have a lot of players at 5-0 playing this round that are really excited to punch their ticket into day 2 in just a second. A lot of blink, a lot more energy at the top of the standings than last round.
Yeah, it looks like energy, sort of clutched up last round. Obviously, we can see all the undefeated decks, right? But for our top 15 last round, there was just 2 energy players. Now, a lot more up in here, like Julian, John, David Ingles, some we saw earlier, still 5-0, undefeated.
And look at that, Arizax, trusty Ruby Storm. If you play Magic Online, you know you're playing against a combo deck whenever you pair into him.
Yeah, and you saw Zach's talking about before this weekend on social media about how, like, I really like the deck. It's a comfort pick. I don't know if I can recommend it to anyone, but I like it, and so far it seems to be liking Ari.
And look at this, Zach Kirby, number 4, 5-0 with Ruby Storm as well. The deck is something that was kind of at the lower end of our metagame grid, but it's kind of a sleeper for the event, it's looking like.
Yeah, so far in the first third of our event, it's doing great.
Right, and something about Modern is how cyclical it can be on the macro sense, where you see a lot of respect being paid to things like Grinding Breach. We see David Chorus's Esper Oculus deck doing with Stony Silence, Pest Control. Card's not going to be so good against Ruby Storm.
Yeah, not the greatest there. And you know what? That's sort of things. That's why it all comes around, right? Eventually, have these moments where you do get to capitalize on it all.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more. Looking at the rest of the top of the standings, I'm seeing a bunch of Grinding Breach, which is, in a lot of ways, feels like it's the emergent top dog of the field.
Yeah, I mean, Grinding Breach sort of feels to me like the spiritual successor to Splitter Twin, recently unbanned card in Modern. But it's this blue-red combo deck that gets to play a fair game plan very well and play a good combo plan. And part of the thing to remember, too, about Splinter Twin of old, and maybe why we don't see it as much now with the unban, the removal's gotten better at answering its combo, and turn 4 is pretty huge. Now, the Breach deck combos on turn 3 or 4 fairly consistently, but it can do turn 2, and theoretically can do turn 1. And that difference in speed and the threat is so huge, right? If you ever played against Splinter Twin in the past, you're like, oh, turn 4, I need to really be watching out. That's when things get sideways. Breach, you got to be looking out on turn 2.
And something that sticks out to me about the Grinding Breach deck in particular is that all of it's proactive, right? I think something, a needle that we saw Splinter Twin thread for a really long time in the modern format of Yor is that it was able to kind of play this tempo-y sort of, I'll react when I need to be reactive, but I'll be proactive whenever I need to be proactive. But instead, this is just kind of putting you to the test turn after turn after turn.
Yep. And you know what? It does a good job of it, too. The deck has things like Emery Decree, a lot of card advantage, Tameo Inquisitive Student, something from MH3. It's really shining in this deck, and it's just such a good deck. I mean, there's not much you can say.
And this weekend, we're in Portland at a regional championship. We've got another round of these coming up. We've talked a bit about Charlotte. There's also Hartford, where you can join us here in just a couple of months. These are going to be standard rounds of regional championships.
Yeah, May 16th to the 18th. Join us out there. We're going to have everything on the line once again, including Worlds invites. Hartford is going to be standard. It's going to have some new sets legal by then as well, which will be exciting to see all of that in standard. And I can't wait to see it there. You can check out more at starcitygames.com/SCGCON.
And the cool thing about these events is there's so much you can do with them, right? Just walking around the hall this weekend, it's the Aether Drift pre-release. So if you want to go catch a draft, it's a great place you can do that too. Or you can just hang out with your friends, which we're doing a bunch of between rounds.
Yeah, I mean, there's standard side events going on here as well. I walked over during my break and saw some people battling it out there, you know, and there's just a lot happening at these things. So if one's in your area, consider coming on out.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's different to play with people from all over the country.
It's a really great experience.
So, going back to the Temur Breach deck, something that I really love about this is its use of Urza Saga and Mox Opal. So this is recently unbanned, and it's used it to be really explosive, but Urza Saga does give it that staying power.
Yeah, Urza Saga is just a great way to use your mana, and that's one of the nice things about the Moxen too, right? Is you get this early mana, and we see players sometimes turn 1 their Urza Saga because they know turn 2 they're going to start making constructs. And so while you have that long game, it also gives you this weird burst. And with the Urza Saga combination of Mox Opal, sometimes you get these huge jumps in mana, right? We saw players use a lot of Springleaf Drum before the unbanning of Mox Opal with the idea of being like, oh, okay, I float a mana, I get the Springleaf Drum, I make a second mana. Well, Mox Opal gives that to you now so consistently without having to use your creatures. And it's just a big burst of mana and a big burst of card advantage from these decks.
And in Parth Prombut's list, I'm seeing Thassa's Oracle. I know Grape Shot is something that we've seen out of the Ruby Storm decks, but some versions of Breach prefer Grape Shot. What's up with Thassa's Oracle?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Corey Baumeister's been in the booth this weekend. He's a big believer in Grape Shot. On the other side, I'm a big believer in Thassa's Oracle.
Okay.
And there's gives and takes to both. You know, one of the things that I really like about Oracle is, let's say you queue into, you know, like Heliod combo. They gain 1 bajillion life. All right, well, Thassa's Oracle, good game, buddy. Meanwhile, Corey's like, oh, no, Mason. You know, like, that's the difference in our experiences there.
I like to imagine that is exactly what he's doing.
That's how he's head nodding. I can see him.
Yeah, no, he's right over there. He's nodding. I can see the oh no Mason getting mouthed at the laptop.
Yes. but seriously, like, those little things. But also, there are just some times where Thassa's Oracle makes it a lot cleaner because you go in these low resource games, you've had to play a grindy one, and you can't Grape Shot enough, where they've gained enough incidental life from things like Flage, Guide to Souls, etc. So while Grape Shot is great at cleaning up little creatures, and that can definitely matter, Thassa's Oracle just sort of wins the game. Also, in some of those matchups we're talking about, you just play Oracle out. It's just like 1-3. Look at my top 2. Bottom them. Your pride can't attack.
Right.
Go. And it's a play pattern that comes up a lot. I watched some friends test yesterday. I've done it in leagues. You just get a blocker. So, you know, while Thassa's Oracle and Grape Shot have different perks and benefits, I sort of like landing on Thassa's Oracle more. But I think it's really a matter of opinion and sort of like preference on how you want to play these things. Because Grape Shot is a real card. I don't want to like downplay it. Being able to sort of shoot off something is pretty big.
And something that I also want to touch on as we head down to the feature match is that Urza's Saga is going to give Parth Bromba a little bit of interaction in Soul Guide Lantern against a graveyard-based deck that David Kuras has.
Yeah, and this is the thing we've seen from Soul Guide Lantern since its release at the start of MH2. You play a couple artifacts that sort of give you minor upside in various spots, and in this deck, Soul Guide Lantern's acting as a great graveyard hate card and sort of a bad Mishra's Bauble, 2 things you kind of want.
Okay, and look at this. We see Parth kick things off with a Preordain. Urza's Saga Aether Spellbomb on top. Spellbomb, one of those cards where the unsummon mode feels like it could even come up a good bit against the Oculus.
Definitely. I mean, Oculus and Murktide are both very weak to that. In combination with Emery, it's a great way to protect your creatures and keep theirs off the board. And once again, doing that bad Mishra's Bauble impression, right? Being an artifact way to draw a lot of cards to give your Emery that engine.
Okay, and it looks like David does have Force of Negation in hand. Something that this Esper Oculus deck is trying to do is have this sort of back and forth. I'll develop a threat, answer a couple of your cards, attack, answer a couple of your cards until they run out of life eventually. That's really the first piece of the puzzle for David being able to safely develop a threat.
Yeah, and Parathier is going to want to really find the card Urza Saga ASAP. Here we go, coming
Good
on down
news.
turn. Yeah, this is the card that can really change the whole dynamic here. And of note, you know, I'm looking over here at David's deck. There's no Blood Moon type effects in the deck, at least in the main, which means no Harbinger of the Seas means this Urza Saga is going to be fine. As yeah, we see we have to fight over this Rumble, and I love this from David. Rumble sets up a lot of what's going on with the Breach deck, so while you might think this is a card you normally want to only hit Breach, sometimes getting Rumble is huge, especially when you're trying to stop that Urza Saga chaining.
No, you're totally correct, because in a lot of ways, just like you said, I think one's intuition can just say, oh, no, you want to check Underworld Breach with something like Force of Negation. But here, let's say, imagine the world where Parth even has Underworld Breach in a red land rolled up in hand. What does that do? There's nothing in the graveyard.
Exactly. So fighting over this here also prevents any sort of mana acceleration, and maybe, Parth might just have 2 lands. Very reasonable to keep, Breeding Pool, Urza Saga, Preordained, and some spells, and this matchup.
All right, so David fetches up an Undercity Sewers, decides he doesn't want to draw a swamp, and I think we're going to see my baby hit the table.
Flooded Strand and
no,
fetch?
I think we're seeing a Psychic Frog.
Oh, sure, yes, Psychic Frog.
All right, Hallowed Fountain enters untapped.
And doing a little shuffling still, but yeah, it does look like Psychic Frog is who we're going to see. I mean, this has been one of the all-star cards from MH3, one of the early previewed ones as well, that players have really loved and really proven how strong it is.
Right, this is a card very near and dear to my heart that one of the first cards I designed at Wizards of the Coast, so I definitely have a soft spot for it.
It's a great card.
All right, Urza Saga ticks up to 2, and I do think Parth has another land. Crucial.
Massive. You really needed that land here. Notably, David does also have another Force Negation of Frog in the consider, so if you try to go for it here anytime soon, it's going to be tough. And one of the big things about this deck when it comes to Breach is it's hard. It is hard to just go for it, as we see Aether Spellbomb get developed here. I kind of like this from Parth, trying to keep the Frog off the table, and if there is a Force Negation, make it go off now and not over one of your big combo pieces. Well, like we said earlier, fighting over Malevolent Umble, great. Aether Spellbomb, situationally great.
All right, so Breeding Pool getting tapped for Soul Guide Lantern. Okay.
All right.
Little awkward to draw this many of your Saga bullets early.
Yeah, it's definitely a little tough. I mean, you're happy to have Soul Guide Lantern in a lot of spots in this matchup, just because maybe an Oculus will go to the graveyard, see an Unearth interaction. But you definitely don't really want it right now unless you're going to kind of from hand Mox Opal, Underworld Breach, you're dead.
Yep. All right, Frog goes sideways. Tarn goes to graveyard.
And I
think we're going to see a Spellbomb bounce.
Yeah, I think that's what this is as well. It's really just a matter of do we want a shock or a basic, and we're going to shock.
Oh, yeah. All right, Spellbomb sends the Frog back to David's hand. See, and really, this is just cannon for the Frog. It's like it's jumping.
True.
It bounces, literally.
Yeah, it's like a tree frog.
Yeah, exactly. It is on a tree.
Yeah.
Canon events with Mason and Carmen. Urza Saga up to 3.
And it'd be interesting here. Do we want to kind of go for it while the shields are down and force that second Force Negation, or use the Urza Saga? Looks like we do just sort of want to play the Saga. Maybe we don't have it rolled up yet. Play that grindy game.
Okay. I don't hate this. In a lot of ways, this forces David to commit something to this Psychic Frog to get it through the construct.
Yep. So we get the official construct token on the battlefield.
Moxen time?
It's Moxen time.
There it is. Mox Opal. Welcome back.
Yeah, something that left Modern for many years, around the release of MH1, just the Oko Urza Opal deck was just very, very good. And it sort of was like the last nail in this, like, hey, Opal keeps causing problems. And y'all at Wizard of the Coast said it's time to let it go. And we've been very excited as players to have it, as we're going to see a Surveil land here from Parth.
Okay, not so bad. Also, this construct is sizable enough that discarding one card on David's side isn't really going to cut it.
Yep, and, while you don't really want to throw away your thing just to make your opponent discard 2 cards, if you can do that combining with maybe a combo in the next turn, that could be a great thing to fight through. As it looks like there's maybe some thinking going on here on if we want to cast something like a Mishra's Bauble. There's a bunch of zeros in Parth's deck, so very easy to have a lot of plays available.
Just sends it back to David, who we see a bunch of counter spells in his hand. One of the huge strengths of Urza Saga is every layer of it is uncounterable.
It looks like we are going to jump the frog, so we're not going to give the chance to discard 2 in order to kill the construct.
Well, it's probably not blocking, so I best get attacking.
True.
Ribbit. Finding a third land really nice for David. Whenever you're playing anything with counterspells, it just feels so good to be able to keep developing.
Yeah, and just keeping that card flow going, that extra one every turn, is a big reason why these matchups can be so good. So you can have things like counterspell plus force negation plus something else. That really matters.
Right, and the third land even represents hard casting force and negation, which ain't too shabby.
Yeah, if your opponent tries to bait it out early, it's like, okay, well, here's the, Underworld Breach. That can be huge. As it looks like Haywire Mite's going to get played. And now this Construct's beating down for 4. I mean, David's down to 10.
Yeah, no, Parth is winning the race, and this Haywire Mite is something else that's going to force David to commit some sort of resource to this Psychic Frog. What are you going to do, Fatal Push a Haywire Mite? I guess?
Yeah. So it does look like we're going to pass the turn back, and David's not going to do that. Just spins a Fatal Push immediately.
Oh, yeah, you have to.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, the Fatal Push also answers the Construct, so David might already have one. Also might be trying to set up something, but we're going to see Spell Snare on Free the Fae.
Oh, okay, Force of Negation, counterfight situation, pitching the next Psychic Frog. David flipping over Spell Snare, Sink into Stupor, Unearthing, Cut Down. Cut Down not going to cut it against the Construct.
It's not. It can get the Haywire Mite, and like you talked about, that can be a good way to go through. Spell Snare here ensures the Underworld Breach won't resolve.
And this is the strength of these sort of threaten the combo decks. We know that Parth doesn't even have the combo rolled up in hand yet, but David is forced to respect it at every turn.
Yeah, and now 1 mana is probably going to be committed to that Spell Snare for the next couple of turns. But notably, this Construct is very large and in charge.
David having a think. The Picklock Prankster represents a block against the Construct.
I mean, that's actually huge.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's funny where it's like normally you go, well, it can chump block sort of as a bit, but in a race, that's pretty real.
Yeah, I mean, 1/3 Vigilance as well. Get a point in here, maybe here, there. Not unreasonable, and it is a 2-turn clock. If Psychic Frog attacks, we're attacking back for 5. It looks like we're going to jump the Frog, get into the red zone. Curious to see if maybe, we have an extra land in hand now. Maybe we want to get an extra counter.
Ooh, and a Thoughtseize getting discarded to the Frog.
This is something I'm a pretty big fan of. Just make sure your Frog clocks in a real way.
Yes, I adore that. And I think it's very, very loud that David chose to keep a land over this Thoughtseize.
Yeah, wants to have up the mana for the rest of the game for Spell Snare and things of the like. So valuing Polluted Delta over Thoughtseize.
Yep. All right, so here's that Polluted Delta hitting the table.
Second Frog.
Picklock Prankster, back from its adventure. The second Frog pitched a Force of Negation just a second ago.
My mistake there.
But there is a counterspell hiding out in David's hand, an actual factual counterspell. And to, take a step out of the booth for a second, props to David for the 7th ed one. That one doesn't get nearly the respect it deserves.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. Our round 1, we had alphas, but 7th edition is great too.
Well, okay, honestly, you got me there.
I'm just saying the bar, he slowly set the bar so high in round 1.
Honestly, poor sportsmanship on Patrick's part.
Yeah, we should give a warning for that. We'll get the judges on it. We'll head them out over that area.
All right, so in step, fetch of a hedge maze, some surveilling to do on Parth's side.
Yeah, and grinding station here in the yard, even though that's part of the
combo. That's where it goes.
Yeah, that's the best place for it to be a lot of the time. It's a little tempting here to keep it on top because it does grow your construct, and maybe it eats the Spell Snare, but it's definitely not a real draw step. You're kind of hoping to be a little disrespectful when you do that one.
Right, it does not feel good.
Yeah. All right, it looks like we're going to move to combat.
Construct serves for 4.
Yeah. I like this not blocking yet. The construct could grow. It's also just keeping the Haywire Mite at bay. So
this is nice. And I mean, this Haywire Mite has not been awful. We were joking a bit about it being tough to draw so many of the Saga bullets early, but the force committal in this Psychic Frog has been something.
It's been good. Noticeably, I think Parth had a Mox Amber in hand. And I think is holding it to try and maybe represent either one, a burst of artifact damage, right? Like obviously if I had, I would play it and try to hit you for more, but also a potential burst of mana.
Sure.
Just like, okay, I'll try and do something. Okay, you think you've got me. Boom, boom, dead.
Yep. No, that makes a lot of sense, and I think it's really interesting because there's even a bluffing game going on where if his hand is just air, he's getting a bunch of false tempo by forcing David to respect that those cards could be something playable. Like, this is what bluffing looks like at a high level.
Yeah, and I mean, also, too, along this line, right, like, if you're David, well, Parth's in a race with me. We're on low resources. Parth would probably play a Mox. You can assume there's no Mox in hand, probably. Maybe another Mox Opal, but nothing that's going to grow the construct. Now you make an attack all out or something, you know, and maybe don't play another creature, instead do something different, and suddenly you're in a really bad spot. So it's very, very interesting to see how this game is being navigated here right now.
I mean, there's even a world where something like an Unholy Heat is kind of representing lethal. If Haywire Might and the Construct can just get in for a total of 6.
Yeah, Flame of Anor, same thing.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Flame of Anor, one of the cards that's been a really good inclusion in this deck. There's just one, a lot of wizards.
The first one does so much.
It really does. And I mean, something we didn't talk about earlier with Grapeshot versus Oracle. Oracle's a wizard.
Uh-oh.
Draw 2.
Pest
control.
Being controlled.
That is a really good one here. We talked about this one sort of being kind of good in this matchup, but not as great as it maybe is in other matchups. This is the part where it's good. Well, yeah, when they have their fair plan, this is a card that cleans up. If you were playing straight Dimir, you would not be able to easily answer what's going on here.
All right, and now it's time for Parth to crack this Soul Guide Lantern. The question is how.
Yeah, I like the idea of using the Mox. I mean, that's going to be going away here in a second.
Is there consideration to Haywire Mighting your own Soul Guide Lantern?
Maybe.
Just to gain some life?
This seems possible. I wonder if we're Flame of Annoying for draw 2 to maybe try and hit a Spell Snare.
Okay. Oh, no, and you can see David going, God, is this what I counter?
And it looks like we are.
And that makes sense. David has really put an emphasis on hitting Parth's enablers.
Yep. Pop the Soul Guide Lantern, get a card. One nice thing is Haywire Might's going to gain us 2 life here.
Yeah.
So, you know, we buy a little bit of time.
Not bad. Need that. It changes the clock, at the very least.
I'm interested to see if David wants to discard any cards to this Frog. It's currently an attack for 3 with Parth at 13. Likes the ones we have in hand.
Some of it comes down to the texture of his hand and how good it is. We know there's a Spell Snare that you probably don't want to get rid of. I guess you keep just about anything else, and so does David.
Yeah. Bad news for Parth.
Yeah,
all
right.
spells in hand.
Right. Sometimes you go, please, please just grow the frog by 1.
Yeah, just discard your hand. It's all lands. You're so unlucky. As it looks like it's Picklock, Prankster, and Spell Snare in hand here for Parth, meaning that land there was actually a great draw from the Psychic Frog because it's going to be able to stop an Underworld Breaches. Here's a Rumble we saw get fought over early with Force Negation.
Based on how he's played this, yeah, we see the very fast fetch from David. Probably just going to eat the Spell Snare.
Yeah, I think this makes sense. You know, this is a great way to find the breach, and maybe you get breached, you know, but you have Parth on low resources. Just don't let them catch up.
All right, Mishra's Bobble. I won't say it's right on time, but it's right.
A bobble's never late.
That is the one thing it is, actually, is the draw is generally late.
Why would I say that if it wasn't true?
You know what? I take it back.
Checkmate.
Yep. Parth goes ahead, cracks on David's upkeep.
And I think David drew the one of Nihil Spellbomb.
Oh, my God.
And this is sort of why this matchup was thought to be quite good for players, especially once they added the white cards to the deck. Once you have Pest Control for the fair game plan, Stony for the combo, you have enough pressure plus disruption in different directions to really pressure the breach deck, where if you didn't have the white cards, it could be a very different game.
And look at this, David not cracking the spell bomb, just really trying to answer very specific questions. In this case, the combo.
Yeah, and you know, you need one card in the graveyard to typically start the breach combo and be able to execute the win.
Yep.
So no point in doing it a little early. You don't want to see like a fetch land into boom, boom, I'm dead. I was seeing Parth try to figure out how am I going to get out of this.
It's getting really close because one of the secret modes of Psychic Frog is that you can just discard your entire hand and get a very fast 3 points of damage. And Parth picks him up. This is not their game.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of Magic left to be played. Very well played there by David. I love how much we fought over Malevolent Rumble, preventing the setup, preventing that little bit of extra mana, even at the cost of 2 cards there from the Force Negation on turn number 2. Really is saying, hey, this is the role I'm going to take. I know what matters in this matchup, and it's you not setting up.
Yeah, I really loved that navigation. And looking to the sideboards, it looks like David even has more tools for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, David has the Stony Silence, as we mentioned earlier. We have the Nile Spellbomb. The Harbinger of the Seas is actually pretty good. You're a 3-color deck, and it kills Urza Saga.
Yeah, really, it felt like Part's whole game plan there was Urza Saga.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about at the beginning of the match. It is the thing you want to draw the most of. This is like one of the spots where players are excited to have Wrenn and 6 sometimes in their team or decks. It's sort of a 1-card package here, where it's like, okay, I have a Wrenn and 6, I get my Saga, I do it over and over against blue-black, and then against, Belcher, I have Boseiju plus it to get a little lucky. But looking at the rest of the board here, we could easily see Thoughtseize come in. You can easily see Mystical Dispute. And this is one of, I think, the actual tricky parts of playing against the Breach, is we joked about it earlier in the broadcast. Breach is one of the best decks in Modern. It's just weak to creature hate, enchantment hate, graveyard hate, artifact hate. Besides that, it's one of the best decks, but it also means it's very tempting to bring in all those. I got all these cards,
right.
Carmen. I can bring in 11 cards. How am I going to lose? I'm up a game. I'm going to have my winning it on camera. But you have to make sure your deck still works, right? And that's where sometimes players get tripped up a little bit. Now, David showed a lot of mastery, I think, in that game. I don't think that's going to be happening here, but it's something to watch out for if you're at home and maybe taking David's deck.
So, looking over to Part's side, I know you've done your fair share of breaching. How can they make this better?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of different ways to build your Breach sideboard, and a lot of different things have huge impact. So Mystical Dispute, great here. A lot of the threats from David's side are going to be blue that matter. In fact, looking at this configuration, it's all of them. So Mystical Dispute's going to be sort of counter spell on the threat and fight over your combo. Flame of Venor is a good way to kill things like Oculus, but also maybe draw little cards, fight a fight. We saw how it forced a counter spell in that last game. We're going to see Jace, Wielder of Mystery, typically come in these spots. If you had something like Nihil Spellbomb in large numbers or like Surgical. Surgical's the big one players think about, but still a Spellbomb, you don't want to have just, a Spellbomb, catch your Thassa's Oracle, and you're dead. So we're going to see Jace come in. Also, if it ever sticks, it plays a pretty good...
It's fun. Yeah, draw a card, mill 2 is a perfectly serviceable thing. We saw that a lot out of the old Pioneer Inverter decks.
Exactly. And then Unholy Heat you're probably going to see as well, just a way to pick apart the interaction from your opponent's side. Then, Nature's Claim needs to come in as an answer to Stony Silence. It's a little awkward. It's the only target is Stony Silence, and Nihil Spellbombs you can force a crack, but it's typically not a great spot when you're doing something like that unless you're going to win the game.
Well, if Modern is your thing, but invite-only tournaments are, you really want to join us at SCGCON Indianapolis coming up, or excuse me, the SCGCON Spotlight Series Secret Lair coming up towards the end of May, beginning of June. Even more Modern to play.
Yeah, that's an open event for anyone to go to. That's May 30th to June 1st. I'm going to be there very close to my house. I love Modern, so I'm excited to play in this event.
Indianapolis, actually the last city I did tabletop coverage in for SCG back in 2020.
Oh, sure, before right now.
The energy is always incredible.
Yeah, Indianapolis is a great town. I love playing Magic there. A lot of good tournaments that have happened in the past. I can't wait for another one.
Right, always stuff in the space of Gen Con. Like, it's just a city that knows how to cater to nerds and make people feel like the whole city is on your side.
Yep, and well, if you want to look into more of that, you go to StarCityGames.com/SCGCon. You can look at more of those details, and maybe we'll see you there.
Something that sticks out to me about this matchup is just that emphasis on Urza's Saga. I think Pest Control on David's side really just swung the whole match for him in a lot of ways. I really, really like how David has navigated these games. I feel like he has a very deep understanding of this matchup, even though I think coming into the weekend, a lot of people didn't really believe in the Oculus deck.
Yeah, I mean, Oculus was... It had a terrible conversion. Let's not, let's just call a spade a spade.
46% win rate or something in Canada recently?
Yeah, in Canada it was good, but in Europe, there was 106 players, I believe, who played the deck in day 1, 8 in day 2.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that is a fall off that's generational.
That is tough.
That is one of the worst conversion rates, I think, in Magic history, if I remember correctly.
Sure.
But either way, that was before Esper. Now, to be fair, there were some people over there in Europe that did have the Esper version of the deck. I believe they also did well, but the technology hadn't really gone out then, right? It wasn't super wide known, and I think that it is sort of the way to move forward. You have to do something to change these Oculus decks. I've seen players look at cutting Counterspell from their deck and leaning in more on Thoughtseize and more cheap one-mana interaction, things like Stern Scolding. I think that's a great way you can look at taking things, but you have to do something, and we're seeing David here go for sort of the new stockish Esper as the pivot, and I really like it. I also think it opens up potentially different sideboard cards in the future as well. Currently, we're keeping it clean and small, but there's a lot of good white cards in Modern.
Well, in a lot of ways, it just speaks to me about having a sort of generalized plan for what you want to beat and what you're more comfortable just saying, yeah, if it shows up, I'm going to lose, and that's okay.
Totally. I also think, things like this cut-down main deck are really striking to me from David.
Yes.
We want to have a little bit more interaction for things that are resolved, which is one of the problems with the Oculus deck. Stuff gets down. Sometimes it's hard to get rid of. And while cut-down isn't a perfect answer, you see some players even do things like Bloodchief's Thirst. This is just having that 5th removal spell matters so much.
All right, we saw that Jace Wielder of Mysteries in Parth's first hand, but not 6 other cards that they were particularly interested in keeping. Pretty quick mulligan, but David looking a little bit happier with his. Couple lands, couple spells. Business as usual if you're the blue mid-range deck.
Yeah, and the Breach deck does mulligan fairly well for a deck that needs A plus B plus C to combo. Normally you have an A plus B plus C, it's kind of tough, but Underworld Breach undoes a lot of that, especially in combination of cards like Malevolent Rumble.
Yeah, one of the things I feel Mox Opal did to really elevate this deck from where it was before that unbanning was that it gave the deck to a sort of one-card combo outlet, or at least some more redundancy for it, where before Mox Amber asked you to have a creature on the battlefield for you to successfully combo. Now that's not really the case. You can actually just see Underworld Breach, get back, let's say, Mox Opal, Mishra's Bauble, Mox Amber, and then go from there.
Yep. It's really, really exciting. But speaking of exciting, I think David has Harbinger of the Seas in hand.
I'm gonna keep it a stack with you. Tough segue for exciting.
I think this is
Blood
a very
Moon
exciting
effects are a tough one, but Tamio, now that's exciting.
I think Blood Moon effects are very exciting.
All right. Well, Tamio, Inquisitive Student, hits the table off of a channel land for Parth. Pretty loud that their hand might be spell heavy.
Yeah, it might be spell heavy, and this is a spot where, it could also be Urza Saga heavy, right? You have double Saga Odawara, something like that would be very tempting.
Yeah, you definitely keep that every time.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, Saga is the card you want in this matchup. Despite there being a lot more hate now from David, you just still want it. As it looks like David kept a 1-lander.
Ooh. First card Spellbomb. Okay, no, I see a mark.
Okay. The hand was flicking. I didn't see the other land. I was like, that's a keep.
All right. Tamio sends a message, gets a clue.
People tell me to do that a lot.
That was an extremely generous generalization of people.
And Urza Saga comes down, the trigger resolves, and then Aether Spellbomb comes down as well, which means Mox Opal would be online if we have it. We don't, or at least we don't want to play it.
Yeah, so something that sticks out to me here is specifically developing the Aether Spellbomb over cracking the clue implies to me that Parth really wants to try and transform this Tamio soon.
Definitely. Also, maybe he wants to keep a frog off the table. That would have been a great turn to develop Psychic Frog.
Sure. All right. Just a land and a pass from David.
I wonder if Parth had a Mox Opal and a land, which you lead on.
Well,
it's an interesting spot.
A Misty Rainforest, the first thing being led on. How about that?
Well, that's a great one. Powerful card. As another clue enters the battlefield.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, Tamio making it to combat the second time. Very loud.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how much spot removal David had, at least in Game 1. We assume a lot of that's going to stick around as here comes Mox Opal. So we did have it both from Parth, and now we have got our activation of Spellbomb up, and we've got this Urza Saga construct activation. There needs to be something like Pest Control coming down sooner than later to kind of clean up this battlefield.
Right, and I think that this speaks to how much respect Parth is paying to Pest Control after last game, because Aether Spellbomb can also be protective.
Yeah, definitely. Bounce that Tamio back to your hand is huge. This is also a spot where maybe not the best time to do it, but if David were to tap out here for something like Free the Fae, we could see crack a clue, crack our Spellbomb, flip the Tamio as well as a way to play around something like Fatal Push. We're going to see Free the Fae. I'm going to be curious to see how Parth wants to respond to this.
All right, you can see the tank. Spell Snare.
That's a good one. And we saw this. There's been a lot of fighting over these mill 4, put a card in my hand cards this game. They're really big setup cards, and you're seeing how much respect these players who are at the top of our tables and top of their game today fighting over.
And here's another land for David, maybe flooding out a bit. Harbinger of the Seas, there it is.
Yeah, that's an exciting card. coming on down. That's going to turn everything into islands.
All of a sudden, Parth has never been so excited for Mox Opal to be unbanned.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to let you battle through there, and it really proves how exciting a card like Harbinger of the Seas is, because it creates an excitement moment for the other player. As it does look like
You're so right. You're so right.
Parth getting Steam Vents here. We're going to see the Saga activation almost assuredly, because it will die to state-based actions once the Harbinger of the Seas hit.
All right, the shuffle up in the tank. Maybe there's a floating of a red or a floating of a construct.
Looks like it was Construct. And remember, too, with Aether Spellbomb in play, we can get this Harbinger off the board anytime we want to right now, and we can go for the combo. So I like this. We get the Steam Vents, so the moment we do want to go for Breach, we can. And it looks like Parth, I can only see a glimpse of it, but I did see a red card in hand. Most likely one is Breach. So while that's offline right now and maybe not something to go for when we're so far away, it's good to have in the tank.
Yeah, it definitely isn't a bad one to have. And look at this, Tamio producing the third, let's just say, rectangle that happens to be an artifact. That's at least what this construct cares about.
Yeah, I mean, Tamio's sort of acting like both a Lord and a card advantage engine all in one there.
Yep. Getting
that huge attack in. And Parth just gets to hang out. And the moment David tries to, interact in a big way, pop some clues, draw some cards, have a good time.
And look, this fetching, this shocking, this construct crunching, and David's all the way down to 10.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we're seeing just even one Saga activation can be such a big thing. And, David wants to sort of stop things before they hit the board most of the time. Obviously, we have some answers to these resolve threats, but not a ton.
And now there might even be a world where David's feeling his own Harbinger a bit. We can see that swap going off to the side, and Unearth getting cycled.
Draw a card, not bad, but not what you want to be doing.
Right, that is, you put the card in your deck not for that reason.
Yeah, and the pinch here really big, right? We're seeing how Parth is threatening the combo. David doesn't want to fully tap out, but needs to and has to sort of figure out the battlefield, else things are going to get so much worse as Thoughtseize comes down, losing us 2 life, stopping. The last card in hand was Underworld Breach, so, we got that part of things done. But we have these clues, we have these constructs. I mean, this is really tough here.
This is really close. So the Spellbomb can't quite make this lethal because then we'll see Parth go down an artifact. So he goes ahead, just says, yeah, I'll crack a clue. That's fine.
And look, you've got basically lethal on board. You're feeling good. No reason to rush it. Just sort of hang out for a second.
Uh-oh. Is it Spellbomb in time?
Yeah, we maybe drew a card that changes things. It looks like we're just going to get another clue.
Okay. I like this.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to move through your cards. You also don't want to flip your Tamio right now. It's better just attacking and making a clue.
Right, and this is a spot where whenever David's life gets this low, if it's going to be a 2-turn clock anyway, it might as well be a 2-turn clock where you have more cards in hand. As we see the 2 creatures hit the red zone, and I have never seen a blue Magus block that fast.
Yeah, Harbinger of the Seas jumping in front of it. David wants that mana back. And now Parth's like, oh, yeah, that's fair. I guess I have all this mana. I need to take a second. Because before I thought I was locked out of spells, and now I know, okay, even though I could do something, I don't need to.
Oh, I saw the smirk from Parth.
Yeah. Loud, as you would say.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's no reason to be subtle. You know that's got to feel good whenever your opponent's sideboard card was just a chump blocker.
Yeah, and you're seeing, too, a moment where, that Saga is so, so important. And, we even see players sometimes play it on 1 just to get the activations going immediately, even though their turns might be kind of, constricted to just that, because getting 1 or 2 constructs down is game-ending in a fair amount of these games, and why cards like Pest Control are so important to the fair half of the deck.
Ooh, and getting a tapped Hallowed Fountain here from David, this really just showing, wow, wish this was a meticulous archive.
Yeah, in that moment you want it. It's definitely a spot where that would be helpful. Other times, though, having the untapped land immediately available.
Definitely.
It's definitely big, too. So it's a hard decision, right? Do I want my splash land to be on the archive where I'm going to set up kind of early? I know I'm going to always fetch for it versus having that access. Something that players are still trying to figure out and sort of wrangle when it comes to these surveil lands.
Right, so I know we talked a lot about this internally. Do we think Modern is going to land in a place where do you choose between your first and second surveil land or your second and third? And it feels like second and third might even be the option a lot.
Yeah, especially, recently a lot of players have really liked it. And we're seeing we popped the Spell Bomb and draw the card, but decided to hold it up for now.
Right, this is one of those agonizing spots if you're in David's seat where you're really trying to min-max. Okay, I know I'm behind. How do I win from here? What bases can I actually afford to try and cover?
Definitely. And Parth also being like, okay, I'm so far ahead right now. How do I want to play this? It looks like it might be a Flame of Anor, which I assume is going to try and destroy the Nile Spellbomb and draw 2 cards.
It's free to choose the Shatter mode.
You could, yeah, it's free, and you could also choose the 5 damage mode if you really wanted to.
That one's legal, but less free. Force of Negation comes down from David to stop it.
Hard cast as well. And now Parth, currently has a 5/5 construct. With the Tamir attack, it's going to become a 6/6. So if we play any artifact, that's a 7th.
All right. Crack of the Misty Rainforest. Can't help but feel this is going to be Hedge Maze looking for any silver card.
Yeah, not Mox Opal is the answer I'm looking for here. And we might even, force David's hand here. We could play something like Underworld Breach here, and maybe pop our Spellbomb, get a little value later, force the hand of the Spellbomb, and then, we're in just a terrible spot. So a lot of great draws here for Parth. Obviously some way better than other.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It looks like it might stay on top. I mean, if it's a hard choice.
Yeah, I was going to say, if we're thinking this much, it can't be that bad, unless we're double-checking, like, okay, do I want to play into the Fatal Push? If David had the Fatal Push, it definitely got drawn this turn, right? We're leaving it on top, though.
Oh, the untap, not what you want to see if you're in David's seat, but Parth, I think he might be about to send us to a Game 3.
Definitely wants to.
Oh, down to 1.
Yeah, that's where we're currently looking. That's going to turn off all the fetch lands for David.
Yep, David down to 1.
Meanwhile, Parth's still sitting pretty. I mean, even if you Wrath the Skies here on the next turn, we still have a bunch of clues we get to pop. We have all these cards in hand. Yeah, and you're seeing David just forced to pop the Spellbomb, not when you'd like to and get a card, just because we've got to figure out how am I going to get out from underneath this.
All right, thumbing through, there's at least a Trump blocker in hand and another Harbinger of the Seas. Though that's not so good against Aether Spellbomb.
Yeah, Aether Spellbomb clean up. Yeah, and speaking of cleaning up, David's going to clean up the battlefield and go to game number 3.
Super interesting game, but one that really showed how strong Urza's Saga is and just how much one activation can get you.
Yeah, and our players are about to sideboard up and shuffle up for game number 3, but it looks like David wanted to check out Aether Spellbomb, double-check something on the tax of the card.
All right, and something that sticks out to me, I wonder if David is actually going to leave in these Harbingers going into game 3. It's how much of that was just Mox Opal doing Mox Opal things?
Yeah, Mox Opal really accelerated there. I think it's also a play-draw moment, right? On the play, Parth had the time to develop the Saga, didn't need to have a super fast Opal draw in order to get them out underneath. Had those things been swapped, turn 2, hey, I play a Rumble, then you go Harbinger of the Seas, clean up the Saga, no activation. So I do think they are a little bit better on the play, but, it's also a moment where maybe the way that Parth's playing these games, you don't want to do this. I imagine it's still going to stay in.
And I think that game really shows what can be tough whenever you're playing this Oculus deck, because you do need a very particular balance of disruption to pressure, and there wasn't any sort of pressure or way to accrue cards like Psychic Frog or a Boron Oculus on David's side.
Yeah, I kind of felt like David kept a hand that was, pretty okay, but it wasn't, a good hand.
Yep.
It's one of those ones, am I really going to mull this? I'm up a game 5-0. I don't want to lose to mulliganing a bunch. This hand's good enough, and if I draw Psychic Frog on 2, it's going to be great. And just didn't have that happen. And sometimes you do also need to keep hands like that, where it's just I'm looking, this hand's perfect except for the piece I'm missing, and I have a decent number of those. Maybe I'll hit.
And going into this third game, the winner of this rolls up playing tomorrow.
That's right.
Playing for a ton of great stuff.
A lot on the line tomorrow and this whole weekend, really, when it comes to this event. But yeah, I mean, listen, even if these players lose, there's still more Magic to be played today. Lots of back-to-back win-ins, but you don't want to be the person at the dinner table who was 5-0, had their future match with Mason Clark. They clip and send it to you.
Oh my
And then you talk about how you went 5-0 to 5-4. That would not be where you want to be.
All right, you had me in the first half. I've been the 5-0-0-4 person before, but I haven't had to, let's say, enjoy you calling the experience.
That's right. Well, you know what? We try to make magic happen here at SCG.
All right. Well, believe it or not, we've got a lot of great sponsors for this event, and that includes Beckett and Dragon Shield. I know these are sleeves that I've played with for as long as I have played Magic. I even have a couple of the first blue Dragon Shields I got back in 2004, I want to say.
Sounds about right from there. I was in middle school at the time, so I'm not really sure about that. But I know that Dragon Shield is the one.
I was also in middle school. I'm not that much older than you.
Yeah, I was just felt more popular. But Dragon Shield is a popular brand and is the gold standard. Reminds me a lot of myself back in middle school. But Dragon Shield, thank you so much. And it is sort of the sleeve I always go to. Dragon Shields are the ones that I legitimately play with the most. I love them. And it's so great to see them support Paper Magic and SCG.
Yeah, I personally have over 2,000 of their art series, the Poppy Field ones, that are sort of a play on a Monet painting. I'm a really big Monet fan, so huge shout out to our sponsors, Dragon Shield and Beckett.
Yep, check them out.
All right, we are going to game 3, and it looks like another mulligan from Parth, but David's happy with a 7.
Yeah, and this is not the place you want to be if you're Parth mulliganing with your opponent keeping the 7. Now, you're hoping it's a 7 like last game, where it has some of the pieces but not everything.
It went okay last game. Parth also mulliganed last game, and it's a little more forgiving to mulligan on the draw.
Yeah, totally. I mean, in general, like we said earlier, this Breach deck is pretty good at mulliganing. The card Underworld Breach undoes a lot of that, especially in combination with Malevolent Rumble.
Right, and something we talked about earlier in the round is just the proactivity of this deck. A lot of that is on the back of how many different forms of card advantage it can get. I know Underworld Breach is the flashiest, and it's the slam the door shut combo kill. Urza's Saga has done a ton. It's just a one-card source of cards. We saw Tamio do a ton last game as well.
Definitely. And I'm looking at David's hand. This is not what Parth was like. We've talked about, I kind of keep this hand. We have Psychic Frog. We have Spell Snare. We have other counter spells. We have the 2 lands. David's got a lot cooking on this 7.
Oh, Force of Negation to back it all up, too. This is just how we drew it up.
Yeah, Parth is going to need to have a Saga hand to really fight through something like this and hope David doesn't find one of those cards that can clean it up.
I've also found the Grinding Breach deck really hard to mulligan with because of how many of the pieces interlock with one another. Identifying the weakest card in your hand is tough.
It's really hard, and the games that the deck can play are so different that it really takes a second. You want to check out exactly how you're mulliganing and make sure, okay, normally I do this, but my hand's saying I should do this instead. So it's really tough to mulligan with this deck. And in general, it's a hard deck to play. It takes, someone can play it pretty well, but the masters play it incredibly well.
Oh, and look at this, just land go. David's got to feel great about this. Dark Slick Shores versus Misty Rainforest, and then Psychic Frog hopping out onto the table.
Yeah, I mean, this is why you came to play this deck, right? Turn 2 Psychic Frog with a bunch of counter spells, super fun at parties. This is what you do.
Well, I literally was about to say I want to put this deck together. It's on account of how fun I am at parties, I think.
I think so. That makes total sense to me. As we are going to see a fetch and probably a surveil, as we do so often here in Modern these days.
Oh, look at all these Nature's Claims in Parth's deck.
You have to respect the Stony Silence. It is a card that, combined with Psychic Frog, could just end the game.
Sure.
And also, you blow up a clue, you gain 4 life when they're in a racing situation. It's not like it's totally useless.
You can also force action on something like Nile's Spellbomb.
Yeah, totally. And there's a bunch of those post-board as well, so definitely makes a lot of sense. The real question was, okay, the first one's definitely happening. Probably the second. Will it be the third?
All right, well, here's a surveil from Parth. Thundering Falls likes what they see. Steam Vents Shocked in.
Huge that it's not a green source. That means there's no Rumble this turn.
Well, not until all the Mox Opal and friends come out, but Tamio is what hits the table first.
And just a passing of the turn, mana up, but notably, Parth's shocked. So if you're David, you're definitely thinking something's up.
Right. What is it you're most afraid of in David's seat?
Yeah, I mean, something like Spell Snare for another frog would be pretty frustrating, Unholy Heat's not really going to be on, and you can discard a card, so nothing huge there. But you see with the third land, Parth isn't going to be able to protect this Tamio with something like that Spell Pierce we talked about. So I don't think there's a ton besides the Pierce in an open deck list. You have that information.
Yeah, Mystical Dispute out of the board is the only thing that really sticks out to me, but it sure isn't going to protect this Tamio from the Fatal Push, as Psychic Frog gets in, 1 damage, 1 card.
Yep. Notably in hand here for Parth, I do see Urza's Saga, but we didn't develop it last turn because I think we wanted to try and protect this Tamio and hope that David was on low resources. And a fetching of the white, this could be Stony Silence.
I think it might be a second Psychic Frog.
That's also very
Those
hard
are
to
some
beat.
of the most unbeatable draws that this deck can put out. Is it's just drawing 3 cards a turn. They're all counter spells. Good luck. All right, let's see. What was it?
All right. That's
You
why
were right. You were right. All right, this is textbook why you were so much more popular in middle school. Stony Silence meets Spell Pierce.
Yep, and you know what? It's a great different part that will hold it up. Also, that's why they got me in this role. You know, I see the Stony Silence coming.
That's true. That's true. All right, back to Parth, who does develop the Urza Saga.
Yep. And I like this there from Parth. You know, it kind of looked like you dispute, like you mentioned too, right? But the Spell Pierce making sure the Stony Silence keeps off the board is so, so important. And worth sort of not doing something to give yourself that time for the Stony, because it isn't free for the Oculus deck to get the 4th land into play, as we see a hard cast Flame of Anor. I don't know how many cards in hand David has, but it looks like we're going to be using some of them, and it's going to be a forced negation. No discard. We could have just seen a discarding of a 3rd card to make the Frog very big and beat it, which, you know, it's a very real line.
It would take so many cards.
Just one more. We discarded 2 to stop it.
Sure?
One.
No, I mean, you're not wrong.
I'm sorry, 2 more. Pardon me. I misspoke there. But, you know, you heal really quickly, too. I've definitely done it. I've been Flame of Anor to just discard the hand, hit you.
All right, Frog in the red zone. Card to David's hand. Damage to Parth's face, who falls to 15.
And this is a thing that I know we've talked a little bit about this weekend, but the Frog, you need either a little bit more, as we see Picklock Prankster freeing the Fae, you need either a little bit more pressure with it, or you need to kind of grow it to really sort of close the door quickly. It's a good stream of cards, but it isn't going to take over the game on its own that way. But Unearth can get this Harbinger of the Seas and kill the Saga, and we're seeing that play draw on this happening here.
That's so funny, where whenever you see 2 copies of the Harbinger come out with Picklock Prankster, your knee-jerk reaction is to go, oh, thank God. Okay, can't take those. Except then you see the Unearth.
Yeah, and this is another big reason why we've seen the Oculus version of Blue-Black really be big. Unearth, just able to get back things like Oculus, like Harbinger of the Seas, be extra versions of Psychic Frog, some of your most powerful cards, really adds a lot of resiliency and redundancy to this deck.
And now, all of a sudden, Parth doesn't have that Mox Opal, so they do just have a bunch of islands in play.
Yeah, and this is a really tough spot to be as Fancy Island gets played.
Ooh, Island who shelters all. Thassa's Oracle being cast, looking at 2 cards on top. One of them either Spellbomb. That's a way to get out from under the Harbinger.
It is a single-use get out, and with a combo kill that wins the game if it ever comes down, that's nice. Now, notably, with Thassa's Oracle, you can either put 1 on top or none. It is not actually scrying 2, so we can't keep both cards either way. So you have to think a lot here about, do I want the Spell Bomb, and do I have the time to keep the Spell Bomb? But Oracle, it is going to slow down the Harbinger, as that's a 2-2.
Right. It's also, again, forcing David to commit something to this Psychic Frog to do things with it.
I'm really curious to see which of the cards Parth gets on top, because it was 1 top. We didn't double bottom.
It's got to be the Spell Bomb,
It's
right?
got probably, but I don't know. These Breach players can get a little tricky sometimes. This Fatal Push is going to get discarded to the Psychic Frog. Then we're going to discard the Water Grave as well.
Oh, my God.
We're getting big fast.
All right, yeah, we see 2 cards discarded to the Frog, just like you said. Some lands making Psychic Frog jump.
And this is a 5-turn clock here.
5 agonizing turns for Parth.
Yep, a little bit of time to set up, but not a ton. And if something like an Oculus gets found, that clock is going to get cut in half immediately.
All right, Parth down to 12. Picklock Prankster comes back from its adventure.
And that's another point of damage. That can matter a ton. You know, we just put a couple more cards in our hand, and then on the last turn, we just discard a bunch of things, hit him for a little more.
Right, that shaves the turn off that clock we were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the untap from Parth. It looks like David might be thinking during Parth's upkeep. Oh, nope, there's the Spell Bomb.
All right, and now that the Frog got committed counters, Spell Bomb's a lot more effective there. Even if we don't answer the Harbinger, undoing that work means more time, and there's no swamp in play, Carmen. It's all islands.
Okay. I mean, that explains why we saw a bunch of black spells get discarded to the Psychic Frog a second ago.
Heads up play from David.
Right.
Don't have black mana, don't need black cards.
I'm always saying this.
As we do see an attack here for 4. Looks like we didn't jump the frog this time, offering the trade with the
Loudest Nile Spellbomb I've ever heard.
Yes, it's very loud. You could also do the very tricky block of my Oracle, bounce my Oracle, scry 2 again.
Hey, I heard from a reliable source it's not scry.
That's true. It's not. It's look and put 1 back. And that's important. Details matter.
So true.
And I really think that there's a real world of Parthis at the end of this turn going to bounce that Psychic Frog.
All right, so that was a hit for 4, and Nile Spellbomb does come down.
And one of the interesting things here is you kind of, like you mentioned, want to save the Spellbomb for the Harbinger to combo. But the Spellbomb might be like, hey, I actually can't beat that. Okay, but Parth thinks that he can. So bounces it to the hand. Psychic Frog staying on the board, and mana has been unlocked for Parth. So if there's something like a Stony Silence in hand, it can be deployed again before the Harbinger.
At the very least, he might just say, all right, well, I need a window to do something from here.
And Parth passes the turn back. Very loud mystical disputes.
Yeah, I literally was thinking the same thing.
And this is a spot where David might be like, okay, maybe they were just trying to get lucky.
Yeah.
I'm going to play my card. I probably also have a counterspell backup. My deck's 99% counterspells.
There's the Harbinger. It resolves.
It does, yeah.
Uh-oh.
And you're seeing, Parth sort of readjust in the chair, knows things might be in trouble. An attack here for 4, down to 4.
Gosh, this is tough. Oh,
sorry.
5.
Okay, we may be going in.
6.
Might be the record for David here in a second. 6-0. All right, just 6 down to 2. No more shocking, which is big. That matters a ton
That
if
does
the
matter.
Harbinger gets off the board, which the Harbinger needs to get off the board if we're most likely to win.
All right, one more draw from Parth. What's it look like?
Tameo, that's a jump blocker.
Tameo is a redraw. For now.
Mystical dispute on the Tameo, so it can't block the Psychic Frog. And you see Parth pick it up. David moves on to 6-0, one of our first players locking up day number 2. Congratulations to him. Still a lot of Magic left to be played this weekend, but if you keep playing it like that, we're going to see a lot more David.
That was very well played from David as well. I really liked how distinguished his plans were, how distinct his plans were, rather, where it was very clear that he's played the matchup a lot and he knows what his role in it is and what each of his counterspells is meant to be committed to at each phase of the game.
Definitely. And also, I think you can really tell, that what matters, texture-wise in the matchup, right?
Yes.
The Malevolent Rumble is so loud to me on turn 2 of the Force Negation as someone who's like, I have tested this matchup, and I know what matters here, and it's not this in this spot.
Right, and in a lot of ways, we saw Pest Control as something that came up where we thought, oh, maybe it'll be fine here. It defined the first game. It completely swung it, in my opinion.
Yeah, against the fair game plan of Breach, it is one of the best cards you can have that also sort of sets back the unfair plan, right?
Yes.
The unfair plan matters with the Opal. Even if we had the combo from hand, it would be a lot harder to get back to that critical 3 artifacts we need.
Right, and in a lot of ways, as the Breach deck has become better at comboing, it has become worse at just being an interactive deck. I know historically we've seen some versions, you talked about Rin and 6 a little bit and things like that made it a little bit better at playing a longer, grindy game. Here, if you can stymie that proactive plan, it's not really going to be able to do very much.
Yeah, losing Legislator, losing Ragavan, losing Dragon Rage Channeler, it changed how the deck plays. It's much more control combo.
Yes.
And that's definitely more the place where Oculus wants to be fighting.
Right. Well, with that, that's going to do it for this round, but we do have a deck tech coming up for you in the sideboard with Nick Miller. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to the sideboard here at the Regional Championship as part of SCGCON Portland. I'm Nick Miller alongside Michael Boland, playing one of my favorite decks, a real lurker in the format, the mono green Brood Scale combo deck.
Yes.
You and a smattering of your friends are playing this deck. We saw it crop up a long time ago, but now it really feels like it's a real player in the format.
Yeah, so it's sort of...
It kind of went from meme to dream, so to speak.
It's still pretty meme, but yes, there's a significant amount more dream these days. But yeah, there was a top 8 in Prague at the recent RC, so yeah, it's more on the map than it's been.
And how long have you been playing this deck? I know you and Matt Nass are some cohorts working on this list.
I knew about the deck because Matt Nass and Sam Pardee basically built it and played it for a long time in Denver area where I play, and I had picked it up a few months ago playing on Magic Online, and I really liked it. So I've been just like prepping for this tournament, trying to figure out what deck to play, and I really liked this one. So like I'll just play a ton of leagues and figure it out, tune it to the way that I like.
So take us through the combo, because it's got some weird cards that you would not be familiar with if you're not really studying the meta.
Yeah, if you drafted MH3, you might have drafted Basking Broodscale. But so basically, the core combination that you're going for is a Basking Broodscale with a Blade of the Bloodchief equipped to it. So Basking Broodscale, whenever it gains a +1/+1 counter, you make a Eldrazi spawn. And Blade of the Bloodchief, whenever a creature dies anywhere on either side of the board, if it's a token, if it's a non-token, doesn't matter, any creature, the equipped creature gets a +1/+1 counter, which the upshot of this is if you can have a creature die while that is equipped to it, it gets a counter. It makes a spawn. You sacrifice the spawn, it gets another counter. You get a mana. It makes another spawn, you sack it repeatedly, you end up generating an infinite amount of spawns coming into play and dying and making infinite amount of colorless mana, infinite amount of counters on your brood scale, which sometimes you just attack with the brood scale, infinite guy attacking, that's pretty good. But if you have a glaring Fleshraker in play, you are pinging the opponent once per spawn entering while you're doing this.
So you don't even have to get into combat.
You don't have to attack. Yeah, you just do it, which means you don't need your guy to be able to attack. You can just do it immediately if your guy's summoning sick. There's other ways to spend the infinite mana. You can Kozilek's Command, look through your deck and find, a Fleshraker or our man-walking Ballista here. Another cool thing Ballista can do is you can cast it for 0 and then it dies and it pops off the combo.
Sure.
Puts a counter on the brood scale and goes from there. So those are the main ways that the deck wins.
You also have Emrakul here.
We do have Emrakul. that's my baby of this deck. I added that when I was playing Matt and Sam's deck list on Magic Online because I found there were often situations where I had an Urza's Saga, a Walking Ballista, and a Kozilek's Command in the graveyard. That's 3 cards and it's 6 types. And end of turn Kozilek's Command to make a bunch of spawns and look through your deck can often set you up very well to cast Emrakul the following turn, turn 4, turn 5, just casting it is something that happens pretty often.
It's got to be the best deck in the format for casting Emrakul. I can't imagine a deck that does that quite as well.
The Eldrazi ramp deck is also pretty well equipped to do a similar thing with Kozilek's Command, but they don't have an artifact creature that goes to the graveyard very effectively. So as far as just generating a ton of types in your graveyard, this deck's very good at doing that. So yeah.
So then we have the engine pieces of Malevolent Rumble and Ancient Stirrings to kind of find all your stuff, fill your graveyard, and then you turn on Delirium for Traverse, and then the world's your oyster, basically.
Exactly. Traverse can find your combo pieces like Brood Scale if you need to make infinite amount of stuff, or a win condition if you already have the infinite going, or sometimes you need more mana and you traverse and find an Eldrazi Temple is pretty common, or traverse and find Emrakul if you have a lot of mana. A lot of options with traverse.
And the thing that caught me off guard is I looked at this deck as kind of a one trick. You have to assemble this combo, but from hearing reports on the floor, you guys can just win games early without the combo too.
That's true. Yes, you have a lot of if their nature's claiming your Blade of the Bloodchief and things like that, you can make tokens with Urza's Saga. One of the other main ways to win, I probably win with this about as often as I win with the combo, is just stacking up a bunch of Glaring Fleshrakers. So you go here's a Fleshraker. Okay, I'll play another one, trigger the first one, ping you, the second one comes into play, ping you again. And then you cast a Mishra's Bauble or something, which now they're both triggering. You make 2 tokens, each of which deals the opponent 2, so that's 4 damage, and now you're up all these spawns, so you just chain off a bunch of artifacts, or 2 or 3 Fleshrakers can kill on turn 3 or 4 pretty easily without the combo. So
I imagine you're picking up some percentage points too on people just not quite knowing what you're capable of. Do you kind of squeeze out some wins that way?
Yeah, one of the cool parts of the deck is you can go something like turn 1 Saga, turn 2 Forest, Malevolent Rumble, that doesn't sound too scary, right? They like tap out for something and then you untap and kill them. Like it's very common that happens. So it's a tough one. It puts you in a weird squeeze from the enemy side because they need to leave up their removal spells, but they also need to pressure you because eventually you'll cast a giant command or something like that. So it's not the easiest deck to play against, for sure.
What about the one-ofs and the fun ofs?
I love my one-ofs. So, and Urza Saga incentivizes you to play a lot of different like one-ofs to tutor for. So you've got ways to make mana like Mox Opal and Springleaf Drum, and you have disruption things like Vexing Bauble is good against Breach decks and other decks that have a lot of Moxes and zero mana things. It also can protect you from things like Force Negation. And then you got Soul Guide Lantern and Haywire Might just as additional disruption. And obviously you can get Blade of the Blood Chief with Urza Saga, so that's
not bad.
A frequent target.
And the Cauldron.
The Cauldron, I like the Cauldron. The version that I was playing had 2 Cauldrons for a long time. I couldn't quite bring myself to cut all of them. I know Sam is a hater of the Cauldron, but it can do some very fun stuff. Like if you have a Brood Scale with an adaptability and a Walking Ballista under the Cauldron, then all of a sudden, anytime you put a counter on any creature, you can do a lot of cool stuff, basically. It's complex, kind of, but you can adapt and ping and adapt and ping and do all this. And it also just disrupts the opponent's graveyard, which can be pretty relevant in this format.
You also get to take advantage of a lot of lands. Obviously, we mentioned Urza Saga here, but you get a bunch of bonuses from the Eldrazi Temple. You get a Cavern here too.
Besage You is another like really useful. Basically, when your forest can also stop an opponent's combo sometimes is very nice. So yeah, the mana base is awesome. You have enough basics to play through things like a Harbinger or a Blood Moon, but you also have a lot of pretty powerful ones, like Eldrazi Temple is the premier. Eldrazi Temple and Saga are like the best ones. But yeah, you've got all sorts of cool lands.
What's going on in the sideboard here? We've got some Veil of Summer, some Dismembers. Anything stand out that you want to call out for particular matchups?
For the like blue-black disruption, like Frog decks, that's where Veil of Summer shines for sure, but also just Consign is one of the most popular. I think it might be the single most played sideboard card. It's up there for sure, and tons of people are going to bring in 4 of those against you, so you want, like in my last match, I veiled twice in a row, and off of my opponent's Consigns, and that's just a big blowout. It's like a Cryptic Command for 1, and then, so that's probably one of the best ones. Dismember, obviously, is just a good card to disrupt them. You don't want to draw too many Dismembers, because you do take a lot of damage, like against Boros, so that's why I'm only playing 2, but those are the main big ones. But then you got Karn, the Great Creator, is a scary card against this deck because we're trying to activate abilities of artifacts, and they can start destroying all our lands with liquid metal coating and stuff like that. So we got some Thief of Existence to just hopefully have
a sleeper.
A sleeper for sure. Yeah. I always forget the name. Like Thief of Sanity is another card, but this is Thief of Existence. Yes, it's definitely a sleeper. I like Warping Wail a lot. I added this one when I was playing on Magic Online, and people kept casting Wrath of the Skies and just killing my Saga and all my permanents and all this. So it counters the sorcery. That's fun. But yeah, we just got some other cool stuff like that.
And then some more tutor bowls and things.
Yeah, we got Vexing Bauble, Pithy Needle. I added All Is Dust late in the process because I think it's good against the black-white like blinking deck, because they end up with like a board of small guys, and you're just like, here's this. All Is Dust to clear their board and save all your guys because they all have Devoid. I also like Null Elemental Blast as a fun of. You can't tutor for it, it's just there. You can sort of tutor for it if you do a big command. You can look for it and cast it. But gets like Psychic Frog and Flage, and those are the big ones, but there's some other ones too.
To wrap up, how do you feel you're positioned in the format?
I like the matchup against a lot of the energy matchup is pretty good. The Blue-Black Frog matchup's pretty good. The Breach matchup is not amazingly good, but their deck is also just so powerful that it's hard to nail down like a insane matchup against them. I just beat it this round, so it's definitely beatable. There's more Breach than I would have hoped, I guess, as far as the positioning for this deck, but overall I like it, and it's really fun to play, which is the main thing I'm going for.
If you're a fan of Eldrazi, if you like cool combo decks, I think we've got the choice for you.
It's fun.
Patrick, thanks for joining me here in the sideboard. Or Michael.
Patrick's around, but
yeah. I already talked to Patrick. Michael, thanks for joining me here in the sideboard. Stay tuned to Star City Games all week long for the action here in Portland.
everybody. Hello and welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Portland, Oregon. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister.
Hey, hey.
And we've got some more Modern Magic for you, friends.
Yep, absolutely. Tournament's going to start heating up now. We got 3 rounds left in the day, so going to be seeing a lot of players lock up day number 2, become undefeated, all that kind of good stuff.
Well, speaking of players, let's take a look at our standings and see who amongst them remain undefeated, as that is no easy feat, I'll tell you that much. Take a look at our top players here. All of them undefeated, and I see one David Inglis there. Good old Tangram sitting in 7th position.
Absolutely. Tangram's there, probably one of the most established players for sure in this tournament, you know, kind of in the world as well, always kind of doing some dominant work on the Pro Tour. So nice to see him up at the top. And kind of looking over at the deck list, I see a good amount of ramp, a good amount of Orzhov Blink, which might be surprising to people, and then some grinding stations. So the best decks are starting to rise up here at Portland, and it's going to be nice to see who
What's
kind
the
of
yeah, who takes it down.
Exactly.
Cream of the crop will rise to the top, so
exactly.
we'll show you as many of the variety of decks here this weekend as you know, eventually we're going to end up with good old energy and breach, and everyone's going to be sick of it by the end of this weekend. But you know what? It's fine, because there's a lot on the line here for our players. Let's just remind everybody what our schedule looks like this weekend. So we're going through 9 rounds today. Corey and I are going to take you through to the end of the show, so rounds 7, 8, and 9. And then on day 2, 9 a.m. start once again, so be here back, same start time, 6 rounds of Swiss, so shorter day-ish, and then cut to the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. So make sure for day number 2, you're going to be want to be watching from the very beginning. All those rounds are going to be so important, whether they are locking people up for the top 8 or if it's getting people into the Pro Tour for the top 32. So day 2 is going to be a big, big deal.
Yes, indeed. Now, you mentioned Pro Tour for top 32. Let's take a look at the prize pool, because it's not just spots in the Pro Tour and the World Championship up for grabs, Corey.
Yep, exactly. So 32nd place and higher, those are really, really the big spots that these players are going to be going for. Of course, 33rd through 128th, you're going to be getting some cash. You're going to be coming back to the regional championship, but Pro Tour invites for the top 32. And then, of course, the biggest prize between these players is making it to the finals, and you will be heading to the World Championship here in 2025. Still don't know where we're going or anything for that one yet, but it's going to be exciting and always something amazing on everyone's resumes to be able to make it to that tournament. I've always wanted to. I tried so many years, never got there.
You snuck in the other way around, you know. You're just sitting in the booth.
The back door, yeah, absolutely.
But no, those tournaments are great, so it's going to be awesome to see the excitement from the players when they do lock up those spots. Still a ways to go for that, my friends. But just a reminder as well, if you would like to get into this regional championship thing, you know, if you want to start playing, you want to sell some old cards to get some new cards, well, head on over to StarCityGames.com to sell your cards. Everything that you could possibly want to find or sell, you can do it all there, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Make some trades.
Pick up whatever deck you want to play for the next regional championship, and you know, start battling out here. Have us talk over your matches. If you're doing well enough, that's for sure.
All right, let's take a look here at our feature match, friends. It is going to be David Inglis, as we mentioned, Tangrams on Grinding Breach. Corey, your favorite deck, and you know, one of the nicest guys in Magic, I would say.
Yep, phenomenal Magic player. Has got a really incredible deck. I would have definitely played 4-color Breach with the portable holes if I was playing as well, but man, David's deck is much different than some of the lists we've seen before. One of Flage as a kind of a plan B, 2 Reclamations where that was kind of a auto one-of in most matchups, and then both Grape Shot and Thassa's Oracle in the main with a spicy Chromatic Star as well. So.
I saw the Chromatic Star there, and I was like, hey, what you doing in here, buddy?
Yeah, this list is really, really interesting. So, on the other side, another 6-0 gamer here. Damien's going to be playing Eldrazi Ramp. This is really Gruul Eldrazi with, you know, mythic common Writhing Chrysalis that kind of had been popping up since the regional championship, where for MTG, I'm a big fan of theirs, ended up taking second at the regional championship with this kind of breakout list. And, you know, a lot of similarities to that list, maybe not exactly the same, but always a really great matchup, the Eldrazi versus the Breach decks.
Oh, it's going to be fun to see who takes this one down. Both these players want to remain undefeated because, you know, it just puts you in a better position for the top 8 when eventually comes time to that point.
Winning good,
Winning
losing
good,
bad.
losing bad.
Take notes at home, y'all.
Yeah. What's drawing? Drawing.
Meh. Yeah.
Meh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, good. Now that we've determined that, friends, as soon as our players are ready to rock and roll, we will be jumping down into the feature match area. But looks like we're still waiting just a little while for them to get settled in and get their hands sorted out. But Corey, I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
For players who want to get into Modern, what's a good entry point?
You know, I would say I would start with one of the decks that are a little bit easier to just kind of pick up. You know, maybe Energy, Eldrazi, one of these decks that's trying to do a specific thing. And of course, it just comes down to practice. You know, get on Magic Online, play some Modern, go down to, you know, your local FNM, start playing with maybe one of the smaller level tournaments, and start getting reps. It really is all about practice. And then I think being able to watch tournaments like this, you know, someone that's coming new to Modern, you'll see different things on these broadcasts or on any Modern heavy broadcast where you just learn a lot watching the best players in the world play whatever deck you're playing. So, yeah, that's where I would start. I mean, it is a tough format to get into. It really is. There's so many cards,
so much going on,
so many interactions, but at the end of the day, that's kind of what makes Modern great because you have so many different things you can do, and you know, your learning curve. It takes so long to master it, so it's a great format.
Awesome. Well, if variety is the spice of life, then Modern is certainly something you'll want to check out for your competitive magic. Let's head on down to our feature match area now. It is David Inglis up against Damien Del Nero. Grinding Breach, Eldrazi, Ramp.
Yep, absolutely. And Damien is one of those players that I've played against on the SCG Tour a lot, and he's always playing some kind of Eldrazi. That's his thing, whether it be like Tron or now Eldrazi here. But he's a phenomenal player. You know, every time I played against him, you know, I know I can never miss anything. I can't, you know, expect him to miss anything, and a really strong player.
I'm not going to give you any inches.
Nope, absolutely not.
Eldrazi Temple to kick things off for Damien, and a Mishra's Bauble, Arid Mesa, into a commercial district for David Inglis. So we're going to surveil, see what's on top of the library, and go from there.
Yep, commercial district. End is actually playing a second surveil land, it looks like. Playing the Blue-White Archive as well, and also playing 4 grinding stations. A lot of players were between 2 and 3. David's like, you know what? I want to be as combo-centric as possible. So really interesting list. David also just played in the Magic Online Championship, played Breach there as well. You know, didn't end up taking it down, but he's been playing this deck for quite a while, and he's, of course, a master.
Would you say there's any like percentage points that you can gain from, you know, tweaking the deck, you know, one of these, or is it just better to stay combo-centric like David's doing with his list? Yeah,
I mean, I think there's advantages to, you know, mix and matching your deck a little bit here. And you know David didn't put these cards in there randomly. Is very much, you know, meticulous when it comes to the cards that he chose. So I think there is some value in playing some one-ofs that people aren't used to, you know. Flage is the most interesting one to me, as well as the main deck Pithing Needles. So yeah, really cool stuff here from David.
Yeah, seeing a couple of sideboard cards in the main deck. You know, also the 2 win conditions in the main, which is pretty sweet as well, because, you know, we saw in one of the previous rounds, Thassa's Oracle got stifled in essence, and there was nothing else to follow it up with. So I like having Grape Shot and the Thassa's Oracle in the main deck.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You know, most of the time you have a sideboard second win con because your opponents are bringing in Soul Guide Lanterns, Surgicals, that kind of thing. But there's a decent amount of Soul Guide Lanterns and Surgicals in the main deck, so David just doesn't want to get, you know, quote-unquote cheesed out by getting his one-of win con exiled by a Soul Guide Lantern. Just deems it to be valuable enough to play a second one. And I agree, Grape Shot on its own is a fine card.
Yeah.
Oracle, not the best to draw, but it still does some blocking.
It's a 1/3. It's got some booty on it.
It's got text.
I mean, in theory, all Magic cards have text. But
yeah.
Alrighty, so another Arid Mesa on the battlefield here for David. Gonna crack straight away, hanging on to the Mishra's Bauble. Now, we see a couple times that the players will take a look at their own top of the deck to see if they want to shuffle whatever is there away. But, you know, David's hanging on to that.
Yep, maybe trying to make an Emery cost a little bit cheaper. Doesn't, know exactly what he wants to draw. Doesn't need to draw a card right now. Already has a plan for this turn, so decides not to crack it yet. And then on Damien's side, I would imagine we're going to see a command here. Would make sense to keep a hand with Kozilek's command if you don't have any other piece of interaction when you know you're up against a breach player on the draw. So wouldn't be too shocked to see that from him at end step.
Yeah. Kozilek's command for 2. Take a look at the library. Maybe get some little mana dorks down for himself. Ooh, okay.
Yep, makes a lot of sense to save Bobble as well when you got an Opal. And right now, David can have it. If he has Underworld Breach, you can just go for the win here.
Does he? We shall find out.
Okay.
It's going to start chewing on things. There goes Mox Opal into the bin.
And this would be a solid advantage for having that second win con if you, if you're trying to play around a command right now where if you flip over your one win con, it gets exiled to that. Now it would be a lot tougher for David to flip over both of them.
Yeah.
There it is.
Oh, alrighty. Cool. Going for it.
So the die that goes up there is the Storm counter.
Not energy.
Yep.
That's a different deck.
So right now it would seem to me that David's like, okay, do you want a command here to exile the Opal? And it doesn't matter, realistically, as sure you can get the Opal, but with Grinding Station and Bobble in play, eventually you'll just mill over and you'll hit another Mox Opal. So while this is fine and a nice use of mana, it doesn't actually do anything here to the combo. But with 2 win cons, I would think Damien would have to get really lucky where they would both get milled over kind of at the same time.
That would suck.
Yeah.
But let's see what David finds. There's another Underworld Breach, Savin's Reclamation, as well as an Emery, I believe. So we'll keep digging. Storm count 5.
Yep, and now we're just going to go through the motions. Bobble's going to come back until you eventually get a Mox Opal. Then Bobble and Mox Opal will come back, so you generate mana each time. And then we're either going to cast 2 Grape Shots, or we're going to mill until we hit the Thassa's Oracle and move on to the post-board games.
So the mana that needs to be kept up, there's the Commercial District, as well as the little Scion.
The Scion is gone. So,
it's gone.
yeah,
Okay.
there's no mana floating, but, yeah, it's not needed at the moment.
Okay.
Eventually we'll find one of the Opals. And yet, Damien did have the one play here, which was just hold this command until maybe you see both win cons. I think that was the only thing that he could do. David could, of course, have one of the win cons in hand, and it wouldn't matter anyways. But that's really your best bet. But the one thing that David can do is when he would generate enough mana is just cast the Grape Shot right when you see it, and Damien wouldn't have the opportunity to command it anyways.
Yeah.
But you do have to have mana before you get that. So he did have an opportunity to do it if David doesn't have one of the win cons at hand.
Well, as you mentioned, David going through the motions, just making sure he's not escaping or exiling cards necessary for the combo to pop off entirely. I wonder what Damien's asking here.
Yeah, I think it's just the
All
classic, I get to see your deck type thing as you mill it all over. But that's actually not true anymore with how it works if you have Grape Shot. You don't actually have to mill your whole deck, but also it's an open decklist tournament, so it doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. For the second game, I could imagine that that would be of importance as we are post-sideboard. So tell me what we're looking for here. What does Damien need to get back into this matchup?
So from Damien's side, I'd be bringing in, and it is a little bit iffy because Damien is playing a Karn deck. So all the cards that are good would be Soulless Jailer, Haywire Might, Engineered Explosives is okay, Tormod's Crypt, Stone Brain, and maybe Stone Rain if you're on the play. Maybe you could get the Breach deck off balance a little bit. but it's not the biggest deal. Those are all the cards that are good. Now, most of the time, you do want to leave in some of these silver bullets in the side for Karn.
Yeah.
Definitely not touching Tormod's Crypt, as that's the most popular thing to do. And really, Damien's best play is drop Karn the Great Creator, immediately get Tormod's Crypt, and now all of a sudden the Breach deck has 2 pieces of hate that they have to deal with. That's the scariest thing. So I imagine we're going to see a lot of Stone Brains as the first and foremost thing brought in from Damien.
Stone Brain.
Gotta love it.
It's not confusing at all. Stone Brain, Stone Rain.
Yeah, exactly. And then from David's side, the one of Gaddock Teague is great, 4 consigns, and then just have a lot of spicy cards that aren't necessarily stock. Love seeing some Fable the Mirror Breaker. That's always just a good flex slot. You know, whenever you need to bring in one more card, Fable's never going to be bad, so feel free to bring that one in. And then the Nature's Claims you can definitely think about as well. The one really spicy play that we could see is if you have a grinding station in play, which David has 4 of them in his list, you know, you can have that in play where if Damien plays the Stone Brain, even if he has mana up, the grinding station creates a trigger because it's an artifact that comes into play. So then you can Nature's Claim the Stone Brain. Something that can come up. Doesn't come up a lot, of course, but it is a nice piece of tech when you have that many grinding stations already.
Yeah, that is cool, because it's whenever an artifact comes into play, not
Exactly.
just yours.
Maybe not the best design of a card to have grinding station trigger on any artifact, but, you know, that's neither here nor there. All right, so if you want to buy this Breach deck, I mean, come on. It's pretty sweet. Buy this Breach deck or the Eldrazi deck. Of course, you're going to have to sell some cards first, so you can go to sellyourcards.starcitygames.com. SCG is always given really good rates on cards. You can get some bonuses if you take store credit, if you just want to turn it into more Magic cards. That's what I do. I never need to take cash because I'm like, let's get real. I'm going to buy more Magic cards with this.
So keep reinvesting.
Exactly. So head on over there if you want to get rid of some of your cards and pick up some extra cards or some cash.
Players just taking a quick look-see at sideboards. This is round number 7 here at our Portland Regional Championship. This event, of course, is sponsored by Beckett and Dragon Shield. So big thank you to our sponsors and big thank you to everyone working behind the scenes to get this broadcast out to you wherever you're watching. And thank you as well at home for tuning in and hanging out with us as we try and find some more people to chuck into the Pro Tour, you know, and the World Championship.
We're just chucking them in there.
We're just chucking them in there,
yeah. You may think that we just like give you an invite.
No. Pick you up and
we grab you, we throw you through the doors and say, "Welcome to the Pro Tour, kid."
Oh boy. Disclaimer: no one was damaged in the
in the making of this
making
Pro Tour.
Of this promo.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, this will invite people to the Pro Tour here in Vegas.
Nice.
Which will be it'll be a hot one. Let me tell you, it's gonna be a hot one. Vegas in June, but
hot?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, I got Chicago and Vegas mixed up. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
It's winter, Corey.
Yeah.
What are you on about?
No. Yeah, this one doesn't queue for Chicago. Queues for the Vegas one in June, and I'm excited for that one. I've been a Final Fantasy fan forever, so that's going to be a cool set to unveil there.
Nice. Everyone's going to be walking around with massive swords.
Yes. Sir, you can't bring that giant life-size sword in here.
But it's foam, see? Dunk. Oh, boy. That is going to be fun. Opening hands. Damien seems to be happy? Question marks? Yeah, Haywire might hanging out there.
I saw Utopia Sprawl as well, so being able to play that on one. I think basically the best thing that Damien can be doing is turn 2 Karn.
Yeah.
You know, it's always really, really strong if you have the Labyrinth, plus the Utopia Sprawl. And
nice.
Ooh, okay.
Goodness me.
A solid start.
That was like soaring into Arcane Signet into something else. That was cool.
Yeah. Most of the time, it's the Breach gamer that puts this many permanents onto the battlefield turn 1, but Damien doing a nice job here. Now we'll see what kind of follow-up, though, because while that's a great start and everything, Damien's deck needs to be playing these impactful cards early and often against Breach. If you just kind of hang around, have some removal spells or something like that, it's not going to be enough. So.
Yeah. I love Ugin's Labyrinth. It's such a cool little way to protect a card for later, you know?
Yes.
Kind of like foretelling a card. It's like, haha, no touchy, opponent.
Until it gets Besage'd.
Well, yeah, I suppose. Okay, fair.
Then it's a solid 2-for-1.
Boo. Turn passes back here. Just an Arid Mesa down on the board for David. I'll go digging for a mountain or plains shortly, no doubt. Little Haywire Might getting frisky.
Getting frisky. 20-turn clock. Let's go.
Yeah. This is a sweet card. I like it.
Yeah, and I want to say I saw Command in hand. Command, Utopia Sprawl, maybe double Command there, but not sure I saw land. Okay, okay.
Sleeves are very shiny, so
Yes.
it's tough to tell what he's got.
Damien is another one of these masters of their archetype. I feel like that's a theme we've been seeing on coverage. A lot of people that are really good with a specific deck, shocker, are doing good with that specific deck. And really, that is what Modern's all about. Of course, you know, Breach, Energy, Eldrazi are doing pretty well. But, you know, experience with your deck goes a long way in Modern.
Absolutely. All about reps, as you mentioned earlier.
Yep.
So just pick a play style you like and just keep playing.
Now, David, on the other hand, is, of course, one of those players where his style of deck is whatever wins.
Yes.
And
annoyingly, he's very good at Magic.
Exactly. He can win with absolutely anything, and any deck he picks up, it's like he's been playing it for years. One of the best players. I think it was the year where Reed Duke won the Pro Tour for PT1. David didn't finish worse than 11th in the 4 Pro Tours.
Insane.
Yeah, just unfortunately didn't have a top 8 as well. Like, he was just always like 11th, 10th, 9th and stuff. But still, I mean, that's, you know, sometimes much more impressive than, you know, making one top 8 and then doing poorly for the rest of them.
I mean, that's a performance pretty similar to Javier Dominguez, our now 2-time world champion, current world champion. You know, that won him Player of the Year last year, this year. However the years are working.
I would say the only difference there between Javier is whenever Javier is not taking 11th, 9th, or 10th, he's winning the events.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely. Ooh, Portable Hull now taking care of the Talisman. And we're going to see Kozilek's Command go digging for some cards.
Yeah, just cycling, essentially. You know, the 2-mana mode on Command where you can just draw a card. Very versatile card for sure.
This deck is quite fun to play.
The Eldrazi one?
I like to do things, big, dumb things.
Big things,
much earlier than I should be allowed to, so.
Absolutely.
I can see the appeal.
And it's the most fun thing ever to Emrakul your opponent's turn. Yeah. It is absolutely great.
What's the
as director Jeremy No booze in my ear. Check out the most recent Commander Versus episode if you want to see some fun on that.
So I can go right now? You don't need me? Cool.
Yeah,
Sweet.
go ahead. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, we finally got a forest down, so there's the Utopia Sprawl, giving some extra ramp now to Damien Del Nero.
So Damien's done a great job of, you know, denying resources here from David so far, but, you know, at the end of the day, not much is happening as far as progressing the game for Damien, but really nothing too explosive from David as well.
Cool. Another Eldrazi Temple, so lots of mana. Now, you did mention you think you saw a second Kozilek's Command, so.
I think I did. And David, I wouldn't say completely obviously has a consign, but has felt like he's had a consign here for a while. You know, you do have 4 of them. It's kind of it's my first 4 cards in my sideboard when I'm playing Breach. This matchup can go from being really bad to what I think to be very good.
Yeah.
Just because game 1's really tough, but if you can bring in 4 consigns and be able to stop Karn, you know, Emrakul and the ability, all this kind of stuff, it really flips it.
It's nice when you don't really have to think too hard about your sideboarding choices against the Eldrazi.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's just like, oh, you were playing colorless things? Wow, would you look at that?
So Emery flipping over some great options here of Haywire Might or Mox Opal is really strong. Now, one thing that would kind of lead me to believe that David actually doesn't have a consign is he didn't play that Arid Mesa before Emery, so there was an opportunity,
Oh, right, sure.
you know, to be able to get rid of it. But time will tell right now if we have a consign, as this looks like a pretty nice target, depending on the modes.
Kozilek's Command, 4 options here. Either make little mana dorks, you can exile a thing, exile graveyards.
Yep.
And also draw some cards. Scry and draw.
One of the best cards for any Tron or Eldrazi deck that's been printed in a very, very long time. All the modes are relevant and all very, very strong.
Yeah. It's nice having options with modal spells.
Yeah, and the fact that it's a Kindred instant
Yeah,
as well.
so
like,
that's two
that,
card types in the graveyard.
that boosting up to Emrakul is huge.
It's like, you know what? This big dumb spaghetti monster needs some extra love.
Exactly, yep.
Let's help her out.
So there is the consign, getting rid of it. And now's the turn for Damien. You really want to be Karn negative for a Tormod's Crypt, something like that,
Yeah.
to really have a solid chance here. You know, if you can go Karn and get rid of the graveyard, so David can't bring back Haywire Might, anything like that.
Hey, Karn.
Yep,
What's up,
this
bud?
is huge.
Alrighty, Graveyard Hate. Let's go digging in the sideboard there. See what he fishes out.
Now, it's always somewhat tempting to tick up Karn to try to, you know, just try to get it out of range of Unholy Heat, but it's not out of range right when it ticks up for the first time, so most of the time it's correct to just negative for a Crypt, negative for a Chalice maybe, something you can play on the turn that you play it.
I was gonna say, what do you mean? He's got a plus ability? No, that's not what he's for, Corey.
Exactly.
Oh,
Goes
he's got a
for
plus ability.
Plus, yep.
Well, color me wrong.
Now, that being said, the one difference with David's list is no Unholy Heats are in the main. You know, you had to cut something for these extra grinding stations, for these portable holes. So there's not a lot of that card. There's just one in the board.
Yeah.
Which is definitely a weakness of David's specific list.
All right, so Emery and Urza's Saga. Now on Chapter 3. What's David going to go find? Some mocks?
We'll see. Nothing has any any text, essentially, as it's all shut down with Karn. So you can get a Soul Guide Lantern to be able to shrink the command, get the Pithing Needle here to stop Karn.
It's just a stalemate now.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you move. No, you move. No, you move.
And eventually this Karnstruct will be able to attack down the Karn, especially if you're bringing back Mox Opal and stuff. You know, this Karnstruct paired with Emery next turn could easily take this down. We would just need a Bobble.
Make this little guy as big as possible. Try and get Karn off the battlefield to, you know, actually do something with these artifacts. Land for turn here from Damien. What's the follow-up now after Karn?
So our Emrakul check is we have Artifact, Creature, Kindred, Instant, Land. So Emrakul cost 8. So we are 1 short on the battlefield as it stands, but if we have to pick up the Emrakul, we're 2 short. So a pass of the turn. Now if David is able to put an artifact into play without Emery, then can attack down Karn for 6 and kind of free up the Mox, free up Haywire Might, and get some stuff going. So a Bobble or something from David would be great.
Giving his deck a good shuffle there. As we take a look and see what's on top of the library. And it is an Emery, and that is going to go straight into the bin because we don't need multiples of that.
And now we will see what Damien has as a way to interact with this construct.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
See if there's a Boseiju, anything like that. And as I look, not a single Boseiju in Damien's list. So
Yeah.
not a lot of
Wow.
instant speed ways to actually deal with it besides the commands, which there's already been 2 cast.
Yeah. Haywire Might is going to get cast off of Emery. How big's our little guy now?
5/5.
4. Oh, a purple hole as well, yeah.
Yep, yep.
Right.
That is the nice part of this 4-color version, is Portable Hole helping out Mox Opal as well as just being a great card against basically every hate piece that you play against. Like,
Yeah.
this is the style of Breach I would have played if I was queued or if I was playing.
You weren't too convinced on Savin's Reclamation in the list, though.
Huh?
Is that right? Savin's Reclamation hasn't won you over yet?
You know, I was a hater, and then I tried it,
Yeah.
and then I'm like, that card is quite good. So, yeah, I listened to Edgar, who did quite well
Yeah.
with 4-color at his regional championship, a player I respect very highly. So I was like, I'll give it a shot. And
Yeah.
after one league, a nice 5-0, and it won me like 3 or 4 games. I'm like, yep, you got it.
Nice.
I'll play this one.
Yeah. So nice, you can cast it twice. Karn now down to 1. So one more little attack in here. Oh, Gaddock Teague. Hey, bud.
boy.
Okay, so any massive chunkers you have in hand, well, you have to get rid of Gaddock first.
Yep, can't play the 4th Kozilek's command if it's found. Can't activate Karn here. I think really what we need here is one more land and
Board
then Emrakul.
Yeah, Emrakul or just board wipe. Do you think we still have any of the Kozilek's returns?
Probably not.
Yeah.
It's definitely not a great card in this matchup, but you never know. You could leave in some. The one thing I'm now noticing, I was like, wow, how did we fit all these cards in the deck from David? David's not playing Tamiyo. Not playing Tamiyo at all.
Oh, yeah. Huh, cool.
Spicy.
David's a renegade.
Yeah.
Just going to do whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah, you have the disadvantage where you can't play as many Mox Ambers, but Mox Opal is definitely the far superior Mox.
Let's go. Just the one Mox Amber, yeah.
Yep.
Jeez, all right. This deck list, the composition is very interesting.
Yeah, I'll never question David, though. He's
No.
a phenomenal player.
No, absolutely not. It's just, yeah, I would like to find out how he came to this build specifically.
So now one thing that David can do here, which is just awesome, just on surface value, is kill Karn.
Yeah.
Then you sacrifice Haywire Might, deal with one of these Utopia Sprawls, bring back Haywire Might, deal with the other Utopia Sprawl, and just leave Damien with only 3, 4, 5, 6 mana, 6 if you play an Eldrazi, and you know, kind of leave him without a lot of good options. That takes away the Emrakul line, and I think the best thing at this point would be like World Breaker or Devourer of Destiny, but Damien would still need a land. And of course, the better thing David could do is win the game.
Yeah. I mean, that's also very,
Yeah.
I mean, can he do that? Can he take care of all of that stuff? Or just go for it right now?
I mean, yeah, if you have, you know, Grinding Station and Breach, you can just win.
Yeah.
And with Gaddock Teague to prevent against the command, you know you're all good to go if David has it. But plan B of just make some constructs is totally fine. Haywire Might to blow some stuff up, totally fine. Regardless, it's definitely David Inglis's game to lose here.
Yeah. So now he just has to decide how he'd like to win.
Yeah.
In essence, is he going to go for the attack route, or is he going to do the Underworld Breach, going to blast you in the face with the Grape Shot?
Yep, exactly. Just what avenue shuts as many doors as possible from
Yeah.
Damien.
Oh, is there any chance here for Damien? What's he looking for?
It doesn't look great. It really doesn't look
no,
great
it looks
now. I'll
way
tell you
worse
that.
now, that's for sure. Yeah. Sup, Breach?
Breach is here, and yeah, this is another line. You know, we saw the Rumble double Opal style of wins before, but just the Emery flip over cards Win can happen as well. And all right, well, there's everything. You know, it was going to be interesting if David didn't flip over Grinding Station there, because with a second Mox Opal, you can go Opal, and then just Legend Rule Emery over and over.
Yeah.
And you're once again -2 cards when it comes to the combo.
Jeez, that's going to
That
do
wraps
it.
it up.
Damon extends the hand. David Inglis picks up a clean victory here against his opponent and continues on to 7-0, Corey.
Yeah.
Not too shabby.
Pretty good. Yeah, turns
Not
out
too bad.
when you have a phenomenal world-class player like David, you know, playing a great deck
Excellent deck, yeah.
and taking an innovative take where, you know, it just looks extremely good. That's for sure.
It does indeed. So GG's to David Inglis. Tangrams continues his winning streak. We do have a backup match for you, which we'll jump into shortly. And, yeah, let's just see what other shenanigans people are up to.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what our backup match is. I want to say it is Amulet versus Orzhov Blink.
I believe so.
Which will be our table 2 as well.
Yep.
So these players, of course, are undefeated as well. And Amulet Titan versus Blink, I would think heavily favors Amulet.
Yeah.
You know, Blink is definitely going to give the Amulet player a lot of time. But, you know, I always kind of undersell the Orzhov Blink deck, and then
you don't like it very
and then
much.
it keeps winning, you know, events here and there. So Orzhov Blink is never like the flashiest deck where you're like, wow, I crushed this deck, I crushed this deck, I crushed this deck. You just kind of have game against everything, and it's doing quite well. You know, as far as looking at the standings, there's a lot of Orzhov Blink decks. So
Yeah, there are.
I'll have to eat my shoe or something when it takes this event down.
Is that a thing?
No.
Can I? Someone clip that, please? He's going to eat a shoe if Orzhov Blink wins.
That's fair.
All
That's
right,
fair.
Cool. All right, we got our backup match ready, so let's jump in. It is Luke Deradzu on Orzhov Blink versus Peter Husisian on Amulet Titan. Let's get down to business here, friends. Kicking things off with the Amulet of Vigor and the Urza Saga.
A great start. And, you know, now kind of looking at the Orzhov side, the best ways to interact with an Amulet on turn 2, well, you can't. There's not a single way. So, you know, there are plenty of ways to be able to deal with it when it comes to, like, playing Witch Enchanter, stuff like that, which is very valuable against Titan. But Titan can just win the game so fast before Luke gets to 4 mana.
What's the quickest win you can get with Titan?
You can win on turn 2. Yep.
Jeez.
Yep.
Okay, tell me how.
Yeah, just next turn, Amulet Titan number 2. Play one of your bounce lands. That now adds 4. Play a Grazer while picking up that same bounce land. That goes down to 3. Plus 4, you go up to 7. Titan, win the game from there. Easy peasy.
Sounds very easy, Corey. Very
Easy. Yeah, the turn 2s are not very common.
I was about to say.
but turn 3s are pretty common because we'll see from Peter here with Urza's Saga coming off on turn 3, you're going to have that second Amulet already, or you're going to get a map and you're going to be able to find a bounce land. So I would assume Luke has to interact in some way before next turn. Otherwise, Peter will probably have this.
Malevolent Rumble, another mainstay in Modern at the moment. Milling over 4 cards. What is he going to pick up to hand? What, a Dryad Arbor?
Valakut, bounce land, and I'm not sure what that middle card is there.
Might be another Rumble?
Yeah, possibly. Looks like a land. Shifting Woodlands, maybe. But, yeah,
perhaps.
takes the Growth Chamber if you don't have another bounce land. That's the best one, as it casts Titan, and it transmute Teleria West. So I would assume next turn is game time here for Peter. So we'll see what Luke can do to interact.
Luke's got to have something here. He can't just sit and watch your opponent go crazy.
Yeah, White Orchid Phantom is probably Luke's best card right now to be able to take out the Saga.
Just prevent him finding any more
Yep.
pieces of the puzzle as we see Velia, the exuberant shepherd. It's a very cute dog.
Very cute dog.
Yeah.
I've met that dog.
You have?
Yeah.
That's a real dog?
It's Michael Majors' dog, yeah.
Oh! Well, cool.
Definitely based off of it, as it is
So cute.
just an adorable, adorable dog.
Now, how do I get my pets on Magic cards?
You got to design them, I guess.
I guess so.
The good
Cute.
dog.
I think there'll be some arguments in chat about who the goodest dog in Magic is.
That's fair. That's
Is
fair.
it Mowu? Is it Shimaru?
So many good dogs out there.
So that was end step Philia, I believe.
Yep.
Yep.
And that is great, Philia, to be able to get rid of this spawn is pretty
Yeah.
nice.
Just limit the mana a teeny tiny little bit.
Yep.
And for 2, follow up with a Skyclave
Okay.
Apparition. Nice. All
Excellent.
right, that's good.
Excellent. So now the turn for Peter, of course, got a lot harder. We have chapter
Yeah.
3 here, and we know for sure Peter has access to 4 mana. But being able to take out the Scion and the Amulet there,
Yeah, that was good.
definitely going to slow down Peter. Definitely not impossible to win from this point, but Peter needs more than just the bounce land we saw plus Titan.
Yeah. And that Skyclave Apparition is a one-of in the deck,
Yes.
which is fortuitous, to say the least.
Yeah, could have at least like Flicker Wisps away the Urza's Saga. That would have been decent as a way to slow down the second Amulet from coming into play. But Skyclave was probably the best card to have there.
Yeah.
Maybe an Aven Interrupter to be able to interrupt a Titan would be pretty strong as well.
Well, Philia can flicker the Skyclave Apparition to get the second copy, right?
Yep, absolutely. So
Provided Peter doesn't go crazy now.
exactly. So yeah, that will be a really nice line here to be able to take care of the second Amulet.
Hey,
All right.
Grazer hitting the board. Gonna get some more lands out.
And those do not seem to be the lands you're looking for right now. And yeah, with the 4 mana from the bounce land we knew in hand, plus the Grazer nets 1. So Peter could have only gotten up to 5 mana, so might have had the Titan here, but didn't have the ability to put it into play yet.
Yeah. That's Handwear Battlements. I have no idea what the middle card is there. Chat, help me out.
Oh, that is Echoing...
Echoing Deeps?
Yes, I
Or
believe.
Depths? What is it?
Forget exactly what it was called, but I believe that's the land. Yeah, Echoing Deeps copied a
Ah,
land
right,
in
okay.
the yard.
Gotcha.
I would assume it was not the Saga.
I don't think so.
Looks like it's copying maybe Shifting Woodlands. Not 100% on that.
Shifting Woodlands. Yeah, that's
Yep.
pretty cool. Okay, so it can then become another permanent in the...
Exactly, yep.
Sweet. There's just so many like different little connections here, you know?
Yeah,
It's like there's no like just playing, okay, A to B. It's like A to Z to F to T to B eventually.
Yeah, Amulet has so many different avenues of attack. It's definitely one of the more complicated decks in the
Yeah.
format for sure.
Who comes up with these things?
Some big brain folks,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
for sure.
IQ's through the roof.
I'm pretty sure Dom Harvey actually
Yeah?
created that's probably not true, but he's definitely a master of it, I'll tell you that.
Cool. Turn passes back, so Luke gets to do stuff. Ooh, nice. Oh, Lord of the Belmerk hits the
Okay.
board. Gonna get its counters on it. Let's mill some stuff and get back some cards.
Yeah, now we'll see if Luke wants to try to be a little greedy and, blink out the Overlord and try to get that in play with Philia, or if you want to just get rid of the Skyclave, deal with the Amulet.
Yeah.
I think whenever you're playing against this Amulet deck, step 1, deny them of resources that say the namesake card.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we
Yeah,
go.
there we go. Sweet.
Great play from Luke.
Because I was going to say, like, sure, you can start getting greedy and, like, ignoring what Peter does, but if you do that, chances are it's going to end real bad for you.
Exactly, yep. Because now the what Peter can actually do next turn is very limited. Number 1, Peter will have to have an Amulet, and then we'll have 2 mana left over with the bounce line we know about. That's 4 mana, but so now Peter would need another Amulet, which there's no way he has one because he would have played it last turn.
Yeah.
Would need another Amulet and would need something like 2 Grazers to be able to go off. So, yeah, big advantage here
Yeah.
to Luke.
Luke is certainly keeping him subdued here.
And as I've been saying all along, Orzhov Blink is just one of the best decks in the format. Absolutely amazing against everything.
Uh-huh. Sure. Yep.
Yeah, it is crazy, though. I mean, you look at this deck, and it has been performing since I believe Theo was the first person I saw that played it to the top 8 of a Modern Challenge. And he kind of thought it was a meme at the moment. But Theo's playing it in this tournament. It's been crushing Modern Challenges.
That's
And it's
awesome.
definitely the real deal.
We like varieties. Ether Vial hits the board here for Luke as well, so can start seeing some free stuff coming down. I do enjoy a good Ether Vial.
Oh, yeah.
Picked up a couple because I was like, oh, that seems fun.
Yep.
Let's do that.
A phenomenal card that's, been amazing in Modern for a long time, but hasn't been great the last couple years or so. But, Aether Vial and Modern Humans dominated
that sounds cool.
a couple Pro Tours back in the day. Always good.
So, Ophelia got a counter on her because of blinking the Skyclave Apparition, so now she could punch through this Arboreal Grazer, our slow friend.
Yep, absolutely. And now...
Oh, Lord of Bones. Emperor of Bones, excuse me.
Yep, and now we can see the good dog blink out the Overlord. That's kind of the really powerful over-the-top combo.
Yeah.
Being able to get that comes into play trigger once
right.
again.
Cool.
Here's the Emperor of Bones to adapt.
This Emperor has been really sweet. We saw a copy or grab an Emrakul from a graveyard earlier today.
Yes,
that was sick.
Yeah, Emperor of Bones really has not been used in any fair way whatsoever.
No.
But usually we see it in like Goryo's Vengeance decks,
Yeah.
being able to bring back Atraxa and stuff. But it has made a name for itself in a lot of different shells.
And it's kind of gross as well because then you can blink it out to take the counters off of it, so then adapt it again, and then, yeah.
Yeah, needless to say, this deck is aptly named Orzhov Blink.
Go on, Grazer. Get in the way. Need to preserve life total here as well, as this board's getting a little wide.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's getting to the point where, even if Peter has a way to naturally get to 6 mana, cast Primeval Titan, it's just going to be outclassed pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So, surprise to everyone, the Amulet Titan deck doesn't do as well without the card Amulet.
Yeah, kind of needs that. If the card's name is in the archetype, it's kind of important.
Yeah, if Temur Breach doesn't have Breach, believe it or not as good.
Well, just to give you a fair warning, friends, the round has ended here in the tournament halls, so we're going to skip ahead eventually to see the conclusion of this matchup, just so that we can show you who wins this eventually. But we want to keep up with the tournament and not hold up the rounds, as we see Luke Daradzu doing a bunch of cool stuff with all these permanents. Just going absolutely nuts.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely looks like Luke's game to lose. And yeah, at this point, going to be really tough for Peter to even just survive some combats here, as these creatures do add up pretty quickly.
He's done a great job of denying him resources, like you mentioned. If you could just keep this deck from ramping, they don't really have much to prevent damage or to remove stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're kind of all in on this Titan guy.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, if you can deal with the early amulets, that's really what you have to do. And then the games become a lot easier. Attack the amulets, Blood Moon, or turn all your opponent's lands into islands. That's kind of Amulet's worst enemy.
Recruiter of the Guard hits the board now, so Luke's going to go and find a creature. Toughness 2 or less. What are we digging for?
Looks like another Emperor of the Bones here.
Nice. Any goodies to steal?
Oh, I'm sure there's got to be something we can close out this game with, be able to vial it in, and whatever creature is in the yard kind of immediately bring it to the battlefield attacking.
Nom, 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 nom.
So let's see. We got, 7, 8, 9 power. And yeah, if there's another Overlord, we can just attack for lethal here if Peter doesn't have anything to interact. Looks like we have an Otawara, so...
Okay.
There is a way to do something here, but this is just a Band-Aid on the problem here.
Yeah.
Even if Luke doesn't win this turn, doesn't look like Peter's going to be able to do anything too meaningful next turn.
No board wipes, no fogs, nothing of the sort there for Peter at this point. So Amulet Titan definitely on the back foot here, as we do see another copy of Overlord of the Baelmerk. Come on out. Odawara says, get out of here.
Yep. And that was presumably with the adapt on the stack.
Yeah. So won't win this turn, but certainly looking pretty good as we now see Philia blink out the Recruit of the Guards, so even more value for Luke now being able to go and do his own fetching.
Yep, probably gets a Solitude here, a way to interact even when Luke is tapped out. Make sure there's no amulet,
Yeah.
you know, bounce land, kind of win with Titan out of nowhere. And we should be all wrapped up here.
Yep, Solitude. Turn passes back now to Peter. Does he have anything, or are we going to go to game number 2?
Yeah, I see an analyst, and yep, that's about it.
All right. So let's take a look at the sideboard here quickly, friends. What do we need to do from Peter's side to get a foothold here in this matchup?
Yeah, I think Peter's side doesn't matter as much. I would say maybe these dismembers are decent. It's really all about what hate cards Luke is going to be bringing in. And looking, we see Thoughtseizes coming in, maybe more White Orchid Phantoms, as well as the Aven Interrupters. Those are probably the best cards, but none of those cards really warrant any specific hate cards from Peter's side. So I bet Peter isn't going to change too much and just try to be presenting the combo as fast as possible. Maybe we'll see some Vampire's Vengeance to be able to sweep the board a little bit and you know, try to buy him a little bit of time.
Friends, if you would like to attend one of these SCGCONs, well, come hang out with us. There's plenty up ahead in the year 2025. SCGCON Denver, April 11 to 13. That's going to be pretty sweet. And it is Magic Spotlight Dragons.
Gotta love it. Any limited lovers out there, go and, you know, build a nice sealed deck here in Denver. That is going to be really, really fun.
I want to play, man. I love sealed.
Me
Oh,
too, me
sealed's
too.
So fun.
By far my favorite way to play Magic. I love sealed deck.
Alrighty, friends. We are going to jump into Game 3. As I mentioned, we want to catch up with the championship here. So Peter and Luke have tied things up. Game number 3. Let's get things going.
Looks like a mulligan there from Peter. We'll see how this game develops. Not the best land to start with. As
Ouch.
Luke just snapped that off.
Look at him chuckling at that. Yeah, dude. You just got Stone Rain for 1.
Yeah, that Peter would have rather had basically every other land, any other land there. So not ideal. Mulligan to 6 and still had that as your best start is less than ideal for any Amulet fans.
My goodness. So that's unfortunate indeed for Peter. Luke, on the other hand, is going to be feeling pretty chuffed about that.
And I think the biggest, you know, the worst part about that from Peter is, I was going to say, if that land is your first land, you don't have another one unless it was maybe a bounce land. So, yeah, Peter just passing the turn here, and this might not be the best game here so far.
Yeah, he's looking a little disconcerted there, I shall say. Shadowy Backstreet fetched off of Marsh Flats, so take a look at the top of the deck. Do we like what's there? Dear Luke. Luke does not like, so that's going to go in the bin. And, I mean, just put foot and go, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Start getting some threats down. And that's the thing is, you know, Luke's deck doesn't create the fastest clock by any means, so Peter will have some time, but I would think next turn you absolutely have to play a land, so.
You kind of need lands in Magic. It's a thing. That's how the game was. Yeah, you know.
So true. Well said.
Thank you. Very eloquent. All right, having a big, long think about that card on top. I'm very curious to see what it is now.
See if Luke has anything to do. You would think if you have anything to, you know, get the pressure going.
Okay, Solitude.
You would play it here for sure.
Yeah. Nothing right now. No 2-drop, no White Orchid Phantom, which doesn't have a target anyway. No Overlord, no Emperor of Bones, no Orcish Bowmasters, so plenty of things he could have done and didn't.
And just a discard to hand size there from Peter. Not ideal.
Peter. Oh dear. Wow. These shocklands are, these fetches are coming in hot today.
Yeah.
Third Marshflats, Aether Vial. What do we got in hand there? Spelunking, we've got a Grazer, we've got the Amulet.
Yeah, there's amulets, there's
Lotus
Lotus
Field.
Field. So, I mean, there is some explosiveness in this hand, but, you know, needs at least one land to get everything going.
Oh, boy. That is rough. All right, top of the library. Be kind here to Peter.
Yeah. So far, it has not been.
No. Absolutely not. And that poor little Dryad Arbor's just like, I tried my best, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, against the deck that just has a ton of removal, that being your only land, maybe maybe not advisable.
A little bit of an ouchie. Did we find a land? Nope. Jeez, land 5 now for Luke. It's an embarrassment of riches on this side of the battlefield, at least in terms of the mana he's been able to generate.
Good news, we found a land.
We did.
Bad news, it looked like a cement growth chamber, so.
Well, that's not good news then. Oh, boy.
And
Solitude, not even evoking it. Yeah.
And yeah, it just looks like Luke's draw was also pretty slow.
Yeah.
You know, so if Peter had any kind of decent draw here, would have been sitting pretty good. Now, of course, Luke could have had just a ton of interaction as well, so a really hostile draw towards Amulet, stuff like that. That would be kind of what Luke wants to be doing anyways, so the game would, of course, look a lot different.
Right now, it's just beat down by Solitude, so. 3-2 life linker. This is going to try and get some life back here from all the shucking and fetching that Luke's been doing. I have noticed that in Modern. The life total is definitely used very, very much.
Yes, 100%.
Hitting yourself a bunch. Now we got the Witch Enchanter, which I bet Carmen is dying to say Disenchanter.
Exactly, yeah, yeah. Her baby for sure. A very, very punny card.
Very punny indeed. 9 for 5, down to 12 goes Peter.
Right on time.
Woo, we did it. Lead drop. Okay. Our Broiler Grazer about to go.
Right on time here. You know Peter's thinking, if I play this Amulet, it is 100% getting destroyed.
Oh, yeah. It's dead.
Yeah. But at some point, Peter has to just be like, well, I can't play around a single thing anymore. So looked like Peter did have the choice to play Grazer or Amulet.
Huh.
And looks like might have played neither.
Okay.
Just looking for a very explosive turn next turn. Very reasonable.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, so far, good choice because that good dog would have just exiled the Witch Enchanter, destroyed the Amulet, and Peter wouldn't have got anything there. So I like the conservative play to err on the side of explosivity next turn.
Yeah. So 7 coming in here now. Peter will go down to 5.
Looks like it. So no matter what, Peter will have to try next turn. Try to get it done. And now we'll see how close Peter is.
Just got to knock the top of the library there a little bit. Yeah.
Yep.
Can he do it?
And I mean, to be fair, we saw Amulet, we saw Grazer, we saw Lotus Field, we saw Simic Growth Chamber. So that's already very explosive. But when Thoughtseize gets to pick apart one of these things, it's going to be tough. That looks like
what would you take?
I think that's a Scape Shift as well and a Summoner's Pact.
Yeah.
So I would think you probably just take a Grazer as
Scape Shift taken?
It doesn't look like you're able to win without playing extra land drops here, but I really don't think it matters too much. Peter just, of course, was too far behind where he didn't play land 2 until turn 7.
Now, what would this have looked like if there wasn't a March of Otherworldly Light in turn 1?
You know, I'm sure there would have been a bounce land, so that that land would have immediately went back to hand. And of course, the game would have looked a lot different. But that really is the risk for Dryad Arbor. That really is the risk.
What Orchid Phantom now? You can see Peter just can't help but laugh. This is pretty funny.
And I want to say I think I saw an ephemerate from Luke as well. So at any point with an untapped trigger on the stack, you can ephemerate the Witch Enchanter and blow up blow up a land.
Oh goodness. You know, if you're gonna end your undefeated streak, this is a pretty funny way to do it.
Exactly.
I wouldn't be too mad about this one.
We've watched a lot of great games of Magic,
Yeah.
but you can only appreciate the great games if you have the not so great games every once in a while.
Oh boy, Luke just having the right answer at the right time, assembling pretty formidable force here
Yeah.
with these creatures who generally they don't really want to be attacking, you know? They're just kind of there to annoy the living daylights out of the opponent.
Exactly. I only feel bad for Peter as the game where Peter won, we had to skip over for time,
Yeah,
you know?
true. Sorry, Peter.
Sorry. Peter's going to watch back coverage and just be like, at least I get to watch this awesome, beatdown
Yeah.
of game 2.
Ah, nuts.
We'll send him the file.
Oh, goodness. Anything to do here?
Doing the maths, but I think if I did indeed see an ephemerate,
Yeah.
it just won't matter. And, this match won't come down to time no matter what. It'll be either over this turn or on Luke's turn.
Yeah.
So it really is just trying to figure out if you can do anything here. So
Yep. That is it. So Peter knows that there is nothing to be done here. Just completely stripped of resources.
Yeah.
And Luke doing an excellent job there of just saying, no,
Yep.
you're not playing now. This is I am the captain.
you live by the Dryad Arbor, you die by the Dryad Arbor, that's for sure.
Oh, goodness me. Well, that was a sweet round nonetheless, and plenty more Magic here for you, friends. I believe we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back after that.
Hello, welcome back to the sideboard here at the Regional Championship, part of SCGCON Portland. I'm Nick Miller alongside longtime Magic player here on the SCG Tour and the Pro Circuit, Jerry Thompson.
I know that's supposed to be a good thing. It's like, oh, like long, storied career, a lot of history. It's old. Yeah. Old guy.
You and me both.
Yeah.
But it's good to be back. I'm kind of doing the reunion tour. Now that we have coverage back, I get to talk to all the favorites.
When was the last time we did this?
I know. I can't even remember.
I don't know.
Probably 8 years ago.
Yeah.
You're playing 5-color Reanimator. Not a popular choice in the field. So I want to talk to you about this deck because we've seen Esper Reanimator, the Scorio's Vengeance thing, the Grixis Reanimator decks, but you're going another step.
Step forward or backward, I'm not sure. I think that's probably up for debate. Depends on who you ask. But yeah, the traditional Esper ones use like Solitude and Ephemerate. And Ephemerate is especially cool because you Goryo's Vengeance back this giant legendary creature. Hopefully it draws you some cards or affects the battlefield in some position. And you get to Ephemerate to get around the Goryo's trigger, exiling
it permanently.
Yeah, keep it in play. Some folks figured out that Consign to Memory does effectively the same thing and doesn't require you to play like an extra color potentially. Now with Faithless Looting unbanned, you could just play this deck as straight Grixis, which was more or less where I started. It looked really nice, really clean, but there are a lot of problematic permanents out there. A lot of things that just like Grixis colors struggle with, especially with like Underworld Breach being the best deck.
Yeah.
You wanting to kill like Saga, random artifacts, and it's like the best kind of like utility one-shot artifact kill spell is a Braid. That's just kind of pathetic. We can do better.
Yeah.
And so that's what I tried to do. Just add a couple colors,
Just stretch the mana base.
Yeah.
But we can do it. And you end up on Leyline Binding here as just your catch-all answer to everything.
Yeah, it's great because the Grixis decks would normally play Fatal Push. Esper would play something like Solitude, maybe also a couple Fatal Pushes. So this kind of fills that role while also fighting stuff like Leyline of the Void out of the sideboard. So it's kind of nice.
And what can't Consign to Memory do? I see this card just pop up everywhere in all these little cases. It obviously is good against Eldrazi and stuff, but when I hear Edgar Magalhaes talk about, triggering it on your own Underworld Breach so you keep it around, and now you're doing it with reanimation things, just what can it do?
Yeah, you look at it and it's like, oh, it's only half of a Stifle or whatever, but like realistically, it's the good half. I mean, being able to tag a fetch land, obviously that's really important, would be super prevalent, but like it does everything else.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of stuff that is good against, especially right now where, I mean, even with my deck, it's like Atraxa ETB, my Leyline Binding ETB, if you play against the Orzhov like Sewer, Death and Taxes-y thing, They have a ton of ETBs. You could do stuff like your opponent blinks their thing with Philia, and you consign the return to play trigger. And same thing with stuff like Flicker Wisp and whatnot. So it does a lot of stuff, and you kind of have to be careful and be looking out for that stuff.
What's the wildest thing you've done?
Literally nothing.
Okay.
Consign my Goryo's trigger. So, you know, sometimes it just ends up where you play against some decks where like you don't really want them. Obviously against things like Eldrazi, they happen to have a bunch of colorless cards. You want to load up on consigns as much as possible, but I've mostly been playing against stuff where I'm like, I don't really need these. I'm playing a different game post-board.
Take us through the deck here. We've got, you know, the usual, we got looting and the Psychic Frog to get cards into the graveyard, the reanimation threats or options with Goryo's and under blanking. Unburial Rights. It's been so long since I've seen that card.
What's the copyright date on this?
I am
2011, Nick.
I am fading to dust.
2011, yeah.
But, you know, everyone knows Gristlebrand, but we have Atraxa and this new Ulamog as your targets to bring back.
Yeah, Ulamog the Defiler. You kind of have to work for it a little bit with this one because there are some combos, like Indomitable Creativity exiles the card that you reveal when you hit the creature, and then Ulamog sees itself existing in exile, comes in with a bunch of counters. That's cool. Works the same way with things like Emperor of Bones, but I'm not playing Emperor of Bones.
Sure.
So yeah, I got to kind of work for it a little bit. Got to pitch like a Trax at a Force of Negation. Got to have a Psychic Frog in play already. Maybe they're attacking me with Graveyard Hate. That has certainly happened too. But that is by far like the late game finisher.
But there are matches where you need to just sometimes eliminate their board as opposed to just getting a Trax into play.
Yeah, normally the games play out where like you reanimate an Atraxa or Gristlebrand, you look at a bunch of cards, you hit them, maybe it dies, maybe it stays around, and you just try and set that up kind of like every other turn while interacting with them, slowing them down. But there are some decks like Underworld Breach, for example, these combo decks where if you let them untap, they could just kill you. And your whatever pitiful interaction you have is not going to be able to fully stop them, but killing all the permanents will.
Yeah. And what else do we have floating around here? We got a Teferi, we got your Spell Snares, of course, a fan favorite from many players this weekend, and Nile Spellbomb as well.
Yeah, some fun ofs, basically. Interesting thing with the Atraxa is that you might just think like, oh, it just draws you so many cards, it doesn't really matter, but it kind of does. Especially when you're talking about Psychic Frog math and stuff like that, it does really matter, and in the post-board games, they get kind of grindy, so having cards like Nile Spellbomb or a random Planeswalker like Teferi, they're like the wild cards off of Atraxa.
Yeah,
if you hit
just
them,
get those extras.
yeah, if you hit them, you're gonna get them.
Yeah.
So I like including the random permanents, and that's another benefit of playing Leyline Binding instead of something like Fatal Push too. That was a weakness of Grixis, where they only had 4 card types, period. Atraxa was max 4.
You get to fill up with it all on the Yahtzee roll here.
Yeah, exactly. And some of it is a little bit win more, but these are also cards that I'm just interested in playing in the format. I want more blue cards for Force of Negation. This is just a good thing to help force through your combo. Even against something like Boros, they're like holding open a Thraben Charm, trying to get you. Teferi stops that.
Yeah.
And Nile Spellbomb against Breach specifically, but also just a lot of the modern decks use the graveyard. It's just a generically good card.
What about Deep Analysis? This is a blast from the past. You just had to put it in there?
I mean, kinda, yeah, but like it is legitimately good. So Faithless Looting gets unbanned, and that's the first place I start. I love that card. It's effectively Modern's Brainstorm. You kind of do have to work for it a little bit. You have to have some stuff that you're happy to be discarding, but it will pay you off that way.
Yeah.
And look, some of my versions of this deck did have Lingering Souls in it. It's not quite a Lingering Souls format or Lingering Souls decade, so you kind of have to make do with something else. I have an Unburial Rights, a little bit of Spice, the 5th Goryo's Vengeance, but Deep Analysis I think is a good card that pitches to Force. You're happy to discard to Looting. The games can go on a pretty long time, especially in the post-board games. Like, Deep Analysis is very good.
Get Shaheen on the line. We've got Lingering Souls mentioned.
Yes, mentioned. I thought you were going to talk about Shaheen, like hard casting Deep Analysis. He'd be into that too.
Yeah. Anything in the sideboard here as we wrap up you want to call out that's relevant?
I got some Torpor Orbs for the aforementioned white-black deck, and a buddy of mine playing Amulet was like, why are you playing Torpor Orb? Like, what did I ever do to you? It's like, I forgot you were even a deck.
Everything's personal.
Yeah. It's the white-black decks that I'm worried about there. And yeah, just filling up on more of the same stuff that we have in the main deck, more counterspells, more consigns, more graveyard hate, more interaction in general, and try to transition a little bit more into like a half and half deck in the post-board games.
And how has that functioned? Pretty well for you so far?
Pretty well. I find that I change my configuration a lot game to game, depending on how my opponents are sideboarding, how they're playing, how they're approaching the matchup. So feel free to be pretty fluid with it.
All right. Well, Jerry, the deck looks great. You're off to what, a 2-1 start so far?
2-1. It's very fun.
Wish you the best of luck here in Portland. Stay tuned for all the coverage here in Portland at Star City Games.
Welcome back to coverage of the regional championship here in Portland. I'm Ailyn Loney. This is a Corey Baumeister.
That's me.
One variant of him, the gilded foil one.
There
is
are
in
others?
production. Yes.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. That's scary for the world.
It is, yes. You are more than enough. We don't need more of you.
I would have to agree, yeah.
We are in round number 8 here. So far, the story of the day has been, well, that's a bunch of Eldrazi and breaching happening.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
They seem like the decks that are once again having a really, really strong weekend. Seems like once again, Boros Energy isn't like having that dominant weekend like it has before.
No.
So kind of a tale like we've been seeing from the previous regional championships kind of continuing so far. But the tournament is young. Anything can happen.
Let's take a quick look at standings if we're able to, just to see where our players are at. Taking a look here, we have, what's that, 7 players still undefeated at 7-0.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So we are starting to get down to, some of our undefeated players for the weekend. Also in 8th place there, popular streamer Young Dingo crushing it as well. Yep.
Sweet.
Playing Orzhov Blink, he's been dominating with it. But yeah,
Nice.
like you're saying, we see a lot of Breach, we see a lot of Ramp. Got some Ruby Storm in there, Amulet as well.
Blink's not doing too shabby, I must say.
I think Blink is having a phenomenal tournament. I mean, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 3 decks in the top 15 already. So
Nice.
great stuff. Still pretty diverse when it comes to
Yeah.
the players at 6-1 or better here in 15th place or higher.
And one thing I always like looking at is, day 2.
Yeah.
Which of these decks converted? Because we know that there's an exact amount of the Eldrazi ramp, and, or excuse me, the Temur Breach and the energy decks.
Yes.
But I don't think either of them are like, the energy's definitely not having a good day.
Yeah.
We can say that for sure.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how many more of one of those sides makes it to day 2. That'll paint a big picture for the rest of the regional championships that are still to come. That is one of the very many things that I love about RCs. Like, I love seeing players get to the Pro Tour. That's great as well. But, like, seeing people adjust per regional championship each weekend and try to beat whatever was doing well at the previous regional championship. Those are usually the people that get rewarded at their next RC. So I love seeing the metagame shifts and stuff like that. It's I'm a big fan.
It is awesome to see what new innovations people come up with. But our next matchup that we're going to be looking at is something I don't think we've seen yet on camera. It's going to be the Abzan Samwise combo, and I'm very excited about this because there's one little kitty in there that, I heart very, very much.
You are a diehard Cauldron Familiar fan, but before we do that, we got to check out our next U.S. regional championship that's going to be coming up. You're getting a little too ahead of yourself with Cauldron Familiar. You got to love it. But this is SCGCON Charlotte. That is going to be around March 7th through the 9th. This is going to be the U.S.'s second regional championship. Going to go to starcitygames.com/SCGCon if you want to attend. And if you're not qualified for this event, there is still plenty of other stuff that you can be doing. I mean, there's a ton of people here in Portland that are having fun gaming. So
there's pre-releases happening. There's drops being fired off. There's sealed going. There's commanders. So, however you enjoy your small cardboard squares, well, rectangles, you can do that here. If you just want to come and trade your cards in, sell some stuff, buy some new things, go for it. I did that yesterday. I was very tempted to pick up some duels, but I was good and didn't.
Nice. Very responsible of you. I like that.
But they're so nice. I just want to crack packs. No, Ailey, no. Anyway, yes, friends. So I just want to talk about. Can we talk about the cat now?
Let's talk about the cats now. Yes.
Yes. So unfortunately, we can't show you the deck list in its pretty graphic form, but we'll explain to you what this deck is trying to do, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to be seeing the Samwise Gamgee combo. We've seen the Cauldron Familiar Oven style decks. Now this is kind of the evolution of it. The combo we're going to be looking for, Samwise Gamgee, Cauldron Familiar, and Viscera Seer. Those are the 3 cards that kind of just create this loop of being able to drain. Now we're also seeing our newest card, from MH3 Birthing Ritual, which kind of sent this
That's cool,
card
yeah.
over the edge. Yeah, it's kind of a homage to Birthing Pod. Maybe a lot more balanced because you do have to make it till end step. You can play it. It can be dealt with before you go to end step. So I would definitely think it's nowhere near as powerful as Birthing Pod. But this is a really exciting deck kind of for
sweet.
any Yawgmoth lovers. It's a little bit of an upgrade to that. Upgrade, downgrade, however way you want to look at it.
No Yawgmoth, though.
Yeah, no Yawgmoth in it, but just trying to combo off with those 3 pieces and then just have a really solid game against the rest of the field as you get to play a decent amount of interaction. Green Sun Zenith found a nice home with this deck, as well as Court Calling, stuff like that, to be able to find all your combo pieces.
Well, enough yapping. Let's see this deck in action. Get down to the feature match and get these players tapping. Frederick Tan on Abzan Samwise, sitting at 6-1, and John Barber on Eldrazi Ramp. So you're probably wondering, but why aren't we watching the undefeated players? Well, you know, we want to see something different, okay? And there was a cat, so I got my way.
There you go. Yeah, absolutely. And, of course, the undefeated players are already locked up for day 2, as are these players. So no matter what, we'll be seeing these gamers. But, you know, dinner always tastes a little bit better when you win those 2 last matches. Even if you start 7-0, 7-2 is a great record. But if you lose the last 2, it feels like you O2'd your event, you know?
Got a Gilded Goose on the battlefield here to kick things off. On the other side, Utopia Sprawl naming red for John Barber.
Yep.
So gonna look to get some ramping done as Malevolent Rumble chucks some stuff into the bin. Let's see, what can we bring back here?
Plethora of options here. The amazing add 2 mana lands as well as the World Breakers. Hard to not want to pick up one of the powerful lands here of the Ugin's Labyrinth.
I think his entire deck is in a different language.
Yes. Gotta love, you know, that is the one thing I love about Paper Magic. I mean, Paper Magic is the best way to play Magic. It's not close, you know. Anyone who disagrees, they're wrong.
Arena gamers cry out.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, I love people expressing their own individuality when it comes to their deck. If they like foils, foreign cards, all that kind of stuff is really cool. So looking at John's list here, this is the Gruul version, kind of what we saw from Fernando at the last RC that took second. 2 Kozilek's returns are going to be great here for game number 1. There's a couple Writhing Chrysalis, and then other than that, just going way, way over the top, trying to finish the game off with Emrakul the Promised End.
Yeah. What's happening up here for Frederick? Let's see. So we got a goose, we got some food. Cracked and shocked.
I'd be scared if I was John when you start doing
you
the
start doing math
there.
on like what, turn 2, 3?
Exactly.
So we could see, there we go, our Temple Garden. Could see Samwise into Seer and Cat. Do we have enough for that? I don't think so.
Shall see. Yeah, it doesn't look like we can do the full combo yet, but we'll see this deck in action. This is definitely not, you know, one of the more popular decks. Solidly in the other category.
Yep.
Verilaz.
Here comes the one of fun of.
Yeah, and you know,
I have never seen this card before in my life.
That is fair. Yeah, being able to give
I
every
don't think
card.
John has either.
I feel like most of us haven't seen this card.
Yeah.
Giving all your cards scavenge.
I don't think that's the important part, though. I think the sacrifice another creature for free is probably what he's there for.
I would think you're right. Just in case all the Seers get Pithing Needled, something like that, you have another sack outlet to be able to sack your cats and get things going. Meanwhile, we do see 2 Cauldron Familiars, Endurance, and Samwise Gamgee in hand.
Yeah, so next turn.
Yeah.
Whee!
I would think we do need... we have the land as well, so yeah.
We're
Frederick
good to go.
Should be all set up.
Locked and loaded, baby. John Barber, on the other hand, though, what can he do against this? You know, you got to break up this combo before it gets cooking.
Yeah, 100%. And there is plenty ways to do it. This is a really fragile combo. You know, any creature-based combo is always pretty easy to interact with. You just got to kill the creatures. But, you know, Eldrazi, decent at interacting when you have commands. and your Kozilek's return.
Yeah.
Your Kozilek's commands and your returns. But outside of that, that's really the only instant speed ways to interact here. So historically, big Eldrazi decks like this have struggled against creature combo.
Sure. This is like an annoying little gnat flying around the head of this massive Eldrazi.
Yes, exactly.
Ding, ding, ding. Okay, we gotta go for it.
So John very much representing a command here, but it'll just be the case of does it matter? And I would assume it would.
Has it got 6 mana available? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
Yep. So can command for 4. As long as you can command for 3, you can deal with the sock outlet here.
Yeah.
Now, Frederick did also have an endurance, so you could just kind of take it easy, attack for 2, play an endurance, and try to combo next turn when John taps out. But that is assuming that John would tap out.
Yeah. If I'm John, I'm sitting there just waiting to kill anything that hits the board. Okay. In Varol's the Scar Striped comes. Just 2 whittle points of damage.
Yep, and we'll see it now if Frederick wants to go for it. You know, that is the one nice thing that Frederick has as far as getting ready for this event. Frederick's played against Eldrazi probably hundreds of times. You know, John has not played against Samwise Gamgee very often at all, and you do get that advantage. It's a little minimized when it comes to open deck list. You know, if you're playing against this deck and you just sat down, you know, your opponent's playing an Abzan deck, it could be kind of anything.
Yeah.
But being able to see the combo, you get to look at the deck list, say, hey, I need the Oracle text of like half your cards.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then you can figure out what's important in the deck and what to play around. Sweet tattoo there from John, I must say. That looked awesome.
Samwise on the stack. So Samwise, anytime a non-token creature enters the battlefield, makes a food.
Yep.
Kitty cat is that creature. Varol's eats said kitty cat, and we just wash, rinse, and repeat until players are dead. But now we're going to see the command here to take care of the free sack outlet.
Yep. Looks like it. And still leaving 1 mana available. Of course, you need the 2 colorless to be able to cast the command.
So, exiling Varol's. What is the second mode selected? I wonder. What would you pick?
It all depends on the hand. You know, if you are hustling out an Emrakul next turn, you know, get the spawns out there.
Yeah.
The fact that there is not, that you didn't tap this red mana really would paint a picture to me. I would be like, okay, 100% my opponent has a Kozilek's return in hand.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you max this out. There's no reason not to. But, you know, that is a hint that Frederick should very much put into his brain.
If he's got Cauldron Familiar, we could possibly see that enter, and then use the Goose for the Viscera Seer if that's in hand. I don't know if it was, though.
I don't think it was.
That would be pretty sick.
Yeah, that would be really brutal.
Yeah.
But, you know, if this represented Kozilek's return is in hand, you could still do some interacting for sure.
Yeah.
But as it stands here, Cauldron Familiar gets a food, turns on the Goose, and you could probably just play another
Kitty?
Another kitty.
Yeah.
But, you know, here's where not playing against the deck is going to come into play. You just think, okay, do I have to respond now? What if I don't? Because the last thing you want to do is be on camera, round 8 of your regional championship, and miss something that's obvious. You know, so John should definitely take his time to figure out what can you do here. And while it's an open deck list tournament, you get to look at it at the beginning of the match, and then you got to just kind of remember.
Yeah.
You know, you don't get to just have the list in front of you. So that is a cost here. But I would think here the best way to approach this is don't fire off the Kozilek's return until the Seer is on the stack, and then you have to do something.
Yeah.
But
so long as there's not a free sack outlet on board, you're okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there's Kozilek's return, so pew, 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 pew. There goes the board.
Yep, and this is with the Samwise Gamgee food trigger on the stack, it looks like.
Yeah. So that the goose can't make an extra mana, potentially.
Yeah, it does give the Cauldron Familiar the ability to still come back from the graveyard, but that doesn't matter that much, and this should slow down Frederick, a lot here.
Yeah, we did see another copy of Samwise in hand, I believe, as well as another Cauldron Familiar.
Okay.
But having one in the bin, that's pretty decent.
Yep, exactly. And I think I got a glimpse of John's hand. Looks like there was another command, and I want to say a Karn. So John still got plenty of things to do.
Luckily for Frederick, he's not playing any ovens.
Yeah. But I will say, if John had perfect information like we did, and maybe, has played this matchup a decent amount, I think holding off on the command there would have probably been a little bit better, as you don't have any big risk letting that Cauldron Familiar resolve. But I get wanting to clean up the battlefield, and it was still a solid play.
Yeah.
I just think John could have gotten a little bit more value.
This endurance is going to be pretty neat.
Yeah.
Get rid of this graveyard.
Yeah, getting rid of Kozilek's command.
Yeah.
Or Kozilek's return. Too many Kozileks.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, getting rid of Kozilek's return before it can come back and be another sweeper is excellent.
Dealing 5, jeez.
Kozilek's return has been around destroying aggro decks for so very long. It is so brutal to be attacking into a deck that can cast a 3-mana instant speed Pyroclasm, and then it'll still come back when you cast another giant creature. It's such a good card.
Jesus.
Absolutely wrecks Boros Energy right now,
Yeah.
One of the main reasons why we saw Fernando do so well with this version just was beating, Boros Energy left and right.
Frederick looks to be counting once again. Overgrown Tomb, just going to enter tapped. No need to shock himself, so Endurance is available to him.
Yep, just going for the Endurance play to get rid of the Kozilek's return, as well as, just putting Samwise Gamgee and Cauldron Familiar into play right now isn't great.
No,
You're kind of putting all your eggs in one basket.
It's like, here, please cost something 7 mana or more.
Yeah. But now you get to play the Kozilek's return, or the Kozilek's command that is all proactive. Be able to draw the cards, do some scrying, as well as putting the spawns down.
Jeez.
Whenever the Eldrazi deck gets to this mode, where they get to do those 2 modes where you're not reacting to your opponent at all, it's usually bad news for every other deck.
If there was a corner, I believe John would be turning it.
Yes.
I believe in you, kitty cats. You can, you will, you shall.
Yeah, and I mean, with Endurance, to be able to deal with the Kozilek's return, we are just 1 seer away from winning the game on
Frederick's seer on top, come on.
Side, if John doesn't have any way to interact.
Yeah. There is that, of course. Pesky opponents
just having
cards. How dare they?
Just having it.
Here comes
Not
Endurance. Doubtless targeting the graveyard of John Barber. So bye-bye cards.
And now we'll see if there is an Emrakul. You want to do this before you draw your cards to play around Emrakul. Still have, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana available. So not able to cast Emrakul in any meaningful way. But whenever you pick up the graveyard, pretty good idea what you got in your hand. The classic line, I'm just going to consult my sideboard.
Yes.
No, for no reason.
No reason whatsoever.
Yep.
It's fine.
Making sure I de-sideboarded, And we'll take a look as well. Some of the hits that we have. Damping Sphere, Engineered Explosives, Haywire Might, Chalice. The one thing I'm kind of looking for is a Pithing Needle for the Seer, but I don't see that. But Torpor Orb looks to be excellent.
No Pithing Needle, but having the cat not do anything when it enters, not having the goose do anything when it enters.
Torpor Orb seems like the slam dunk if you can go get that one. Okay. I mean, that play relatively doesn't matter. So if, John doesn't have any more interaction, passes the turn, and Frederick draws the Seer, you got to feel pretty bad because it's pretty face up he has a Karn. You know, if you keep looking at your sideboard, I guess you can do a little bluff in here, but now if
There we go.
I don't think there is 2 mana available to Torpor Orb, though, so...
Yeah, just the Eldrazi.
Okay.
Okay.
So with the fact that Frederick has 2 pieces of the combo in hand and another cat in the yard, maybe there's some way where you can kind of bait John into sacrificing this crypt and then win with the Cauldron Familiar have. This is all thinking that we top deck the Seer.
Yeah,
you know?
that would be the best outcome here for Frederick, but now it's a game of cat and crypt.
It was the Physics here. Oh, boy.
Okay.
This will be interesting to watch. And I like Frederick just not thinking about it and jamming this right away. You want to just act fast and really put the pressure on this Tormod's Crypt.
Yeah.
So right now, Frederick's just like, all right, are you going to do it?
Come on.
Yeah.
Nice just poking, goading a little bit. You going to do it? Are you going to do it?
Yeah.
Oh.
I actually don't think it matters. I actually don't think there's a time that John can interact at this point. Like, because now it's on the stack. You can sack it now if you want. If not, it comes into play and you go.
Yeah.
So, wow.
Double kitty.
You know, you got to look back and just think, like, if there was a Torpor Orb in play, how on earth could Frederick do anything?
Yeah.
You know?
I mean,
so,
gosh. So maybe the Devourer just had to sit back for a turn there?
Yeah, Devouring the Endurance there was not that relevant. But once again, this is the aspect and the things that you gain from playing an unknown deck like this. It's hard to play well against an unknown strategy. A lot of people, they're like, yep, I'm going to play against Eldrazi. I'm going to play against Boros Energy. I'm going to play against Breach, Amulet. Maybe you go down the list and test like your top 5 matchups.
Yep.
Abzan Samwise is farther down than 5, I'll tell you that.
Sure is, but that was awesome to see the combo assembled there. The timely Viscera Seal off the top.
Yeah.
That is awesome. I'm a big fan of the cat, as you may have noticed. So I'm
Yep.
happy to see that W being picked up as we take a look at the sideboard now. So John's probably going to be scratching his head a little bit like, what do I find here? Torpor Orb is definitely going to be one of the things that he's keen on.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It is a Karn deck, so John will just kind of look at the list, be like, yes, I'm going to do what I do against every other matchup. Not sideboard much, and try to Karn in. Now, you know, the only cards you really bring in are the Stone Rains. That's really for the Eldrazi Mirror, so probably not going to see that. And some other lists have a bunch of Stone Brains for combos, but as it stands now, you know, maybe you bring in that other Kozilek's Return.
Soulless Jailer as well.
Yeah.
Keep the kitty away.
That's the thing, is every single one of the cards you bring in is a card you can't Karn for. So I'm bringing in the Kozilek's Return for sure. And then it all just comes down to what cards you need to take out.
Yeah.
And, I don't know, World Breakers don't look very good. The Hiragas looks cute, but doesn't really look
Did you just
amazing.
call a 9-mana 6/6 legendary dragon, Eldrazi dragon, cute?
Real cute.
Okay, real
Correction,
cute.
real cute.
Okay, that's acceptable.
And then from Frederick's side, what you want to be bringing in here, I would think Thoughtseizes look pretty decent. You know, outside of that, there's not a ton. Force of Vigor probably needed to deal with Torpor Orb. You know, Knight of Autumn, Skyclave Apparition don't deal with Torpor Orb. If I'm Frederick, that's the card that scares me the most, is that, as it really shuts down basically his entire deck.
Force of Vigor could deal with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty, well, as our players consult the sideboards, friends, just a reminder that the newest set has just raced into your stores, and if you want to go and order it online, go to starcitygames.com/MTG/Aether Drift. to go and play with cars and boats and bikes and whatever else is being driven in this set. I haven't actually looked at any of it, to be honest.
Yeah. It looks pretty sweet. You know, I like the new mechanics. Exhaust looks awesome. I mean, it is just the punniest set I've seen in a while. You know,
boy.
like get ready for us in the booth for the Pro Tour. I'm gonna be dropping them left and right.
Oh,
It's gonna be exhausting. Let me tell you.
oh, you're already doing it. Save me. Okay. Right, so that's what you can look forward to in Chicago, friends. As the players now just shuffle up here, getting ready for game number 2. So John Bobber has seen what Frederick's deck is doing. He knows what to look out for now. So
Yep.
what's the game plan? What's the ideal opening hand for John?
You know, all of the ideal opening hands for Eldrazi kind of look the same.
Yeah.
You know, turn 2 Karn is really the best thing you can be doing. Kozilek's Return is going to be really excellent. You know, it basically kills every creature on Frederick's side. I think that'll be the main thing. And then trying to get down that Torpor Orb. But this was the easier game for John, I think, because now the artifact and the enchantment hate come in, and you don't have just Torpor Orb as this I win card, where, you know, looking at it for game 1, it's not fully I win either, as there is, you know, quite a few amount of cards to interact. There's Abrupt Decays, Besejus, Insidious Fungus, some kind of ways to interact, but there's definitely more hate coming in.
It's always fun to see how different players sideboard. You know, because on one hand, you still want to keep your game plan. You don't want to dilute the deck too much.
Yeah.
But then on the other hand, you're like, I need to answer what my opponent is doing. So
yeah, if you don't want to sideboard much, Eldrazi Ramp is the deck for you.
I mean, it's kind of like what Mono Green Devotion was
in Pioneer.
In Pioneer, yeah.
For sure.
It's just like, I don't care. I don't need a sideboard. I just keep playing the same thing.
And I'm not going to lie. That was my deck in Pioneer. I played a lot of that deck. I loved it. Until they took away Karn.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There. It's okay, Corey. You'll be fine. Viscerous here in hand, I see. Haha. What else you got there, Frederick?
Looks like a lot of lands outside of that, but they're pretty close together. So yeah, a little flooded there.
Gonna send that back. John seems to be happy, question mark. Yeah, I think he's good with his hand.
Yep. Looks solid here. So we'll see. Frederick definitely wants to try to be comboing off, you know, as fast as possible. But it's a tough line here because you don't want to overextend on the battlefield. Kozilek's Return kind of blows you out then.
Yeah.
So, you know, I would think, even though Frederick won game 1, this is still a pretty tough matchup for him.
Yeah.
Wants to play against Eldrazi, but doesn't want to play against the Gruul version with Kozilek's Return.
Right, it's going to multi-5. So what's the quickest you could combo? Turn 1 Goose, turn 2 Samwise into Cat.
Yeah.
Needs a Viscerous here still.
Yeah, I would think turn 3 is the soonest, which, you know, is not that fast of a combo deck.
Nah.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other kind of Court of Calling lines that you can do, but a solid amount of ways to combo turn 3.
Yeah.
You can Birthing Ritual, which is a way to find you a bunch of different things.
Yeah, I can grab Grist because it's a creature in the deck. The Varrols we saw in the first game. So, like, a bunch of little one-of fun-ofs, like you mentioned. The Fungus, there's a Dewdrop Cure we saw in the second hand he drew there, so looks like he's going to keep 5.
Yeah, it is a sweet deck. And some people are just Court of Calling gamers, and they will be playing a Court of Calling deck. It's just, am I playing Yogg? Do I want to play something else? People love those style of decks, that's for sure.
Kicking things off here with a fetch for John Barber. Chuck that into, I think that's a Stomping Ground. Does he have a...
Utopia Sprawl, probably.
Yeah.
I saw a couple of Birthing Rituals in hands from Frederick, as well as a Goose and the Viscerous here.
Hey, okay. Goose, food, good. Nom 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 nom. Turn passing back now. Thank you for visually indicating that you have chosen red.
Yeah, that is
Utopia
nice.
Sprawl.
That is very helpful.
Much appreciated.
Okay, so John can kind of have the best possible draw
Jeez.
of the turn 2 Karn.
Oh,
Doesn't
does
have
not.
it, but
That was
yeah,
almost.
and didn't even imprint, so doesn't have Kozilek's Return available. So John really doesn't have anything up to interact right now. So Frederick will want to, put the pedal to the metal in whatever way he can, which it looks like you either play, I think we have Cat, Viscera Seer, and double Birthing Ritual, and a land. I mean, that's a great hand.
Oh, yeah, because we can chew and get Samwise
Yeah,
at the end step.
I mean, Birthing Ritual is random. So, like, you're looking at
Is
the
it random?
top. Yeah, it's the top
Oh,
7.
top 7, yeah, okay.
Yeah, yeah. So you still have to get lucky, in air quotes, to find what you want.
Yeah. That's not the worst, though.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way that even if Frederick were to Birthing Ritual into the right card that we could get it done. Because you can only play one combo piece and a ritual, and then you can ritual into second combo piece. I guess if you put a Cauldron Familiar down, sacrifice that to put it into the yard, and play ritual, yeah, you still need 2 combo pieces.
Yeah.
So this is Frederick saying, what's the best way I can set this
Set himself
ritual
up,
up? And it's probably by saccharine Cauldron Familiar with a ritual, but we'll see what Frederick does.
Yeah.
I am no Birthing Ritual expert, I must say.
Me neither.
But I would assume Cauldron Familiar is coming into play.
Oh, Seer.
Perfect. I'm wrong.
Okay. We're going to perhaps then, okay, let's see. Do we find a Samwise? We eating the goose? We must be eating the goose then, right?
Yeah, you get to actually look and then...
And then decide, yeah, you don't have to sacrifice first, then whiff potentially.
Yeah, yeah.
I like that.
They're like, we want to make a Birthing Ritual or a Birthing Pod card, but Birthing Pod was way too good. So where's the perfect line? And just sacrificing something, looking at the top 7 doesn't seem great. So they gave it a little extra boost here, which I like.
Birthing Pod was just eat and go and find a thing, right?
Exactly. Just always one more than the mana value.
Nice.
It led to some degenerate combos, to say the least.
You don't say. All right, so Cauldron Familiar, Viscera Seer on the board, Birthing Ritual 2.
So the
Comes
ability
another Labyrinth.
to have 5 mana available. No imprints here so far. Okay.
Writhing Chrysalis. Yay! The
Okay.
bane of Modern Horizons 3 Limited.
A playable common in that set.
Yes.
Yeah.
Barely playable.
No, a playable card. Not barely playable. It was playable.
Yeah, this thing's nuts. By the way, it has reach, so don't send your flappers in thinking that you'll be fine. No, it'll eat them. It'll eat them. Yeah.
Fernando did say he got quite a few Tamios that jumped into Frippolis's
Maw.
tentacles. Yeah. So it does look like John is representing
Oh,
a
he's got Samwise.
really, really nice Kozilek's Return here.
What's that? 1, 2, 3.
But also, like, when do you time it? Do you time it with the
Yeah.
ritual on the stack? You know, like, you can play Samwise Gamgee and then you have to interact right away. So we're going to put the pressure on right now and see if John has it. If John doesn't have it, just game over right now.
Yeah. That is potentially a GG here, so needs to find a way to get one of these pieces off the board.
Yeah,
Or Fred's going to pick it up.
Samwise Gamgee has been really helping out Frederick and Frodo historically. Yeah.
Do we have a food? We need a creature to enter there still, don't we? Yeah,
Yes.
it's another one. It's not him.
Yeah, with not having a food in play already,
Yeah.
isn't able to do it right now. But by sacrificing
The cat.
at end step, any creature you find off the ritual would get it done. So,
Yeah.
but this does allow this
Okay.
amazing Kozilek's return
Yeah.
here.
All right. Kaboom. Cool. So that takes care of that. Viscera Seer gets a couple scries in before everything goes die-die.
Yep, and gotta be looking great here from John. And I
Yeah.
think I see a Karn again. We'll see if we get that Torpor Orb in there this time. Just does nothing if you don't have a creature here, but
Yeah.
double check in.
Are you allowed to look anyway? If you control a creature.
If you control a creature, yeah.
Okie dokie. Just asking the judge something here, clarifying.
Yep, and I think it's the scenario,
What
not
do-
100%, but if John were to say go to end step, the trigger would go on the stack, then you would get to look. But I would assume we did this at the end of second main, the
Sure,
end of
yeah.
first main, something like that.
Yeah. All right, so John Barber has everything looking pretty good for him at this point.
Yep. I mean, so far, these Kozilek's returned.
Yeah, they've been nuts.
This is the matchup for them. I mean, every creature is 2 toughness that has any relevance from Frederick's side, so.
Less than 2.
Yep.
They're just babies.
Yeah, just absolutely a brutal card. And now, if the Bajuka Bog's still in the deck, you can
Oh, yeah.
search that up, get rid of it.
There it is. Bye-bye,
Hello.
graveyard. I would be scooping at this point.
Yeah, not just Amulet's toy there with that Bajuka Bog. It is a land that is very, very good against a wide variety of decks, mainly for Breach, being able to play that for 6 mana, destroy one of your opponent's land, and get a Bajuka Bog, ends up being really, really strong.
Yuck. All right, well, I imagine Frederick's going to take a couple more peeks. Maybe sack a kitty cat and see what he can get going here.
Yeah.
It's not looking great, though.
Not looking great, but, you know, this style of creature combo deck, you know, I mean, you can win kind of out of nowhere, you know. Playing a cat, getting it into the graveyard, finding Samwise Gamgee off this ritual.
Yeah.
You know, you're pretty close already, so.
Second birthing ritual now. So how does it work with 2 of them down?
I was hoping you weren't going to ask.
Oh, well, we're gonna learn
find
together.
out. I would assume they both go on the stack one after the other. You look at the top 7, then sack Cauldron Familiar. If you put one of those creatures into play, then you resolve the second one. Would be
Sure.
my guess, but we will find out.
We will find out, friends.
Every time I see one of these birthing rituals, I blow it up with a Haywire Might and then, you know, be on my way. But
Well, I don't think Samwise is going to get sacrificed here. At least I'd hope not. Okay.
I would think not.
I'll get to have a look at a couple more cards of the deck here. Knight of Autumn, we saw.
And then you may sacrifice. Otherwise, they're just going on the bottom of your library. I would also assume that that is the one creature you want to keep in play.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Probably won't survive very long, considering the amount of mana John has available and the average mana value of his spells.
Yeah. Now, I would say that, you know, if John doesn't have a good follow-up here, sending the turn back to Frederick with 2 rituals and a Samwise Gamgee in play would be terrifying. So, you know, it will definitely still be on John to be able to do something, as John's got a 2-turn clock, but that won't be enough more than likely.
Because all he needs then is to play the Viscera Seer, get the food, cat comes out, and then done.
Yeah, find the Viscera Seer, but even if you, like, played a
It's
goose.
an hand.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Then absolutely all rolled up. But even if, you know, Frederick just had a goose, you'd play a goose, get 2 food, then you'd have 14 looks at a Viscera Seer to be able to win. But yeah, if we already got the Seer all wrapped up, then John better have something to interact here. But once again, if we have Karn, which he picked up his sideboard a little bit earlier, Karn, I'll say it again, Torpor Orb looks insane to me.
Torpor Orb. Torpor Orb. That's a hard word to say. Torpor Orb.
Yeah.
Too many of the same syllable sounds.
I do love that art there.
It is cool, yeah.
It is a sweet one.
So pretty. Alrighty. What you got, John? Tippity tap. All of his crap. Oh, Kozilek's command. Okay.
Okay.
Gonna get rid of Mr. Gamgee over there.
So that is a command for 4, which that's +4/+4 to Writhing Chrysalis, which that's 8, 9, 10, 11. That's just math.
Well. To game 3 we go.
Yeah, that's a little better than Karn when you can win the game on the spot.
Who needs
I would say,
who needs a planeswalker?
And we see the players exchanging the deck list, get one more refresher. I think Frederick is looking like, yep, you're going to do the exact same thing again.
Let's take a look at the sideboards here, just refresh our memories as well. what else could we attempt here with the lists?
Yeah, I don't think anything is really changing from John's side. I still really only like Thoughtseize and Force of Vigor. But the thing is, with this style of deck, you know, where you are very much a creature combo deck, you need to have a lot of creatures to then tap them sideways for Court of Calling or sack them for Birthing Ritual. You can't really over sideboard. You know, this is the type of deck where if someone's like, all right, I want to bring in 8 cards, your deck's just not going to be as efficient. But there's a lot of one-ofs that you can get rid of. You know, if I was Frederick and I didn't see a Pithing Needle, you know, I'm probably taking out that one of Varalaz. That's how you say it.
Varos.
Okay. Yep. You know, I'm probably taking out that. The Orcish Bowmasters don't look that exciting. Take out some of the one-of fun-ofs you don't really need, and then just submit your core of the deck, which is 4 Cats, 4 Viscera Seer, 4 Samwise Gamgee, 4 Goose, and kind of all the tutors, and try to be as fast of a combo deck as possible before John has the ability to have up all these Kozilek's Return.
Players shuffling up there. We'll get into game 3 here shortly. 15 minutes left on their clocks. It is cool to see that almost everything is playable in Modern. Well, maybe not everything, but you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
The regional championship here this weekend. Star City Games, brought to you by Star City Games and sponsored by Beckett and Dragon Shield. So a big thank you to them for sponsoring this event and the events for the rest of the year. So if you are looking to get your cards graded, go to Beckett. If you want to keep them safe and sling some spells, Dragon Shield is the way to go.
All right, so big game 3 for these players. 2 rounds left, 6-1. Already doing great in the tournament. Already locked up day 2. But if you go into day 2 at 6-3, you got to have one heck of a day on day 2 to be able to make the top 8. You got to XO, and still there's a chance you don't make it. So, you know, X and 2 is really where you're live.
Yeah.
Which is frustrating, and it's very difficult, but these tournaments are so gigantic.
Yeah.
Where if you go 6-3 in a over 1,000-person tournament, it's not even, you know, that great because you got to have one heck of a day 2. But that's to top 8. Now, to get a Pro Tour invite, you're still sitting perfectly fine. But, of course, all these players would like to be making it to the elimination rounds.
Hell yeah. I'd like to go home with $20,000.
I would, too.
10 would be,
Yeah.
you know, very, very nice, too, obviously.
And that's the thing. 20K up top, 10K for second.
Yeah.
But then making it to Worlds, that's a lot of equity
Hell
as
yeah.
well, you know? I mean, I think last year, last place was $4,000. So automatically
Nice.
14 and 24 is kind of the way you can look at it. Plus, you can win, you know, it was $1 million tournament last year. You could win $100,000. Yeah. If Javier ever wants to share his title, yeah.
Well, you know, we do need a 3-time world champion. We haven't gotten that yet. In
That's
Magic,
fair.
so,
That's fair. Absolutely.
yeah. I think we have 2 2-timers.
Yep. You are totally right. Looks like John's taking a mulligan here, and Frederick's keeping. And I would be worried as the Eldrazi deck being on the draw. Like, I'd want to be mulliganing to a turn 2 Kozilek's Return or, you know, some other aggressive start like that. But if you're just going, you know, turn 3 Kozilek's Command, turn 2 Talisman type thing, that's probably not enough against a creature combo deck that just snap kept 7.
Yeah, that is terrifying. It's like, oh, cool. So that tells me, you know, combos in hand, or at least, you know, missing one piece of the puzzle.
Exactly. And, I mean, that is this Abzan Samwise combo, you know, pretty much laid out. It's all the combo pieces and ways to find the combo piece. So it is a very aggressive deck for sure.
It's an underworld reach. Oh, 2 in hand. Wow, okay. Well, that'll definitely help.
2 of them, surprisingly, is not that good. You
Yeah,
know?
for sure.
The second one gets to be a little awkward, as if you want to keep one after the first one, you're keeping that one on top, and then you got to still do it again.
Yeah.
You know, so it has some diminishing returns, but it really helps you find the cards you need. And get rid of the ones you don't, for sure.
Yeah. Well, there's Emrakul, Talisman, potentially a land.
All right.
Another Talisman, Rumble. All right.
Yeah, get some information there, you know, if you're Frederick.
Windswept Heath to kick things off. Crack, go find a thing. What you chuckling at?
I believe that is a Dryad Arbor.
Yes,
as the first land.
sure.
That hasn't went wrong for anybody else on the broadcast, right?
No, not at all.
Now, John does have a lot less spot removal to be able to deal with that on turn 1.
Yeah,
but,
no much about the Worldly Light this time around.
didn't go great for Peter last round, that's
Poor
for sure.
Dryad Arbor. What? Not Peter, the Dryad Arbor. He got exiled, man.
Yes, yes.
It's okay, though. He's back.
Yeah, we'll be able to use that for mana this time around.
Yay. Good job, bud.
Now, the one thing that is pretty nice with that is if you have a turn 2 ritual, birthing ritual, you can sack the land.
Yeah.
I don't know if you really want to be doing that, but it's an action you can take.
Game actions, yay. Sometimes you don't want to take them.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's reasonable, because if you just, like,
okay.
play Samwise Gamgee here, and John untaps, plays land 3, and Kozilek's return, and you only have 1 land going into your 3rd turn, you feel pretty bad, so.
Well, the Arbor's 0, right?
Yeah, so you can just get a 1-drop.
So Kitty or Viscera Seer.
Yup. Or a Goose.
Yeah, true. Goose would help catch up, because you are losing a mana here, so.
There we go.
There's our honky boy. Makes a food. And next turn, then, we want Sam, we want Cat. I don't think we can get Sam, Cat, and Seer.
No, but we could get Sam into Cat, sack the Cat into Seer, win the game.
There is that, yeah, sure.
Yep. And we see Sam in hand.
There could also be a Kozilek's return
Yeah.
on the other side of things here.
Okay. Goes with it.
Wow, that was some fried goose right there.
That was really aggressive.
That was. He's just like, I'm not letting you do anything.
I'm not necessarily saying it was wrong or anything, but it doesn't look like Frederick's hand has a lot of options. So if Frederick just went land, Samwise Gamgee, you're like, perfect, before end step, before the ritual, then deal with it.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm sure there is some ways that line could be a little greedy.
Green Sun Zenith. I'm going to go find a 1-drop here. Goose is back.
Okay.
Flap, flap.
Now you get to sack the Goose, see what you're going to find.
This card is silly.
The ritual?
The ritual, yeah.
It is quite fun.
Yeah.
I like that they had Collected Company to look at 6 cards and they're like, you
Yeah.
know what? We want to give you a little bit better odds here. Give them a 7th card.
Yeah. You don't get 2 things, but you get 1 extra
Yeah,
look.
exactly. And I mean, that used to be a thing a lot in these creature combo decks, was Collected Company. You know, you say go with 4 mana available, and you're like, what could I possibly have? And then you try to find combo pieces, and then you quarter calling during your turn to complete the combo.
Right.
But these kind of creature combo decks look a lot different right now. And they do struggle a little bit these days. We saw a big decline in these style of creature combo decks because, well, removal is very good right now.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, one mana removal is aplenty in the most popular decks, in Breach and in Boros Energy. And you see Kozilek's return in the 3rd most popular deck. So creature combo decks are under a lot of duress, to say the least.
They're brave.
They are. They are.
Certainly trying their luck here this weekend and hoping to dodge the Galvanic Discharges, the Fatal Pushes, the Kozilek's returns. And we do see Kitty Cat on the board here now. We got 3 lands in Samwise in hand. Still missing a sack outlet.
Yep, but could play Samwise next turn, sack the Cat, find the Viscera Seer, and be all good to go.
Yep.
And to be honest, normally this for
Sowing Microspawn.
Yeah, this for Bojuka Bog would be powerful, but it doesn't look like that it will actually do anything. It got rid of the Temple Garden, which, great, but from what I'm seeing, this looks like Frederick is going to be able to play Samwise Gamgee next turn and is going to have 7 looks at the win. But, okay, that's a Ghost Quarter.
Oh, we're going to blow some lands,
Yeah,
eh?
one thing John will always be doing is when he looks at a deck list, be like, how many basics you got?
Yeah.
And there is 1 forest. So, I mean, you can either go for the blind Ghost Quarter and hope the forest is in hand, but I don't see it in the graveyard, so it's not a great plan. So, from what I'm seeing, Frederick has 7 looks at the game here. You didn't want to draw it there. That is when you didn't want to draw it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, because that is actually not where you wanted it. That's why I didn't say 8 looks at it, because you really didn't want to draw it during your draw step.
Oh.
So now the amount of outs he has just very much diminished. And this is probably a Ghost Quarter within draw step.
Yeah.
So there's no thing like, all right, float mana, play Vizier Seer and Samwise Gamgee, anything like that. So
Yowza.
that was actually the worst possible draw.
Jeez. Yeah. It's like you did the right thing in game 1. Okay.
Yes.
You didn't need to do it again. Now you're just being an attention seeker.
There we go.
So only a forest, but we do have Godless Shrine as the
Yup.
land for turn. So Samwise, Cat, Seer, Hope.
I mean, you can't play the Seer. You don't have enough mana.
No, but like eating the kitty cat, because it's
Oh
food.
yeah. You Samwise eat the cat and try to find Vizier Seer. You
Yeah.
got 7 looks at it.
Let's
Is
see.
it
Do we find it?
there?
Yeah.
That's not it.
That's
Nope.
not it. Doesn't have it.
Throws the cat into the graveyard, trying to find the Seer. Doesn't find it.
Well, Cat's still around, so
Yeah.
I don't know if he's gonna give it a. Is there anything else he would want? I don't.
The Wall of Roots there, I'm still taking.
All roots, not too bad.
The cat in the graveyard is fine. I
Yeah.
guess there is some consideration to not sacrificing it so it's not vulnerable to Bajuka Bog.
Yeah.
But
There's 2 foods on the board though, so
that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, you can just bring it back at any point.
Yeah.
Plus, you're getting a 3rd food here.
nice.
Now, you also unlock Samwise Gamgee's extra ability.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Returning a historic permanent. Right?
Exactly. From the graveyard to your hand. I don't see
Okay.
any in the
Nah.
yard anyways, but
I don't. That text you just scratched out with a Sharpie at this point.
pretty much, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't really do much in this deck.
This match has been cool.
This has been pretty sweet.
Just watching John figure out, okay, what is important here? What do I care
Yeah.
about? How do I kill you before you do any more dumb things?
Yeah, very tough matchup to play against. you
Yeah.
know?
It's always complicated, We saw since the cat and the oven have been printed, like
Yeah.
the iterations thereof and all the different formats, you always need to know what the heck your opponent is doing, what they're playing towards. So now we're gonna see the this is Devour Bro face. Devour of Destiny take care of a permanent.
And this is great because the Kozilek's return's coming back on the stack, so the Ritual's gone, the Wall of Roots and Samwise Gamgee are gone, and now you gotta rebuild.
Bye-bye, Ritual. Sadness goes in the stack.
So Frederick can do, bring back a cat, let it die, then bring it back again, something like that. But
Yeah, that seems like what he's going to be doing here.
Yeah.
Gain and drain.
it's free. You get the food back, so you might
Yeah.
as well. And now with just the Seer, at this point, Frederick needs to just top deck another Samwise Gamgees.
Oh,
Okay.
Okay, that is potentially a
That's,
Samwise.
That's 7 looks at Samwise Gamgee.
Goodness me. He's been top decking like a frickin' pro here.
Yeah, absolutely. To be fair, Frederick's deck all just kind of circles around to itself. So.
Yeah.
Okay, the nice thing you can do here, too, is you give yourself more than 7 looks. You get to bring back a cat,
Yeah.
sack it, and then scry if you
Yeah.
see. Okay, didn't want to go for it.
Oh, was that 2 Seers?
I thought it was a Samwise Gamgee. and there it is.
Hey, alrighty. Found it.
Oh, my.
GG.
Wow.
That's it. Abso-freaking-lutely fantastic. Frederick 10. That
Wow.
was sick.
Samwise Gamgee, was once just trying to throw the ring into Mount Doom, now just throwing cats into the yard. Like, really went on a different quest now.
It's cat infestation,
I guess.
Or he's rescuing the cat each time it gets lost,
okay.
Let's go with that. He's the hero of the story, okay?
That's a better way to look at it.
I won't hear
will say.
anything else to the contrary. But that was a sick matchup. GG's
That was
there.
awesome.
Love to see a combo deck like that doing its thing. And Eldrazi Ramp just kind of going, well, I guess I couldn't do the big dumb thing quick enough.
Yeah, and I mean, game one, there was that opportunity to not play Devour, get out Torpor Orb. I did not really see a way that Frederick could have won past that.
Yeah.
But, Frederick did have to get lucky to find the card off the top.
Yep.
Got there, little mistakes like that will definitely kind of eat at you as the day goes by if there's something you could have done in that situation. But I was saying it the whole match, playing a deck that is very unknown, it's hard to play against,
It certainly is.
It's easy for all of us that can see the perfect information and see what would be good, but a lot tougher when you're in there under the lights.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We got a backup match to bring in our friends. It is going to be Zachary Amy with Grinding Breach, as well as Gabriel Nicholas on Boros Energy. We're going to game 3. Both players have won a game, so yeah, let's go see how this one shakes out.
All right, top 2 decks,
I think this is the first time we're seeing, or me personally, seeing Boros Energy being played.
Yep, absolutely. Gabriel Nicholas, an absolutely phenomenal player as well. Just a crusher on Magic Online, and is always kind of dominating these tournaments as well. Just a really nice guy as well.
I enjoy seeing players in such good spirits.
Yes.
Yeah, this is still pretty high stakes, right?
Very high stakes at this stage of the tournament. But you know what? At the end of the day, we're playing a game.
Yeah.
We all get to be here and enjoy this hobby together. So it's always fun.
There's more cats, Corey. I'm very happy.
Many more cats here, yeah.
This cat's nutty.
Yeah.
Jeez.
King cat, if you will.
King cat, yeah.
The best cat printed in a very, very long time.
Yeah.
Sorry, Cauldron Familiar.
Well, I mean, it's mythic, and Cauldron Familiar is uncommon. So what do you want from it, man?
Very fair. So I will say, Grinding Breach definitely has the advantage here. Especially depending on how many Whip Flares / Pyroclasms / Fire Spouts we see in the sideboard. Usually at least 2. Looks like we do have a Fire Spout plus a Pyroclasm.
Yeah.
So not only can Grinding Breach combo extremely fast, so there's a lot of games when I'll be playing from the Breach side where my opponent goes Ocelot Pride into a Johnny.
Yeah.
Great start, and they don't untap. Or you have the Pyroclasm or the Whip Flare to wrap their board. You have a lot of different avenues that you can attack Boros. And Boros has to get a board presence and then start interacting with the combo with a Charm, Orum's Chant, Ghost Vacuum, Stony Silence, that kind of thing. But those hate cards usually aren't enough unless you have pressure as well. So Boros Energy definitely has to do a few more things most of the time.
Certainly does, as we see. The turn pass back here now to Gabriel Nicholas. Gets to untap with a cat. And cat is going to gain some life here.
Okay.
Stony Silence.
The go-to best piece of sideboard against Grinding Station, the fact that you have to get that off the battlefield. You cannot combo with it in play.
Nope.
You can't do that double Mox Opal Rumble draw. You can't Grinding Station. So no combo is possible with that card on the battlefield.
And ways to deal with it. Nature's Claim. There's a one of in the sideboard. Beseiju. A couple of those in the sideboard as well.
Yep.
Main deck, not really any way to deal with it.
Yeah, Sink into Stupor, usually one of those.
Haywire Might.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't work.
Nope, Haywire Might does not work.
Nope.
Not a great card there. Being able to have a life from the loam is pretty nice to bring back Beseijus.
Yeah, Otawara, I suppose.
Yeah. But this was the turn where Zachary very much wanted to have the ability to remove it. And with just one Steam Vent available, not possible. Doesn't even leave green mana available to maybe represent Beseiju.
Yeah.
Clearly doesn't have it in hand. So now it's the turn for Nicholas to be able to get ahead on the battlefield and really start the pressure. Something with like a Flage would be great.
Well, Fable the Moorbreaker, not a bad place to start.
Yep.
Get ourselves a little Shaman.
And now Embry surviving against Boros. Doesn't happen often. But when there's a Stony Silence already in play, it's not excellent. As sure, you can bring back Mox Opal, stuff like that, but it is artifacts that don't do anything.
Yeah. Unholy Heat took care of Kitty Cat. it seems, as well as a lightning strike.
The
'Cause we
Unholy
saw-
Heat on the Pride for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. And I think the rest of the cards were just milled over
Okay.
with Emery.
I was about to say, what happened there? Look away for 1 second and the cat's gone. At least the other
Yep.
kitty's still there. All right, fetching some more, doing some more damage to himself is Zachary.
And it looks like Gabriel had another Stony Silence as well as just good threats. So, you know, this is the spot where once you get 2 Stony Silence down,
Oh boy.
it becomes very
Yeah.
difficult. You know, I think the best possible thing for Zachary is to find that life from the loam and start besageing over and over again. But you're not guaranteed that much time. But Flame of the Nor is
Flame of the Nor
nice.
with Tamio down. Gets to
Yes.
do both.
Okay, that was nice. Now being able to look at the graveyard, anything that you can return, being able to tick up, great. You know,
Cool.
prevent some damage from coming through. And gets a couple artifacts in play that don't do anything. But Tamio being able to tick down on even like a Flame of Anor is pretty good. On a Rumble is fine.
Yeah.
So definitely a game still.
Rumble given the extra mana too.
Gets rid
Could
of
be fun.
Stony number 2. Oh, has Stony number 3 in hand. I will say, you know, I can safely speak for every Breach player. I hate that card. I hate Stony Silence. It was not around for so long,
yeah.
and then all of a sudden, like, one person did well with it, and it just kept doubling in size in sideboards. I'm not a fan.
Couldn't tell. Tell me how you really feel. Cole.
Exactly. All right, there's double a Johnny doing some flipping here.
Nice.
Oh, and that's huge.
That's cheeky.
Being able to down tick and kill Tamio here
Woo.
is excellent. Great turn for Nicholas.
Yeah, that was sick. Doing that while the Fable of the Mirror Break is still around allows Johnny to do some damage.
Yep.
And now it's just Cat City, baby.
Yep.
Meow.
Looking really strong. This feels like the turn from Zachary. If we can have like Beseju on the Stony Silence, and then even just Breach would probably do it with that many cards in graveyard and
Yeah.
a Rumble. But step one, you got to be able to deal with Stony, otherwise you're just not playing Magic. All these bobbles are nothing.
Oh,
And
boy.
Yep, not great.
Cats are going to turn sideways, methinks.
And now the clock is quick. You know, there's a solid chance that there's no untapping for Zach, as the down tick on a Johnny is already 6 damage. You know, there's creatures that can gain haste with Arena of Glory.
Yeah.
And if Zachary had some, you'd play it during your turn. So not looking great here. Looks like Zachary's lands are a little off cam. He does have lands, so we
Yeah.
have that going at least. But
I mean, Johnny also being able to just put a counter on 4 creatures.
Yep. Still
Like 2,
deals
4,
more
6,
by
8.
doing the negative ability, but it is close. Still deals 6 versus 4.
Fine. But counters on your cats, Corey.
Counters on your cats. Very good argument. And another Stony.
Jeez. Yeah, no, that's Scoop City time, I think, here for Zachary, unfortunately.
Yep. These are the games that energy wins. You know, you got the
Yeah.
Ocelot Pride down. You get the Stony Silent. The Ocelot Pride generates more cats, so creates a clock already. And then you had that phenomenal turn where
Ouchie.
Johnny got to kill the flip Tamio.
That was sick.
And Zachary doesn't have any ways to remove Stony Silence in sight.
So Boros Energy doing cool stuff this time around.
Yep.
And in for 4. Could we not have given haste to the... Oh, no, it's cost.
Yep, only cast,
Only cost,
yep.
yeah, it's not like a Handwear Battlements.
And I want to say at least one of them is a 2-1. Maybe 3 of them are 2-1. So, yeah, this is 5 damage with Emery blocking. So, yeah, goes to 1 here, and we'll see if Gabriel has any way to close it out. Okay, there is the end step Otawara. So if there is a way to Beseju the last one and then Breach, Zachary's still got a chance.
Oh, boy. Gabriel's just sitting there thinking, come on, what are the odds, man?
Yeah. And
You
and
can't.
with all that, you know, if Zachary can, let's say, even breach into Rumble, find Beseju, something like that, Gabriel still has to, like, not have a charm, a way to exile the graveyard, a surgical, could have a lot of things to fully close the door.
Zachary just having a big think.
Yeah, and picking up the graveyard, you know, similar to when you pick up your sideboard playing Eldrazi, very much signifying that there's breach. But if it's just breach and there's no way to remove Stony Silence, I don't think it's going to be enough because you can breach, then Rumble. Sure, you could hit Beseju, but you're still going to need a land, so it would need land 5, then Beseju Stony, and then online. So if he has land 5 in hand and can breach into Rumble, into Beseju, Zachary could still win, but that is easier said than done when you don't have access to your opals.
That sounds like a lot of things that need to go right in a very short amount of time here.
Exactly.
For Zachary.
Exactly.
Who's sitting at 1?
Just one.
BT Dubs, so don't fetch.
Yeah, that's the problem is half your lands kill you in this spot too, so that makes it really difficult as well. So there is Breach. And there is Emery. Okay, so if we have Nature's Claim, you're trying to do that. But yeah, I'm sure this was all in the vein of if Gabriel has any piece of interaction, I'm dead. I can't play around anything. And there's the Swan Song, but that probably means there's not another land in case you flip over a Nature's Claim.
Oh, that's
something like that.
Yeah. Yep, that's going to do it. Try as he might, he could not get there in the end. But, you know, formidable, put up a good fight there in the end.
And both players, you know, still sitting great, 6-2, 7-1 record. Still going really strong here into the last round.
Yeah, last round of the day will be coming up after the short break. So go get a beverage, come back, and we'll see you shortly. Welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Portland. It is round 9. I'm Ailey Loney. This is Corey Baumeister, and we got some cool magic for you, friends. Corey, pretty sweet weekend so far.
Yeah, been a great tournament so far. You know, Modern, once again, never disappoints. My favorite format. Always fun to see both the established decks that people are ready for, and we have seen some absolute nonsense in the best way possible, you know? Some absolutely wild decks that are doing quite well, so it's been a great tournament.
Shenanigans are definitely afoot. That some players are having better days than others, so let's take a quick look at our standings to see who is at the top here. 4 players undefeated: Julian John, David Inglis, Joel Doolittle, and Enzo Burke. 2 Grinding Breach decks in the undefeateds.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be starting with David Inglis here. I think, you know, not only the most established player on this top 15, but, you know, got to be the most established player in this tournament. He's phenomenal. You know, been doing absolutely crushing it at the Pro Tour level. The captain of Team Handshake, you know, the quote-unquote best team, whether it's them or one of the other teams, they are definitely at the top. So looking at the deck list as well, we see a good amount of Grinding Breach, but we also see a good amount of Orzhov Blink for how few of decks and copies there were in comparison to Breach. So, you know, I would say the story of the weekend is Eldrazi Ramp, Grinding Breach, and Orzhov Blink so far. But, of course, we do still have the one Boros Energy there at the top of our screen.
Go on, Boros Energy. You can do it, man. And that clump of Eldrazi Ramp in the middle there just being like, aha. You think you got rid of us? You stuck us in a moon? No, etc., etc. I don't know much of the lore, but I know there's something in the moon.
I think that's exactly how the Eldrazi sound as well.
Sick.
I think you've nailed it.
Thank you. Let's have a look at the metagame. As you mentioned, Orzhov Blink wasn't super played here this weekend.
Yeah.
Taking a look there, Breach and Energy, the various variants thereof, 203 decks apiece, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. So we wanted to give you a refresher of what the metagame looked like right now, because if we all ask really nicely, you know, we're going to have Nick Miller give us a conversion on what decks make it to day 2 and really paint ourselves a bigger picture on what decks are doing well, not only what decks make it to the top 8. You know, it is really important to see which decks start off really well in day 1 and which ones kind of fall off. You get a big picture, even if it's not one of the decks that wins the event. Those are the little bits of information that players that are going to be playing regional championships in the next couple weeks are going to want to be paying attention to when they decide their own deck.
Precisely. And tomorrow, friends, I hope that you will join us once again, because we have gone through, well, we're about to go through our 9 rounds of Swiss. 18 match points get players through to day 2, which starts at 9 a.m. So same start time as today. Come back and join us tomorrow. And we'll have 6 rounds of Swiss, followed by the top 8 single elimination playoff.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have Carmen and Mason starting us off in the morning. Then we'll be coming in a little bit later. Man, it's been great hearing their commentary as well.
It has been.
Two. They're a great duo.
Carmen is ridiculously funny. She's got no business being that charismatic, I will say.
And just an encyclopedia for a brain when it comes to Magic cards, too.
Right?
Like, it's unreal. Like, I'm not that great at, like, remembering card names and stuff like that. Anyways. That's when you're supposed to say no, Cor. You're all right.
You're fine. You know what they do. That's the more important thing. You know what they do.
That I'm okay at. But yeah, Carmen remembers everything.
Yeah.
Remembers everything. It's impressive.
To be fair, she like made half of them. But anyway.
That helps, yeah.
Yeah, that helps too. Yeah. You know, it's like, oh, it's my baby. You know, I built it from the ground up, and then the name changes at the last stage. But anyway, enough yammering, friends. Our players will be ready to rock and roll soon, and we're going to give you a sneak peek as to who we are watching. David Inglis, 10 grams, against Joel Doolittle. So it's going to be Grinding Breach versus Orzhov Blink.
Yeah. And, you know, David's list is way different than anything we've seen.
Yeah,
it's
unique.
Some of the key points, we got the deck list, we'll put that up there. If not, you know, it is just, the key points to this is no Tamiyo.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think that is extremely wild.
That's a choice, huh?
That is definitely a choice. There's a lot of one-ofs here. The one of Flage as a nice plan B. When you mill that over and you don't necessarily have the combo.
Yeah.
2 Savine's Reclamation, which a card that I tested out after Edgar top 8 at his regional championship in Canada. ended up loving that card as well. And then Portable Hole being just another phenomenal card that most players are going with Teamer right now.
Yeah.
But Portable Hold to be able to deal with basically any aggressive creature, any 1-drop, 2-drop, which, you know, Boros Energy, there's a bunch of creatures, as well as any hate cards, Stony Silence, Pithing Needle, all these kind of cards that are going to be brought in against you. It deals with all of that while simultaneously helping out your Mox Opals turn on with Metalcraft. So I think this list is really awesome. The other innovative take is plays Oracle and Grape Shot in the main. Both win cons in the main instead of sideboarding into a second one.
Nice. Love this list. It's super cool. And David Inglis, as you mentioned, one of the most established players here this weekend and has had an absolutely stellar season. I can't remember which year it was. They was put 2 years together, but
it was
he's
all the years.
All the years, yeah. He's a pretty good Magic player. And on the other side of things, we do have Doolittle's Orzhov Blink list.
Yep.
And we're just going to have a quick squiz here as our players do keep getting ready. If there's anything of note here, is this pretty stock?
Pretty stock. You know, this is kind of the new hotness that's been popping up. We had Theo literally played this deck, which this is a really funny story.
Yeah?
Theo
Do tell.
played this deck, was hanging out with a friend, and his friend said, if you win a Modern Challenge with this deck, you play it in the regional championship. Wins the Modern Challenge, and is like, well, I guess I'm locked in. We still didn't believe if he was being serious or not. Wins the next Modern Challenge the next day, and it's like, okay, this deck's probably real. Ended up playing it in the regional championship. I don't know exactly how he's doing right now, but people started paying attention after you win back-to-back challenge with it.
Yeah.
Then we had a lot of people pick it up. You know, Young Dingo being the popular streamer that top-8'd just like 4 challenges in a row with it.
Jeez.
This deck is truly putting up numbers. And when I looked at it, I'm not going to lie, I thought it was a meme. I kind of thought it was a meme until, like, you know, last week. But it just keeps winning, and it's doing well at the biggest stage here at the regional championship. So I'll take it back. I don't think it's a meme anymore. I think it is
And
a solid deck.
you will eat your shoe if it wins. I believe that's what you said, right?
I believe we're ready for the match. Is that
It's gonna eat his shoe?
No, I'm just getting word from the direct. No, my director just told me to eat my shoe as well.
Yeah, all right.
We really got a lot of good people here working behind the scenes.
What flavor is your shoe, I wonder? Oh, it's shiny. Okay.
At least I got some new Nikes on, okay? That's not so bad, but
Yeah. Well, yeah, but anyway. So hopefully Orzhov Blink wins. That'll be great to see.
I guess I'll have to just do it, huh?
I do find it funny, though, because people were calling this deck Orzhov Sewer, and I'm like, why? There's no rats in here or anything like that. And like, no, just because it's garbage. I'm like, not from what I've seen of it. Okay, obviously I came in when it was like, you know, still, it was doing well.
Yeah.
Beyond the meme phase, as it were, so.
Yeah, I mean, it has looked really good. I would think the one time that we just watched it, me and you, where we were playing against Amulet, there was that kind of absurd game where, well, you know, our Amulet gamer was discarding to hand size often. So I don't know if it was a great representation there, but hey, scoreboard, it won.
Yeah. Let's go and see if this variant in the hands of Joel Doolittle can do exactly that as well. So 2 8-0 players ready to rock and roll. Only 2 players will be undefeated at the end of this day. So David Inglis hoping that he's one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, almost assuredly, we're going to see the undefeated players now. And I bet Carmen and Mason are going to be starting it off with the 2 9-0 players tomorrow. So will be really fun to see what we see here.
Yeah. The other 2 undefeated players, Julian John and Enzo Burke, Grinding Breach and Boris Energy. So it could well be a Grinding Breach off tomorrow.
All right, you might not see that then, but we'll see.
Maybe. We'll see. Yeah.
All right. So we did see David do the kind of trick here where bobbled himself. I believe we already went, or this is still David's turn, so didn't like what he saw, essentially, is able to sack the land, surveil. But if you do like what you see, you get to draw the card, then sack up the land and surveil as well. So a lot of tricks you can do with Bobble besides just turning on Metalcraft, besides just turning on Emery.
Very versatile card is Mishra's Bobble. And it's also a fun word to say, so.
Yeah.
Bobble, bobble, bobble.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite things to be doing in all of Magic is just 2 baubles and an Emery on turn 1. Turn 1 Emery is just my absolute favorite thing in Modern.
That's gross.
You know, I was trying to get turn 1 Emerys into play when you could play with Oko and Urza, Astrolabe, you know, like, whew. I loved it. I loved it. Everyone else probably hated it,
Yeah.
but I loved it.
Those are the normal people.
Those are cards that you can play, that you could play, I should say.
Yeah, that took away some of your fun, but you know, it's all good. David Inglis, just deciding which land's gonna hit the board here.
Yeah, and while we're not seeing Bobble just like draw you card advantage, look at all the card manipulation David was able to look at here. You know, saw 2 cards he didn't like with Bobble, got to fetch them away, and for a card that costs 0 mana, you know, it's excellent.
Yeah.
The one thing you just got to always make sure that you do, and of course David will remember because he's a phenomenal player, you got to remember that Bobble triggers. That card gets a lot worse when you forget that.
Oh, for sure.
I'll tell you that.
Station. Hey, hi. Don't see this card very early, or very often this early.
Yep, and one thing about David's list that also, you know, is crazy to me, and I didn't think we'd be seeing at all, 4 grinding stations.
Yeah.
All of them.
He's just like, I will find the grinding station.
Yes, exactly. So, I mean, that screams to me David is trying to be the most all-in combo deck game 1, and then react to your opponent's game plan post-board, and
It's working out for him.
yeah, it's not how I would have built the deck, but I will never question David, and he's crushing this event, so.
Let's have a look. I want to see who his opponents have been throughout the rounds here while he's shuffling and doing stuff and things. Let's go see. All right. So he faced Grinding Breach, Boros Energy, Eldrazi, Belcher, Storm, Ramp, Blink. So he's basically faced pretty much the gamut that you could.
Yeah, really only played the one bad matchup there. Round 1, the mirror, you know?
Yeah.
That's the only bad matchup
He's
for
dodged it for
grinding
the rest of the
stations,
time,
so yeah, nice job.
Dip, dodge, dive, duck, and dodge. All right. What's happening here? Joel Doolittle. Tapping? Nope. Just deciding what he wants to deploy here.
Looking at our 2-drop here, you know, getting an Overlord down would be excellent. That'd be a good start.
Okay.
Okay, getting this down as well to be able to deal with one of the lands.
Yep.
And then you do get to destroy it, and then you get to search up.
Yep. The White Orchid Phantom. Or is that the Knight of White Orchid?
White
No,
Orchid Phantom.
That's the one, yep.
Yep. So you do get to do a bit of a basic check when you're playing against anything when you're playing that card. And unlike, you know, I would say the more traditional list of playing just the one island, David did decide to play just the one mountain. But all this being said, if David has Underworld Breach here, it's just all wrapped up.
Yeah.
There's nothing that Joel could have. Even a Solitude doesn't really interact profitably. Now, there would be some scenario maybe where you couldn't turn off Metalcraft if the rest of David's hand is like completely blank, where Breach wouldn't be enough, but it would probably be enough.
Goes and finds his Sacred Foundry.
Okay.
Shocks that in.
And actually doesn't have another untapped blue source.
Flage.
There we go.
Dunk. Gets that White Orchid Phantom off the board. Into the bin. Flage goes. That's a silly name. I'm sorry. Titan of Fire's Fury. Flage.
Gotta love it. And I mean, Flage looks great here. Oh, okay. Flage looks less great here.
Yes. Indeed. Flage looks great on Joel's board now.
Flage did look great. That's for sure. Now, that being said, the Emperor of the Bones doesn't really combo with the escape creatures that well.
Yeah.
You know, it does put them into play. They just go back to the graveyard.
It's got a finality counter on it.
Or,
though,
yeah,
doesn't it?
finality. So it'll just be exiled.
Yeah.
You know, it'll come back, deal 3, get exiled. But Emperor of the Bones would adapt. So you can pay 2 mana to essentially deal 5 damage.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. But getting rid of the Flage here,
Whoa.
where that Flage would probably have been active this turn,
Yeah.
is pretty big game.
It's Portable Hull takes care of the Emperor of Bones. Flage goes bye-bye. And Urza's Saga, the land here for David Inglis.
Okay. So pretty clear, no Underworld Breach available. But the one awkward thing about losing that Hollowed Fountain, looking at David's list, the only other blue source that you can actually fetch up is the Meticulous Archive.
Yeah.
So no other way to get blue mana, and there was no way to get untapped blue to cast Flage. Otherwise, I'm sure that's what we would have saw from David.
Spire of Industry can get.
Yeah, nothing you can fetch up,
right,
though,
sure,
I should say.
yeah. You did say that.
Yeah.
I was just seeing if there's any other untapped sources available that he may have drawn.
And here's Recruiter to go find a creature to interact. Now, one of the cards that I'm the most afraid of when Recruiter lands is the Bogart Trawler, the Bajuka Bog with legs.
It skipped leg day, though. It's only a 3-1.
Yeah, there we go. So that one's a tricky one. The Aven Interrupter is also pretty nice. But once again, if David were to be able to just play Underworld Breach here, we're going to be all ready to go. But David does only have 2 cards available in hand.
I've never actually looked at the art of this card before. It's so funny.
The Trawler?
It's a little disturbing as well. It's a goblin, yeah.
It is a little disturbing.
It's like got a nest on its head and skew horns.
Just having a good old day.
Yeah.
Jumping through the swamp.
Hauling some lunch.
So
right.
Saga is on Chapter 2 now, so the plan of just making constructs is always pretty strong. And Opal plus land, David only has 1 other card in hand. I'll bet I'll bet all my lunch money it's not Underworld Breach.
You get lunch money?
Yeah.
Arid Mesa. Jeremy Knoll just flashing some lunch money at us.
Just holding a paycheck over me, absolutely, yeah.
Okie dokie, what do we got here? Overlord of the Balemark. Let's put some cards in the bin and bring something back. What do we want? It was another Emperor.
Good possibility there, as well as we'll see if Joel has an untapped land to just hold up Aven Interrupter. That is just a phenomenal card if you're already ahead on the battlefield, as you can interrupt Breach once, and then you do have to get rid of it. The static ability on Aven Interrupter is really annoying for Breach, as everything costs 2 extra, so you can't really combo off with that in play, but it is very easy to deal with. So Joel will have to get some pressure going first, and getting this Phantom to be able to deal with the Saga prevent whatever, prevents a construct. It'll prevent the construct next turn, and it'll prevent being able to get, a Spell Bomb, a Lantern, any card that will basically say just draw a card. And now there's only 1 basic, so not able to search up anything here from David's side.
Man, these mana bases are stretched.
Yeah.
In this format.
Yep, 100%. Now we're going to see David get this Meticulous Archive, though, and have a look. Have 2 looks at a Breach or a Rumble. Rumble would be great, as then you have a lot of looks at it. So this is the turn for David. David really, really wants to be able to put Breach onto the battlefield. Otherwise, kind of running out of time, as Joel will be able to leave up that Aven Interrupter.
Yeah, bad news bears there indeed, in the form of that bird. No free spells that would deal with the Underworld Breach either.
If it's on top, the game's over.
Yeah.
I guess it could be a Rumble where you're trying to get lucky into it, but outside of that, I don't think you're keeping Emery. I don't think maybe you wouldn't keep a Savine's Reclamation. You'd rather that be in the graveyard. Not a lot of cards you would keep on top besides Rumble and Breach to me.
Looks like he's going to keep it.
If you're thinking about it, it's probably not one of those 2 cards.
Definitely not a snap keep on top of the library there, but still getting a big think here. It's Emery, okay.
Okay. That is reasonable. The one thing that you consider with Emery is, yeah, first you could think maybe my Emery will live in a perfect world. I mean, this black-white deck has a lot of removal. I would assume it would die.
Yeah.
You know, but in a perfect world, it could flip over Savine's Reclamation, and then it'd be decent.
Yeah.
So I think it was worth to consider, but I agree. I would bin that as well.
What did you draw, David Inglis? If you spin it, does it give you more mana?
It does, yeah.
Oh.
The faster it goes, the more mana you add.
Sick.
Okay, so this looks like we are just digging for Savine's Reclamation here, a.k.a. we did not hit anything. And there's two breaches. Breach was gonna be top deck there, so that is a bit of a tilt. This probably is saying that David has another Mox in hand, and then can untap this Grinding Station, add a mana with a Mox, presuming he has another one, mill it itself. You got 3 more looks at the Savine's Reclamation. Savine's, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right.
But I say Savine's Reclamation.
Yeah. And here we go. We're just going all in on trying to mill it. I don't think that was it.
Doesn't look like it. Oh, boy. All right, let's keep digging here for David Inglis.
Yeah.
No, he's just going to pause the turn. All right, so didn't find it. Isn't going to keep digging.
Yep, doesn't have another artifact to untap Grinding Station, so does not have the ability to kind of dig deeper, but I like David's sense of urgency there.
There's
like
3 in the bin. Jeez.
Obviously, that looks brutal when we know David's next draw was going to be Breach, but of course, David doesn't know that. There was no information known, and now when Joel untaps, David knows about the Aven Interrupter, so I like going for it, you know?
So many cards.
Yeah. And now don't get me wrong. I think Joel can pretty safely just leave up that 3 mana for the rest of the game. And I think Joel will be able to pick up this game 1. But I still love that play of just trying to go for it.
Yeah. Aether Vial, the only play here from Joel, as you mentioned, keeping 3 mana up for Aven Interrupter should any shenanigans get loose. Where do we go? Rumbling.
Okay. There is the Rumble. So a pretty juicy Aven Interrupter target.
It's going to plot that spell, so.
Yep. So now it'll cost 2 to recast.
It's kind of like a Modern Text.
Yeah. It'll cost 2 to be cast, and then if you find Breach, you're able to get it going. But that was huge.
Nice.
So now it's going to be free, and there's no ephemerate shenanigans. That's why David did this right now. Aven Interrupter is just really, really obnoxious for the Breach deck to deal with. So now David next turn has 5 looks at either Savine's Reclamation, Breach, and I guess that's about it. But there's only 1 Breach left in the deck, so the 1 Breach and the 2 Savine's Reclamation are the outs here.
The 1 of Lightning Bolt to take care of the bird. Love it.
Yep. It's very flavorful. Bolting the bird here.
Yeah,
is
gotta
very
bolt
good.
the bird. So what's this, another recruiter down?
Yep. Let's see. So there is the other Aven Interrupter. So if I'm David,
you gotta go for it now.
You got to go for it. So it looks like David's going to have the Rumble, so the 4 cards, plus the draw step, plus Grinding Station can sack the Mox Opal. So I think you have 8 looks at a Savine's Reclamation. If Joel doesn't have anything, I would think David is favored to win this game still up to this point.
Yeah, Grinding Station, Portable Hole, Rumble, Emery. Okay. What's coming to hand?
Emery's a few more looks.
Yeah.
So I would assume that, especially if David has a land, as then Emery is another 4 cards.
Sure.
You know, then you have 3 cards off a Grinding Station, 4 cards off Emery to find a 2-outer, the Savine's Reclamation. But if you don't have the land, you can consider the Portable Hole, but it's just Hole or Emery here as the Grinding Station.
What would Hole go after?
Yeah, it's just if you want to play a little bit longer game. Okay, Grinding Station. I love that it was like, all right, it's one of these 2 things, and David's like, oh, I'll pick the other thing. I guess, yeah, all you need is 1 land here. and you can cast the Grinding Station and sacrifice it, and it's 3 more looks.
Sure, yeah.
But the Emery is 4 looks, so it's contextual to what is left in David's hand.
He's being very, very cautious with his plays here.
Yep.
Just to make sure he's getting everything exactly lined up how he needs to. Before Joel untaps with an Aven Interrupter, so Grinding Station will enter. They'll both trigger each other.
Yep. Gonna sack the Opal, target himself. With the other Grinding Station, you can sack the other Grinding Station. Reclamation? No.
Wow, where is this card?
Looks like you have 3 more looks here. You have 6 more looks.
Yeah.
You have 9 more.
Oh boy.
You have 9 more looks if you want to get rid of the portable hole. It's honestly,
Where is this card?
it's honestly statistically, improbable that he wouldn't find it here.
Yeah.
He's got to have land 5 in hand, otherwise nothing would make sense. Yeah, there's the
Yeah.
Opal.
Just 2 Savin's Reclamation.
So he has 9 more looks.
They are hiding.
Top 9 cards, one of them has to be a Savine's Reclamation, otherwise Joel is going to win, and David will have gotten very unlucky. Oh my God. 6 more?
Come on.
This is amazing.
Come on. There it is.
2,
Come
3.
on. Now.
3 more looks.
Are you kidding me?
They're just both at the bottom.
I mean, probably at this rate.
Last 3 looks. I like going for it.
Come on.
1, 2. No.
Are you kidding me?
Real.
Son of a breach.
I would like to know how many cards
look.
are left.
Please look. David, look. Look for it. Show us where it was. I need to know.
I think I'll be right back. I'm going to go give David a hug,
Yeah.
as that was
Brutal.
very improbable. And
Please flip him. I need to see where this card was.
we'll see if David adheres to the never look strategy.
Where was it? Bottom 3? Okay.
It would have been the next
yeah,
3.
Jeez, like.
If there would have been one more artifact, he would have hit it. I mean, it looked like on a quick glance there was like 15 cards.
Yeah.
And to have a 2 outer still be down there, I mean, that's just some
Jeez.
unreal bad luck. And, the more I watch how that game played out, the more the 2 Reclamation and 4 Grinding Station actually makes a lot of sense. It turns your Grinding Stations into real cards, because eventually you will or should mill over the Reclamation, and then you can combo that way. So it makes your Grinding Stations from being dead draws to actually finding your combo pieces. So, yeah, really cool list from David, but that was extremely unlucky.
Very unlucky. You should have been running 4 Savin's Reclamations, Corey.
I guess so. So we'll take a look at David's sideboard to start here. So up against this deck, you can bring in lightning bolts. I guess it all depends on what the hate is here from Joel's side. So let's actually start with that. A lot of hate here.
Oh, yeah.
Another Aven Interrupter, Deafening Silence, 2 Stony Silences, a Fairy Macabre. Thought Seizes are coming in. Drannith Magistrate. You can make a case for every card besides Plague Engineer.
Yeah.
Wrath of the Skies are great as well. So what I would be looking at from David's sideboard is I want to kill enchantments and I want to kill creatures.
Nature's Claim, Fire Spout, Unholy Heat, Lightning Bolt.
The Ray of Revelation looks pretty sweet, being able to flip over that card unless, of course,
flashback as well. That's
unless,
cool.
of course, it's at the bottom 15 cards of your library. Yeah, I want to be bringing in everything that deals 3 damage or more or says destroy target enchantment on them. And taking out Haywire Might actually seems like it would be good, but the only piece of hate it hits that it doesn't get shut off on because Stony Silence takes it out is the one of Deafening Silence and then the Aether Hub. So I'd probably be taking that out as well as the Pithing Needle. You can take out the Lanterns. Those aren't that great. But at the end of the day, Joel's deck does have to deploy these hate cards basically once a turn. And, David does have the ability to answer these threats pretty efficiently.
Oh, my goodness me. Well, friends, if you like what you see this weekend and you want to pick up some singles, be sure to go and check out the flash sale over on SCG's website. It ends on Monday, so if you want to pick up some singles, all purchases over $50 will get you free shipping. So go get your singles, start building your decks, and come hang out with us at the next event.
Yeah, pretty
Sweet.
nice of SCG to extend this sale till after the event. You get
Yeah.
to see what does well.
Yeah, and then
go
buy the cards.
some cards.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Speaking of the next event, it is going to be SCG Charlotte, Corey.
Yeah, Charlotte, it is going to be March 7th through the 9th, and this is Regional Championship number 2 here. The U.S. does have 2 of these events, as they were getting large. I think
Yeah.
I remember the last one that was just one event. It was like 1,500 people. So, oh, yeah, okay. DC was actually 1,800. So these tournaments were getting large in the U.S., so we got to split them apart. And now that's just really great for anyone that looks to play in these events, as you have 2 opportunities to make it to the World Championship, to win $20,000. So make sure and go get your double invite and be able to play in both of these regional championships.
Then we take a look at the prize pool, $20,000 available for the winners, and finalist, well, the runner-up, I should say, gets $10,000.
Yeah.
And David Inglis is looking pretty good, you know, I mean, for that top spot there, no doubt.
Yeah, definitely a good start. I mean, but with luck like that last game, you know,
yeah, wow.
it's going to have to turn that around. But, you know, at the same time, I'm sure when you're 8-0, there's probably been some moments that have went his way.
Yeah.
You know, or if you're in that spot, you just always get to say the classic, I'm never lucky.
What do you call it? Complaint equity at dinner?
Complaint equity, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, David just stocked it up here for dinner with his buddies for sure.
Well, I mean, he probably used his luck to dodge the grinding breach mirror since round 1, so.
That's true. That is true.
I'm hoping he hasn't used up all his luck, but it's a possibility.
Yeah, when you get to dodge your worst matchup besides round 1, you know, you got to be feeling real good on the breach side.
Meticulous archive here. Gonna take a look-ski on top of the library once David has shuffled up. I'm just waiting for these players to both be shuffling at the same time and then to shuffle their sleeves.
Together?
They've got this, yeah, they shuffle their decks together. Oh, can you imagine? What do you do then, Judge? We may have made an oopsie.
You call a judge, they separate it out from you, and then you shuffle up and continue. Don't ask me why I know that. It's for
Have
sure
you
happened
done
to me.
it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Corey, no!
We had the same sleeves. Yeah, it happens. It happens. Judges are your friend. They help you out.
Please tell me they got a chuckle out of it. Oh, man. Judges must deal with some really funny stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Hey, shout out to the judges out there. You guys are awesome.
That's true.
Thank you for keeping things on the up and up here at these events. We could not do them without you.
No kidding. Some of the nicest people in the world, the judges that help run these events. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
And again, we'll say, never be shy to call a judge.
Yeah.
That's what they're there for.
Absolutely. They are your friends.
And also, you get to shout judge real loud.
That is fun.
That is
Yeah,
fun. Yes.
Absolutely.
Urza Saga hits the board here for David Inglis. On the other side of things, the White Orchid Phantom says, no thank you. Get out of here. I don't want story time, Urza.
Yep. And I will say, looking at Joel's list is one of the most hateful decks towards the breach decks here. Like, you go up to 4 White Orchid Phantoms. You have all this hate of Stony Silence, Deafening Silence, Thoughtseize, Fairy Macabre, Drannith Magistrate, Wrath of the Skies, Aven Interrupter. So, like, if any deck is going to be able to put enough hate towards Breach,
I think
it's
he's
going to
got
be
it
Joel's
covered.
version for sure.
Yeah, this is nasty. I mean, you haven't said, like, every single card on the sideboard could be useful barring one.
Yeah. And, you know, when you look at sideboards from these high-level tournaments like regional championships, they usually paint a picture. Be like, okay, what's your bad matchup? What are you prepared for? And looks like Joel wants to beat Breach for sure.
Oh, yes. Speaking of Breach, or grinding at least, Grinding Station hits the board here for David Inglis. And a White Orchid Phantom getting in for 2, taking David down to 15.
We'll see what the follow-up is. I saw for sure David had a Grape Shot and an Emery. David does play with his cards very close to his chest, so tough to see. But Wow.
Wowza, these guys. Now I understand why some players have basics in their sideboard.
Yeah. No, I mean, the second one here is amazing.
Frick.
This is also just a great card against Eldrazi, which I think can be a bit of a difficult matchup as well.
Yeah, killing all the lands that basically are soul rings on a stick. Well, I mean, soul ring is a soul ring on a stick. You understand what I mean.
Yeah. I think just double checking here, I think David maybe wanted to do something before this land went to the graveyard.
It's targeting the archive, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so bye-bye blue source.
So let's see what we want to do first.
Okay.
I don't think it matters too much, the order of operations on that one.
Unholy Heat kills at least one of these attackers, so take some pressure off of David's life total for the time being.
Yep. And normally when Joel will play lands, when anyone plays these double-face cards, it doesn't really matter as it's a land, but in Joel's deck, being able to flicker wisp your own lands can actually really matter. So that was a Witch Enchanter that was just put down, so something to keep in mind that could get flicker wisp onto the battlefield at any point.
Witch Enchanter? Disenchanter.
This one, yes. Okay.
Rumble, bobble, breach.
Looks like that was put to the guard. I bet we're going to see a breach here.
Could well be, Corey.
And we'll see.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
The only
6,
thing
7,
valuable
8.
right now that Joel can have is the Fairy Macabre. But if Fairy Macabre hits the 2 zeros here, this could be bad news bears. If David just has another 0-drop, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah?
But if he doesn't, that just countered a breach.
Does he?
I don't think he does.
I don't think he does. I think he's got another Unholy Heat in hand.
Oof.
Wow, Joel, you are ruthless, bro.
Yeah. I wonder if there was any... I didn't see exactly what David had in the yard, but if you had a 0-drop already, one way you can kind of play around that is, breaching and then bringing back a 0-drop. I'm not sure if it was there or not, though. Jeez. This has just been a beating so far. Like,
he's not pulling any punches here.
Yeah. And to be fair, David statistically should have won game 1. You know, that was very unlucky to not be able to hit it there, but this game's just looking absolutely brutal. And if David's going to look at this deck, open deck list, you're going to look at the main deck of this and be like, okay, this is fine. I can deal with this. And then you look at the sideboard and go, oh, no, I better win game 1. As the post-board game definitely flips the percentages here in favor of Joel for sure.
Jeez, that is a beating. So now 2 critters on board here. David is tapped out, doesn't have anything to do, really. Avid Interrupter and White Orchid Phantom on the board. And David Inglis is down to 9.
Yep, down to 9. And now this is the spot where you just think Joel is going to have a hard time losing.
Boy.
When you have pressure on the battlefield and then you can interact.
Blow up his lands again. Just stone raining on these creatures.
Stop, Joel. Leave him
Stop.
alone. He's
He's already dead. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, if there's no land here, it's basically GG.
That's
so
Windswept Heath.
there is a land, so you can Heath for another land and then Rumble if you wanted to, but looks like David is valuing keeping that land around to be able to surveil into a breach, something like that.
Down to 3.
But the problem is, breaching with the Aven Interrupter in play still does not work out the way you want it to.
This pesky guy.
Oh, God.
Graveyards and Exile. 2 more to cost.
Oh, man.
There's the Bogart Trawler. Bajuka Bogart a stick, he said. No, what? Bajuka Bog with legs?
Yeah, Bajuka Bog with legs. And, wow, just, this game's just been a beating.
Yeah. This has been hard to watch, honestly.
This has been hard to watch.
Sorry, David.
Just
Jeez.
Such bad luck in the last game to just
flip.
Not really looking close so far.
Joel just had every single answer. Whatever David deployed, Joel had the answer for.
Now, if we're able to find a land or a 0-drop or something, we can do some nice work where we can grape shot. Now, this Rumble This is why David waited here, because now you can rumble into an untapped red source. Didn't find it.
Nope.
An untapped red source, which then could grave shot away the Aven Interrupter, but without having that there, just absolutely nothing went right for David this game.
That was a rough way to end his day. Otherwise, spotless day for David Inglis. And, you know, he's going to be a little bit bummed about that, I imagine.
Yeah. And, I mean, we talked about the game one being a little unlucky, but the one thing we didn't really mention is Joel played that match.
He did.
Phenomenal. Like, Joel, I would guess if we go to talk to him, he's like, oh, yeah, I've played a lot of with Breach, or I've played a ton against it. He knew it was important and just absolutely dismantled David for game one.
That was a dismantling.
Or for game two, for sure.
A dismantling of note. And you could just tell, you know, there was no hesitation, nothing at all.
Yeah.
You know, he drew phenomenally as well as playing phenomenally. So, yeah, kudos to Joel, undefeated. Yeehaw!
Awesome stuff. As I've been saying all day, of course, you know, this black-white blink deck is just phenomenal, you know. And
yep.
I'll get my shoe ready.
Alrighty, friends. So just confirming where we're going to next. Alrighty. So we don't have our second match to show you, friendos, but we want to say thank you very much for hanging out with us today. It's been a wonderful day. And tomorrow we are going to be starting up at 9 a.m. Yep. So come and join us once again. 9 a.m. Pacific, is that which time zone we're in?
That is correct,
yes, that is the time zone we are in. So we'll see you then. Come back for 6 more rounds of Swiss, and let's see who our top 8 is going to be. Adios.